Chapter 1, Fairy Sister is Pregnant. Mingzhu, the sun is shining. The scene of the Silver Rooster Award ceremony. In front of the splendid stage sat the famous actors and actresses as well as directors who had gathered from all over the world. At this moment, they were all nervously looking at the big screen, looking forward to being one of the protagonists of the day. Liu Xiaofei was the same. Sitting in the front row, she was wearing a white dress, with a superb temperament, just like a fairy. Even in this star-studded place, she could become the absolute protagonist with her beauty alone. Vomit. But just under such a crucial occasion, Liu Xiaofei frowned and dry-heaved for no reason. Little Fei, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, her best friend, Tang Yuan, hurriedly inquired with concern. Liu Xiaofei shook her head and responded with a smile. It's nothing, I might have just gotten a little dizzy while riding in the car. Okay. Tang Yuan put her heart down and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, the awarding of Best Actress began, accompanied by a short video of all the nominated actresses played before the special guest began to announce the results. Let's take a look at which is the best leading actress of the night. Okay, the winner of the 33rd Chinese Film Silver Rooster Award for Best Actress is Liu Xiaofei. The moment Liu Xiaofei's name rang out, the scene erupted in applause, and it was clear that there were no objections to the result. Little Fei, fantastic, Tang Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Although Liu Xiaofei was happy, she had a preoccupied look on her face as she walked with heavy steps to the podium. Please ask Liu Xiaofei to give us an acceptance speech. Accompanied by the host's voice, dozens of reporters were standing by under the stage, ready to record Liu Xiaofei's speech and make the headlines tomorrow. First of all, I'm very grateful to my director, who was able to give me this rare and precious opportunity. Vomit. But Liu Xiaofei couldn't even finish her words. She couldn't help but dry heave again. Countless people under the stage were a bit confused on the spot. Logically speaking, Liu Xiaofei was also an old man in the entertainment industry. It was impossible for her to be so nervous that she vomited because of this kind of scene. At the same time, I would like to thank my vomit, accompanied by Liu Xiaofei's second dry vomit. The scene reporters instantly exploded. The first time was an accident. The second time could be a bit off. What's the situation? Is Liu Xiaofei sick? I don't think so. Liu Xiaofei is looking good. How could she be sick? Is it possible that she ate something bad? Can continuous dry heaving twice without vomiting? 80% is not eat bad stomach. I see her this symptom. How and pregnant the same. Under the reporters' heated discussion, the possibilities moved in an increasingly outrageous direction. Pregnant? Liu Xiaofei's face changed when she heard these two words, followed by another intense bout of vomiting. She could no longer care about that much and hurriedly ran off the podium and straight to the restroom. Asterisk. Liu Xiaofei, this can't be a real pregnancy, right? This reaction is exactly the same as when my wife was first conceived. My God, if Liu Xiaofei is really pregnant, this definitely has to be number one on the hot search list. I can't accept it. How can our little fairy get pregnant? I just want to know which murderous man did it. It's over and done with. What's going on with Liu Xiaofei? After the reporters saw this scene, they were almost certain about Liu Xiaofei's pregnancy. Everyone, perhaps Xiaofei isn't feeling well today. Let's carry on with the Best Actress award. Let's move on to the next segment. The host hurriedly rounded up the situation, but it didn't work. Even if they didn't raise their voices next, the private discussion had already gone crazy. Seeing this situation, Tang Yuan knew that it was a bit of a big deal and hurried to the restroom. Little Fei, what the hell is going on with you? As soon as she arrived at the restroom, she saw Liu Xiaofei lying on the sink, wanting to vomit but unable to do so. Xiao Yuan, go and help me buy an pregnancy test stick over here. Liu Xiaofei said with a bitter smile. I just realized that it seems like I haven't had my period for a long time. What's going on? Shouldn't it be last time? Tang Yuan suddenly remembered that more than a month ago, they attended a party event. At that time, Liu Xiaofei and a young handsome man were particularly eye-catching, and after getting drunk, it was even that young handsome man who sent Liu Xiaofei back. Aha! Liu Xiaofei nodded. Even though she had always been labeled as a fairy, she still couldn't help but be moved when she saw that little handsome man. Not only was he so handsome that he had no flaws, he also had a different kind of high and cold temperament on his body that one couldn't help but sink into. Even she was hard to resist. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, the two of them that night, due to the suddenness of the incident, she was completely unprepared in her heart, and the first thing she did when she got up the next morning was to sneak away. The two have been more than a month without seeing each other again, but what I didn't expect was that for the first time in her life, she won the lottery directly. Okay, little Fei, don't be nervous it's not likely that you're just not feeling well. Wait a bit, I'll go buy it for you right away. Thanks. Tang Yuan knew that this matter was not trivial, and hurriedly asked someone she absolutely trusted to buy a pregnancy test stick from outside and bring it to the venue. After returning to Liu Xiaofei's side with the pregnancy test stick, Tang Yuan panted and handed the stick to Liu Xiaofei. She instructed, "Little Fei, it's best if you don't throw it in the trash after you're done using it. Those reporters can be perverted and do anything. Normally the garbage thrown away by flipping stars is child's play to them, let alone Liu Xiaofei in such an unusual situation today. This entire restroom's trash cans and toilets are going to suffer. Once they found out, this matter would be a big mess." "Aha." Liu Xiaofei nodded, then walked into the restroom. Tang Yuan anxiously waited outside, walking back and forth with a worried look on her face. Pregnancy is a big deal, not just about reputation. It also involves both parents, as well as the man's attitude and a series of other issues. If the man is not responsible, Liu Xiaofei will not only face a career blow, but also a family blow. Hopefully, none of this will happen. After 10 minutes, Liu Xiaofei walked out with a pale face. In her slender little hand, she was holding that pregnancy test stick, while the two red bars in the center were like the sun, piercing the eyeballs. Tang Yuan's face, too, instantly sank. Liu Xiaofei was really pregnant. "Xiaofei, don't be in a hurry. Let's go find Lin Tian first and see what he says." Lin Tian was the little handsome guy from a month ago. "Well, let me ask him first." If there wasn't a child, Liu Xiaofei wouldn't have bothered him again for the rest of her life. But now it was obvious that she couldn't pretend that nothing had happened anymore. She sent a private chat message to Lin Tian, inquiring, "Lin Tian, can we meet up in a while? I have something important for you to talk about." "Alright, I have a lecture coming up next, so if you're in a hurry, you can come here and find me first." Lin Tian replied to the message in seconds. And by the way, he also made up the location of Mingzhu University. Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan glanced at each other, and Tang Yuan hurriedly said, "Since he didn't refuse to meet with you, I won't go over there, so you two little twos can discuss it on your own." "Not yet, little two." Liu Xiaofei's little face blushed at the remark. "You go to him first, see if he is responsible for this matter. If not, I will go over to teach him a lesson." Liu Xiaofei didn't say much. When she encountered this situation, she only wanted to quickly find Lin Tian to discuss it, so she directly left the venue and took a taxi to Pearl University. Chapter 2 Divine Selection System. Lin Tian was a traveler. Unfortunately, he didn't awaken the system like the male protagonist in the novel. However, his IQ had been greatly strengthened, and his memory and logical thinking skills were much better than normal people. With this, he successfully advanced to school, and after graduation, he went straight to work in the Semiconductor Research Institute. Recently, he had just finished a business trip, and was thrown in by his teacher to substitute for him. This was no longer a rare occurrence. Pearl University, the classroom where Lin Tian was. "Whoa, look outside, isn't that fairy Liu Xiaofei? *******. It's still true. Gosh, the real person is so pretty, even better than in the movie. Geez, this face is only as small as one of my palms. It's just like walking out of a cartoon." Just as Lin Tian was lecturing, the students suddenly let out a gasp. Lin Tian's gaze also turned to the window, and at a glance, he saw the fairy-like Liu Xiaofei. Liu Xiaofei also spotted Lin Tian and locked eyes with him, then revealed a charming smile and nodded her head. This scene blew up the students in his classroom. "No way, Liu Xiaofei and teacher Lin know each other? They shouldn't be dating, right? I feel like they're so good together." Facing a large group of students gossiping, Lin Tian waved his hand to silence them. At this time, it happened that the bell for the end of class rang. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "That's all for today's class. I'll send the essays you guys have to write back to the study group, so don't forget to write them." Why don't you drag the class?" "That's right, I still wanna hear Ms. Lin's voice. What are you thinking? If the fairy sister comes to me, let alone just attending class, I can even put aside my marriage alright." After the group of students heard that Lin Tian was going to dismiss the class, there was an outpouring of grief. As the youngest doctor in the academy, Lin Tian not only had a super high double quotient, he also had the cool and handsome face of an overbearing president. Even the boys admired him, let alone the girls. That was why his classroom never had any students complaining about dragging the class, and they even begged Lin Tian to drag the class a little longer every day. Under a burst of wailing from the students, Lin Tian still left the classroom and went to the corridor. Lin Tian looked at Liu Xiaofei, and his normally high and cold eyes couldn't help but have a hint of softness in them. For what happened not long ago, he still remembered it vividly until now. After all, that was also considered his first experience. What's the important thing? It's not convenient here. Let's find a quieter place. Liu Xiaofei looked at the group of students around him who were staring and blushed slightly as she reminded. Only then did Lin Tian realize that Liu Xiaofei probably didn't want outsiders to hear about this matter, so he brought her to the small forest of Pearl University. This place was generally quiet and undisturbed. Only then did Liu Xiaofei squirm and say, "Lin Tian, it seems like I'm pregnant. Would you like to accompany me to the hospital for a checkup?" "Don't worry, I have only had sex with you. If I'm really pregnant, the child will only be yours." Pregnant? Even Lin Tian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This luck was a little too good, right? Winning the lottery just that one time? Just as he was surprised, an ethereal voice suddenly came out from his mind. Ding! The divine choice system has been activated. Ding! Activation successful. Ding! Trigger option. Option 1, ruthlessly reject. Let Liu Xiaofei take a taxi there and check for himself. Reward, 500 million cash. Option 2, while rejecting Liu Xiaofei's request, have Liu Xiaofei sign a confidentiality agreement not to tell anyone about this matter. Reward, unlock the title of Scumbag, Peach Blossom Luck plus 200. Option 3, agree to Liu Xiaofei's request and take Liu Xiaofei to be examined. Reward, extreme ultraviolet lithography design. Lin Tian's face was filled with question marks on the spot after reading the first two options. Was this a ING option that a human could come up with? I don't know what Peach Blossom Luck is, but 500 million in cash does have a great temptation for the average person. Although they shouted one fairy sister after another, but if they really want to put 500 million and Liu Xiaofei in front of them to choose, if they hesitated for a second about the 500 million, it would be disrespectful to the 500 million. After all, 500 million can let you have do not know how many 18-year-old young girls, every day without repetition, who will still tie themselves to death in a tree. As for option 2, Peach Blossom Luck 200, Lin Tian had read many novels before he crossed over, and this was naturally clear, but this is also too crummy. Lin Tian couldn't do it, let alone the extreme ultraviolet lithography design of option 3. This thing was a fatal temptation for him, a scientific researcher who mainly researched in this area. There was no reason to refuse it, right? If you don't want to, it's fine for me to go alone. Seeing that Lin Tian had been silent, Liu Xiaofei's eyes dimmed and said sadly, when girls are pregnant, their emotions become sensitive. And Liu Xiaofei wasn't surprised that just by glowering at Lin Tian for a while, she thought that she was unwilling to go. Let's go. I'll take you there. Lin Tian did not talk nonsense and directly led Liu Xiaofei to the parking lot. Ding! Agree to take Liu Xiaofei to the hospital for a checkup. Receive a reward, extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine design. After Lin Tian agreed to come down, all the knowledge about extreme ultraviolet lithography appeared in his mind. So this is it. After Lin Tian obtained this knowledge, his entire being was like an enlightenment, and he instantly reached the point of great enlightenment on the previously impenetrable scientific research problems. On the spot, even those most specialized experts from abroad were not as thorough as him in their understanding of this piece. Even as long as the equipment was sufficient, he could build a photolithography machine all by himself. The system was just formidable. Liu Xiaofei, who was brought to the parking lot by Lin Tian, was a little surprised in her heart. In fact, on the way here, she had already thought about the scenario of being rejected by Lin Tian, and it was even possible that Lin Tian wouldn't be able to accept it and get mad at her. Well, why do you think so? Didn't all the major TV dramas play out like this? She was having sex with a boy for the first time. There was nothing wrong with thinking in terms of the drama in a TV show. So what she never thought was that Lin Tian would actually agree so dryly. And without saying a word of nonsense, he directly drove her to the hospital. What they didn't know was that after they left, there was a man with a camera in the grove who crawled out of the bushes with confusion and surprise written all over his face. His name is Zhuo Wei, is an entertainment reporter, commonly known as paparazzi, specializing in filming some celebrity gossip. This time to the Pearl University, because the boss arrangement let him shoot some Pearl University Games highlights. Originally to the Grove to shoot some random scenery. The result of head-on bumped into Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian. Foreseeing a big news, he immediately hid in the bushes, not realizing that he actually overheard such a big news. Fairy sister is pregnant. I go. Big news. Chapter 3. The choice system reappears. This system is simply called the Scum system. Mingzhu, the First People's Hospital. Dr. Lin, you're finally here. If I don't see you again, I'm going to have to drive to Mingzhu University myself. Just after arriving at the entrance of the hospital, a middle-aged or elderly man in a white coat enthusiastically came forward to greet him. Lin Tian nodded. Thank you, Dean Li. Don't ever be polite to me. Your parents haven't cared for me much in the past. We're all family. Come, I'll take you to the obstetrics and gynecology department. After saying that, Dean Li hurriedly led the way. At this time, Liu Xiaofei, who was quietly following behind Lin Tian, was shocked beyond belief in her heart. Dr. Lin Tian is actually a doctor, and knows the dean of the First People's Hospital? These two pieces of information were enough to shock her worldview. After all, in her impression, Ph.D.s had to be at least 30 or 40 years old. if not a bunch of hairless ones, but she had to realize that Lin Tian was the same age as her. He was only 24 years old, a doctorate at the age of 24? How smart a person must this be? What should I do? If I really get pregnant, will it affect his future? After the shock, Liu Xiaofei's heart was thick with worry. Even if he became a doctor at a young age, and even knew the dean, his job must be very good, and his future could be considered bright. Compared to her star's job, she can't even move to the real stage. Liu Xiaofei, whose heart was in turmoil, didn't even notice that she had already arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology specialist clinic. Where is your body uncomfortable? The doctor asked several times in a row before Liu Xiaofei finally came back to her senses, nodded, and said, that, I've been dry heaving lately, I have no energy, my chest and buttocks are bloated, and the results shown by the pregnancy test stick are all 2 bars. So how's your period going? The doctor asked. Well, it's been a month straight since I've had one. When she said these words, Liu Xiaofei's fair little face was filled with a reddish color. Saying this in front of Lin Tian made her extremely embarrassed as well as shy. Your situation is consistent with early pregnancy, but there's no way to confirm it before doing an ultrasound, so take the slip and go for a checkup. Thanks. Lin Tian thoughtfully helped Liu Xiaofei receive the slip and led Liu Xiaofei out of the expert consultation room. The ultrasound room had also been arranged long ago, and due to the dean's relationship, they were given complete priority to use it, not to mention that Dean Li had thoughtfully arranged for a female nurse to examine it. After arriving at the door of the ultrasound room, Liu Xiaofei had some difficulty in opening her mouth. Lin Tian was very good at reading words and immediately saw the point that Liu Xiaofei cared about and smiled slightly. Then I'll wait for you outside. Aha! Liu Xiaofei hurriedly nodded. Although they had had an experience more than a month ago, at that time, it was completely because of the wine and courage, coupled with their own bursting good feelings towards Lin Tian, that they did it. Now after calming down, their relationship was actually quite strange, so of course they would mind it a lot. As Liu Xiaofei was brought into the ultrasound room, Dean Li patted Lin Tian's shoulder and comforted. Don't worry about it. This time, all the doctors I've arranged for are optimally experienced. There's absolutely no problem. Dean Li, it's just an ultrasound. I'm really not worried, especially if you arranged it. I'm even more relieved. Lin Tian laughed. He really wasn't worried about any problems on the hospital's side. The only thing he was more worried about was the question of whether Liu Xiaofei was pregnant. If she was really pregnant, even he would need to calm down a bit. After waiting for several minutes, Liu Xiaofei walked out from the ultrasound room with the data report. Lin Tian quickly brought her back to the expert consultation room. Congratulations. After reading the report, the doctor smiled happily and said, Miss Liu is indeed pregnant. The current pregnancy is already more than a month old and the baby is in a very healthy condition. You two don't need to worry. Although she had prepared for this, Liu Xiaofei's heart still beat wildly after hearing this. She subconsciously sneaked a look at Lin Tian. She didn't know what Lin Tian would think. What if he didn't want the baby? Unfortunately, Lin Tian was a little too calm, and from his expression, not a single change could be seen. However, Ms. Liu, you just got pregnant. There are a lot that you need to pay attention to. Usually pay attention not to do intense exercise. Make sure you get enough sleep. Don't stay up late. Don't eat spicy, raw and cold things, and pay attention to maintain balanced nutrition. The doctor said a lot of precautions. Lin Tian listened carefully to all of them, which also made Liu Xiaofei on the side secretly put down her heart. In addition to these, you should also come for a regular review. Okay, thank you doctor. After thanking him, Lin Tian accompanied Liu Xiaofei to the outside of the clinic. Lin Tian, do you have any ideas about the child? Liu Xiaofei asked in a low mood as her footsteps slightly lurched. On one hand, she quite wanted to conceive this little life with Lin Tian, but on the other hand, she had the worry that this would affect Lin Tian's career. She, who was kind-hearted, was all for Lin Tian's sake at the moment, and hadn't even thought about what she should do. Ding! Divine Choice System activated. Ding! Trigger option. Option 1, let her give birth to her own children and raise them herself. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Unlock 1 title of Scum. Fortune plus 200. Option 2, force her to abort the child. Don't delay your future. Reward, unlock 1 title of Super Scum. Fortune plus 1000. Option 3, be responsible for the child. Reward, 7 nanometers chip production drawings. Hearing these options, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. Good lord, this system should be renamed the Scum system. Are the first 2 options something a normal person would do? But let's not talk about it. The rewards seemed good. These 2 titles were hard to hear, but the peach blossom luck rolled in, not worrying about women at all. If Lin Tianhua had been more selfish, he might have chosen option 2 on the spot. But since he had stayed at the Scientific Research Institute in Huaxia and rejected the olive branch from the beautiful country, it meant that he wasn't the one who chose the first 2 options at all. And what was option 3? It was his immediate need right now. Because his Semiconductor Research Institute's extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine lacked a drawing of the chip. With this drawing, they're China in the semiconductor. And also do not need to be subject to others. Do not have to worry about being sanctioned. Completely is want a sleepy someone to send a pillow. Want to eat someone to help you order takeout feeling. Not to mention that he himself chose 3. For the sake of this country, there was no reason for him to choose the other 2. As long as you are willing, I will be responsible for this child, and promise to take care of you and the child. Lin Tian looked at Liu Xiaofei's eyes and said very sincerely, "Ding. Agree to be responsible for the child. Obtain reward, 7 nanometers chip making drawings." In an instant, Lin Tian had gained a large amount of knowledge again, and when combined with the photolithography machine, it was just perfect. As for Liu Xiaofei's side, after looking at his serious eyes, her heart skipped a very beat, her nose stomach acidic. Based on this attitude alone, she was already certain that Lin Tian would be a good husband to her and a good father to her child. I'm willing. Chapter 4 Mom Calls. Look at my daughter-in-law. After getting Lin Tian's promise, Liu Xiaofei's mental state was obviously much better. On the way, she was holding Lin Tian's arm tightly, like a young girl who had just entered the love period. Even though it was getting late and the light was fading, it still couldn't hide the face value of the two of them, and the passers-by around them all looked this way, with a turnaround rate of close to 100%. At the same time, there were also quite a few murmurs coming out. My God, that boy is so handsome, more handsome than the stars, okay? This is the look of the dream overbearing president. The body is well maintained and the height is more than 1 meter 8. How can there be such a perfect man? This show of love. I'm already crying, okay? Please don't openly abuse single dogs. Wait, didn't you guys notice that girl is Liu Xiaofei, the fairy's sister? Liu Xiaofei? It's really her. Big news. Liu Xiaofei actually has a boyfriend. Aha! I have to fairy sister. There were more and more onlookers on the road. It was a good thing that they didn't linger. They directly got on the car and left. Otherwise they would have really been surrounded there and couldn't get out. And not long after they had just gotten on the car, a ringtone came from Lin Tian's pocket. Taking it out, he realized that it was a video call from his own mom. When Lin Tian saw this, he instantly had a headache. 80% of the time, it was Deanly who had leaked the news. Liu Xiaofei, who was on the side, after seeing Lin Tian's WeChat note name, she instantly asked with some nervousness, if it's your mom, should I avoid it? Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. When meeting their future mother-in-law and mother-in-law, they would be embarrassed plus nervous. You're already like this, why do you need to evade? Lin Tian smiled and asked a rhetorical question. His words were actually comforting Liu Xiaofei's emotions. She knew that apart from being embarrassed and nervous, Liu Xiaofei was more distrustful of him. She was still not completely sure about his attitude. After realizing this kind of most fundamental problem, Lin Tian naturally wanted to make her feel more at ease. Moreover, this matter could not be concealed at all, so he simply did not hide it. Before Liu Xiaofei could reply back, he greatly put the video call through. Good you brat. Secrecy work done so in place? If it wasn't for Deanly calling me, how long are you still going to hide it from me? Forget it, for the sake of my future grandson, I won't bother with you today. Quick, let me see. Where is my daughter-in-law? Lin's mom was in a very good mood, so good that it could be described as an explosion. It was even so good that she couldn't believe that all of this was real, suspecting that this was a dream. After all, before this, Lin Ma had arranged no less than 30 blind dates for Lin Tian, and each one of them was as beautiful as a flower. Understanding, with very excellent conditions, and when placed in the pile of ordinary people it was a goddess that was sought after by 10,000 people. After they looked at Lin Tian, they were also particularly satisfied. As long as Lin Tian nodded his head, they could at least organize more than 20 weddings already. Oh yes, the rest of those cannot be done, but also the female party feel that they are not worthy of. But Lin Tian was so focused on his research that he turned down all of those girls. This also made Lin Ma suspect for a while that Lin Tian wasn't interested in women. Just when Lin's mom was on the verge of despairing to accept this fact, today her old friend suddenly called her to tell her that her son brought a little girl to the obstetrics and gynecology department, and it was confirmed that he was pregnant. Upon learning this news, Lin's mom was so excited that she almost didn't faint. What parent wouldn't want to see their son get married soon? And now her son has skipped the marriage step and is giving them a big fat grandchild. It would be strange not to be excited. Lin Tian helplessly stroked his forehead and said, Mom, I didn't keep it a secret. He wanted to say that he actually only just found out, but his mom directly interrupted him. Alright, brat, I don't want to break up so much with you. Let me see my daughter-in-law first. Immediately. Then I also have to ask people if they agree or not. What's your hurry? After Lin Tian finished speaking, He looked at Liu Xiaofei on the side and asked, "My mom seems to like you a lot right now. Do you want to talk to him or something?" "I certainly can, but I haven't put on my makeup properly yet." Liu Xiaofei was a bit shy. She usually went to accept any interviews, or if she went to this kind of award ceremony, she would always wear light makeup, or even simply not wear any makeup. It wasn't that she was confident in her veiled face, it was mainly because she was lazy. Can wear a dress out of the door thing? Why have to put on a few hours of makeup? Of course, this is limited to goddesses like Liu Xiaofei, who have a face that goes against the grain, and it's better for the average person not to try it. You look good enough without makeup. Trust me. Lin Tian's words were absolutely sincere. Liu Xiaofei's kind of face that could be photographed with a purely vegan face could indeed be called pretty. Alright. Only then did Liu Xiaofei take the phone and video call with Lin Ma. Lin Ma directly froze for a moment after seeing Liu Xiaofei. Just when Liu Xiaofei was on the verge of thinking if she was disappointed in herself, Lin Ma exaggeratedly said, "Oh my god, what a beautiful little girl. Simply a little fairy. Ah, little girl, what's your name?" People of the older generation were different from modern people. A little fairy to them was a comment on someone who was truly as beautiful as a fairy. To be able to make Lin's mom say these words was enough to prove just how good Liu Xiaofei looked. "Auntie, my name is Liu Xiaofei." Liu Xiaofei replied shyly. She was all a bit embarrassed by Lin Ma's compliments. Liu Xiaofei. Good name. After hearing this, Lin's mom nodded her head repeatedly, then set her face straight and said, "Little Fei, what do you care what I call auntie? Just call me mom." Liu Xiaofei was obviously a bit unable to adapt to Lin's mom's enthusiasm, and was extraordinarily surprised after hearing these words. This was too fast, right? They weren't even married yet. This feeling, however, wasn't bad. At least it proved that Lin Tian's family was willing to accept her. "Mom, the door hasn't even been passed yet. How can you let someone call your mom directly?" Lin Tian reminded from the side with a headache. But Lin's mom was extraordinarily angry and said, "What's wrong? People, Xiaofei is pregnant with your child. So isn't that the nail in the coffin that she's going to marry you? It's hard not to believe that you still want to be irresponsible. Bastard kid, I can tell you, if you dare not to take Xiaofei and not be responsible for her, then your father and I will break both your legs." "Mom, I don't mean this." "Alright, I don't care what you mean. Bring my daughter-in-law to my side now. I want to have a good chat with her. That's it." Without giving Lin Tian a chance to refuse, Lin Ma directly hung up the phone. Lin Tian looked at Liu Xiaofei helplessly. Liu Xiaofei nodded and smiled. "Auntie wants to see me so much. I'll go back with you." "Good." Lin Tian quickly changed his destination and headed to the neighborhood where his parents were. Chapter 5, Daughter-in-law meets mother-in-law. Directly delivered to Townsend, Qinglian neighborhood. Lin's mom paid great attention to Liu Xiaofei and personally greeted her downstairs. "Hello auntie." Liu Xiaofei had just passed the video with Lin Ma and naturally saw her at a glance. While politely greeting her, she also handed the fruits she bought on the way to Lin Ma. "We're all family from now on. Why are you so polite?" Lin Mom smiled faintly, and after receiving the fruit, she hurriedly said, Come, little Fei, hurry up and sit in the house. Today I'll give you a taste of Auntie's specialty, chicken soup with pork ribs." "Thank you Auntie." Lin Mom's enthusiasm makes Liu Xiaofei's heart very happy. The next thing Lin Ma did was to accompany Liu Xiaofei throughout the whole day, talking and laughing, as if she had already forgotten that there was an older son next to her. This makes Lin Tian a little laugh and cry. "How do you feel like you're the one who was redundant?" After arriving home, Lin Ma hurriedly invited Liu Xiaofei to the dining table and placed the stewed soup in front of her. "Taste it." "Aha." Liu Xiaofei picked up the spoon and took a sip of the soup, and immediately stared in amazement, saying, "It's so delicious. Auntie, you're so crafty. If you like it, Auntie will make it for you every day." Lin Mom smiled amiably, then also deeply afraid of Liu Xiaofei misunderstanding that they don't value her. She explained, "Your Uncle Lin is now doing business abroad, that's why he didn't come to receive you. Don't mind, he'll come back by plane tomorrow." Auntie, where would I mind? There's no need to bother Uncle so much. It's still business that matters." Liu Xiaofei was made a little embarrassed by Lin's mom's enthusiasm. "How is this a bother? And after your Uncle Lin knew he was going to be a grandfather, not to mention business, even if he was lying in a coffin, he would have to jump out." "Auntie, don't say such unlucky words." Right. Today is the big day. How can we say that?" "Little Fei, tell us how you and Lin Tian met." Liu Xiaofei glanced at Lin Tian, blushing. It was really not good to say. They got excited in the heat of the moment, had a one-night stand and then won the lottery on their first time. Could they say such things? "Mom, just stop gossiping." Lin Tian also felt bad about saying it, but Lin Mom glared at him and chided. "You go back to the study. I'm talking to little Fei. What are you inserting?" Okay." Lin Tian knew that she meant that she wanted to talk to Liu Xiaofei alone, so he didn't stay and directly went back to the study. Then, Liu Xiaofei, also under the inquiry of Lin's mom, said the things one by one. Hearing that the two actually had a child from a one-night stand, Lin Ma was also surprised, but she quickly smiled and comforted. Little Fei, no matter what your previous experiences were, since you decided to conceive this child together with Lin Tian, then we will be a family from now on. Aha! Liu Xiaofei nodded. The only thing she was more worried about right now was Lin Tian's family not accepting her. And now that she saw this attitude of Lin Ma, the big stone in her heart finally fell. Lin Ma was also looking at Liu Xiaofei more and more smoothly. How did this little girl look so watery and good looking? Look at this little face, just like a painting. Little Fei, this is the house that Lin Tian's unit rewarded him with. This kid insisted on giving it to us, but we've been used to living in this neighborhood for a long time and didn't want to move. So we decided to give it to him and his future daughter-in-law as a bridal home. Lin Ma handed a set of keys to Liu Xiaofei directly after Lin Tian left. After Liu Xiaofei took the keys, she realized that it actually had the words Thompson first written on it. Liu Xiaofei immediately stared in surprise. What kind of place is Thompson Epine? Inside any set of rooms, the minimum price is hundreds of millions of dollars to start. It is one of the most upscale real estate brands in this part of the Pearl. What kind of unit reward could be generous like this? Directly giving away the Thompson first product? Now, Liu Xiaofei felt that Lin Tian was definitely not as simple as a university professor. Auntie, how can this be? This is too expensive. Liu Xiaofei hurriedly refused. And I myself do have a villa in the Pearl. It's fine for us to live there. As a first-tier star, Liu Xiaofei had actually earned quite a lot of money. A 10 million villa was still there. And since this was a gift from Lin Tian to his parents, how could she accept it? How can this be? Doesn't that make Lin Tian a soft eater? Little Fei, just accept it. It's also a piece of our two old folks' hearts. Lin's mom shoved the key hard to Lin Tian. Seeing her resolute attitude, Liu Xiaofei couldn't refuse and could only accept it, intending to speak to Lin Tian alone later and just ask him to return it. However, after accepting the key, she couldn't help but think, doesn't this mean that she and Lin Tian are going to live together? Even if the two of them did that kind of thing. For Liu Xiaofei, who had no experience in relationships, just thinking about it made her shy. During the time that the two continued to talk, Lin Tian had already gone to his study and started to organize the memories about the photolithography machine in his brain. Originally, he was quite worried that these memories were not enough to support him in making the photolithography machine. But in fact, the memories given by the system were very comprehensive. Not only did they include the production of the photolithography machine, even the production methods of some materials were recorded in detail. It could be said that even without a research team, just by himself, it would only take a little time to make it. As for the 7 nanometers chip, that would be even simpler. As long as the extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine was made, the chip would naturally be out of the question. It seems that there is a need to tell this good news to teacher. After organizing his memories, Lin Tian was filled with excitement. As a researcher of the Semiconductor Research Institute, he was well aware of the importance of these two things to the country. The chip market, as the most downstream of the entire industry chain, generated a huge value, and at the same time, it was also the point where China was most severely blocked by foreign technology. It was even rumored on the internet that even if China was given another 50 years, they wouldn't be able to build a single photolithography machine. Enough to see China in this piece of how restricted by others. Once the two countries had a trade war, the chip was definitely the first to be sanctioned. He first drew the memories in his mind into a detailed introduction of drawings, and then called his mentor He Wei over. Originally, he wanted to tell him the good news, but as a result, He Wei opened his mouth and said excitedly, "Good you brat, if you don't call again, I'm going to call you." Before Lin Tian could say anything, He Wei chattered on and on. "Quickly say, when did you talk about your girlfriend? Why have you been hiding it? I heard from Deanly, she is also pregnant with your child." "Good you kid deep concealment if you're calling to take a leave of absence, I've approved it. It's only right to keep your girlfriend company and hold a big fat son as early as possible." Chapter 6, Lin Tian says he'll definitely finish it within a month. Chapter 6, making a photolithography machine within a month. Lin Tian's head was filled with cold sweat as he listened. Dean Li was really kind. He hated that he couldn't inform all the people around him. However, He Wei, as his mentor, had known him for as long as 6 years, and had already existed like an elder, so it was not wrong to let him know. So he could only chatter with He Wei for a while about the current situation. Ha 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 ha, so it's like this. You kid also don't know what kind of luck you've gotten. You won the lottery on your first time, and this is when you became a father. He Wei laughed out loud after hearing the whole story. However, he was sincerely happy for Lin Tian. After all, he had already regarded Lin Tian as his godson in general, and hearing that he was going to become a father, he naturally looked at it with the mindset of a godfather. Teacher, don't flirt with me, I'm calling today for something important. What is it? When He heard this, he immediately came into the spirit. One had to know that the matter of Lin Tian becoming a father was absolutely heavenly, but the fact that Lin Tian still said that there was something important meant that it was by no means simple. Sure enough, Lin Tian shocked him when he opened his mouth with his first words. Teacher, I've already broken through the technical barrier of the extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine. As long as my theories are okay, in less than a month, our country will be able to produce the first independently developed photolithography machine. When He heard this, he froze on the spot, his face full of questions. Their institute was indeed researching how to make a photolithography machine, but the more they researched, the wider the gap with foreign countries they found. In this technology of photolithography, although it was not as exaggerated as the internet rumor of 50 years, it was still 20 years ahead of them. Therefore, He in this piece of the best intentions, are required at least another 5 years of time. They can break through the various technical difficulties. But just when they were still thinking about the materials, Lin Tian came over and said that he had broken through. It could also be produced in less than a month. This wasn't outrageous. It was the point where it had completely surpassed common sense. Xiao Tian, talking is responsible. Are you sure you've breached it? After a long moment of silence, He asked cautiously. Photolithography was not a toy. So many of their researchers, who had wasted so many years, had not been able to break the technological blockade. As a result, Lin Tian had only come in for 2 years and had broken it? He knew that Lin Tian was very good, and even the unit had specially given him a Thompson as a reward. But that didn't mean that Lin Tian was superhuman. It was simply impossible to break through the photolithography machine so quickly. It wasn't like it was a toy. Lin Tian laughed slightly. Teacher, when have you ever seen me talking irresponsibly? I've already privately sent a part of the photolithography machine's production drawings to your email. Just take a look and you'll know. Okay. Hearing Lin Tian say that, Hiwei's attitude became serious and immediately ran to the computer and opened the file Lin Tian had given him. Upon seeing the detailed production diagram that Lin Tian had written out, Hiwei's entire body froze. So that's how it is. This material is needed to be achieved through this chemical reaction. So that's it. After regaining his senses, Hiwei's entire body sank into this production diagram of Lin Tian's. There were many things in it that Hiwei knew to be true with almost a single glance, as this was a subject that they had been working on for a long time, having deduced countless possibilities. Now, Lin Tian had simply affirmed the answers. Without realizing it, Hiwei was already mesmerized by what he was looking at, not realizing that half an hour had already passed. Thanks to the fact that the drawings Lin Tian had uploaded were only a small portion, or else Hiwei would have looked at them for a day and a night. After waiting for the drawings in the back to be gone, Hiwei took a deep breath, forcibly endured the shock in his heart, and asked, Xiao Tian, listening to the meaning of what you have just said, are the drawings in the back of this already prepared by you as well? Of course, teacher, I said, as long as there are no accidents, within a month, our country's first self-developed photolithography machine will come out. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Good, very good. Hiwei thought that Lin Tian was joking at first, and after looking at the drawing he was already convinced. He happily slapped the table and laughed loudly. Xiao Tian, you've done a very good job. Bring the drawings to the office tomorrow. We'll make sure to show those people in the beautiful country a good look. We'll definitely be able to surpass them. Humph. Lin Tian was also excited at this time. It hadn't been a day or two since Huaxia had been restrained in the semiconductor field. Now they could finally raise their eyebrows for once. Alright, then go and accompany your little daughter-in-law first. We'll discuss this matter tomorrow. According to the past character of the two of them, it was estimated that they could start working on it tonight. But Hiwei wasn't inhumane. His daughter-in-law had just been diagnosed with pregnancy and needed Lin Tian's company, so how could he be asked to come over to study it? Besides, Lin Tian's drawings had pushed their project forward for 5 years, so what's the point of waiting for half a day more? Good. Lin Tian also understood this reasoning, and after agreeing, the two of them hung up the phone. At this time, Lin's mom and Liu Xiaofei were almost done talking. Brat, come out for dinner. Lin Ma even shouted for Lin Tian to come out for dinner. After coming to the dining table, Lin Tian looked at Liu Xiaofei, who had a joyful face and knew that his mom had a good talk with her. The three of them sat together on the dining table to eat. Lin Tian from time to time to Liu Xiaofei clipped food, to show the meticulousness to the fullest. Looking at Lin Tian's high and cold appearance, but also so gentle, Liu Xiaofei's feelings for him and her heart deepened a few points. Only a man like this was worth entrusting her life to. Brat, Xiaofei is a good girl. If you dare to let her down, I will be the first one to spare you and break these 2 legs of yours, Lin's mom said sternly from the dining table. Hearing her being so harsh, Lin Tian cried and laughed and said, "Mom, am I still your son? You should first be a person before you're my son. Forget about having a one-night stand with someone else, not even contacting them for a month. You want to let this matter die down, right?" Lin Mom obviously already knew the whole thing. The most important thing was that Liu Xiaofei's first time was given to Lin Tian. That was what Lin Ma cared about. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very helpless and said, "I was in a daze at that time, and when I woke up, Xiaofei was gone, and I had wanted to discuss this matter with her, but she hadn't called, so I was too embarrassed to mention it." He really wasn't trying to leave the matter unsettled. Mainly when he woke up, Liu Xiaofei was gone, obviously unwilling to talk about it. He also tacitly continued to be silent, or wait for Liu Xiaofei to call on her own initiative. This is not. A month later Liu Xiaofei took the initiative to call. He almost seconds to answer. But Lin's mom was obviously not satisfied with this answer, cursing and saying, still embarrassed, "You're a big man's. Still have to wait for a girl to take the initiative to say no?" Chapter 7 Liu Xiaofei stays for a night. Lin Tian was disliked and had no words, but he was also very helpless. After all, Liu Xiaofei was a big star, and it was probably just a whim that she didn't intend to talk about it anymore to affect the star's career. The fact that she kept quiet afterward was the best proof, but with things having developed to such a point, it clearly became his problem. It's a good thing that Liu Xiaofei is very concerned about Lin Tian and rushed to speak for him. "Auntie, this can't be blamed on Lin Tian. It's me who took advantage of him slipping away on his own in the morning, and originally I was going to just let this matter pass and forget about it, and it turned out that I had a child before I had a child. Don't speak for this kid. What kind of behavior does he have that I don't know? Xiaofei, don't worry. In the future, Auntie is your most basic protection. If he dares to bully you, I will expel him from the house." Lin's mom wasn't towards Lin Tian at all now. This made Lin Tian want to cry. Didn't TV dramas say that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was a big palace battle? How come in his case, he became the one who was ostracized instead? However, if Liu Xiaofei could be liked by Lin Ma, Lin Tian was still very happy. During the next meal, Lin Ma damaged Lin Tian several times. She even shook out the matter of Lin Tian wetting the bed, making Liu Xiaofei giggle. Due to having an object to flirt with, Lin Ma and Liu Xiaofei's relationship became a few points closer, and there were people who believed it when they said they were good sisters. Only Lin Tian had the heart to cry. Well, only he hurt the world reached. After dinner, it was already around 7 in the evening. Liu Xiaofei wanted to get up and say goodbye, but Lin's mom hurriedly said, "Little Fei, time is not early. How dangerous it is to go back at night. Why don't you just stay here for the night?" But Liu Xiaofei wanted to say that it's actually not too late now, but Lin Ma interrupted a step ahead. "There's no buts. Xiaofei, just stay here for the night. I'll turn around and tell you about Lin Tian's embarrassing childhood stories." "Mom, don't bring that." Lin Tian was instantly displeased. How could anyone betray their own son like this? But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't withstand a look from Lin Ma and honestly sat back down. Then, well, Liu Xiaofei was indeed shy to live here, but more than being shy, she wanted to hear about Lin Tian's embarrassing stories and learn a little bit more about him. "That's good. Come, I'll give you a good talk." Lin Ma grabbed Liu Xiaofei and went to the side and started talking about it. Lin Tian really couldn't listen to it, so he simply turned a blind eye to it and ran back to his study, and started to draw all the designs in his head. The time went on until about 12 o'clock, and Lin Ma's mouth was dry, along with a strong sense of weariness. In the end, she could only end the discussion about Lin Tian's embarrassing story under the emotion of extreme reluctance. "Little Fei, you can sleep in this room." Lin Ma brought Liu Xiaofei to Lin Tian's room. This room was very clean and tidy. The overall color tone was off-white. It looked very comfortable, very much in line with the impression Lin Tian gave to others. Good. Liu Xiaofei nodded slightly. Lin Ma then left the room and headed to the study that Lin Tian was in. As for Liu Xiaofei, who stayed behind, she first went to the bookshelf in the room and looked at it. Semiconductor physics? Fundamentals of electronics? Advanced laser physics? Well, I can't read any of them. After looking through the books on the bookshelf, Liu Xiaofei despaired and realized that she couldn't understand a single one of them. She also didn't know if Lin Tian would dislike her for being stupid in that case. Just as Liu Xiaofei started to think wildly again, Lin Ma was already in the study. "Alright, don't draw these drawings of yours first. Hurry back to your room to accompany little Fei." After Lin Mom came in, she said angrily, "Tinkering with these all day long, can they be as important as your wife? Of course she's not as important." "Mom, can you stop talking about my embarrassing stories?" Lin Tian liked to research, but it didn't mean that he only researched. Of course he could tell the difference between his wife's pregnancy and research, but if it wasn't for Lin's mom who kept mentioning those, he wouldn't have come here. He didn't want to lose face? Why don't you go back to your room? Lin Ma snorted coldly and questioned. Lin Tian could only put down the work in his hands and ran to his room. When he just came to his room, he saw Liu Xiaofei reading his old books. "You're interested in these?" Lin Tian asked curiously. After Liu Xiaofei heard his voice, she put the books back with some despair and said, "Can't read them at all. That can't be helped. Usually those who don't work in our field can't understand it." Lin Tian smiled faintly. Liu Xiaofei said with some aggravation and sadness, "I always feel that there is a gap between my IQ and yours. Will you think I'm stupid? Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? If I want to dislike you for being stupid, how could I still bring you home?" Lin Tian was amused by her question, rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry about it. In the future you'll be my wife. How could I possibly not dislike you? Really? Aha." Hearing Lin Tian's sincere reply, Liu Xiaofei was naturally happy in her heart. She took out the key that Lin's mom had given her and said, "Lin Tian, this is the key that Auntie gave me," saying that she wanted to give it to the two of us as a wedding room. Since it's her intention, then just keep it. Lin Tian actually didn't feel much for this house. He had insisted on giving it to his parents in the first place because he wanted them to live a better life, but the old couple liked the atmosphere of this old neighborhood, and went to one of those big villas instead and still didn't feel comfortable. So since Lin Ma decided to give it to them, he naturally couldn't stop them. "But this is too expensive. I just checked. A villa in this location in Thompson. At least $1 billion or so. I'm a bit embarrassed to accept it." Liu Xiaofei was obviously a little unable to adapt to a big gift of over $1 billion on meeting. Lin Tian, on the other hand, said indifferently, "This is what the unit sent me. It shouldn't be worth that much from their hands. Just accept it at ease. And we are all family now. This house is not only yours but also mine. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Okay. Liu Xiaofei then felt a little better, but she didn't know if it was the pregnancy that made her sentimental. She was soon inexplicably worried again in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, "That, Lin Tian, this matter of my sudden pregnancy, will it affect your reputation in the school? I don't want to affect your image in the hearts of the students because of this matter of mine." Liu Xiaofei was now worried about this matter. A tutor of a hallowed university. If people knew that she was unmarried and pregnant, or that she had a one-night stand, she might be gossiped about. Lin Tian, however, had a calm face and laughed. "Don't worry about this. My real job is not a teacher, only that I will occasionally be called over to substitute for classes." Chapter 8. Liu Xiaofei, why don't you come to the bed? Not a teacher? Liu Xiaofei wasn't particularly surprised by this. After all, what kind of school would be able to give out a Thompson? But looking at Liu Xiaofei's puzzled expression, Lin Tian said, "My real job is a researcher at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute." "You're a researcher?" Liu Xiaofei's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. The odds were that this research institute would not have that much to take into account, and it wasn't a generally appetizing, definitely a profession where one could say that one's ancestors could follow the light. Lin Tian nodded. "Compared to me, pregnancy should only affect you a bit more, right?" Liu Xiaofei's identity Lin Tian had known for a long time, a first-tier female star mixing in the entertainment circle, loved by the nation and called a fairy sister by many, but in the line of stars, they ate the rice of youth and walked the single persona. Now suddenly having a pregnancy, the impact is definitely not normally big. So what if it's even bigger? The child is innocent. I don't want to kill his life just because of my fault. Liu Xiaofei smiled faintly and said, "And luckily, his father is a responsible and good father, so it doesn't matter even if he's hated by his fans. I'll bear it all." "Well, don't worry, I'll be responsible to the end." After listening to Liu Xiaofei's words, Lin Tian once again sullenly gave his promise. Liu Xiaofei naturally believed Lin Tian and nodded. After a busy day, both of them were a bit tired. After letting Liu Xiaofei lie down on the bed, Lin Tian consciously walked towards the living room. Even if the two of them had indulged in a night of indulgence, it was also in a state of ecstasy. Now that they were both in a sober state, he naturally had to maintain a good distance. However, Liu Xiaofei suddenly called out to him at this time and said in a low voice, "Why don't you just come to the bed? Is that okay?" If you want to say that Lin Tian was upright, then he was definitely upright. As long as Liu Xiaofei was unwilling, he could even sleep on the sofa. But if you were to say that Lin Tian was deadhead and upright, that really wasn't the case. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have anything to do with Liu Xiaofei that day. So when Liu Xiaofei took the initiative to mention it herself, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't come at this time and hypocritically say that he didn't need to. Liu Xiaofei covered her hot cheeks with the quilt and nodded her head. "And, it's not like we haven't slept together. It's okay. It's even worse if I let your mom see me letting you sleep on the sofa." Although Lin's mom had always been very much toward her, but Lin Tian was after all her own son. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on her mother-in-law's side. What's more, the memory of that night was still with her. It wasn't like she had completely forgotten about it, so sleeping in the same bed really wasn't a big deal. After Lin Tian got Liu Xiaofei's permission, he didn't be polite and directly climbed onto the bed. The two of them were once again lying on the bed together, feeling each other's body temperature. Their hearts were involuntarily speeding up by a few points. The hormones were obviously a little over the top. Thanks to Lin Tian's strong self-control, he knew that Liu Xiaofei was now pregnant and couldn't do excessive things. So he took the initiative and said, "Go to sleep first." Good. Liu Xiaofei hurriedly nodded her head and started to close her eyes. The two people's beauty-loving atmosphere at this time did have the idea of making people point to do something else, but for the sake of the child, they both endured it. Before long, they fell asleep. When she woke up early the next morning, Liu Xiaofei realized that she was actually hugging Lin Tian with her entire body, just like a sloth. Her fair little face instantly turned red. She stole a glance at Lin Tian and saw that he was still sleeping, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, she hurriedly separated from Lin Tian and got up to come to the washroom. After simply washing her face, she then remembered that her cell phone had been on silent yesterday. She hurriedly flipped it out and glanced at it. It was found that Tang Yuan's phone had made a full 20 or so calls. Especially this morning, the frequency was especially high. 17 or 18 calls were made more than half an hour ago. Liu Xiaofei felt that Tang Yuan must have something urgent and hurriedly called back. "My auntie, you're finally alive. How's the situation? Is that person responsible?" After Tang Yuan answered the phone for a second, she couldn't help but spit out a sigh before asking for the highlights. Liu Xiaofei thought for a while before saying somewhat awkwardly, I spent the night at his house." After hearing this, Tang Yuan instantly froze and was silent for a while. Only then did she open her mouth and say, "Good sister, you're even more fierce than I thought. I'm completely convinced. Aren't you afraid that he'll cheat you again?" "That wouldn't be true. He brought me to meet his mom." Liu Xiaofei now had full trust in Lin Tian. Of course she would speak for him. It's also possible that this mom is acting. It's possible that he's just devising an elaborate scam in order to sleep with you a few more times. It was no wonder Tang Yuan said that. She had met quite a few handsome men and basically none of them were good, especially the likes of Lin Tian. There was absolutely no lack of women around him. For him to suddenly go give up his single life for Liu Xiaofei and become a responsible father, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. After all, for men, there is no woman who is always 18 years old, but there are women who are always 18 years old. As long as Lin Tian maintained his single status, he could switch it up every day, so why bother tying himself to Liu Xiaofei? Yuan, why don't you miss me a little bit?" Liu Xiaofei said angrily. Tang Yuan responded aggressively. "Isn't it also because I'm worried about you? There are a lot of people you have to look at before you say anything. You can't be blinded by his face and cloud your judgment. Don't worry about it. Not only did he take me to meet my parents, he's even a doctor, working at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute. He's from the system." Liu Xiaofei also knew that Tang Yuan had good intentions, so she explained. "From the research institute? Unlikely, right? Isn't that place all a bunch of bald uncles in white coats? Where can you find such a handsome one? I don't know, but I feel that he treats people sincerely, and if he really didn't want to be responsible for me, he wouldn't have had to pick up my call at all in the first place, so I trust him." Alright, since you all believe in him so much, I won't say anything bad about him." Tang Yuan stopped worrying. After this topic passed, Liu Xiaofei became even more curious about Tang Yuan making a bunch of phone calls in the morning. She asked, "Right, Yuan, what's wrong with you making so many calls in the morning?" "Oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Fei, why don't you hurry up and look at Weibo for these? It's going to blow up now, okay?" As soon as Tang Yuan heard this, she remembered what she was just about to say. Weibo? Liu Xiaofei was a little confused, not knowing what was happening, but from Tang Yuan's tone, it seemed like the reason for this blowing up was because of herself, so he clicked on Weibo to take a look and found that the top of the hot search list was, "Fairy sister is pregnant and the identity of the child's father is suspected to be a university professor." Chapter 9, The Network Shakes. The hot searches continue. Liu Xiaofei is really pregnant? Asterisk. Shocked my mom for 100,000 years. Fairy sister actually pregnant? My people are stupid. What's the situation? Why is Sister Fairy pregnant? What's going on? Who can tell me? Can't you read the reports? The paparazzi Zhuowei said. These words are their own words. There are pictures and the truth. A picture is the truth? Maybe it's just this Zhuowei who was deliberately speculating there. I don't believe that my fairy sister would get pregnant. I should say no. This guy is really quite handsome. More handsome than many first-tier stars. I think I can accept it if Sister Fairy's date is him. Except my ass. My fairy sister can't be tarnished just like that. Dog Ars Zhuowei. Release the recording if you have the guts. Otherwise why should we believe you? Right. Release the recording. A picture doesn't tell us anything. There was chatter about this matter almost everywhere on the internet. Among them, there were those who believed in whaling and those who didn't believe in begging for evidence. All in all, this topic has just become the hottest topic of the moment, with major video sites and microblogs topping the hot search list almost all the time. Liu Xiaofei then realized, no wonder Tang Yuan was so anxious to call over. Auntie, you saw it, right? I say, why are you so careless? This kind of thing, surely it's not something that can be announced now. Tang Yuan on the phone spat out. Like Liu Xiaofei, a female celebrity who took the route of a face goddess, many of her fans were of the boyfriend fan type. Announcing a pregnancy wasn't the same as announcing that she was quitting the entertainment industry? I don't know either. We even purposely found a place where no one was talking about it that day, but I didn't expect it to still be photographed. Although Liu Xiaofei was puzzled, she didn't feel much about this matter. Her character was already like this. If she stopped liking her because she had a boyfriend, got married and had a child, she would rather quit the entertainment industry. Not to mention that Lin Tian, who she liked now, was so responsible, which made her care even less about what the internet thought of her. Auntie, aren't you in the least bit anxious? Look at your Weibo followers. They've dropped over 1 million in these few minutes. Tang Yuan reminded breathlessly. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, said indifferently, drop it. I don't care about these views, and I definitely want to give birth to a child. These people will take off their fans earlier, and save more people from gossiping at that time. You this line. Since you have decided, I also do not say more. You come back when you give me a call. I first go to eat breakfast. Good. After the two hung up, Liu Xiaofei left the restroom. At this time, both Lin Ma and Lin Tian had already gotten up, and that Lin Ma had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Little Fei hurry up and eat. Don't go hungry during pregnancy. Come and try this old hen soup I stewed. Lin Ma hurriedly brought up the chicken soup. Lin Tian saw it from the side and gave a reminder. Mom, according to science, most of the old hen soup is fat. Consuming too much every day will only cause a burden on the pregnant woman's body and make her blossom and get fat. What's wrong with being a little fatter? Look at how thin little Fei has become. Lin Ma whitened Lin Tian, but there was no way to refute Lin Tian. This baby son of his had excellent grades, becoming a doctorate at a young age, not to mention that he also went to work in a key unit of the country. Even if she was more pedantic in her thinking, she had to admit that what he said about science was very reasonable. As for Liu Xiaofei, she naturally believed Lin Tian as well. She looked at the chicken soup in the bowl and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Should she eat this herself or not? She didn't want to get fat. You can drink less soup, just eat a little more chicken. The usual intake as long as it's reasonable. You won't get fat during pregnancy. Lin Tian smiled slightly. He could certainly understand Liu Xiaofei's thoughts. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Liu Xiaofei did not hesitate to follow the principle of eating more meat and less soup. Lin's mom on the side was a bit upset, but she couldn't do anything about it. She also knew that young girls nowadays cared about their weight, and eating fat was really not good. When breakfast came to an end, Lin Ma specifically instructed, Little Fei you're pregnant now, and you're most lacking in care during this period of time. If you don't mind, I think you should either stay at Thompson's for now, and we'll hire a professional nanny for you to take care of you. Liu Xiaofei's gaze skimmed towards Lin Tian, clearly wanting to hear his opinion. After Lin Tian felt her gaze, he laughed. Either you move in first, I'll also move in after I go and finish my work at the research institute today, so that I can take care of you a bit better. The person was pregnant. If Lin Tian didn't move in with someone and take care of the good family, then he would really be a scum. Good. Then I'll go back and pack my bags and move over. Liu Xiaofei naturally couldn't possibly refuse. Not to mention that a pregnant woman needed to be taken care of. Out of her own emotions, she also wanted to stay closer to Lin Tian so that she could understand him a little better. Well then, Mom, I have some important things to do at the research institute, so I'll go over there first, so help me take care of little Fei. Lin Tian wiped his mouth and got up to leave. You don't worry about going. Lin Ma didn't stop her. She just told Lin Tian to rest assured. Perhaps for normal jobs, Lin Ma would still let Lin Tian take Liu Xiaofei as his main focus, but this job of Lin Tian's was a national matter. There was no room for sloppiness, and she could completely understand Lin Tian's situation. So when Lin Tian left, Lin Ma explained for him, Little Fei I'm not very clear about this kid Lin Tian's work. It basically belongs to a confidential project. Even his family can't talk about it. It's not that he doesn't value you, it's just that the work concerns the country. I hope you can understand her more. Auntie, don't worry about it, I can still understand this point. Liu Xiaofei didn't care about this. It's not true that she has zero experience in relationships, but she's 24 years old, and has long since stopped being that kind of naive girl who was ignorant and likes to make things happen. She was still clear in front of what was right and wrong. What's more, if Lin Tian could do this kind of work, she couldn't wait to be honored. Seeing that Liu Xiaofei was so understanding, Lin Ma's heart loved her even more, pulling Liu Xiaofei to talk for a long time. And finally at noon, she sent Liu Xiaofei out of the neighborhood. Little Fei do you want auntie to help you move Lin's mom felt that she hadn't taken care of enough, and that she should be close by 24 hours. Auntie, I'm not even holding a big belly yet. Don't worry about it, and I'm going to move also called a moving company to move Where will I get on my own Okay, then you must be careful on the road Aha! Then, auntie, I'll leave first. After getting into the car, Liu Xiaofei directly drove back to her villa. Just after arriving at the entrance of the villa, one could see Tang Yuan standing at the entrance with her hands around her chest, with an expression that she was going to raise hell. Chapter 10 Liu Xiaofei, I was greedy for his body, did not think that much. On the other hand, Liu Xiaofei returned to her residence. Having just returned home, Tang Yuan once again complained after bringing Liu Xiaofei to the villa. Little Fei why are you so careless? Do you know that you've lost more than 3 million followers on Weibo now? If this goes on, all the popularity you've accumulated over the years will be ruined. Liu Xiaofei responded helplessly. How would I know that I won the lottery the first time? Little auntie, don't you guys know how to do some safety measures? It's not like the hotel doesn't have one. I also do not know. At that time the head is confused. Where can think so much? Liu Xiaofei really couldn't think of a reason for a while. She could only say that her head was confused. The truth is also true. The first time to do this kind of thing, they completely follow the instinct. Where can think so much? Moreover, when it was also Liu Xiaofei who was craving for Lin Tian's body, as she had just said, she didn't think that much. Tang Yuan narrowed her eyes and stared at her for a while before giving up on her intention to continue pursuing the matter. Say, you stayed directly at his house yesterday and met his parents, right? How is your mother-in-law treating you? Tang Yuan asked curiously, listening on the phone and discussing that in reality were two different things. Auntie is especially good to me, more enthusiastic than even my own mom. As soon as Liu Xiaofei talked about Lin's mom, her expression was a bit frowny, obviously very satisfied with this mother-in-law. That's good. I thought you were going to get blank stares in the past. Seeing Liu Xiaofei's expression, Tang Yuan knew that this mother-in-law was indeed good, and inevitably sighed in relief. It couldn't be helped that too many dramas nowadays were about the bad relationship between mother-in-laws and daughters-in-law, causing them to view any mother-in-law with a bit of prejudice. That's not so bad. It's just that Lin Tian he was rolled over several times. Liu Xiaofei next told Tang Yuan all about yesterday's interesting events. Even the matter of Tang Chenyi-pin was also told. After listening to it, Tang Yuan was quite shocked and asked, their unit is directly giving away a villa in Thompson-Epine? That's so bullish. They were in the entertainment industry and naturally didn't know much about science. So when they heard about the Semiconductor Research Institute and the like, they simply didn't get it. Only the 3 words within the system made her feel very bullish. And now the most intuitive can feel Lin Tian Kawas. People unit directly send Thompson a product. This must be a national key unit at least, right? Yeah, I was surprised to hear it at first too. Liu Xiaofei nodded and sighed with emotion. She then asked worriedly, Yuan, I'm getting the feeling that the gap between myself and him is so big. I'm a bit unworthy of him. What if he delays his future prospects because of me? What are you thinking? He is a scientist, not a black laborer. I've seen a lot of scientists have wives and children. Why would it affect it? And where are you not good enough for him? Just your face with him to go out. Can make times have face? Okay? Tang Yuan of course tried to calm Liu Xiaofei down. It was normal for pregnant women to experience anxiety. She had looked up quite a bit of information yesterday and knew that they needed comfort and companionship the most at this time. Thinking that Lin Tian would probably still be busy with work every day for the rest of the day, she took the initiative to propose. Little Fei why don't I go over and be a babysitter for you? Anyway, the villa in Thompson's is huge. It's impossible that it doesn't have more than 1 room. It's better for me to stay with you than a stranger staying with you, right? It wasn't that she had anything else in mind, but she genuinely wanted to take care of her pregnant friend. Well, it's fine, but I have to ask Lin Tian's opinion. Liu Xiaofei thought about it. Staying with an unfamiliar nanny every day was far better than having her own friend by her side. So, she carefully made a call to Lin Tian about this matter. As long as you don't mind, there's no problem. For his part, Lin Tian respected Liu Xiaofei's thoughts. The way the two young couples were thinking of each other, it made Tang Yuan on the side look sour. She said sourly, TSK. I'm turning into a lemon quintessence from listening to this. Count me as a for taking the initiative to go over and watch you guys show your love every day. Alright, Yuan, I know you're the best. Liu Xiaofei smiled faintly and gave Tang Yuan a big hug. Tang Yuan was also healed a great deal by her hug. After Lin Tian left the Qinglian neighborhood in the morning, He arrived at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute at the first opportunity. He Yue had long been waiting in the office, and he who was studying the drawings that Lin Tian had sent yesterday immediately put down the work at hand when he heard Lin Tian's voice. Xiao Tian, quickly tell me, how did you suddenly have so many whimsical ideas? I really can't believe that you can actually break through so many technical difficulties. Just this part you posted in front of me is enough to advance our scientific research technology by at least 5 years, He Yue said excitedly. The more carefully he studied Lin Tian's drawings, the more he could see the awesome ones inside. Many of the results of the experiments in it could make them take at least 5 years less of a crooked path. Teacher, this really isn't something that came out of nowhere. These are the results of my research down the years, Lin Tian explained. You'd have to say that suddenly breaking through so many difficult levels all at once would be as far-fetched as it gets. It would be better to say that it was the results of the research that had been done over the past few years, which was more or less a little bit more convincing. He Yue, on the other hand, after hearing this, immediately asked suspiciously, you kid, secretly researching for so long, how come you didn't share it out earlier, so that you can let everyone help to research these problems together? Actually, in the beginning these studies didn't have accurate answers. They were all my personal conjectures, so I didn't want everyone to waste resources on these conjectures of mine. It's just that recently I suddenly became somewhat enlightened, and by thinking about many things in there differently, I was able to overcome all the technical difficulties in a watertight manner. Regarding this point, Lin Tian also had an explanation for it a long time ago. Only this explanation was just as much of a stretch as it needed to be. If the photolithography machine had been directly breached by a sudden inspiration from a scientific researcher one day, then there wouldn't have been so many years of technological blockade. Of course, Lin Tian could also understand this, so for him to be able to say these words, he naturally knew that He Yue would definitely believe them. The reason was simple. Lin Tian's talent in this area was extremely high. He didn't just rely on the system to make a breakthrough in semiconductor research. Even before the system had appeared, he had led his team to close the scientific research gap with foreign countries for at least 20 years. Otherwise, do you really think that Thompson is a random gift? It was absolutely normal for such a genius to be able to operate like this. After hearing this, He Yue nodded repeatedly and said, good, very good, Lin Tian. It's simply our greatest fortune to have you in our Semiconductor Research Institute. Teacher, this is overpraise on your part. Not overpraising at all. Okay, Xiao Tian, let's not be long-winded. Let's cut straight to the chase. How do you plan to build a photolithography machine in a month? Chapter 11 Mobilizing National Resources. Photolithography has actually been studied in China for a long time, and now it has been able to independently develop a 32 nanometers chip. But the gap between 32 nanometers and 10 nanometers is not just as simple as a difference of 22 nanometers. In terms of performance, the gap reaches dozens of times is not surprising. Not to mention, foreign countries have now begun to announce that in a few months, we will start selling 7 nanometers chips. That is to say, people not only developed 7 nanometers chips, and even started large-scale production and sales. On the other hand, even 28 nanometers is still being tackled at home. Therefore, when Lin Tian said that he could build an extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine within a month, He Yue even put off today's meeting with the senior management. He had come all the way here to hear what Lin Tian planned to do. It was important to know that the extreme ultraviolet lithography was different from ordinary lithography. It was the highest-end lithography in the world at the moment, and it had a crucial role to play in the production of chips that were 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers or even smaller than 5 nanometers. Teacher, take a look at these design drawings first. Lin Tian didn't talk nonsense, directly took out his heavy briefcase and placed it on the table. After spreading out the pages and pages of drawings on the table, He Yue realized that he actually couldn't fit on this desk. There were at least hundreds of these drawings. Lin Tian picked out the most representative ones inside and said, Teacher, making a photolithography machine is more than just having the design drawings. The reason why I dare to say that I can build it in a month is because I hope that teacher can mobilize the country's resources for me. As long as there are enough resources, a month is not a problem. How did foreign countries make photolithography machines? They also purchased a variety of parts from dozens of countries, separately, and finally built them by the countries they specialized in knowing how to assemble these parts. There were dozens of disciplines involved, and thousands of parts. When Lin Tian got these design drawings from the system, his heart was quite desperate. If he let them continue to bury themselves in research like this, I'm afraid it would take at least 5 years to catch up. This was still in an ideal state. If something unexpected happened, it would only last longer. There is no way. Foreign countries in this piece of technology blockade is too strict. They are even a model is difficult to get. Parts of the technology is even placed in dozens of different countries, to see not even have to see. In this case, they're Chinese researchers, or get out of the 32 nanometers photolithography, is already very counterintuitive. Comprehensive above. Can see a photolithography machine, want to complete the independent production. Then, is how difficult things, so even with the design drawings, Lin Tian would have to utilize a large amount of national resources in order to complete it within a month. Well, He Wei didn't give Lin Tian a reply right away. Instead, he picked up the design drawing and stared at it for a while before slowly opening his mouth and asking, "Little Tian, how much of a grasp do you have on this lithography? Can it reach the 14 nanometers process?" 14 nanometers is now the mainstream of the chip industry. 70% of the cell phones on the market are using 14 nanometers chips. He Wei's requirements were not high. As long as he could produce 14 nanometers chips independently, he would have enough backbone to ask for resources from the top. "I'm 100% sure," Lin Tian said with firm eyes, "and not only 14 nanometers chips, I can also produce 7 nanometers ones." To what extent were the design drawings given by the system detailed? To give you an example, it's equivalent to you wanting to learn how to cook the entire national banquet level chef special 1-to-1 guidance, and still absolutely teach each other the kind. Equivalent to you want to learn to drive a 1A2D driver's license driver 1-to-1 in that intimate guidance. Even you hold the steering wheel gestures are taught clearly. The key to this design is still engraved in the brain of the kind. Lin Tian, even if you want to learn, will not be difficult. So much so that he was able to say a number that researchers never dared to say. As soon as He Wei heard Lin Tian's words, his gaze slightly condensed and he fell silent. Immediately afterward, he leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, "Xiao Tian, as a scientific researcher, you must remember that you are responsible for what you say." Even though he was Lin Tian's teacher, even though he knew about Lin Tian's talent, but how many of their research institutes could dare to say 100%? Even those great men in history, those geniuses who had gone down in history, did not dare to say something so absolute as 100% on a matter. When he heard Lin Tian's words, He Wei subconsciously thought that Lin Tian had also learned to be bad and would brag. But with his understanding of Lin Tian was not this kind of person. Therefore, he had this to say: "Teacher, don't worry, even if you don't believe in my character, I know the seriousness of lying about such matters." Lin Tian was very confident about this. After He Wei heard this, he took a deep breath before nodding and said, "If someone else said this to me, there is absolutely no way that I would believe him. But Xiao Tian, you are different. Since these words came out of your mouth, then I'll give up this old face and go ask the upper echelons for resources." There was actually nothing wrong with He Wei's words. He was indeed wasting this old face for Lin Tian, because he didn't know about the existence of the system. It was impossible to be 100% sure that the photolithography machine could be built. Even past failures told him that the success rate of this photolithography machine was less than 1%. Under these conditions, He Wei was equivalent to giving a loan of several $100 million to someone who refused to even give his ID card. This sense of trust was absolute. Otherwise, after mobilizing the country's resources, if he didn't even see any results, he himself would have to take the blame. "Teacher, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down." Lin Tian smiled faintly, confident about this. Then, he spread out a portion of the drawings, pointing to some of the introductions on them, and said, "Teacher, at the moment, the two things I'm mainly lacking are materials and high-precision machine tools, and there's already a perfect solution in terms of assembly and how to make the materials. I hope that you can contact some of the relevant departments of the country to gather a list of materials that I have enumerated and mobilize the departments that have high-precision machine tools to assist us in manufacturing them within the next month. In addition, I need at least 20 top-notch technicians, the kind that can control the error to less than a millimeter. This request of yours." He Wei was a bit embarrassed even as he listened. A high-precision machine tool was not simply a machine tool, it was a national weapon, used to make some national secret weapons. Usually don't know how many departments rush to want it. Applying for a time is difficult. As for the 20 top technicians, that is even more outrageous. These personnel can be the country's treasure. 1 or 2 okay to want. You want 20 at once, is not the same as cutting a piece of meat. Chapter 12. In fact, chip I have prepared. There are also materials. This wasn't a game where there were designated copies to be swiped. Some materials basically depended on luck to be unearthed somewhere, so even if they were there, they were extremely rare in quantity, and it was just as difficult to get them over. Each of the requirements were difficult as hell, but all three were put together. He Wei could already imagine what the expression of the people above would be. "It's fine if you can build this thing, but if you can't, this research institute of theirs might even be disbanded." "Teacher, this is the minimum condition to build a photolithography machine within a month." Lin Tian knew that He Wei was in a difficult position, but 3 requirements this outrageous were already the minimum. "Little Tian, I think we can stop being so hasty. This thing can be done slowly. It's not necessary to make it in a month. And even if our photolithography machine is built, the research on the chip will still take some time. It's simply impossible to catch up with the 7 nanometers offerings of those foreign companies. So, it's better to hold off. I can try to apply with the higher-ups to extend the time to 1 year. As long as we build the extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine independently, it's enough. He Wei wiped his cold sweat. If the country was rich in resources, he wouldn't have said much. But the problem was that Huaxia was also a superpower. There were too many places that needed resources, and if you asked for so much at once, wasn't it equivalent to letting half of the entire country's classified departments assist you for a month? This cost is really not ordinary. As I said earlier, it's fine if you can build it, but if you can't, it's game over. Even if Lin Tian has 100% certainty, but he believes, the upper echelon also do not believe. The key is, you just have photolithography. What is the use? Chip production will have to study for a long time. Let the country so cooperate with their own. The result is to raise a half a moment cannot lay eggs chicken. That is not a joke it? Alas, China in this piece of scientific research started a little too late. Some of the gap is not as good as others for a while. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Why does it have to be a month, right? As a scientific researcher, not only do we need to have the courage to innovate, but we also need to have enough patience. Lin Tian, on the other hand, coughed and took out a few other drawings as well, saying, "Teacher, I've actually already done the research on the chip, and it's expected that within 2 months, not only will I be able to build a photolithography machine, but I'll also be able to build a 7 nanometers chip." After hearing these words from Lin Tian, He Wei's entire face was instantly written with question marks. His eyes were as wide as they could be at this moment, looking at Lin Tian in disbelief. This joke was not an ordinary one. He Wei's face instantly became several times more serious as he said sternly, "Lin Tian, this joke is a bit too big. What's going on with you these past 2 days? Why do you suddenly love to make these kinds of jokes?" No wonder He Wei was angry. The main thing Lin Tian had done was really a bit outrageous. Extreme ultraviolet photolithography, he believed, because they had been working on this topic for several years, and it was still understandable that Lin Tian, such a genius, would have a breakthrough. But even if you are a genius, you can't be a monster, right? What is the concept of a 7 nanometers chip, completely at the forefront of the world's degree? They even 28 nanometers have not yet touched it. The result is that you directly out of a 7 nanometers chip. This is not bull asterisk 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 is what? Are you an immortal or a god? How can you do this? Teacher, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at my drawings. Lin Tian let out a bitter smile. It couldn't be helped. It was outrageous enough for him to come up with an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine all at once like this, but to also come up with a 7 nanometers chip. Even he himself didn't believe in himself a bit. What could possibly be done about it? He just has As for hiding it and waiting until the right time to bring it out, Lin Tian didn't have that kind of patience or free time. Now that the 7 nanometers chip was about to come out, if he didn't take out the chip as soon as possible to capture the market, even if he got this design, it wasn't particularly significant. Now on the network do not know how many people are complaining about photolithography and chips cannot be independently developed. Sooner or later, this matter would be snagged by foreign countries. Instead of waiting until that time to be sneak attacked a bit, it would be better to dominate the market in advance, so that it would be considered to be worthy of the hang-ups that he was now opening. He Wei instantly fell silent after hearing his words. No matter how outrageous this matter was, he still believed in Lin Tian's character in his heart. After contemplating for a while, he finally picked up the design and scanned it for a few moments. Although the chip was just as complex, the things involved were not as much as a photolithography machine. A few pages could already show a lot of things in front of He Wei's eyes. When he finished looking at this design, He Wei's eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out of their sockets. This is all your research? He Wei asked in shock. He couldn't believe at all that this was researched by Lin Tian. It was impossible for a person to be a monster to this extent, right? Not only did he break through decades of technological barriers, he even had to go and grab a position with someone else. To say that Lin Tian wasn't sent from the heavens to save their Chinese scientific research, he was now a bit unconvinced. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, I believe that no country that can build chips would be willing to provide this to me." How strict was the foreign blockade on photolithography and chips? Previously, Huaxia had wanted to order a photolithography machine, and they had refused to agree to just ordering one, not involving the core technology. Since the beginning, the domestic high-end chips, all are foreign OEM productions sent to the country. That is to say, one day such as the beautiful country such as the country wants to sanction Huaxia, minutes can make Huaxia chip shortage. This is also the reason why Lin Tian want to get as soon as possible. Your chip is not just for your own eyes, but also to be able to sell it. Only when enough money was recovered would they be able to offset their research costs. and the country would continue to inject money. Right. No country will provide it. And the design and conjecture of this chip of yours can be far too bold compared to those chips of theirs. If it can be built, I believe it will definitely become the mainstream of the market, He Wei said with great excitement. The conception of this chip was so far ahead of its time that even he was not able to fully comprehend it. But through the message on it, he could come to a conclusion. As long as this chip was built, it would be a second to a bunch of upcoming 7nm chips such as Qiling, Skybase, Pineapple A12, and so on. Lin Tian nodded after hearing this, then asked with a smile, "Then teacher, is this enough for us to apply for national resources?" Chapter 13, Enough, that's enough, enough, simply too enough. He Wei slapped the table and laughed loudly. Xiao Tian, you first divide this information into equal parts, and take some documents that are not particularly confidential to discuss with other research institutes. I'll go to the general administration. This time, in the semiconductor industry, we, Huaxia, are finally going to stand up. After saying that, He Wei put on his clothes and then ran out with gusto. If the chips are all there, then there is nothing to hesitate. Just go and ask for them directly. Chips can not just mean cell phones or computers and whatnot. You will also have a role in the country's defense force. If they can break through 7nm in photolithography in one fell swoop, the future of China's national defense force will also have a qualitative improvement. Based on this alone, it gave him the full backing to apply for those seemingly impossible resources. Good. Lin Tian organized some information, while He Wei brought along a portion of the drawings and directly booked the earliest flight to the capital. After he left, Lin Tian took the information and went to the interior of the research institute. At this time, numerous researchers were busy going back and forth, conducting various experiments and conjectures. When Lin Tian appeared, several young female researchers immediately surrounded him. Lin Tian, why did you come so late today? And you didn't come yesterday afternoon either. So many of our topics have become unproductive. The female researcher immediately complained as if she was pampered. Lin Tian was more than just a grass to their institute. He was also the smartest and most capable person the institute had ever seen. Even when He Wei was out socializing, he would mention his proud student from time to time. It was only the way He Wei mentioned it that more or less upset his old friends. For example, when he met with his old friends just asked, "Have you eaten yet? How do you know about my student Lin Tian? Let me tell you, he recently led the team." Then He Wei would start bragging about it, exasperating the group of friends by blowing their beards and just hating themselves for not snatching Lin Tian into their department in the first place. Such a handsome and capable man. Not to mention their female researchers, even the male researchers admired him. Encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. You guys call everyone over. In terms of photolithography, we've made new progress. After Lin Tian casually and perfunctorily replied, he called for everyone in the research institute to gather over. After they gathered together, Lin Tian took out the sheets of drawings and said, "This is the drawing about the production of various materials for the photolithography machine. The first one I'll leave to Group A, the second one to Group B, and so on. Make sure to make the materials I need within a week." Yes, the group of people immediately responded respectfully. Lin Tian's weight of speech in their place was second only to He Wei. Basically with just one order from him, they could even directly suspend their work. After distributing all the drawings, Lin Tian also joined the busy team. His job was to answer the doubts of some of the people who still didn't understand and speed up the research of the entire team. Phew, it's finally done. Tang Yuan exhaled a breath and lay down on the sofa very laboriously, stretching her back. She was wearing a tight-fitting sportswear, and while stretching her waist, she showed her perfect curves to the fullest. Watching Liu Xiaofei gulp, it couldn't be helped. Liu Xiaofei's temperament was good, but in terms of femininity, it was still a bit worse than Tang Yuan. Seeing Tang Yuan's display of laboriousness, Liu Xiaofei couldn't help but spit out a sentence. "It's all the moving company that's moving. How come you're tired?" "I'm also tired from directing, okay? It's not like you don't know how big this villa is. Walking around is tiring, okay?" Tang Yuan beamed, bemoaning herself. "This villa, it's really big." Liu Xiaofei took a look at this villa of Thompson's and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Just the living room on this first floor alone could be used as a playground for them to run around. Right. Now I'm getting curious about what that husband of yours does. Even if it's a unit within the system, I've never seen such a lavish gift, and I just checked. This villa of yours is still the biggest one in this villa area, worth almost $2 billion. Gosh, if only I could find such a husband, Tang Yuan said enviously. After Liu Xiaofei heard her say this, she gave her a fierce blank look. "Didn't you say he was a liar before? Why are you saying such things now? What can be done about that? Who can reject a husband who works in the system and is rewarded with a villa in Thompson?" Tang Yuan heatedly laughed. Liu Xiaofei didn't even know what to say about this guy. It just so happened that at this time, the doorbell rang outside the door, and after she and Tang Yuan glanced at each other, in the end it was Tang Yuan who climbed up and ran to open the door. Tang Yuan came here to take care of the pregnant woman. Where could she let Liu Xiaofei open the door? Coming. You are? After opening the door, Tang Yuan saw that standing at the door was a kind-faced aunt. Lin's mom, Shan Wanyu, smiled faintly and said, I'm Lin Tian's mom. You're the good friend that little Fei was talking about, right? Ah, yes, auntie, it's me. Tang Yuanyu didn't expect that it was actually Lin Tian's mom and responded dumbfounded. Shan Wanyu, on the other hand, handed a gift box to Tang Yuan and said, a small token of appreciation. Auntie, how am I supposed to accept this? Tang Yuanyu hurriedly refused. What kind of person just meets with their elders and wants them to give them a gift? This was originally prepared for you. You're here to help take care of little Fei. This is the minimum thanks. Shan Wanyu said with a gentle smile. How could Tang Yuanyu stand it? She could only take it and then bowed and said, thank you, auntie, please hurry and come in. Good. Tang Yuan couldn't possibly open the gift in front of others, and after putting the gift aside, she brought Shan Wanyu to Liu Xiaofei's side. When Shan Wanyu saw Liu Xiaofei, she immediately smiled and walked up, asking with concern, Xiaofei, how is it? Did the move go well? Is there any very tired? Auntie, don't worry, the moving was all done by you and you helping me. I just sat here the whole time. Liu Xiaofei hurriedly replied. After hearing this, Shan Wanyu's impression of Tang Yuan was a few points better, so she took out one of the lunchboxes she had brought with her. She said, little Fei, are you hungry? This is the soup I made especially for you to eat to replenish your body. Don't worry, I chose all the ingredients to be very light this time. You won't get fat. Chapter 14 Liu Xiaofei, when will you be back at night? This mother-in-law is also too good, right? Tang Yuan on the other side of the worldview simply collapsed. Before meeting Shan Wanyu, Tang Yuan always thought that the mother-in-law is good. I'm afraid then the TV series cannot go anywhere, but now that I've seen her, I realize that she's really not strong enough to go anywhere, and she's straight out of the dimensions, okay? Even if the soup is specially sent over, it is still specially made to prevent people from getting fat. This treatment makes those who suffer from the torment of the mother-in-law after seeing, will not have to have exploded in place? Auntie, this is also a little too good for me. Liu Xiaofei was a little embarrassed. You say this? We are all family in the future. You, is my own daughter. I do not treat you a little better, but also a little worse? Shan Wanyu said while handing the spoon and chopsticks to Liu Xiaofei. Naturally, Liu Xiaofei was not in a position to refuse what people had specially prepared, so she took a small sip. Yummy, auntie, what you made is also too delicious, right? After Liu Xiaofei ate it, her entire mood was much superior. This feeling of freshness with a bit of sourness was exactly what she wanted the most right now. It's good if you like it. It's good if you like it. If you like it, auntie will make it for you every day in the future. Shan Wanyu just loved hearing this, always keeping a happy smile on her face. Tang Yuanyu on the side was simply envious as she watched. What kind of luck is this for little Fei? A one-night stand with a responsible and handsome man who works in the system and has a lot of money. Even if it's not enough, the result is that her mother-in-law is still so nice. She is a little bit want to replace Liu Xiaofei's impulse. Isn't it just a pregnancy? If she could have such a handsome husband and such a good mother-in-law, she wouldn't have a problem giving the man 7 or 8 babies. This isn't too good. Auntie, there's no need to go to so much trouble for me. Liu Xiaofei's side was definitely embarrassed to trouble Shan Wanyu. Shan Wanyu, on the other hand, put on a straight face and said, little Fei, where are you going with this? How could auntie be too much trouble? Or is it that you don't like to eat what auntie made? Of course not. I simply love it too much, but letting you run around like this, I can't bear it in my heart. Liu Xiaofei murmured in a low voice. Hi, where are you going with this? If you really say you're upset, it's me who's upset. If it wasn't for my asshole son, you wouldn't be like this. If Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian were in a normal relationship, she wouldn't have said anything, but now it was obvious that Lin Tian was not doing things reliably. If it wasn't for the fact that Liu Xiaofei herself wanted to conceive this child, she would have to teach Lin Tian a good lesson. Liu Xiaofei's side turned red after hearing this, and weakly said, Auntie, actually it can't all be blamed on him. At that time we were all very excited. Don't speak for that kid. I still don't know what his virtues are. Lin Tian, who was in the research room at this time, sneezed several times in a row. Senior Lin, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I might be a bit unwell. Alright. After touching his nose, Lin Tian was wondering in his heart why he sneezed for good reason. Lin Tian, who couldn't figure it out, finally had to continue to devote himself to the research. On the other hand, Shan Wanyu, after continuing to talk to Liu Xiaofei for a while, she couldn't help but ask, Xiaofei, Do you really don't need me to live in? Auntie, it's not necessary for the time being, I'm fine with Yuan accompanying me. Alright, then you should pay attention and be more careful. Call me anytime if you have any problems. Okay. After Liu Xiaofei answered, Yu saw that it was getting late, so she got up to say goodbye. Seeing this, Tang Yuan and Liu Xiaofei hurriedly got up to see Yu off. Only after she left did Tang Yu finally breathe a sigh of relief. She covered her chest and said with some shortness of breath, "Good lord, your mother-in-law's aura really isn't generally strong. I didn't even dare to take 2 breaths of air just now." Maybe Liu Xiaofei only felt goodwill and had no way to tell the difference, but if you were to stand as a bystander, you would have noticed Yu's kind of aura that only everyone's noblewoman would have. Compared to her, Tang Yu felt like she was weak. Okay? Can see that the person who usually brags doesn't even dare to say a word today. Liu Xiaofei laughed and teased. When Tang Yuan heard this, she immediately became angry, and when she just wanted to tickle her, she remembered that she was now a pregnant woman, so she picked up her little book and said, "Humph, now seeing that you're pregnant, I'll let you off the hook first, but I'll make a note that when you get better someday, I'll get all the revenge back, then I'll give him another one then." Liu Xiaofei immediately thought of a remedy. "Good you little horny girl, the first child hasn't even been born yet, and you're thinking of making a second one? What are you saying you?" Liu Xiaofei's defense was completely broken by her sentence, her face red as an apple. Tang Yuan looked at her this kind of appearance on the vigor, the next vigorously to instill her some unhealthy information. The two of them frolicked like this until midnight. "It's already 11 o'clock, why isn't your husband back yet?" Tang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Liu Xiaofei shook her head and said in a lost voice, "I don't know." She had wanted to wait for Lin Tian to come back and sleep together. "I can't top it already a bit. I'll go up to bed first." "Oh, you go to bed early too." Tang Yuan yawned and directly got up and headed upstairs. "Okay," Liu Xiaofei responded with her mouth, but she didn't have much sleepiness and sat on the sofa to watch the TV. She was quite worried about Lin Tian right now. "You said that he didn't come back in the middle of the night. Something couldn't have happened, right? Could it be a car accident? It was also possible that he had been kidnapped by human traffickers? Although these possibilities are all outrageous, Liu Xiaofei still can't help but think wildly." Finally, at 12 o'clock, she couldn't help but pick up her cell phone and dialed a number over. Once a scientific researcher enters the state of research, it is very easy to forget the time. So much so that even at 12 o'clock in the evening, Lin Tian didn't even realize that it was actually completely dark outside. "Team leader Lin, there's a call for you." Right after he finished discussing a problem with a female trainee, a person shouted from the other side. When Lin Tian heard it, he hurriedly walked over and picked it up to find that it was Liu Xiaofei. He immediately picked up the phone. "Hello? What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable?" Lin Tian asked worriedly. He felt that Liu Xiaofei probably wouldn't be fine coming to find himself. "Ah, I'm not. I'm just more worried about your safety. Seeing that you haven't come back for so long, I called to ask." Liu Xiaofei's heart was relieved when she heard his voice. "In that case, don't worry. I'm fine. I'll be right back." Good. After the two hung up the phone, Lin Tian caught a glimpse of the gossiping eyes of the two co-workers next to him. Chapter 15. I want to shatter my sleep with you. Team leader Lin. Who called? A girlfriend? Although Lin Tian didn't turn on the speakerphone, from Lin Tian's tone, they could hear that it was definitely not the tone of a conversation with his mom. For his part, Lin Tian didn't hide it and said with a big smile, "Almost considered a girlfriend." His situation with Liu Xiaofei was kinda complicated. If you want to say wife, they weren't married. You have to say it's a girlfriend. They haven't officially dated yet. Almost? What do you mean almost? Team leader Lin, you never talk like this. That's right. Where is there an almost girlfriend? Two simultaneous hearts of gossip kept burning. The nearby group of female researchers, on the other hand, had bitter faces when they heard this. One girl even couldn't help but ask, "Team leader Lin, you got a girlfriend?" "Aha." Lin Tian lost his smile. "That shouldn't be a girlfriend. It's considered my wife. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Team leader Lin, what's your situation here? We haven't even heard of you dating, and all of a sudden you jumped to the wife stage?" Team leader Lin is also too powerful. Not only did he break through so many subjects, he even got a wife. Team leader Lin, why are you like this? I've been pursuing you for so long and you won't even look at me. Whoa whoa. Team leader Lin, my male god. I know which woman is so lucky. When a group of people heard Lin Tian's news, some were there to celebrate, while others were there to wail. The female fellows, in particular, were just about to burst into tears. It couldn't be helped. If they were in poor conditions themselves, they probably wouldn't be so upset. But the problem was, their conditions weren't poor. Even if they didn't have the kind of full face of a star, 7 or 8 points before makeup, After makeup, at least 8 or 9 points of the degree. Plus, as researchers of this semiconductor research institute, they are not bad in terms of education and ability. Throwing them into the city's dating corner, it's the extent of having a bunch of men lining up to beg. But these, Lin Tian didn't even look at them. Introduce you guys to each other some other day. It's getting late today. Let's all go home and rest first. Pay attention to combining work and rest. The matter of the photolithography machine. It's not a matter of 1 day or 2 days. If it was a very urgent subject, they might have stayed up all night to finish it. But photolithography, he gave himself plenty of time. As long as the national resources are mobilized, a month, that is more than enough. There was no need to be that desperate. Yes, many of the researchers then put down the matters at hand and packed up their things to go home. As for those female researchers, although they wanted to go and ask, Lin Tian simply didn't give them a chance, and had already gone to the locker room to change into their daily clothes, and rushed back to Thompson's villa after passing through the security channel. After returning to the villa, Lin Tian saw that the lights inside were actually still on. Walking in, he realized that Liu Xiaofei hadn't gone to bed yet, sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Lin Tian put down his briefcase and softly asked. Liu Xiaofei was already half asleep, so she was still a bit startled when she suddenly heard Lin Tian's voice. When she turned her head to see Lin Tian, her face first had a burst of surprise, then her index finger and forefinger were in a big circle there, and she said very shyly, me, I want to break, sleep with you. I don't know if it is too nervous and shy relationship. In the word sleep, she also stuck to the tongue, so that she said broken. Seeing Liu Xiaofei's appearance, even if Lin Tian was strong-willed, he was still adorable by her. He smiled faintly and said, alright, I'll go take a shower first. After saying that, he directly walked into the bathroom and started to take a shower. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with a red face, her heart in turmoil. In fact, she waited for Lin Tian to come back. She was simply waiting, wanting to see that he was safe before she would feel relieved, but she didn't know what she thought. As soon as she saw Lin Tian, she couldn't help but say that she wanted to sleep together. By the time Lin Tian finished his shower, Liu Xiaofei was already lying on the bed in the master bedroom by herself. Looking at her petite body, Lin Tian smiled slightly, picked up a book, lay down next to Liu Xiaofei and started reading. Aren't you going to sleep? Liu Xiaofei asked curiously. Lin Tian shook his head. I always read for half an hour before I go to bed. Don't mind me. You go to sleep first. Liu Xiaofei nodded and then closed her eyes. But listening to the sound of Lin Tian flipping through the books, she always felt her heartbeat accelerating and her breathing became much heavier. Perhaps because she couldn't bear to just lie down like this and do nothing. Liu Xiaofei suddenly turned around and hugged Lin Tian when she had been lying down for about 20 minutes or so. However, her eyes were closed, obviously trying to use the fact that she was asleep to beat a dead horse. Lin Tian was there to be startled by the sudden hug, but after seeing Liu Xiaofei's cute sleeping face, his heart instantly softened. He put down the books and stroked Liu Xiaofei's head with his hand. Liu Xiaofei knew that people like Lin Tian were generally extremely self-disciplined and would not change their habits easily. Now that he had actually put down his hands for himself, it was evident that Lin Tian still valued himself. This point made Liu Xiaofei secretly happy in her heart. Then, like a kitten, she rubbed against Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian smiled faintly and stopped reading. After turning off the lights, he hugged Liu Xiaofei and went to sleep. Liu Xiaofei was sleepless at first, but after being hugged by Lin Tian, her entire body softened and she fell asleep without realizing it. During the period when the two of them were sleeping, the internet was in a state of chaos. Who was Liu Xiaofei? National goddess. Fairy sister. Her male fans were lined up more than the people of a province. I don't know how many people are dreaming of falling in love with her. Such a goddess. Who could stand it when it suddenly came out that she was pregnant? Even though the heat search during the day was already hot enough, after the incident continued to ferment, the heat at night, instead of decreasing by half, became more and more exaggerated, even to the point that even Weibo was rushed by this group of angry fans and crashed for a while. It could now be seen that the number of searches for this topic had reached a staggering 1 billion times on Weibo alone, and the lowly comments were as many as 10 million. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my fairy sister be pregnant? This is definitely fake news. Pictures can be recordings can be forged. Before I see my fairy sister personally admit it, I will never believe this dog Zhuwei's words. Yes, dog Zhuwei's favorite thing is to fabricate facts. It's absolutely impossible for Sister Fairy to be pregnant. What kind of thing is this Lin Tian? He's also worthy of our fairy sister? If we don't get to the bottom of what this Lin Tian is all about, it's just that you netizens can't do it anymore. Chapter 16, we've received a report that you, Ms. Liu Xiaofei, are in the company of a murderer. In the morning, the people who knew about it were just a small group of people, because all the big guys had to go to work. and there was no one who would be in the mood to brush their microblogs early in the morning. But as soon as the evening came, after they came back from work, they immediately swiped the news about this matter. So once the group of fans who knew about this news grew, those possessive boyfriend fans completely exploded. The entire Weibo was practically filled with curses. Those who were saying that Lin Tian wasn't good enough for Liu Xiaofei were all still in a relatively mild situation, and the really angry boyfriend fans were already manhandling Lin Tian and preparing for a cyberstorm. However, when this group of people angrily picked up their keyboards, preparing to affectionately start greeting Lin Tian and his family after they had finished fleshing him out, they abruptly realized that even though Lin Tian was not a good match for Liu Xiaofei, he was not a good match for Liu Xiaofei. They abruptly realized that even after several hours had passed, they still hadn't pulled out some of Lin Tian's more vital messages. Even Lin Tian's phone number was not available. The only information they could investigate was that he worked at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute while still being a 24-year-old doctor. Occasionally, he would go to Mingju University to help substitute for classes, but he would immediately return to the institute after a class, without even a chance to communicate. Coupled with the fact that all the information about him on the internet was hidden, even if the netizens tried their best, they couldn't find out any detailed information about Lin Tian. My goodness, who the hell is this Lin Tian? No one's been able to find out any useful information so far, even if I can't find out his phone number. I don't even know which school he used to go to. No one from his old classmates has come forward to say anything. Do they dare not, or what? Finally one of his old classmates came forward to speak, but the school he attended before. In addition to the graduation photo and the information that he is very smart and has a good personality, the same can't find out any other bit of news. Wow, his junior high school graduation photo is so handsome. I can't help but be impressed. Brothers, we have to hold the bottom line. We have to make this person who defiled our fairy sister be punished, but they are really good match. The one upstairs is trying to taste the taste of being cyber violated, is it? Step it up. Now that an old classmate has come out, we're getting closer to getting his information. Originally, the internet was still clear of curses, but as Lin Tian's photos from junior high school were released, the voices suddenly became much weaker again. There was no way. It was too handsome. This was the only face value they had ever seen that could match Liu Xiaofei. In this situation, even for some of the males, they had to admit it. If they really wanted Liu Xiaofei to marry anyone, only Lin Tian would make them understand where exactly they lost. But this didn't stop the anger of most of the male fans. They started to frantically attack Lin Tian on the internet. At first it was just cursing, but later on it was organized rumors. Do you guys know? This Lin Tian has already deflowered 10 women. He's a proper scum, cheating on Liu Xiaofei's feelings. More than that, he's also a super rich second generation with a heavenly background, deleting all news related to him on the internet in order to cover up his previous evil deeds. It's rumored that he killed 7 or 8 people before, and after being taken away by the police, nothing happened, and when he left the police station, the chief had to follow him around like a lapdog. This Lin Tian also colludes with foreign forces, selling our national intelligence in exchange for glory and wealth. I saw him stomp a 70-year-old grandmother to death. Oh my god, how could there be such a person? Liu Xiaofei is too dangerous. Strongly request for the police to be called in. Hopefully the police can intervene to protect Liu Xiaofei's safety. The police can intervene, my ass. He has his hands full and is still afraid of the police. Oh, Liu Xiaofei, you mustn't have an accident. Under the various versions of rumors from a group of netizens, Lin Tian instantly turned from a fine good citizen to a great evil. Not only was he a lecherous devil, he also killed without blinking an eye. And even the police department was afraid to look at him. But anyone with a little bit of brain should be able to tell if this information was true or false. But it was just that many people believed it. There was no way around it. They were in a state of complete rage right now. As long as the news could be unfavorable to Lin Tian, they would naturally selectively believe it. Coupled with the fact that there were people frantically bringing up the tempo, firing up the heat of these rumors. So much so that when these rumors spread, quite a few people started to frantically hate the Public Security Bureau of the Pearl. Hopefully, the Public Security Bureau could safeguard Liu Xiaofei's safety. This matter intensified, and by the next morning, Liu Xiaofei was woken up by her cell phone ringing. Flipping it open, she was taken aback. It was actually the number of a Pearl official. She hurriedly connected and inquired, "Hello, may I ask what's up? That, are you Ms. Liu Xiaofei Liu? Recently, our bureau has received a large amount of reported information saying that you are currently staying by the side of a murderous demon and are in great danger. May I ask if you need assistance?" The voice coming from the other end of the phone made Liu Xiaofei instantly confused. A murderous demon? How did she not know that there was a murderous demon by her side? Liu Xiaofei said breathlessly, "There is no murderous demon beside me. I think you should have misunderstood." If she were to say that in some unfamiliar place, She might still have a suspicion as to whether or not she was really harboring a murderous demon or something in her vicinity. But this was the Townsend's villa, the most prestigious villa in the entire Pearl. The probability of him being able to let a murderous demon in was almost zero. What's more, this villa has alarm systems set up inside and out. Once a stranger enters without permission, the alarm system will definitely be triggered. The fact that there was no alarm now meant that there was no such situation at all. MS. Lou, is there someone next to you? But the official clearly didn't believe it and inquired in a low voice. She felt that Liu Xiaofei might have been threatened. Otherwise, where would there be so many reports? Liu Xiaofei glanced at Lin Tian beside her, staring at his near-perfect sleeping face, and said breathlessly, "There is indeed someone beside me, but it's not some murderer. It's my husband, MS. Lou, are you sure? If there are any difficulties, you can tell us." The official personnel still held the principle that they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, was speechless and was about to speak when Lin Tian, who was on the side, had already been woken up. Lin Tian had heard all their conversation just now, so he said to Liu Xiaofei, "Give me your cell phone, I'll talk to them." Liu Xiaofei felt her brain hurt a bit and hurriedly handed her cell phone to Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "I'm a scientific researcher from the 138th Scientific Research Team, external number 12138. What's the problem?" Chapter 17 138 Scientific Research Group. As important scientific research forces of the country, researchers would naturally enjoy a lot of privileges, as long as he reported which experimental group he was a member of. Lin Tian could basically rule out most of the cases, even though the number of reported calls this time was up to 1 million. The official personnel immediately fell silent when they heard 138 experimental group. It was obvious that he had gone to check Lin Tian's external number. After being quiet for a while, he explained, "So it's 138. This matter is strange to say the least. There are so many people on the internet right now calling the police to say that there's a murderous demon beside Miss Liu Xiaofei, so we'd better call and ask for security reasons." Murderous devil? Do you think I am? Lin Tian was amused by this title. It was fine to call him a science fanatic, but a murderous devil? He really didn't have much interest in being one. Ha ha ha. Since you're 138, even if I am, there's no way you are. This is definitely just a rumor they're running there. The official laughed. There was already immense trust in Lin Tian. After all, most of the people in this experimental group had gone through strict screening. Not only were their relatives within 5 generations checked, but they also had to be examined by a specialized psychiatrist. Anyone who was a little bit off would not be able to pass the first 2 hurdles, not to mention a series of tests at the back. The probability of something going wrong with such a person was almost zero, and when they encountered them, they basically didn't care anymore. Of course, all of this was also because of the Semiconductor Research Institute's peddling. Otherwise the officials really wouldn't be able to say that they would release people. Well, that's it then. Hard work you guys. No hard work, no hard work. The two then hung up the phone. Liu Xiaofei looked at Lin Tian curiously, very surprised in her heart. As a big city, the official personnel in the Pearl were definitely very strict, especially when they received millions of calls to the police. It was even more unlikely that they would leave this matter unsettled. It is also precisely for this reason that just now, even if Liu Xiaofei has clearly expressed his situation, they do not believe it. But what's the situation today? Just reported his number. Didn't even need to say his name, and the other official staff just directly disregarded it? Originally, Liu Xiaofei felt that Lin Tian's work was already impressive, but now it was clearly a bit beyond her expectations. Lin Tian put down his cell phone and after stretching, he smiled faintly at Liu Xiaofei and said, "Do you want to have a breakfast? I'll make it for you." Really? Hearing that Lin Tian was going to cook food for himself, Liu Xiaofei instantly became excited. But soon, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you want me to help make it too?" She always felt bad that she was eating for nothing by herself. "No, just sit back and wait for the food." Lin Tian got up and put on his jacket, went straight to the kitchen and started making it. During this time, Liu Xiaofei wanted to go up and help, but was strictly forbidden by Lin Tian. As a pregnant woman, it was better to let him do this kind of dirty work. But Lin Tian could see that Liu Xiaofei was still a bit polite, and was overjoyed in his heart, so he only had to ask rhetorically, "So you don't want to eat the dishes I made for you so much?" "Of course I don't," Liu Xiaofei hurriedly denied. Fearing Lin Tian's misunderstanding explained, "I just think it's a bit not so good to sit and wait for food like this. You're my wife. Shouldn't I cook food for you?" Lin Tian once again asked rhetorically. Well, alright, don't think so much. Wait for me to make delicious food for you. Good boy." Lin Tian rubbed Liu Xiaofei's head again. Liu Xiaofei could only nod her head shyly in agreement. Then, Lin Tian went to the kitchen to cook the dishes. During the time he was cooking, Tang Yuan also woke up and after walking downstairs with a yawn, she saw Lin Tian wrapped in an apron. Lin Tian seemed to have noticed her coming down as well and lifted his head to look at her. After the two of them looked at each other, they smiled at each other for a bit before Lin Tian continued cooking. So handsome. As for Tang Yuan, she couldn't help but be a bit flamboyant at this moment. Lin Tian really was that kind of, particularly unique, indescribable feeling, especially his temperament. That kind of high and cold with gentleness, domineering with subtlety. It simply poked their fantasies about men too much. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't hold her liquor and got drunk after a few drinks, she didn't know who would be the one who is now a mom. Damn, what are you thinking? Can't stand up to Fei? When the thoughts just reached here, Tang Yuan hurriedly interrupted herself off, and slapped herself hard in her heart. Shaking off those messy thoughts, Tang Yuan sat down next to Liu Xiaofei. She said enviously, "Little Fei, I feel more and more as if you found the right person. This person is handsome and gentle even if he's not. He's also a doctor. Even if he's a doctor, he can also cook. Where do you think I should look to find such a good one? Do you want me to learn from you and go for a one-night stand too? Will I be so lucky? Then I don't think there should be a second Lin Tian to give you a one-night stand." Liu Xiaofei smiled proudly. Seriously, Liu Xiaofei was completely confident that there was absolutely no second Lin Tian to be found under the sky. How long has this been going on? Look at how dejected you've gotten, Tang Yuan complained. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, said with a smile, "But he's really outstanding. I can't even if I don't want to be dejected. Come on, let's stop this topic." Tang Yuan hurriedly waved her hand. She knew her character. If she continued to let her talk on, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and would want to find another one. And since she had seen Lin Tian, her standards would be raised accordingly, and she probably wouldn't be able to look at anyone who wasn't half as good as Lin Tian. In that case, it would be a little more difficult for her. Okay nah, don't say it nah. Liu Xiaofei smiled cheekily, and then thought of the phone call in the morning. She quickly asked, Yuan, I just received a call from an official person saying that hundreds of people have reported that there are murderous demons around me. Can you help me see what's going on? Are you not even going to look online these days? This must be the work of someone on the internet. Tang Yuan could be sure that it was the internet that was messing things up without even bothering to look. This was because ever since Liu Xiaofei decided to give birth to this child and get together with Lin Tian, she had expected Lin Tian to be criticized by 1,000 people on the internet. So much so, this matter didn't surprise Tang Yuan at all. I think for the sake of the child's health, it's better not to play with your cell phone. It's better to focus on nurturing the baby these days. Tang Yuan was instantly speechless by this reasoning, but she couldn't say anything. Indeed, it was the child who was the biggest right now, and cell phones and whatnot could be sacrificed. So Tang Yuan could only be forced to check out the situation on the internet herself. Chapter 18, Rumors from the Unscrupulous Media. It was better not to look on the internet, but it was a shock to look. 2 billion searches had kept the matter of Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian at the top of the list, untouched by the slightest bit. But this topic was fine. They had seen it yesterday. The key was the bunch of topics below. Lin Tian suspected of domestic violence. Beating his girlfriend has long been a habit, and even once killed a girlfriend. Many lives under his command, brutal and inhuman, but never sanctioned. Lin Tian in the end, who is the saint, and how big is the hand behind it? Let dozens of girlfriends abortion. Lin Tian is not worthy of being a man. Why Liu Xiaofei too obsessed with it? It's suspected that Fei Lu is being mentally manipulated by Lin Tian. I implore those who know magic to cure Fei Lu. It's rumored that Lin Tian is a homosexual, and deliberately deceived Fei Lu. The doctorate degree is full of doubts. Why is there no news about him on the internet? What kind of shocking secrets are hidden here? Lin Tian is a shameless villain. MJ Liu Xiaofei. Liu Xiaofei is absolutely forced to be with him. As you can see, the entire Weibo hot search list, the top 10 are all about the two of them. Of the 10 of them, apart from the one at the top which was just exposing Liu Xiaofei's pregnancy, almost all of the others were cursing Lin Tian. Many people even had a big brainstorm and put all kinds of hats on Lin Tian. The most important thing was the unscrupulous media's retweeting, fueling the flames and making the heat of these topics continue to rise. It was as if there were already quite a few passersby who believed in the truth and were clamoring on the internet to catch the black hand behind Lin Tian. After reading these messages, Tang Yuan's face didn't look too good as she said to Liu Xiaofei, I think it's still necessary for you to take a look after all. You know what's going on best. What's going on? Liu Xiaofei was curious and put her head over. In her opinion, even if the matter of her pregnancy was exposed, those fans would at most scold them and nothing more would happen. But after seeing the top 10 topics on Weibo, she still froze. What the hell is this group of people? Why are they still rumor-mongering about others? Murdering devil, domestic violence man, scum, MJ, even under compulsion ran out. It had to be said that this group of people were really idle out of their asses, fixing these every day. Hiss. Phew. After Liu Xiaofei saw this scene, her entire body got bad, and she kept taking deep breaths there, trying her best to control her emotions. She didn't want Lin Tian to be cyberstormed on the internet just because of her. After scanning through the messages, Liu Xiaofei gritted her teeth and said, Yuan, help me prepare a live broadcast. I'm going to come out and clarify things. If she continued to let them go on like this, Liu Xiaofei didn't even know what they would say. Alien civilization? Cosmic life? The more she thought about it, the more Liu Xiaofei felt the need to clarify. Now that the internet is full of your curses, it's best to remain silent for a while, and then come out to clarify after the heat has gone down. And Lin Tian's information is well protected. They can't even find out Lin Tian's phone number up to now, so there's no need to worry about cyberstorms. Tang Yuan suggested. People couldn't listen to any words when they were extremely angry. Liu Xiaofei came out to clarify now, and in the case of facing angry fans, there was a high probability that people wouldn't even listen to what you said. Instead, it will backfire. So wait for a period of time, when everyone's emotions are consumed, then come out to clarify. Only then will there be a certain effect. What's more, cursing online was cursing, but a group of them couldn't even find out half of Lin Tian's news, so they could only be helplessly furious. Net rage? People don't even have a net. What are you taking about NetBot? No way. I won't allow Lin Tian's reputation to be subjected to such wanton rumors because of me. There must be a clarification meeting, Liu Xiaofei said firmly, and seeing that her mind was made up, Tang Yuan didn't say anything more inside before agreeing. Alright, how about I arrange it for you until 8 o'clock in the evening? No problem. During the time the two were talking, Lin Tian had already prepared 3 simple breakfasts. He vaguely heard Liu Xiaofei say no problem, so he curiously asked, what are you guys talking about? Don't you watch the internet? Seeing that Lin Tian didn't know anything about it, Tang Yuan asked even more curiously. Nowadays, as long as there was any software that had something to do with entertainment, you would almost always see news about Lin Tian when you clicked on it. As a result, Lin Tian didn't know. Is this something that doesn't even look at the phone? Lin Tian smiled indifferently and explained. The internet is filled with a lot of false information, and some content that clearly has a tendency, so apart from regularly keeping up with the current trends so that I don't get out of line with the youth, I generally don't pay attention to the internet. What is the internet? It has been treated as an extra-legal place by many. As long as they picked up a keyboard, they could roam this extra-legal land with abandon, relying on the art of losing one's nearest and dearest to reach the realm of vertical and horizontal invincibility, coupled with the fact that Western countries like to play the war of public opinion. Many times they would have some publicists and some 1450s specialize in going on the internet to bring the tempo. In such an environment, Lin Tian knew that the internet was a poison. It was best not to touch it. You're so young. Why are you talking about yourself like an old person? Tang Yuan couldn't help but spit it out. See what this is saying? So as not to be out of touch with the youth? Is this something a 24-year-old could say? Compared to you fashionable young people nowadays, we researchers are indeed like old people. Lin Tian smiled faintly and was intentionally modest. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, muttered after hearing this, then I still want to be a bit of an old person like you guys. With a status like yours, my parents would wake up laughing in their dreams. In China, no family would refuse the words honoring one's ancestors. If she became a scientific researcher in a national key institution, her parents would probably so and say, how did you know my daughter is a scientific researcher? As for her career as a star now, her parents had never taken this kind of career out to show off either. It's not that exaggerated. In fact, as long as you're interested in science and study hard, you can come in just the same. Lin Tian comforted. After hearing this, Tang Yuan was very speechless and said, you still believe this when you say it to a child, but do you think I'm a child? I might get into a good university if I study seriously, but I definitely won't reach your level. The more you grow up, the more you understand the importance of talent. Even 99.9% of effort was not as good as 0.1% of someone's talent. A position like Lin Tian's right now wasn't something that could be obtained just by relying on hard work. Chapter 19 Liu Xiaofei, don't mind the internet. National affairs is the most important thing. Lin Tian also had to admit that his own words were indeed just fooling small children. Effort determines your lower limit. Talent determines your upper limit. If your upper limit is not high, no matter how hard you work, it won't work. Take solving a math problem as an example. An ordinary person needs a few seconds of thinking time to figure out an equation after studying hard for several years. But a highly gifted person can calculate the answer in fractions of a second, even without much study. This is equivalent to the difference between a first-generation CPU and a recent 10 nanometers, 7 nanometers CPU. There was really no need for someone with an insufficiently high IQ to climb to his current position. Alright, let's not talk about this, let's eat first. Don't be hungry in the morning. Lin Tian smiled faintly and skirted around the topic. Me too? Tang Yuan asked in surprise when she saw the 3 breakfasts on the table. She had thought that she would have to go out to eat today, but she didn't expect Lin Tian to be so thoughtful. Lin Tian smiled. You're little Fei's best friend, so of course you have to be counted in, but I just don't know if it's to your taste. Suitable. It definitely fits. If a handsome man cooks, even if it's salty, it'll still fit, Tang Yuan said with a smile. Liu Xiaofei on the side saw the 2 of them chatting so happily, and immediately became a little jealous, a pair of beautiful eyes glaring at Tang Yuan. Perhaps being looked at by Liu Xiaofei with a bit of weakness, Tang Yuan could only helplessly say to Liu Xiaofei, don't worry, I won't steal your husband. Humph. Liu Xiaofei hummed lightly and didn't say anything more. She still trusted Tang Yuan as a good sister. The 2 then came to the dining table. Today's breakfast was skin egg and thin meat porridge, plus a fried egg, and a serving of brewed soy milk. The flavor of the soy milk was needless to say, but it was mainly on the skinny egg congee. I don't know how Lin Tian did it, but this bowl of skinny pork porridge with skinny eggs was so delicious that it had some excessive degree of flavor. Not only was the saltiness of the porridge just right, the consistency was also their ideal rice porridge. Coupled with the unique flavor of the skinny egg, it was simply delicious to the point of explosion. With just one bite, both Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan directly froze, their faces full of flushed color, obviously being delicious. How can this meat be so tender? Tang Yuan asked in surprise. The lean meat inside was also very strange. Obviously the ones made by others were very lean meat, but as a result, the ones made by Lin Tian were as tender as tofu. This flavor, it was simply absolute. This meat is made using fresh pork that was freshly killed on the day, and after marinating it, it's put in half a minute before it's served in the pot, and the texture is able to reach this level. Lin Tian answered their doubts squarely. After hearing this, Tang Yuan became more and more satisfied with Lin Tian in her heart. Someone who wasn't delicate enough really couldn't make this bowl of porridge. The key was that it was also so handsome. This lotus egg is also delicious. Liu Xiaofei took a bite of the poached egg and similarly let out an exclamation. This poached egg was bouncy, and it tasted like jelly. The yolk in the center is in a half-cooked state. You can poke it and use it to accompany the rice porridge. Based on Lin Tian's recommendation, Liu Xiaofei poked the yolk in the center. In an instant, yellow liquid gushed out and mixed with the rice porridge. After gently stirring it, Liu Xiaofei placed it into her mouth, and the moment it entered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened once again. So delicious. After this egg yolk was added in, the entire texture level of the skinny egg porridge was even richer, and she couldn't think of a second word other than delicious. Eat more if you like it. Lin Tian was also happy. Other than the very few people who were aloof, anyone would like to be recognized for what they did, and Lin Tian was no exception. Being praised so much by the 2 great beauties, his mood would naturally follow suit. That Lin Tian, I want to talk to you. It's the online. Tang Yuan had originally planned to tell all those things online. As a result, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Liu Xiaofei. The internet is a bunch of idiots right now, always gossiping about what's going on between me and you, but you don't have to care about it. They'll stop after a while. Tang Yuan on the side gave Liu Xiaofei a confused look. She didn't understand why Liu Xiaofei said that, but she at least understood that Liu Xiaofei didn't want to say those things on the internet right now, so she simply kept her mouth shut. Alright, Lin Tian obviously didn't think much about it. It wasn't that he couldn't see the abnormalities of Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan. It was just that he really wasn't interested in the internet. In comparison, the ocean of knowledge was what he aspired to. What's more, right now, he still had the photolithography and chip production project in hand. Even if he knew that there were a bunch of voices cursing him on the internet, he wouldn't care at all. After having breakfast, Lin Tian was ready to go to the research institute. He looked at Liu Xiaofei, who was about to lose her company again, and somewhat guiltily held her small hand and said, "Recently, I have a rather important project to carry out, and I really can't spare the time to come here, so after I'm done with this project, I'll take you out to play." "Well, you don't have to care about me. National matters are important. Not to mention I have Yuan with me. It's fine." Liu Xiaofei nodded. If she was honest, she really didn't particularly care about this matter. Not only because what Lin Tian was doing was a matter of national importance, but the key was that she was only 1 month pregnant right now, and it wasn't to the point where it was difficult for her to take 2 steps. At this point in time, as long as she didn't care about the baby in her stomach, it wouldn't be a problem for her to go out for a run and have some fun. Moreover, she still had Tang Yuan with her, and the 2 of them wouldn't feel bored watching TV in the living room. However, after seeing that Lin Tian still cared about the point of having no company, Liu Xiaofei's mood was still very pleasant. "I might even come back later today. If it's too late, You should go to bed earlier. Staying up late is not good for your body. Aha. After the two of them finished speaking, Lin Tian directly moved off to the research institute. After he left, Tang Yuan on the side said sourly, "Aya, you don't have to care about me. I have Yuan with me. Ha, I'm just a substitute. You only think of me when people leave. Yuan, are you jealous?" Liu Xiaofei looked at Tang Yuan with a smirk. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, said with a disgusted face, "Bah, I don't want to be jealous of you. If it wasn't for the fact that you're pregnant, I'd leave this Thai place in a minute, so I wouldn't have to see you guys spreading dog food to me every day." It's not like Tang Yuan was cheap and had to come and watch others show their love. It was mainly because Liu Xiaofei was pregnant. Lin Tian's special work had no way to accompany him, and Lin's mom, Shan Wanyu, would embarrass Liu Xiaofei, so she might as well come herself. He. I knew Yuan was the best for me. Don't worry, next time you're pregnant, I'll accompany you too. Liu Xiaofei hugged Tang Yuan and plastered. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, pushed her away with a disgusted face and said, "Okay, don't be fleshy. It's better to hurry up and think about what to say in your clarification meeting at night." Chapter 20, Minister Yen. Lin Tian says he can definitely finish it. Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute. When Lin Tian arrived, he could feel that the atmosphere here was somewhat depressing. Seeing many people looking at him, Lin Tian asked curiously, "What's wrong, team leader? There is an old man here today. I don't know what position he holds." Even Dean he had to fart around behind him, saying that if you come, go to the office and look for him. One person hurriedly explained, "Alright, you guys continue working on the topic I gave you yesterday. I'll go to the office." After hearing this, Lin Tian wasn't as nervous as they were. Instead he was very happy and directly stepped towards the office. Even if he didn't need to guess the purpose of the person who came, Lin Tian knew that it was bound to be about his application to mobilize the resources of various departments. Although He Wei did not directly finalize this matter, but since people are willing to come, it means that they are in this piece above. There is still room for discussion. After pushing open the door of the office, Lin Tian really saw an old man sitting on the sofa. This old man was wearing a Chinese mountain suit, white hair and white beard. His demeanor was extraordinary. At a glance, he was not an ordinary person. "Lin Tian, this is Minister Yen Ku. This time he came over. He mainly wants to ask you a few questions," He Wei briefly introduced. After hearing the name Yen Ku, Lin Tian's pupils slightly shrunk. In China, apart from some leaders who faced the public, there were also some who were leaders of secret departments, who would be responsible for managing all the departments that needed to be carried out in secrecy. And the Yen Ku in front of him was the general minister who was in charge of all the secret departments. He thought that at most a vice minister would come, but he didn't expect the chief minister to come personally. Obviously, they attached great importance to the matter of the photolithography machine. "Good day, Minister Yen." Lin Tian started with a simple greeting. Yen Ku nodded and stared at Lin Tian. "I'm just an old man who doesn't know the specifics of you researchers, so I wanted to come over to find out why you're 100% sure that you can make this photolithography machine, and even get a 7 nanometers chip out of it?" Lin Tian paused, then said, "I won't tell you about the specific academic knowledge. I'll just say a little bit that you can understand. Minister Yen, I'm willing to use my life as a guarantee. If the photolithography machine and the 7 nanometers chip are not completed as promised and as I said, I'll thank you with my death, guarantee with my life." This was equivalent to Lin Tian's biggest promise. It was also his most direct attitude, to tell Yen Ku that he would definitely be able to build this thing. If it was someone else who gave Yen Ku this kind of guarantee, Yen Ku would definitely not take any notice of the other party. Even a little more realistic words. Even if you really die to thank for the crime, what's the use? Your death wouldn't even be enough to cover the resources consumed by their departments. But Lin Tian is different. His deeds Yen Ku has heard of. Leading his own team, for China to catch up at least a few years of scientific research technology, rated by He Wei as a rare genius in 100 years. Such a genius, not only excellent ability, the key bottom clean, especially patriotic. All of the above factors added up. Only then did Yen Ku have hesitation, and even specifically came over to take a look. Otherwise, in exchange for any ordinary scientific researcher, he probably wouldn't have come to take a look. And as for applying for sector-wide support, it was even more unthinkable. "Do you know that you are responsible for what you have said?" Yen Ku gave a reminder. He was giving Lin Tian a step down at this time. If Lin Tian didn't have full certainty, it was best to hurry down the steps now. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret it at that time. But at the same time, this also represented a signal of Yen Ku's consent. There was no way, even if the request for sector-wide support was outrageous, if he was able to produce a photolithography machine and a 7 nanometers chip, then all the effort would be worth it. To know the significance of independent production of photolithography and 7 nanometers chips, not only lies in seizing the global market, increase China's GDP. More importantly, it is to enhance national confidence and tell all the people of China that they are not inferior to foreign countries in terms of scientific research technology. Think about some years ago. Foreign technology for photolithography blocked to the point of harshness. So far, there is not a single mainstream cell phone on the market that has their chips installed. All foreigners are laughing at their China cannot make photolithography and chips. Even many people in the country are sighing, lamenting the inferiority of China, worried that one day after China was sanctioned, not a single chip could be used. In this depressing atmosphere, their national self-confidence in the chip can be said to be zero is not too much. So the strategic significance of the photolithography in 7 nanometers is completely more significant than the commercial significance. This was an important opportunity to boost the confidence of the entire Chinese nation. More importantly, Yan Ku himself was also infuriated. TNND. As long as Lin Tian is really confident that he can make it, he takes his own hat as a guarantee all meters problem. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was full of confidence, looking straight at Yan Ku's eyes that were full of oppression, and said, Minister Yan, before I told Dean he that my certainty of building a photolithography machine and a 7 nanometers chip was 100%, and now after talking to you, my certainty. Saying this, he took a deep breath. Yan Ku and He Wei's hearts both thumped, thinking that at this juncture, Lin Tian was going to say that he was unsure, although their mouths had been confirming the meaning with Lin Tian, appearing as if they didn't really want to get it, but in reality they wanted it more than anyone else. It was just that they all felt that the certainty of 100% was a bit too much, so they had to come over many times to confirm the meaning. At this time, if Lin Tian dropped the ball, they would probably have a brain hemorrhage. Still 100%. Their worries were obviously redundant. Lin Tian still had this certainty. Good. Ha ha ha. Once Yan Ku heard this, he slammed the table and laughed out loud, saying, Very well, since you're so sure, then I'll agree to your request, and I'll give you 2 months. As long as you can build it within 2 months, anything is fine. As said before, the photolithography and 7 nanometers chip had more strategic significance than commercial significance, so even if it was built in 2 months, it would not affect it at all. Well, Minister Yan, don't worry. Lin Tian didn't have a very strong need to finish it in a month. Since people were willing to give it 2 months, it was fine for him to agree to it, turn around and finish it earlier and return the remaining month. Yan Ku took a sip of the tea on the table. Looking at the unchanged Lin Tian, he nodded in relief. The young people nowadays are really something. One is more powerful than the other. On the front foot, another project of his had been completed and he had received an award from the state. And now Lin Tian had brought a big surprise to himself on the back foot. It seemed that the waves of the Yangtze River really pushed forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past died on the beach. Chapter 21, For the Glory of Our Country, we must build a photolithography machine in a month. After getting Yan Ku's permission, the next thing Lin Tian had to do was to plan all the things he needed and write a report to submit to Yan Ku. After obtaining Yan Ku's permission, the next thing Lin Tian had to do was to plan all the things he needed and write a report to Yan Ku's side. After that, Yan Ku, as well as the leaders of the various departments, would assist the 138 research group that Lin Tian was currently a part of, to build the extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine with all their might. As for the report, Lin Tian already had a rough plan last night. In just 2 hours, he had written down clearly what he needed and which department's help he needed at what point in time. After submitting the report to He Wei, Lin Tian had planned to go directly to start his research, but he was stopped by He Wei. Xiao Tian, this time Minister Yan has really put his blood on the line for you. You have to know that there are some places in our country right now. I don't know how many places need talents. Now that he's agreed to mobilize all the departments to support you, I don't know how many projects will fall as a result, and may even fail, so no matter what you have to succeed. You can't let Minister Yan's trust down. This kind of thing was actually well known to everyone, but He Wei still felt like saying something to make it clearer. After hearing this, Lin Tian nodded. Teacher, don't worry, I understand all of this. Well, then I'll go and submit the report first. You and the other members will get rid of some simple problems first. Good. After saying goodbye to He Wei, Lin Tian returned to the lab. At this moment, the 138 team members all turned their gazes over, and one of them, who was on good terms with Lin Tian, couldn't help but ask, Team leader, who is that old man? What is he doing here? Minister Yan was the minister of all the secret departments, and their Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute was only a department under his hand. It was very reasonable for the members here not to recognize him. You don't need to know who the identity is, but you don't need to worry about the photolithography and chips next. You tell everyone from the institute to gather here. Yan Ku's identity. Lin Tian felt no need to say. In contrast, it was better to mobilize his group as soon as possible. The photolithography machine and the chip could be made one day earlier. Alright. After that member obeyed the order, he immediately called all of the total of over 100 researchers from the research institute to Lin Tian's front. After sweeping them, Lin Tian took out chalk and wrote a row of words on the blackboard. Comrades, the time to fight for our country's glory has come. Just now, the upper echelons of the country agreed to mobilize all relevant departments to fully cooperate with our Semiconductor Research Institute's research on photolithography and chips. I don't need to say, you should all understand very well. See, foreign countries in the technology of photolithography and chip. To our China's technology blockade in the end, how serious? So serious that our country random graduate students go out to study semiconductors, will be treated by them as a thief. Send people to watch. We must independently develop photolithography and chips to break this technological blockade. There's nothing we Chinese can't do. Fortunately, my research in photolithography and chips has already reached the stage where it's just a matter of practicing. So everyone can definitely succeed if they follow my methods. Although the upper echelons have given our institute a full 2 months to produce it, I'm not satisfied with this time. I want to complete it within a month. The reason is simple. In 3 months, a foreign country will officially release a 7 nanometers chip. If we can make a photolithography machine and build a chip before him, then we are victorious. Everyone, is there any confidence? Lin Tian's speaking skills were also very impressive, just like a speech. So much so that everyone was listening to it in an uplifting manner. When Lin Tian finally asked everyone if they had any confidence, after they glanced at each other, they shouted in unison, very neatly, yes, very good. I'm going to divide the 5 of you into groups next, and each group will have several projects to complete. You just need to do all those things in the time I say. Lin Tian was very confident this time. He was even confident to the point that no matter how many times those people came to ask, he would be able to answer the other party that he was 100% sure. The reason for this was that the design drawings given by the system were very much in place. It wouldn't sound as if it was just a piece of paper because of the design drawings that were handed over. In fact, there were at least thousands of pages of design drawings, in which from top to bottom, almost all of the materials used to make it, as well as the final assembly method, were all introduced clearly. In this kind of open book exam situation, if Lin Tian still couldn't complete it, then he could really not live. No, this situation couldn't even be called an open book exam, because in an open book exam you still need to find the answers. But now Lin Tian's situation is that he needs to find the answers? He just copied it directly and that was it. So this exam is completely putting the correct answer in front of you and letting you copy it. If you can still copy the wrong one here, then don't think too much about it and just reopen it, okay? Yes. The other members didn't know the source of Lin Tian's confidence, but out of their trust in Lin Tian, they still responded neatly. Next, Lin Tian began to set up the various tasks. Of course, even though he trusted these fellows, he wasn't foolish enough to give many of the core parts to this group of people to take care of. He had even separated many of the parts, intending to hand them over to the research institutes of a few other territories. When it was time for the final assembly, just leave it to him. After arranging the various tasks, He Wei also came to Lin Tian's side after submitting his report. Good boy, the resources you mobilized can be a lot less than what Minister Yin thought. He agreed immediately after reading it, and the other top brass didn't have half an opinion either. He Wei couldn't help but praise once again. Lin Tian was definitely the best student he had ever seen, and now it wouldn't be too much to say that he was better than Blue. Because the reason why Minister Yin and the others felt that there was less mobilization this time around wasn't that there were very few resources used, but rather that Lin Tian could write down what he needed and when he needed it in a clear manner, especially which departments were required to do which things, at which times. This kind of detailed report would allow those departments to not have to stay on standby at all times, and just do things according to the plan. In other words, they can use the rest of the time to continue to accomplish what they did before. Can more resources be mobilized in this way? It could be said that that report was nothing short of a God's hand, completely solving what they felt was a serious problem in one go. Nowadays, all departments could be coordinated. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, "Teacher, if you're praising me, it's better to wait until the photolithography chips come out. Let's hurry up and start." Good, hurry up and start. Chapter 22, Starting a Rumor. $100 million is nothing. $100 million is nothing. While Lin Tian's side was in full swing preparing for the photolithography and chips, Liu Xiaofei's side was also ready to start dispelling rumors. She asked Tang Yuan to contact a public relations team to put out a message on the internet about the live broadcast at 8 o'clock tonight. Now that Liu Xiaofei was dominating the top 10 of the hot search list, the heat was definitely enough. And once this message of hers was released, in just less than half an hour's time, it was topped on the hot search. Countless netizens were scrambling to discuss it underneath the comments. Asterisk. Why is Fairy Sister suddenly going live? Is it hard to come out to dispel rumors? It's very likely. I was just wondering, how could Fairy Sister get pregnant? Ha ha ha, finally the truth will come out. I believe that Sister Fairy is definitely being rumored and slandered. 8 o'clock at night. Brothers don't see each other. Finally waited for the Fairy Sister to come out to refute the rumor. Too touching. If not come out again, I'm going to doubt life. Oh, Fairy Sister, tell me, online those must be rumors, right? What are these people upstairs thinking? How can some news be empty rumors? Zhou Wei has said that since he dared to report it, it's because he heard it with his own ears. That's right. And according to the testimony of many students from Mingzhu University, that afternoon Liu Xiaofei did go to Mingzhu University to look for Lin Tian. When Liu Xiaofei won the Best Actress award some time ago, she couldn't control her vomiting many times, so she's definitely pregnant. Not to mention Mingzhu University, someone even saw the two of them at the First People's Hospital in Mingzhu. If she wasn't really pregnant, I think she would have come out to dispel the rumors the first time Zhou Wei broke the news, instead of waiting until now. Aha! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There were many of Liu Xiaofei's fans on the internet who expressed their disbelief, but more people felt that there was little hope. Because of all the evidence, it was proving that Liu Xiaofei was indeed pregnant, but people live in hope of a miracle, and many fans still stubbornly believe that this is a live broadcast to dispel rumors. Under this kind of thinking, the heat of Liu Xiaofei's live broadcast was so high that it once surpassed the news that slandered Lin Tian, and reached the second on the hot search list. As for the first, after the fermentation of the past 2 days, the number of searches had reached more than 2 billion times. It really wasn't possible to surpass it for a while, but even if it didn't reach the level of number 1 on the list, the horrifying heat, all the major live broadcast platforms had seen it in their eyes. There were already several live streaming platforms in a row that had contacted Liu Xiaofei, hoping that Liu Xiaofei could come to their platforms alone to livestream, and the bids were very high. Little Fei, there are already 10 live streaming platforms that want to spend money to let you go live to them. The 2 live streaming platforms, Cat's Tooth and Teasing Fish, have even offered $100 million. Tang Yuan said with a little bit of gluttony, just broadcasting a live show, you can get 100 million. Is there a better money-making errand than this? However, thinking about it, with Liu Xiaofei's current popularity, as soon as she starts broadcasting, I don't know how many people will flock in to watch. As long as they get the exclusive broadcasting rights, there will be hundreds of millions of viewers flocking to their platform. Think about how much traffic such a large number of viewers represents. It can completely eliminate their annual expenses on advertising and marketing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a one-off. This 100 million they were definitely willing to spend. However, after Liu Xiaofei heard this, her eyebrows were screwed together. She really didn't care about the money right now. She cared more about the group of voices on the internet that were cursing Lin Tian. Originally, Liu Xiaofei had casually gone to a live broadcasting platform and opened a clarification live broadcast, but now after hearing the invitation from this group of live broadcasting platforms, she had a slight thought process, since she wanted to clarify, what was the most important thing she needed? It must be more people seeing it. You tell them that I don't want any money, but I'll synchronize the live broadcast on all the live broadcast platforms. Liu Xiaofei decided to simply synchronize the live broadcast on all live broadcast platforms. This would allow more people to see it, and she could also clear up Lin Tian's negative news on the internet as soon as possible. 100 million. Are you sure you don't want it? It's not worth it if you don't earn it. Tang Yuan was still a bit greedy for that $100 million. Anyway, even if Liu Xiaofei went live on whichever platform alone, the effect would still be the same. By then, the media would be just as likely to report it. Her group of fans would be just as likely to wail, and in the end, the whole of Huaxia would know about it. So instead of not collecting money, it would be better to earn this 100 million for nothing. Even as the heat of this matter continued to get higher, she could still bargain with those live streaming platforms, and maybe even raise the price a bit. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, smashed her tongue and glared angrily at Tang Yuan. She said, now that the internet is full of negative news about Lin Tian all over, if you're still charging this amount at this time, aren't you just letting them see the joke? Alright, then I'll go tell them. Tang Yuan hadn't really thought of that. Aha. Liu Xiaofei nodded and began to organize what she was going to say tonight. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, immediately went to communicate with those live broadcast platforms, regarding the point of having all the live broadcast platforms synchronize their broadcasts. The small platforms must have been mad with joy after hearing this, because they knew that they couldn't possibly beat the other 2 big platforms to death. So this news is undoubtedly good for them. They can get the permission to broadcast at zero cost, but also can attract a wave of traffic, a steady profit. Small platforms are happy, big platforms are not, especially the 2, Teasing Fish and Cat Teeth. They are ready to rely on this wave of traffic to reach the top of the first platform. But the result is that Liu Xiaofei wants to synchronize the live broadcast of all platforms. This operation could have made them stupid. The executives of Teasing Fish and Cat Tooth hurriedly asked, "Ms. Tang, is the money not enough? We can discuss it again. So I'll add another 100 million. And then calculate your dividends according to the flow." Sure enough, as Tang Yuan guessed, with Liu Xiaofei's popularity right now, they were all set to go for a negotiation in terms of price. Unfortunately, even she understood which one was important compared to this money and a perfect husband, even one who worked in a key national organization. It's not a matter of money. If you guys agree, then we'll synchronize the live broadcast. If you don't, then it won't be broadcast at your place. Tang Yuan decisively refused. Once the executives of the two major platforms heard this, they quickly agreed. If they didn't agree, wouldn't it be the same as giving hundreds of millions of dollars of traffic to those small platforms? After hanging up with Tang Yuan, the executive from Teasing Fish looked at the general manager and inquired, "General manager, is this still going to be advertised to Liu Xiaofei?" For Liu Xiaofei's live broadcast rights this time, they had prepared a package of advertisements to hype up the heat, but now they wanted to synchronize the live broadcast across all platforms, so they couldn't catch what to do for a while. Fight! Not only do we have to fight, but we have to fight even more aggressively. Chapter 23, in front of hundreds of millions of viewers, she becomes a husband protector. The general manager's words made the group of executives a little confused. It wasn't even an exclusive broadcast right anymore, so why did they have to fight even harder? What kind of operation was this? General manager, I don't quite understand why we need to fight more aggressively, someone asked curiously. The general manager, on the other hand, sneered and said, since Liu Xiaofei is synchronizing the live broadcast on the entire platform this time, it means that the playing field is the same for each of us. In this situation, and with so many people wanting to watch the live broadcast, what should we do? What do you guys think? We should let them see that we have Liu Xiaofei's livestream here earlier than other live streaming platforms. There was a senior who was very smart and guessed it in a flash. Very well, I'll leave the matter of advertising to you next. Make sure you do it beautifully for me. The general manager nodded with satisfaction, and even handed over the task of advertising to him. When that man heard that, he almost didn't jump up in excitement. Fortunately, his brain was quick, otherwise how could he have gotten this opportunity? The other colleagues around him also looked at him with envy. To know, the person in charge of advertising this project not only has enough oil and water, the key is also a chance to perform in front of the general manager. As long as he did well enough this time, the future was promising. Many people were chagrined. Why didn't they think of it just now? General manager, I won't let you down. The man also understood this and excitedly assured himself. And besides the teeming fish having this kind of thought, the cat's tooth side was naturally the same. The two major companies did as they said, and before 8 o'clock, they did whatever it took to get this advertisement out properly. After the unremitting efforts of the two companies, now on the entire network, there is almost no one who doesn't know that Liu Xiaofei is going to go live at 8 o'clock this evening. Although they don't know what exactly Liu Xiaofei's live broadcast content is, this matter can easily arouse other people's curiosity. Some people who weren't big fans of Liu Xiaofei also said that they were going to check it out at night. Under this craze, even if Liu Xiaofei didn't go on air, the lowest popularity in the rooms specially prepared for her on the major live broadcast platforms were tens of thousands of people. The highest popularity ones were as high as tens of millions. This dam hasn't even started broadcasting yet, right? How come there are so many people? I'll be damned. This is too many people, isn't it? I've just seen several other platforms synchronizing their broadcasts. I'm afraid there are more than this many people. Hundreds of millions are possible. This is definitely a record breaker. What do you guys think Liu Xiaofei is doing with this live broadcast? According to inside information, she refused the exclusive broadcasting rights of Cat Tooth and Teasing Fish for $100 million. Not even 100 million? What the hell is Liu Xiaofei trying to do this time? No one knows. Even Liu Xiaofei's PR team doesn't know what Liu Xiaofei has been doing these days. I don't know about anything else, but since $100 million can be refused, it means that this matter is more important than $100 million. There's a good show to watch. I believe Fairy's sister must have come out to dispel the rumors. She's definitely not pregnant. I hereby make a poisonous oath. If Sister Fairy is pregnant, I will go to the monastery tomorrow and become a monk. Do you have a bachelor's degree upstairs? If you don't, you can't even be a monk. Now Liu Xiaofei's major live broadcast rooms were buzzing with all kinds of pop-ups constantly popping up. The most of them are still asking, Liu Xiaofei, this live broadcast, in the end to live what? Unfortunately, no one knows the answer to this question and can only wait until 8 o'clock. When the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, Liu Xiaofei also noticed these. She looked at the gradually rising popularity, and in her heart, there was an urge to immediately open the broadcast to clarify for Lin Tian, but she also knew that since she said 8 o'clock, she had to wait until 8 o'clock. Only at that time would there be the most people. Time passed minute by minute. Liu Xiaofei felt twice as tormented. Time's up. It wasn't until 8 o'clock, after Tang Yuan reminded her, that Liu Xiaofei had a burst of energy and immediately clicked the on-air button. The moment she went on air, more than 24 live broadcast platforms simultaneously appeared with Liu Xiaofei's exquisite and perfect little face. Even with the original camera disliking the face shot of the veiled lens, Liu Xiaofei's face looked good to a somewhat excessive degree, completely a fairy descending to earth. Those fans on the internet calling her fairy sister really wasn't excessive at all. Fairy sister has finally appeared. Oh, we miss you so much, fairy sister. Quickly tell us, the news of your pregnancy must be false, right? Asterisk. Which star is this? The original camera dislike plain face or so good looking? Fairy sister, quickly tell this group of internet spammers that they're all spreading rumors. You're not pregnant at all and you haven't been with that Lin Tian guy, right? Fairy sister, why don't you come out earlier? We miss you so much. This is too good looking, right? As a passerby, I'm a fan. Did that bastard called Lin Tian kidnap you? And now he's threatening you to come out and clarify. Don't be afraid. Fairy sister, we'll help you. The moment Liu Xiaofei appeared, the pop-up screen directly and completely exploded. Her fans hurriedly spoke, wanting Liu Xiaofei to explain the situation. And some people who didn't know Liu Xiaofei and were just curious to click in to take a look, ended up being instantly enamored by Liu Xiaofei's face value in an instant. Not to mention that there is no makeup, just do not open the face. Liu Xiaofei has left those netroots 108,000 miles. Is not those netroots can be compared. As for the question of whether or not Liu Xiaofei is pregnant, it is estimated that only male fans will be particularly concerned about it. And those who really like Liu Xiaofei are now asking with a blessed mindset. Looking at the sheets of pop-ups, Liu Xiaofei took a deep breath. Then, under the attention of all the people, she slowly opened her mouth. Let me make it clear. I only have two purposes for opening the live broadcast today. The first one is that I want to tell everyone that all those words on the hot search list that slandered my husband are all rumors. My husband and I are fine. There's no such nonsense as domestic violence. What cheating? What parasitizing? Those media and people who casually create rumors. If they don't delete the rumors again, I will go through the judicial process and sue each and every family. Don't doubt my determination. My words are here today. Whoever dares to rumor monger about my husband again, I won't spare a single one. Speaking later, Liu Xiaofei's eyes gradually turned cold and her tone was unusually frightening. After many netizens saw this, they all had chills down their backs and didn't dare to post any more words cursing Lin Tian, and those people who had rumored about Lin Tian. At this moment, their hands and feet were even colder, just because of Liu Xiaofei's attitude. They were almost certain that if they didn't delete it, they would definitely have to go to the court for a walk. Looking at the angry Liu Xiaofei at this moment, many netizens couldn't help but think of one word in their hearts. Husband protection demon. Chapter 24 Hard dislike. Fairy sister's anger. The rumors on the internet about Liu Xiaofei being kidnapped and threatened by Lin Tian to come and start a clarification live broadcast were all gone at this moment. After all, how could they not have imagined that Liu Xiaofei would actually be able to become this angry in front of the camera? If Liu Xiaofei had really been kidnapped and threatened to come, how could she possibly react like this? This didn't feel like a kidnapping at all. Instead it felt like Liu Xiaofei had chased the other party backwards and was now acting as a husband protector. All the viewers were dumbfounded, sending out disbelieving pop-ups. Kidding, right? Fairy sister, you're joking, right? The boyfriend hasn't even been officially announced yet. Why did a husband suddenly appear? This must be April Fool's Day. It must be April Fool's Day. Fairy sister, tell us, this is all fake, right? I definitely don't believe it. Sister Fairy is definitely lying to us. Sister Fairy is too bad. Still joking with us at this time. Previously, although they would follow the trend on the internet to scold Lin Tian, they seemed to have been certain that Lin Tian was already Liu Xiaofei's boyfriend, but they actually didn't believe it at all. Following the wind and cursing was entirely because they wanted to curse this person who was able to have the opportunity to speculate on gossip with Liu Xiaofei, rather than believing that he was Liu Xiaofei's boyfriend. So in the hearts of this group of fans, they had been convinced that this boyfriend of Liu Xiaofei was just gossip. This time Liu Xiaofei specially opened a live broadcast, also to dispel rumors in this regard. But they never thought that Liu Xiaofei would open a live broadcast not to dispel her own rumors, but to help Lin Tian dispel rumors. Also a mouthful of a husband. Called their hearts broken, okay? The second thing is, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Liu Xiaofei just swept a glance and directly ignored them. She came here this time to dispel rumors, not to take care of these fans' emotions. She directly announced, it's to announce to everyone that I am indeed pregnant, and the baby in my belly is already more than a month old. So Zhuowei's news is not wrong. But I don't want the fact that I'm pregnant to cause my husband to be willfully smeared and maliciously rumored by you guys on the internet. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. As soon as these words came out, those pop-ups that kept bouncing were instantly quiet for a moment. It was like the calm before a storm. And next all the live broadcast rooms completely exploded. Holy, really pregnant? Ha ha ha. You brainwashed fans. I didn't believe it before when I said it was real, but now that I've admitted it in person, I'll see what else you have to say. It's too much. It's simply too much. Liu Xiaofei, you cheated our fans' feelings. That's right, selling the persona of a goddess, earning our money, cutting our leaks, and now all of a sudden saying you have a husband. How can you be nice? Liu Xiaofei, to be fair, we fans have supported you for so many years. You got pregnant without saying a word. Can you afford us? That's right. Can you stand up to us fans? The fans completely couldn't hold it together and started attacking Liu Xiaofei one after another. Looking at the over-the-top remarks on the pop-up screen, Tang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and angrily rebuked. I'm just curious, how did little Fei cut your leaks? For so many years, has she ever asked for a penny from you guys? If it is said that you hold the scene to buy movie tickets for her, it is also a voluntary sale relationship. It is hard not to shove Fei with a knife on your neck to force you to buy. It's really strange, saying how nice little Fei is. I'm just curious how nice you guys are to accuse little Fei of that. Tang Yuan's words could be described as overbearing, and Liu Xiaofei was indeed impeccable. As a star, she wasn't like an anchor who needed to rely on fan rewards to eat. So Liu Xiaofei was equivalent to opening a live broadcast for the first time this time. So much so that even if this group of fans screamed that Liu Xiaofei was there to sell her goddess persona, earn them money, and cut their wine and food, Tang Yuan had a good reason to dislike her back. It's not like Liu Xiaofei ate their family rice. Since you came out to be a star, you should abide by the rules of the entertainment industry. Selling the persona of a goddess. Even if you really want to get married and fall in love, you should tell us fans, not wait until you're pregnant to expose it. That's right. I think it's because Zhuowei's reports were just too powerful to hide it before saying it, right? Otherwise, I guess we still have to hide it from us and harvest a wave of leaks from our fans. Oh, the front is right. The child has been a month. That means they have long started to talk about it, and as a result, it is only exposed now, just because it can't be hidden. Liar is a liar. RNM refund money. The excited fans, however, quickly found a loophole that wasn't really a loophole. After all, the reason why Liu Xiaofei didn't come forward to dispel the rumors in the beginning was that she was too lazy to do so. Just let them say whatever they wanted. But when she saw this group of people pointing the finger at Lin Tian, she couldn't hold back and opened a live stream specifically to clarify for Lin Tian. As a result, now they were grasping at this point and saying that it was Liu Xiaofei who was weak-minded. Of course, it wasn't all those boyfriend fans of Liu Xiaofei. There were also a large number of water armies present. Their logic is clear. They are especially good at bringing rhythm, and they keep catching loopholes to blacken Liu Xiaofei and attack Lin Tian. This group of water armies came with ferocity. It was obvious that someone was deliberately trying to make Liu Xiaofei step down. I don't want to explain too much about these words of yours, and there's no need to explain so much. I'll only say one thing, and that's don't continue to make rumors about Lin Tian, or I'll go through the judicial process. Liu Xiaofei said as she held back her anger. She had opened a live broadcast this time just for Lin Tian. She didn't care at all what this group of people said about her. Heavens, this is too much of a husband protector, isn't it? I'd have to die of happiness if I were this guy. There's one thing to say, what kind of people are those upstairs? Liu Xiaofei didn't ask them to swipe their gifts, and she didn't eat their family's rice. So what makes her say these things with a straight face? That's right. The only support I can think of for Liu Xiaofei is to follow and comment on Weibo and buy a movie ticket. But the problem is you buy a movie ticket, you don't watch the movie? If buying and selling becomes a favor I give you, then if I go to their house to buy a house, do they still have to kowtow to me? Ha ha ha. Upstairs is right, but according to them, all I have to do is to spend a few $dozen from, and they'll have to kowtow and call me grandpa. Haven't you all noticed? Fairy sister keeps saying not to make rumors about her husband and cares about herself at all. What does that mean? Sister Fairy must really love this Lin Tian. Aha! I'm going to die of envy. Wish Fairy Sister 99. It had to be said that when the forest is big, there are bad birds and there are good birds. Many normal fans, at this time, were supporting Liu Xiaofei. After seeing these pop-ups, Liu Xiaofei was still quite moved. Out of so many unpleasant pop-ups, only this group of people could give her a little warm feeling. However, that group of angry boyfriend fans didn't care so much and continued to open the charge. Under the water army's lead rhythm, this time the spearhead was turned towards Lin Tian. Chapter 25. Liu Xiaofei completely angry, cursing hundreds of millions of viewers. That what's his name Lin Tian isn't any good either. He looks like he's only in his 20s. How can he be a doctor? Still working at the semiconductor Who are you kidding? Semiconductor Research Institute? It sounds bullish, but has it ever contributed a bit over the years? It's hilarious. That's right, I've never heard of any contribution from this institute, and I can't even search for it on Chengdu, so I guess I can just pay $2 to go in and hang up a position, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kind is also good enough to be a teacher inside the school? No wonder the current generation of college students is not as good as the current generation. It's because of these trash teachers. Aren't all these teachers the same? Either they spend money through the back door, or they take books and read from them, and not many of them are really responsible. Isn't this victimizing the flowers of our motherland? For this kind of teacher, they must be severely punished. This Liu Xiaofei isn't a good thing either. MD, cheating our fans' feelings, and now she's still helping to excuse a liar. Did any of you notice that this Liu Xiaofei's background is a villa in Thompson? After she got together with this guy, she lived in Thompson Epine. The truth has come out. Fairy's sister has completely degenerated into a gold-digging woman, and is still excusing her asshole second-generation rich boyfriend. Blocking. Strongly request to block such a bad artist. The pop-up screen was filled with all sorts of rhythmic remarks, and in no time at all, not only did they belittle Lin Tian to nothing, they also demanded that Liu Xiaofei be blocked. Many people who had already lost their minds were following the rhythm at this point, constantly shouting for Liu Xiaofei to be blocked. Seeing them getting more and more aggressive, Liu Xiaofei's stunningly beautiful face also had a jealous and angry expression. She violently slammed the table, accompanied by a bang sound. The cell phone used for live broadcasting almost fell down, and the camera was already obviously crooked. Suddenly angry, so that the entire live broadcast room people are confused. Pop-up screen jumping speed obviously slowed down. Liu Xiaofei on the other hand was so angry that her voice was trembling. What else do you sprayers dare to do besides hiding behind the screen to rumor and slander? The Semiconductor Research Institute has nothing to contribute? Isn't it true that with your knowledge and intelligence, you're only good enough to move your keyboards to find 1,000 degrees? No, you guys are not even willing to move the keyboard. But where you search the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute, you know what they have done over the years. It's them, in the semiconductor business, complete independent innovation. Let our country become one of the few countries that can make their own chips. The reason why you guys don't use them is just because our scientific research and technology lags too far behind. So most of these chips are used in the military. And it's okay with you ordinary people, but they've always made efforts to contribute to the country. Unlike you guys who are spewing brainwashed people who only push and push and push on the internet, standing on the moral high ground, using their own brains that are less than 5 millimeters to condemn others. House manager, please one thing. Next, if anyone dares to come out and create rumors about my husband, take a screenshot of what he said. I will file a lawsuit one by one. In addition, like the IPs of those regions in Bend and abroad, or accounts that intentionally fill in their addresses indiscriminately, all of them will be kicked out of my live room. They are never welcome here. After Liu Xiaofei's string of words, all the water friends and water armies in the live broadcast room were completely confused. How could they not have imagined that Liu Xiaofei, who had such a petite figure, would actually be so scary when she exploded? At the same time, many people were more or less envious and jealous in their hearts, although they would follow the rhythm. But how could they not see in their hearts that Liu Xiaofei really liked Lin Tian? Otherwise, how could she be so protective of Lin Tian? But they were unwilling to do so. The goddess that they had liked for so long was suddenly snatched away from them. It was inevitable that they would lose their rationality. This also led to the fact that under Liu Xiaofei's scolding, this group of fans became even more agitated instead. They were anxious on the spot. Go to hell. Still dare to scold the fans? You're a star who is a star. How dare you scold your bread and butter here? Garbage star. This is still not blocked in a hurry? What is the platform doing? What's the point of talking so much? Still anema 20-something years old doctor. Net in this bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 1,000 degrees can casually give some money to mess something up for you. Those honors you mentioned, I guess they were specially prepared before you started broadcasting, right? Ha! Finally there is someone who understands. Casually to the internet to make up a little honor out, so that you can smoothly whitewash the set. See less? That is. I know a doctorate. When he graduated he was almost in his 30s, but it turns out that this person already has a doctorate in his 20s? Who would believe it when you say it? It's a pity that bragging on the internet isn't against the law, otherwise they'd be put in jail in minutes. Where's that Lin Tian guy? Letting his woman come out to clarify things while he hides himself. Is he even a man anymore? This group of fans were also getting more and more agitated as they cursed, completely unafraid of being banned. After all, the monstrous environment of the entertainment industry was like this. What do you stars rely on to eat? Isn't it by the support of your fans? If there weren't any of their fans, would people look for you to make movies and give you so much money for performances? Under this kind of thinking, this group of fans naturally felt that they were the stars' bread and butter. and that the star should be like a dog to please them. So when Liu Xiaofei directly cursed, they were completely tensed. Of course, as a public figure this was definitely wrong. But when it was about Lin Tian, Liu Xiaofei couldn't control her emotions. Seeing that so many people were still cursing, Tang Yuan couldn't stand it a bit and said loudly, "Are you people's brains not fully developed? Listening to the wind is the rain. 1,000 degrees you don't believe in. The official V of the Mingzhu University should always believe in it, right? Go to the microblog of Mingzhu University and look for Lin Tian's news yourselves. Don't you all know? What are you mumbling here? Also, Lin Tian isn't a teacher at all. He's an engineer at the research institute. He's just there to substitute for a class. And you guys can spew half a day of this there. You really don't have any brains." Tang Yuan's words instantly silenced the live broadcast room. Although there were still water armies attacking madly, many people who were a little bit sensible went to check the official microblogging account of Mingzhu University. As a result, they were able to find some information about Lin Tian in there. Name, Lin Tian. Age, 21 years old, graduation age. Degree, 1 year in doctoral studies. Graduation granted with excellent grades. Thesis, a variety of ways to synthesize extreme ultraviolet light. Graduation thesis has been Psi-indexed. Was named a key thesis. Supervisor, Academician of National Academy of Sciences. Mr. Iwei Ho. Graduation destination, National Academy of Sciences Special Recruitment. A message as if glowing with light, almost blinding this group of people. Chapter 26 Special Enrollment. SCI Identity Exposed. Lin Tian, the fighter among the bulls. 1 year in doctoral studies. These few words alone were enough to blind them. Not to mention the big words special admission to the National Research Institute. This piece of information was simply grabbing the group of jets by the collar and furiously smacking them in the face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really a doctorate? This is an officially certified message from Pearl University. I believe it alright. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen such a young doctorate. Is this the legendary genius? You are all examining for a doctorate. Can't you see that the National Research Institute special admission? This is the real bull batch. You are just a doctorate. There is no chance to get in. The key is also a special recruitment. His mentor is still He Wei, the top academician who has won many awards before. It's so awesome. How come no one has turned out this resume? Now netizens are doing what to eat? Oh, you all are talking about doctoral and special recruitment bull batch. But you do not know. This SCI key paper is what it means. I can guarantee that the whole country up and down can get this, and also this age to get absolutely no more than 2 digits. SCI is the most authoritative scientific research organization in the beautiful country and even the whole world. And most of the papers that can be judged as key papers by them are papers of great significance to the scientific research community, coupled with the fact that they are more discriminatory against us Asians. Getting this kind of reputation is even harder. So this Lin Tian can be said to be the fighter among the bulls. Where are those people who were mocking Lin Tian before, saying that Lin Tian was crippling the flowers of the motherland? Why aren't each and every one of them popping up now? I'm just asking you jets. Does your face hurt? I'm asking you guys if your faces hurt. The live broadcast immediately started a heated discussion. After realizing just how bullish Lin Tian was, the fans who supported Liu Xiaofei were finally able to fight back and mocked wildly. As for those spammers, even if their scalps were hardened, they didn't have the guts to run out and say anything else at this time. At this moment, not to mention this group of netizens, even Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan, who incidentally went to check it out, were startled. At first, they only knew that Lin Tian was a doctor and worked at a research institute, but they didn't expect his resume to be so brilliant. Moreover, this information was still updated 3 years ago, and during these 3 years, Lin Tian didn't know what great achievements he had made at the research institute to make the institute reward him with a set of Thompsons. This is too awesome, isn't it? Tang Yuan swallowed her saliva. Perhaps only people like her and Liu Xiaofei, who knew that Lin Tian had a set of Thompson's piece as a reward, could feel how bullish Lin Tian really was. After all, even if it was a secret state research organization, it was impossible to just casually hand out a house worth over $1 billion. That would inevitably be something that only people with great contributions could take. So just how powerful was this Lin Tian? Does anyone else have any questions now? Liu Xiaofei asked in a cold voice as she opened her mouth when she saw the winds of the pop-ups in the live broadcast shift. This group of spammers had really been pushing the limits of her patience. If it wasn't for the sake of sternly warning this group of people to stop them from rumoring about Lin Tian, Liu Xiaofei would have long since ignored them. But what Liu Xiaofei didn't expect was that this group of people were really quite good at bringing up the tempo. Not long after, they caught another key point. As far as I know, your researcher's monthly salary can't be more than a few tens of thousands even if it's higher, right? But now what's going on with this Townsend behind you? It can't be that he embezzled it, right? Any villa in Thompson's first class is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I really don't believe that a researcher can buy this kind of house. It seems like 80% of it is embezzlement. Everyone, we must call the police. We can't let this kind of person get away with it. I'm also a researcher. I can tell you all very accurately that our salary won't be more than 20,000 at the most, and it's impossible to buy a Thompson house. Then what's more to say about this? It's definitely an embezzlement. I really didn't expect a dignified doctor to be this kind of person. I've already called the anti-corruption bureaus. I implore them to investigate this Lin Tian immediately. Everyone can follow my example and do the same. We mustn't let the bad guys have a good time. Unable to talk about the issue of education and ability, they simply talked about the issue of the house. Indeed, according to a normal scientific researcher, wanting to earn a soupçon of money on a salary was absolutely a fool's errand. But it's not like the income of a scientific researcher is completely dependent on a dead salary. As long as you have outstanding abilities and help the institute accomplish any important topics, wouldn't that reward still be tens of millions of dollars at the bottom? So can doubt this, or say they are scientific researchers. Most of them are just with the rhythm of the water army only. The real researchers simply won't come to see this kind of live broadcast, but will continue to study the subject in the laboratory. After Liu Xiaofei saw these pop-ups, he could only say that his blood pressure kept climbing higher and higher, and he almost didn't get pissed off. This group of people were really annoying. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is the house rewarded by my husband's unit. Ha ha ha, you guys, this Liu Xiaofei doesn't even lie. What kind of unit can damn well reward a Thompson's house? I also want to ask, what kind of unit can reward Thompson Epine? Can I go over there and be a watchdog? I promise to be dedicated." This Liu Xiaofei really doesn't even have a brain to protect her husband. Even if you say you won the lottery, it's still more believable than a unit reward. Pure goddess, all of a sudden turned into a gold-digging woman. Only look at other people's face value, not to mention, but also for this kind of illegal people sophistry. Simply degenerate. Too disappointed. I didn't expect the person I've been powdering for so many years to be like this. Liu Xiaofei's words made the live broadcast room boil up again, and the water armies jumped out one by one to frantically bring up the tempo. Obviously there was no evidence, and even in person, this group of fans directly defined Yixian as the perpetrator. This made Tang Yuan furious. It was true what they say, rumor mongers open their mouths, but rumor mongers break their legs. This group of spammers and water armies obviously didn't pay any price, but they could make others lose their names, but others will be accustomed to them. But Liu Xiaofei definitely won't. After seeing these pop-ups, Liu Xiaofei immediately yelled, "Room management, take screenshots of all these rumor mongers." Reasoning with them would not make sense at all. It was better to just take them to court, and sometimes fists do work better than reason. As soon as Liu Xiaofei said this, at least a large portion of the people honestly closed their mouths. Only the robot mercenaries were there tirelessly brushing with rhythmic remarks. Chapter 27, What? The assholes of scientific research? These waterbenders were quickly discovered, and the room manager kicked them all out, and the entire live broadcast room instantly quieted down. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, took a deep breath and tried her best to calm her emotions. She looked at the camera and said, "Firstly, this house is indeed rewarded down by my husband's unit. I don't care if you guys believe it or not, but please don't continue to spread rumors. If this house was really embezzled down by my husband, we will definitely accept the investigation of the Embezzlement Bureau. But if we didn't embezzle it, I will send you slanderers in for tea one by one. Secondly, I am myself not owned by you fans. I can be in a relationship with whomever I want to be in a relationship with. I can have a child if I want to. You guys don't have the right to demand anything from me. I can accept your blessings, but those inexplicable slanders and some attacking words of yours, I won't accept them, and will use the law to defend my own rights." Liu Xiaofei said very calmly this time, and her words were organized, very clear about what she was actually doing this live broadcast. "Little Fei, we support you. Don't mind these spammers, they're just pure jealousy. That's it. Little Fei, what do you care about those idiots? Let's just do well for ourselves. I'd like to congratulate Fairy Sister on her pregnancy first, and I hope I can get some of Fairy Sister's good fortune as well." "Me too. Congratulations Fairy Sister." After Liu Xiaofei's words came out, the live broadcast room wasn't all blessings, but at least those jumping spammers were a lot less. This caused Liu Xiaofei's brows to stretch out and she smiled slightly. "Thank you all very much for your blessings." Bang! Just when Liu Xiaofei had not even finished speaking, the sound of the door opening as well as closing suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately following that, Lin Tian walked in from outside. Seeing Liu Xiaofei sitting in front of her cell phone with a stand, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiaofei, what are you doing?" I'm live streaming." After Liu Xiaofei answered for a moment, she asked curiously, "Lin Tian, didn't you come back very late?" She had originally planned to go live this time and solve these problems by herself alone so that Lin Tian wouldn't have to worry. but she didn't expect him to actually come back early. The members of my group were very forceful and completed today's tasks ahead of schedule, so we got off work early. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Ever since he knew that this technology was going to compete with the whole world, and that it was about the honor of China, the members of his 138 group were all like chicken blood. They hated that they could not finish all the projects in one day. As a member of the team, the main person in charge of this project, Lin Tian naturally couldn't let them work too hard. After the day's workload was completed, he gave them an early dismissal from work, even though the members of the group were very reluctant to get off work. This way, Liu Xiaofei glanced at the live stream and for a moment, she didn't know if she should turn off the live stream and chat with Lin Tian or continue the live stream. What needed to be said had already been said, but she had to at least say a few words to these fans who supported her, right? Just when she was in a difficult situation, Lin Tian came next to her and curiously looked at her cell phone. When he saw that there were still some water armies in there yelling at him for being corrupt, Lin Tian froze for a moment. Corruption? When had he been corrupt? What's going on? Lin Tian couldn't help but ask. It was naturally impossible for Liu Xiaofei to open a live broadcast specifically saying that he was corrupt. After Liu Xiaofei heard Lin Tian's question, she could only explain, "It's just that the rumors about you on the internet have been getting worse lately, and after I couldn't stand to watch it, I specifically opened this live broadcast wanting to clarify it, but this group of people don't believe it at all, and now they're saying that you, this Townsend, got it through corruption." That's so, Lin Tian realized after hearing this, then shook his head helplessly and said, "These rumors on the internet are just rumors after all. There's no need for you to clarify anything at all. After all, as long as they still hate me, then as long as you clarify one, there'll be 10 as usual, and as long as you clarify 10, there'll be 100 as usual. Since that's the case, why care about this group of people?" Lin Tian's words caused Liu Xiaofei to freeze for a moment as well. Yes, the situation in reality was really the same as what Lin Tian had said. Even if she clarified one thing, this group of water armies and spammers could always find another thing to continue talking about them, endlessly as it were. Ha, this is being a thief, isn't it? Still don't need to care. You think you can escape the law by pretending you don't know anything? The words sound better than the song, but in reality, it's just weakness, isn't it? If you had some guts, you wouldn't have been able to just talk about it, but show proof that you didn't embezzle. You're the scum of humanity, the maggot of scientific research. You don't deserve to live at all. Go to hell. Since I have appeared in person, then hurry up and come up with evidence that you haven't embezzled. Otherwise, you are embezzling. A group of private accounts once again began to bring the rhythm. After seeing their comments, many people also felt very reasonable and clamored for Lin Tian to hand over the evidence. Originally, Lin Tian didn't want to take care of this group of people at all, but he didn't know who it was that had to attack both Liu Xiaofei and the child. Dogs and men who embezzled state funds, have no morals, and have no conscience, and the child they give birth to must also be a bastard. These words completely enraged Lin Tian. It didn't matter if he himself was scolded. Being suspected of embezzlement was nothing. Anyway, the cleaner is the clearer. But his own wife and child had been scolded. If he were to remain calm and relaxed, he would be too much of a man. What's this name? North Star Netizen, right? I've already memorized you. You said that I embezzled state funds and have no morals. But what if I'm not? What are you going to do? Lin Tian suddenly pointed the contradiction at this netizen, causing this netizen to be a little confused. He was still just cursing along with the rhythm and having a good time, but he didn't expect to be named. In the face of Lin Tian's question, he simply didn't know how to answer and could only remain silent. As for Lin Tian, seeing that this person didn't say anything, he said to himself, "It's okay for you to pretend that you didn't hear me. Just wait. If I can prove that I didn't embezzle, then I'm bound to sue you for libel." After saying that, Lin Tian directly turned around and left, heading to his bedroom for a rummage. And after he left, both Tang Yuan and Liu Xiaofei looked at each other in unison. One could see that Liu Xiaofei's expression at this moment had an unspeakable happiness. After all, no matter what, Lin Tian was angry because of her and the baby. Otherwise he would have probably ignored the group of spammers long ago. Now that's boyfriend power. Now that's security. Not long after, Lin Tian held a bunch of certificates and came in front of the live cell phone broadcast. Chapter 28: The Way of Disclaiming Rumors by Talking Tough and Dozens of Certificates. Blinding netizens. It could be seen that there were at least dozens of certificates in Lin Tian's hands. Moreover, the material in each one of them was extremely thick and heavy, clearly not like ordinary awards. These were all obtained by Lin Tian within these 3 years, so it was evident that Lin Tian was formidable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are these all award certificates? So many books? I seriously doubt that they're family wholesale certificates. Oh. What does taking some fake certificates out mean? I just go to a certain treasure. $1 can buy 3 books. That is, You do not want to rely on these certificates to prove it? Don't be ridiculous. Big speechless incident. Actually, someone wants to use fake certificates to prove their innocence. A group of netizens, after seeing so many certificates, didn't seek to prove anything and directly concluded that these things were fake. After Lin Tian saw these pop-ups, he shook his head and said, "It's true that certificates can be imitated, but the number behind each certificate is not something you can imitate. These certificates of mine are all issued to me by the state. The numbering is officially certified. If you don't believe me, you guys can check it out now." After saying that, Lin Tian took out a certificate and showed the numbers behind it to his friends in the audience. The biggest use of these numbers was to check for authenticity, so there was no problem putting them on the live broadcast. Many enthusiastic netizens saw this and immediately did the same, checking on the official website. After a few minutes, a group of pop-ups instantly brushed the screen. Holy, what the hell is this National Advanced Science and Technology Award? It's equivalent to the stuff that you can walk sideways when you arrive at any scientific research institute in the future. My god, how much prize money does this award have to be? I looked at the 1,000 degrees, and there's at least $500,000 in prize money. Of course, that's not all the income. If his invention is awesome enough, maybe both the country and the institute will privately hand out a large amount of me rewards. According to this villa in Thompson is also possible? It's not possible. Just a mere certificate made this group of netizens instantly understand where exactly they lost. Compared to education, they didn't even have dregs left in front of others. Compared to looks, to be honest, this point was definitely the most tragic. Almost any of them placed in front of Lin Tian would be so inferior that they would have no place to go, and would drink hate on the spot in the Northwest. Compared to strength, people even took national awards. What do you take to compare strength with others? Compare it to lifting more bricks every day? Then strength? Look at Lin Tian's perfect body proportions. It looks like he doesn't do a lot of fitness exercises. No matter what direction, it seemed like there was no way for them to compare to Lin Tian. They didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. Lin Tian, is it really okay for you to take these out? Liu Xiaofei on the side couldn't help but ask. These should all be awards given to Lin Tian by the state. Would it not be too good to take them out in front of the public now? Lin Tian, on the other hand, smiled lightly and replied, "These awards were sent down originally for us to take out for others to see. It's just that I'm usually too lazy to take them out." What were the certificate awards sent down for? If people's intention was for you to hide it, then what the hell is a certificate for? It's just taken out to pretend to be, right? It was only that Lin Tian usually kept a low profile and was too lazy to pretend. But now since this group of people wanted proof, he didn't mind taking it out to show this group of people at all, shattering these rumors in the most hardcore way possible. Alright, Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan looked at each other. This way was indeed a bit hardcore, but at least it worked best. National Scientific Research Excellence Award? National Scientific Research Important Contribution Award? Extreme Ultraviolet Light Technology Breakthrough Award? International Scientific Research Paper Competition Individual Champion? Each of these prizes is basically a few million tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention the unit rewards. These awards alone can buy the Thompson pin, right? For these prizes, if I were a national leader, not to mention the villa of Thompson's first class, I'd have no problem sending him the whole neighborhood, right? Those who say that fake certificates are out a little, come on, you guys louder, tell me, this fake certificate why even the official website can be found. Do you want to say that the official website can also be fake? Don't take care of this group of people, they are a group of rhythmic. I just checked the IP of several people, all of them are from the Benz side, so it's Benza, then I'm not surprised. I still say, how come there are so many water armies somehow? After the crowd saw Lin Tian take out a book of rewards, the group of clamoring voices in the live broadcast room instantly quieted down. Lin Tian didn't put a book all in front of the camera, and after showing them roughly 10 books, he said, "This netizen called North Star, I'll see you in court." Wanting to curb some people from following the trend and bringing up the tempo there, the best way was not to come up with any evidence to gag them. Instead, it was to directly make an example of them. He didn't need to sue all of them, that would be too troublesome, but as long as he sued one of them, this group of people should weigh their options before they mumble next time. Just see, I'm scared of you? The North Star netizen reappeared, but instead of begging for forgiveness, he was very mouthy and clamored. In his opinion, not only did he not fill out any identity information online, this account was even more private. As long as he didn't say anything, who could know who he was? But he obviously didn't know about Lin Tian's methods and his current status. He only saw Lin Tian faintly smile. The next thing he said was that he didn't say anything else, and said to Xiaofei, "Turn off the live broadcast." After explaining, "It's getting late, time to go to bed." Seeing that Lin Tian didn't blame himself for being unauthorized and was still so protective of himself, Liu Xiaofei was quite happy in her heart, and after nodding, she immediately turned off the live broadcast. As for the viewers in the live broadcast room, they were completely confused. This is turning off the live broadcast? I haven't watched enough. That's right. Fairy sister's husband is also handsome. He's practically a divine brother. Gosh, they're really well matched. I want to see the fairy brother. That said, Dr. Lin said he's going to meet that North Star court. I wonder if it's true or not. Definitely fake. At most, it's just a live broadcast to scare the netizens so that they don't continue to talk about this. How can it really go to court? The law is not against the people. Dr. Lin surely won't be. It's just a scare. Yeah, but still, we have to bless Sister Fairy for finding such a wonderful husband. At first I was quite envious of this Lin Tian. Now I'm envious of Sister Fairy in turn. So handsome, or from the National Research Institute. Where can you find such a perfect man? Chapter 29, Despised Liu Xiaofei. Birdie turns out to be fake? Before Lin Tian appeared on camera this time, many people's impression of Lin Tian was only the few pictures that the students had secretly taken. Although from the silhouette and body type, it could be seen that Lin Tian was a big handsome man. But the moment they actually saw Lin Tian, they realized that they were wrong. Lin Tian was more than just a big handsome man. He was simply amazingly handsome. Originally thought that Lin Tian climbed the fairy sister Liu Xiaofei. Now it seems that Liu Xiaofei climbed people. After all, even if you are acting how famous, cannot be compared to others, can contribute to the National Research Academician. Yes, on a moral level, there is no difference between high and low professions. But the problem is, how many will follow you to abide by morality? When the waiter looked down on cleaning, do white collar look down on delivery? This contempt chain in society is there, and not overnight can be wiped out. What's more, Lin Tian's profession was contributing to the country, to everyone, even on a moral level. His work was much higher than many jobs, the kind that elders would feel honored to say out loud. But Liu Xiaofei had indeed climbed high above others this time. Lin Tian, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? After turning off the live broadcast, Liu Xiaofei asked very thoughtfully. Lin Tian stretched his waist and smiled slightly. No need. I've already eaten at the institute. If you want to eat something yourself first. I'm going to take a shower. Aha. Liu Xiaofei nodded her head obediently. When Lin Tian walked into the restroom, Tang Yuan on the side couldn't help but give Liu Xiaofei a big blank stare. TSK. I didn't believe in the saying that a woman in love is an idiot before, but I believe it now. Look at the way you just looked. What's wrong with me? Liu Xiaofei blushed at Tang Yuan's words, but still asked back with a stiff upper lip. Tang Yuan raised a middle finger at her and said, Little Fei, I despise you. Normally you're not like this when you're at home, but when you're in front of people, you immediately turn into a birdie-like behavior. Are you fake or not? Although Liu Xiaofei was a well-behaved and understanding person on screen, how could Tang Yuan not know what she was like in private? She was a tough new age woman who could unscrew a can of fruit and scold a 50-year-old woman. Originally, she thought that Liu Xiaofei was the kind of person who, even if she was in love, would keep to herself and show her truest stance. But now it seems that she was completely wrong. This Liu Xiaofei actually also learns the appearance of that group of green tea at night, but it disgusts her. What are you babbling about? I'm usually like this. Liu Xiaofei probably didn't even believe what she said. Her face had already turned red, but what could she do? In front of such an outstanding man, she really couldn't help it, deeply afraid that her truest appearance would scare people away. After giving her a blank stare once again, Tang Yuan didn't say anything more and could only wave her hand and say, Alright, I'm not going to be here to watch you two show your love. I'm going to bed first. After saying that, she ran back to her room in a huff. If she waited any longer, if Lin Tian came out after taking a bath, these two people wouldn't be able to stuff her with a mouthful of dog food? She couldn't stand it. Liu Xiaofei had wanted her to accompany her to watch a movie, but she simply ignored her and could only run back to her room to sleep. As for Lin Tian, after a day of brain activity, he was actually very tired, and after taking a shower, he took a book and came to Liu Xiaofei's bed, half sitting there and reading. Liu Xiaofei lay on her side, listening to the sound of Lin Tian flipping through the book. She felt like she couldn't sleep. After the two of them stayed in this state for several minutes, Liu Xiaofei couldn't stand it and pretended to be asleep again and turned over, hugging Lin Tian next to her. Lin Tian naturally couldn't push Liu Xiaofei away or anything. Looking at Liu Xiaofei's cute appearance of sleeping with her eyes closed, he touched her head while reading a book. I don't know why, but as long as Liu Xiaofei hugged Lin Tian, she would have a very special feeling of peace of mind, and she fell asleep in no time. As for Lin Tian, after reading the book, he laid down on the bed and hugged Liu Xiaofei to sleep. It had to be said that Liu Xiaofei's body was really soft and warm, and her body also emitted a faint fragrance. The feeling of hugging it was definitely more comfortable than any pillow in the world. Time came to the next morning. Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian were on the hot search again. Liu Xiaofei's homework livestream, publicly disliking hundreds of millions of fans. Just because it's because of the husband protector? Liu Xiaofei's pregnancy is confirmed. I have already admitted that it has been a month. Exposure. Liu Xiaofei husband Lin Tian in the end how cow. 21-year-old doctoral degree, but also by the National Research Institute special recruitment. How good is Liu Xiaofei's husband? He's got a lot of awards. This time, there weren't too many negative hotspots, mostly exposing Lin Tian and Liu Xiaofei news. All of this they had already admitted last night in front of hundreds of millions of viewers, so there wasn't much to it, and Tang Yuan didn't even pay attention to it after reading it. Only, they weren't paying attention, but someone in a small city was paying attention all the time. After looking at the hot searches on Weibo, none of which were about North Star, this mousy man with a full face of scruff was relieved. He was the Beichan who was ordered by Lin Tian yesterday. Although he had spoken extremely arrogantly before, he didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Tian at all. But in reality, after Lin Tian had finished speaking, he hadn't slept much for a night, deeply afraid that the other party would really come for him. But now, it seemed that his worry was superfluous. This Lin Tian didn't have the guts to come looking for him. That's right, this network was a place outside the law for them spammers. So many barflies who had gotten people killed hadn't gotten into trouble. So how could he possibly get into trouble? Thinking of this, North Star was relieved and started waving his keyboard, speaking continuously on the internet. No way, no way. There can't really be anyone who believes that this Lin Tian is a doctor, right? There can't really be anyone who believes in some official website in Shanghai Weibo official, right? Anyone with a little bit of brains should be able to see that these are all things that he has connections with and specially made on the internet, right? There can't be anyone with such a low IQ, right? And haven't you guys seen the video? Liu Xiaofei is playing with more than a dozen men. This child may or may not be that Lin Tian's, and this Lin Tian Umsquizkan. Beichan's comments were fine at first, but in the middle, after a large string of nonsense letter groups suddenly appeared at the back, and then there wasn't a single comment posted. Originally, he was just a small person, but because the operation behind him was so sudden, it aroused the curiosity of most people, and his comments instantly attracted countless onlookers. Chapter 30, Face Rolling Keyboard? Scared Piss Sprayer. Tens of millions of netizens gathered around and clapped their hands. What's wrong with this person? How come he suddenly stopped cursing after cursing? And what the hell is this string of English? Ha ha ha, this guy couldn't have gotten caught in the middle of typing, could he? It takes a face-rolling keyboard to type this, okay? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this a terrier on the internet? It can't be real, right? I don't know. If it's for real, then it's hilarious. Hasn't anyone noticed that this person is the same North Star that Lin Tian named yesterday? Now I have every reason to suspect that he's the one who got caught. Most of the statements underneath Beichan's comment were gloating. A lot of them had actually long looked down on this kind of spammer, and now that they could see the spammer get caught and sent to jail, they were absolutely happy without any semblance of sympathy. In fact, it was just as the online netizens had guessed. Beichan was at this moment being pressed by a few official personnel on the computer desk, his entire face pressed against the keyboard, unable to move. Just half a minute ago, he was just about to type the next paragraph, when this group of people suddenly rushed in and held him down on the table before he could react. This sudden occurrence of everything let North Star completely scared, pants instantly wet a piece. Network keyboard warrior is like this. With the network this layer of veil, they are mouth without cover. Want to say what they say, want to curse who they curse who, want to how to rumor, but once this veil is torn, this North Star in reality is a complete loser, age more than 30 years old, or a hobo. Living in his parents gave him such a small house. Every time is to go out one day to fish 5-day sunshine net, idle, and usually, he was not even willing to clean up the garbage, resulting in the house being piled up with garbage now, emitting a violent stench everywhere. Police uncle, what's wrong? Am I breaking any laws here? Beichan inquired in a somewhat tearful voice, completely lacking the arrogance he had on the internet. The official personnel who came and then looked at Beichan's house with disgust. Then one of them explained, "You have spread degrading comments about the country, provoking terrorism, and are suspected of rumor mongering and defamation. You are now being detained according to the law." Ah, Uncle Policeman, I didn't. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly do these things? North Star was already about to cry. He hadn't done a bit of this kind of thing in reality. I'm talking about online. The official frowned and directly ordered North Star to be arrested back. As for Beichan, he was so scared that he had already cried out. His crotch was thoroughly wet, and his entire body not only smelled like he hadn't bathed in weeks, but also smelled like urine. If it wasn't for the fact that this was official business, they wouldn't even want to arrest this person. the news of North Star being taken away quickly made the local news. After all, this was their first local internet spammer to be arrested for posting inappropriate comments on the internet, and the topic was very high. And since this person, Beichen, involved both Lin Tian and Liu Xiaofei, it was originally just a local news story, but it ended up rushing up the hot search list that afternoon, becoming the top 10 on the hot search list. Named by Lin Tian yesterday and arrested today? Let's take a look. What kind of operation does this Beichen have in the end? Underneath this hot search, a detailed list of all of Beichen's remarks on the internet was given. Originally, I was wondering if Lin Tian had utilized some state power, but now after reading these remarks, I suddenly feel like he just deserved it. MD, look at what he's posted on the internet. There was a girl who jumped off a building after being cyber violated, and he was involved in it. Totally deserved it. I even want to beg Lin Tian to use the power of the state to sentence this person to death. There were at least 6 cases of cyber violence related to him, and those who were cyber violated all committed suicide. This kind of person is too hateful to die. What Lin Tian did was simply fantastic. He should be cured. I think this matter should give all the internet spammers a good lesson. Let them understand that the internet is not a place outside the law. It's not that you won't be dealt with. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Did you guys know? This Beichen was caught out, directly scared to piss his pants not to mention, but also cried a lot. I have a video here, daring to insult the academician of the academy and also insulting his family. I really don't know what this spammer was thinking. Now cool it? After reading these remarks, the whole network was clapping their hands for this matter of him being arrested. This kind of asshole who only pushed and prodded on the internet. Getting caught was simply a matter of universal celebration. Many people even wanted Lin Tian to use his connections to sentence this person to death. There was no way. The popularity of the internet would inevitably result in the presence of all sorts of people in it. Other than that, the ones that made people feel most hateful were these spammers, keyboard warriors who always liked to stand on the moral high ground, and with their keyboards, they didn't know how many individuals had been killed by cyber violence. If they were duly punished, then this matter wouldn't have caused so many people to cry foul. But the problem is, these keyboard warriors and spammers, after they kill someone, either pat themselves on the back or comment under the video of the dead person with the words, "That's suicide?" Due to the loopholes in the law, they use words to kill people in this way, but do not have to bear any responsibility. Watching many people hate their teeth, but there is no way to do anything. Now this bastard was arrested, but also scared to pee his pants and cry. But it is really cool to everyone. Not only that, the local Public Security Bureau also released a video of North Star apologizing. Although the face in the video had been mosaicked, it didn't affect the netizens' ability to see that he was an extremely lewd person. What's the name? Yi Chen. Know why you were arrested? Because I spread a lot of inappropriate remarks on the internet. Do you know it's wrong now? I know. I will never dare to make those remarks on the internet again. I apologize for all my previous words and actions. I am willing to bear the consequences. I am really sorry. The video is very short. The apology is not sincere. Completely out of fear to apologize. Not a little because really feel sorry. But this video also gave the netizens a complete blast. Aren't you very arrogant before? Wasn't it still a mouthful of old man? Now why did you suddenly admit your mistake? Don't continue to maintain their kind of arrogant energy How can you suddenly admit you're wrong? Ha ha ha. I can't tell you how cool it is to see him wearing a silver bracelet. It kills me with laughter. Great joy. Really great joy. Chapter 31 Death by Laughter. My defense attorney submitted evidence of my crimes to the court. What's the biggest failure in life? It's when you're in jail and there's a whole bunch of clapping and cheering. This was undoubtedly a stark contrast to Lin Tian. One was a glorious ancestor. The other was a relic. After the parents of this keyboard warrior named Yi Chen learned about this, they were also so angry that they had a brain hemorrhage and were sent to the emergency room that day. In the future, their family would probably be mocked for the rest of their lives. This is not a bad end, but no one sympathized with them. This kind of internet spammer, many people can't wait for them to die. How can they sympathize with them? If they were worthy of sympathy, what about those who were killed by cyber violence? Are they not miserable? However, this wasn't the end. After Lin Tian named Beichen, what he said wasn't something about arresting him and then making an apology video and that was the end of it. Instead, he was going to sue him for rumor and slander. If it was over just by posting an apology video, it wouldn't serve the purpose of killing the chicken to warn the monkey at all. Since he was going to kill the chicken, he had to kill it a bit more ruthlessly. As a member of the National Research Institute, Lin Tian was protected by special laws, and the case about him would be prioritized and dealt with. And that afternoon, the court was in session. Lin Tian himself definitely did not have the time to specifically go to the court to fight with this person, but instead fully entrusted to the lawyer he hired. Let him just come. As for Beichen's side, He usually fished for a day and sunbathed for 5 days, so he didn't have any savings to speak of, and couldn't even pay a lawyer's fee. Free legal aid? This is true, but the person who took over the case obviously had a problem with North Star. Under his reasoned argument, originally North Chen was only sentenced to 5 years, hard sentenced to 10 years. On the court, after North Chen heard the news, the whole person was stupid. 10 years? How many 10 years can a person's youth have? By the time he came out from prison, the outside world would have long changed, and he would really have no hope of living by then. Your Honor the judge, police uncle, please, I really know it's wrong. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Woo woo. Beichen knelt down on the spot and cried bitterly, desperately kowtowing and pleading for forgiveness. Can what he did before? Pressed, no one will speak for him. In the end, in a burst of his desperate cries, he was brought down by the official personnel, and he would be facing 10 years of free jail time. Ha ha ha, this defendant's defense attorney is one of their own, right? How come he even brought out the evidence that the defendant got people killed? I'm dying of laughter watching this. Do you know how it feels when the lawyer you hired cites the facts of your own crime? You guys can see the replay. That North Star's expression is killing me with laughter. Ha ha ha. About the matter of the defense lawyer I hired, bringing out some of my undiscovered criminal incidents. This is definitely the funniest live broadcast I've seen this year. This time, the court session was still public, broadcast live on the entire internet, and was seen by everyone as a textbook to warn those internet spammers. So much so, the entire network was amused by North Star's defense attorney. Where was the evidence of a client's crime submitted up? This operation could show the netizens silly, but it had to be said that this lawyer had done a really good job. And through this live broadcast, I believe that those spammers and keyboard warriors will weigh in their hearts whether they can afford the consequences the next time they start spraying. Little Faye, look, that North Star that Lin Tian named yesterday. He's so miserable today. When Tang Yuan was swiping her cell phone at night, she saw Beichen's message and couldn't help but sigh. Although this Beichen didn't deserve sympathy, his situation was truly miserable. Liu Xiaofei just swept a glance at her cell phone and withdrew her gaze, laughing coldly. He deserves it. Liu Xiaofei's thinking is like this. She is more willing to care about her own people than strangers. Not to mention the fact that this stranger was still rumor-mongering and slandering them yesterday. This is even less worthy of sympathy. Serves you right indeed. Tang Yuan also laughed, then skipped over the topic, dragging her chin with a helpless face and said, although this Townsend is big, it feels empty after living here for a long time, and he still comes back so late every day. So if I'm not here someday, will you be lonely? Ha, Yuan, are you going to die someday? Tang Yuan was directly confused by Liu Xiaofei's question, but when she turned her eyes, she saw Liu Xiaofei with a mischievous smile on her face. Good, wow, you actually dare to trick me. She realizes that she is being tricked by Liu Xiaofei, so furious that she hurriedly reaches out her hand, wanting to scratch Liu Xiaofei. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, puts her arms around the pillow to defend, while also laughing playfully. Don't you move me. I am now a pregnant woman. If you move me around, what if I have a miscarriage? Okay, there you go. I'll put up with you for 10 months, and then I'll settle the score for you. No matter how angry Tang Yuan was, she didn't dare to mess with Liu Xiaofei at this time, but she couldn't be bullied by Liu Xiaofei for nothing, right? So she kept this account until after Liu Xiaofei gave birth. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, doesn't care what happens a year later, then let herself solve it a year later. Anyway, she is happy now. Between the two of them, the time had come to 12 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Tian still hadn't come back. Tang Yuan couldn't stay up anymore. She yawned and said, he probably won't come back today. Let's go to bed early first. That's how it is to engage in scientific research. All-nighters are very common. Tang Yuan had never eaten pork, but had she never seen a pig run? Not to mention the fact that researchers stayed up all night doing research, whether online or offline. It was already a well-known situation, and Lin Tian is long as a work. The phone is bound to be off the state. They call is completely unavailable. In this situation, the best way was still to hurry up and go to bed. Don't stay up all night. You go to bed first, I'll wait a little longer. If I don't come back later, I'll go to sleep. Liu Xiaofei shook her head. She didn't know why now. If Tian didn't sleep next to her, she couldn't sleep at all. On the contrary, if she were to go and lie down on the bed right now, she would definitely start to ruminate and worry about something happening to Tian. It would be better to sit here and watch a movie. Alright, you remember to go to bed early. Tang Yuan looked at Liu Xiaofei's face and knew that she definitely couldn't persuade her, so she might as well go to bed. Sometimes if you try to force someone to do something because you care too much, it will only drive the two of you further apart. Everyone has their own ideas and practices. Not to interfere is the best way. Liu Xiaofei next sat alone in the living room to watch a movie. and waited until after 1 o'clock when Lin Genius finally came back from the institute. Chapter 32 A perfect husband with no faults. Tang Yuan is envious. Why aren't you sleeping so late? Seeing that Liu Xiaofei still had no intention of sleeping, Lin Tian asked with concern. Liu Xiaofei's head was now sleepy and a bit dizzy. Looking at Lin Tian, she smiled tiredly. I want to wait for you to come back before I sleep. I don't spend a certain amount of time at the institute every day. Sometimes all-nighters are possible. Don't wait like this in the future. Lin Tian originally wanted to get angry, but when he saw Liu Xiaofei in this state, he couldn't let out any more anger. But, you're not here. I can't sleep a bit, Liu Xiaofei said in a low voice, her entire body already in a drowsy state. Originally, she was still able to keep her spirits up by watching the movie, but the moment Lin Tian came back, the breath in her heart loosened up and she immediately couldn't help but fall asleep. Seeing Liu Xiaofei waiting for herself until so late, Lin Tian was touched in his heart and at the same time, he also had a bad taste. When women were pregnant, they were all more sentimental, and it was very understandable to have this kind of worried and anxious mood. Alright, I'm back now. You sleep well. After Lin Tian finished speaking softly, he came to Liu Xiaofei's side, picked her up in a princess carry and brought her to the bedroom. Liu Xiaofei also felt an unprecedented peace of mind after being picked up by him and instantly entered the dreamland. Lin Tian gently placed her on the bed and after covering her with the quilt, he directly turned off the lights and hugged her into sleep. Originally, his habit should be to read for half an hour, but Liu Xiaofei was there. He didn't want to disturb her rest, so he simply changed his habit. The night was silent, and when he woke up the next morning, Liu Xiaofei was still sleeping. Lin Tian looked at her curled up in his arms like a kitten. He couldn't help but smile, lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead before getting up to prepare breakfast. Tang Yuan had slept early last night and had climbed up long ago and was sitting on the yoga mat in the living room. After seeing Lin Tian come out, she asked curiously, "Where's little Fei? She was too sleepy last night. She's still sleeping now. Do you want breakfast?" Lin Tian came to the kitchen and inquired. After hearing this, Tang Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked, "Are you going to prepare it for me?" "Aha." Lin Tian nodded. "Of course I do. Thanks." Tang Yuan hurriedly agreed. The skin and egg thin meat porridge made by Lin Tian was her favorite. She had originally thought that Liu Xiaofei hadn't gotten up and couldn't follow to dip into the blessings, but she didn't expect Lin Tian to be willing to get it for her, which moved her to the core. How good would it be if she also had such a husband? You're little Fei's best friend, so there's no need to be polite with me. Lin Tian smiled lightly and then began to get ready. Tang Yuan looked at Lin Tian, who was doing things very briskly, and became even more envious in her heart. She had talked to a few boyfriends before when she was a student, but these boyfriends were a world away compared to Lin Tian. She wasn't asking for much now. She wasn't asking to be exactly the same as Lin Tian. As long as she was half as good, it was enough. Before long, Lin Tian had made breakfast. This time it was omelette rice, golden eggs wrapped around fragrant rice, plus a spoonful of Lin Tian's boiled beef sauce. It was simply enjoyable. Lin Tian also prepared a portion for Liu Xiaofei, and after eating it, he instructed Tang Yuan that, if Xiaofei wakes up, you can help me heat up this omelette rice for her. Is that okay? Don't worry, leave it to me. Tang Yuan patted her chest and assured, and seeing that Lin Tian was still so attentive, Tang Yuan's envy overflowed. How good it would be to have her husband. She should have pretended to be drunk at the party in the first place. Thinking about that party, Tang Yuan felt a pang of regret, remembering that everyone was having a good time at that time. So they were encouraging Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian to get together and so on. And in the middle of playing some games, they were also constantly trying to set them up. As a result, the two of them really had sex that night. And even now they are pregnant with a little baby. Originally thought it would be a tragedy. But who would have thought that Lin Tian is such a good person? If I had known, Tang Yuan should have pretended to be drunk and went to the hotel with Lin Tian. And maybe she would be the one who became a mother now. Regret was regrettable. But Tang Yuan still had some sense of propriety. She was at most envious of her best friend's husband, and wouldn't be without morals. Besides, she wasn't confident that she could steal her husband from Liu Xiaofei. Well, then I'll leave first. Bye. After sending Lin Tian away, Tang Yuan sat on the sofa and watched TV. Although she came here to accompany Liu Xiaofei, she had to say that this kind of work was simply not too enjoyable. Basically every day, besides staying in this billion-dollar villa and watching movies, it was just watching TV, day in and day out, idle as hell. Only after about 2 hours or so did Liu Xiaofei finally walk out of the room. After I saw Lin Tian, the first thing I asked was, "Where's Lin Tian?" "Your husband went to work." Tang Yuan gave her an unfavorable look and said jealously, "You're just thinking about your husband. You can't see me, a big living person, at all." "No, you're here. That's why I'm asking where he is. Of course Liu Xiaofei would want to take care of his best friend's emotions, but where would Tang Yuan believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk? She gave Liu Xiaofei a blank look and said, "Who believes your bull asterisk 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 ah, but your husband also left you a breakfast. I'll get the microwave to heat it up for you to eat." As soon as she heard that Lin Tian had cooked breakfast for her, Liu Xiaofei was instantly as happy as a child and nodded heavily. Seeing her with this look of a foolish young girl who was already completely in love, Tang Yuan only had a sigh to dissolve her jealousy and envy. She quickly heated up the omelette rice and placed it in front of Liu Xiaofei. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, picked up a spoon, mashed a bite and put it into her mouth, and in the next instant, she revealed an expression full of happiness. This kind of performance had feelings for Lin Tian added to it, but this omelette rice was also really tasty. At least when Tang Yuan ate it, she also had this kind of expression. Tang Yuan couldn't stand this look on Liu Xiaofei's face and was so angry that she went to watch a movie by herself. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, eats the egg fried rice by herself, one bite at a time. It was the taste of happiness. Lin Tian, who came to the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute, first had to hand over his cell phone to the doorman's office for safekeeping, and then went through a series of inspections to make sure there was no problem before he was finally let in. After putting on his white coat and arriving at the lab, he could see that many researchers were already in place, ready to begin. However, this time, Lin Tian didn't progress his work immediately, but instead looked at his watch and waited for 10 minutes. After arriving at the store, a large group of people came in right on time outside the door. Chapter 33, another batch of researchers. Photolithography progress accelerates. This batch of personnel that came in, from the aura that was revealed all over them, one could tell that they were also researchers. In fact, it was also true that this group of people were the researchers that Lin Tian had named to come and participate in this photolithography and chip production. First, let me introduce to you all. These are the members of the 128 research group. They were specially invited this time in order to speed up the development of the photolithography machine and chip. The 128 research team's specialty lies in the research of rare materials. With them joining us, we will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Everyone applaud. As the leader of the group and the person in charge of this time, Lin Tian naturally had to drive the members of the scene to applaud them. After hearing Lin Tian's words, the members of Team 138 hurriedly applauded and welcomed the group of comrades. Is this the leader of Team 138, Lin Tian? Why does he look so young? Can it really work? I also think he's a bit too young. Does he have experience at such a young age? Can he take on this kind of heavy responsibility? Dean, he is also senile. How could he give such an important job to this young man? Alas. Take a step and see what happens. After all, this is an order from above. We just do as we are told. I feel like I can come to be this team leader myself. At this moment, the members of Team 128 were talking, all of them very much distrusting Lin Tian. There was no way around it. Lin Tian just looked a little too young, and being so young gave people the impression that he was unreliable. It was no wonder that they all didn't recognize Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian himself had a low profile. Plus rewards from secret departments like theirs were less likely to be made public. So naturally, not many people would recognize them. Not to mention the fact that many researchers were 3 points in one line every day. As long as they entered the research institute, they were basically cut off from news from the outside world. So it would be a hell of a thing to know. However, the male researchers felt that Lin Tian was unreliable, but the female researchers didn't think so. What are you guys babbling about? I just feel that this team leader is quite reliable, and he's really handsome. I always thought that I was no longer interested in men. I didn't realize that it was because I hadn't met a handsome man of this caliber. I want to marry him and have children so badly. This is also fantastic. I'll definitely double my efficiency if I can work with such a handsome guy every day. Many of the female researchers couldn't help but commit nymphomania towards Lin Tian. This also made the members of Team 128 look down on Lin Tian even more. Who is the leader of Team 128? Lin Tian suddenly opened his mouth and asked. After a middle-aged man reacted, he immediately stood out and replied, Team Leader Lin. I'm Team Leader Wang Chuan of Team 128. You can just call me Old Wang. Well, Old Wang, do you still remember what the orders were that the higher-ups sent you here this time? We, Team 128, will unconditionally obey Team 138's management and assist 138 in accomplishing all missions. Good. This information, you take it down and complete the following. Make sure you do it before 10 o'clock at night. Normally, Lin Tian really wouldn't let his subordinates take as long as they needed to complete something. But now, considering Liu Xiaofei's words, Lin Tian still wanted to go back before 10 o'clock as much as possible, to avoid it being like yesterday, when Liu Xiaofei waited for himself until the early hours of the morning. After Wang Chuan received the information, He didn't care much at first, but after taking it out and looking at it for a while, his face became gloomy. He flipped through several pages, then asked in surprise, "Team Leader Lin, did you do all the parsing of these materials alone and independently?" The composition of a rare material, apart from the magical nature that had been crafted by coincidence over hundreds of millions of years, was also artificially cultivated. By analyzing the molecular ionic structure of the raw material, as long as the formula was calculated correctly, and after being crafted by high-precision machine tools, it was indeed possible to create this rare material. But the problem is, this analyzing process is very troublesome. To what extent is it troublesome? It is like you want to unlock a lock, but the lock code has a total of 18 bits. You need to analyze through a combination of constant, projected algorithms, etc., to try to unlock the 18-bit lock, or blind write one. There are billions or even tens of billions of possibilities for the 18-bit lock. It was just too hard for you to count right, especially for a group like them that specialized in material production. They knew this very well. Pretty much, you don't have to care that much, just hurry up and finish it. Lin Tian was also too lazy to show off and brag or anything, waving his hand, no longer discussing this. As for Wang Chuan, after hearing this, he also glanced at the document given by Lin Tian with a heavy heart, and after being silent for a while, he said to the members of Team 128, "Let's hurry up and get started." Even though his heart was more or less unconvinced by the fact that Lin Tian was such a young project leader, since it was a task given by the state, they had to carry it out unconditionally. The members of Team 128 naturally understood this, and after nodding heavily, they immediately began their research. Due to the fact that in the past 2 days, the high-precision machine tools that Lin Tian had requested from his superiors had already been transported to the courtyard of the Semiconductor Research Institute. The members of Team 128 were able to make the materials and parts that Lin Tian needed directly from their own hands. The raw material they needed to make today was gas. This colorless and odorless gas was one of the important raw materials for photolithography machines, and currently there were only a few countries in the world that could make it, and the technological blockade was equally severe. But when the members of Team 128, with the determination of certain death, planned to get this neon gas out of the way today, they suddenly realized a problem. This document given by Lin Tian was not a subject at all. It was completely just an instruction manual. What was the topic? A subject was in existence that was still unknown to them that needed to be explored, and generally speaking, it would take at least a month for the team to be able to break through it. It's very difficult, and something that countless researchers are happy to do. But what is a manual? It's the equivalent of if you want to group a Gundam and follow the instructions on it, you'll be able to correct it very quickly even if you'll go astray. That is to say, this 138 group has already overcome so many difficult problems, and now all that is left to do is to assemble it? This, group leader, is this true? The members of Team 128 couldn't believe it at all after reading it. This time, the senior management had given a deadly order for them to come and help Team 138 complete the photolithography machine. Originally, they thought that this time they were going to stay awake and have a great scientific revolution that they had when they first built the nuclear egg. As a result, they had all the conviction of certain death, but you told them that it was now done with just assembly, and their moods became much more complicated all of a sudden. This feeling of being ready to show all your skills, only to have people tell you that it's just a matter of playing the game is hard to bear. Chapter 34, Sent Here for Gold Plating? Lin Tian, if there's anything you don't understand, you can find me. Wang Chuan looked at the various information on it, and after contemplating for a while, he nodded and said, "I have to say, the theory on it basically isn't a problem, and as for whether it's true or not, we'll just have to follow what's on it next and we'll know." Alright, the members of Team 128 then followed the design diagram and began to make the neon gas. Soon, the entire institute's personnel began to move around, and the progress of the photolithography machine was being pushed forward a little bit again. I think it's very unreasonable for him to be the head of this project, so young. He ran over to get such a big share of the light. How strong must his background be? How come I heard that this photolithography machine is a research done by this young team leader alone? Don't kid yourself. Even if they were more powerful, they wouldn't be able to complete the photolithography research by themselves. Originally, I wasn't quite convinced that he was going through the connections, but now after hearing how you guys put it, I'm even more certain that he's going through the pipeline. How could one person do it? You guys have been at the research institute for so many days. Don't you understand that no matter how good a person is, it's impossible for him to research a photolithography machine alone? During the intermission, the members of Team 128 once again expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Tian. There was no way around it. Right now, in their opinion, Lin Tian had become someone who had gone through connections and back doors, and then came to enjoy this research result alone. This was an extremely shameless scumbag for them researchers. It would be a hell if they could be satisfied. He's so handsome and temperamental. He doesn't look like that kind of person. That's right, even regardless of his own strength, but he has been staying busy in the lab during the period between just now and now. I think it's perfectly fine. Are you guys following your five senses? If he doesn't put on an act here for such a big project, even if a big brother wants him to be gold-plated, he won't be able to. That's right, put away your dangerous thoughts. This lab of ours is not a place for you to chase after stars. Although there were girls who were helping Lin Tian, they would soon be dismissed by the other boys, and this time it caused a stronger reaction. It was obvious that the group's opinion of Lin Tian was getting louder and louder, and their eyes were filled with contempt when they looked at Lin Tian, but they still followed the instructions and continued to do things, regardless of what they thought in their hearts. The production of the photolithography machine was the top priority, and even if they were just a helping hand with the sauce, the kudos that they would receive at odd times would definitely not be low. Thinking of this, the speed of the crowd accelerated again. Originally, this group of researchers thought that they would have an unimpeded and easy time completing the subject this time, but when their research came to the atomic stage of the gas, they suddenly stalled. The main thing was that a few equations were out of place, and even if they memorized them from a book, they had a hard time understanding the meaning. It was like a small, precise part of a Gundam. Even if they followed the instructions, it was still hard to get the part right. After they made a mistake and didn't get it right several times, the team stopped moving all of a sudden. They wanted to ask Lin Tian what they should do about this, but they, who had just finished mocking Lin Tian, really couldn't be bothered to ask out of pride. However, the sudden stop on their side was quickly noticed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian came to their side and asked curiously, "What's the problem?" Team leader Lin, we had a slight problem with the formula for combining this piece of neon, due to the fact that these two places were never compatible, resulting in the structure of the atoms not being too stable, and ultimately the synthesis failed. Wang Chuan could only tell their situation one by one. Self-esteem was secondary. Delaying the progress would be a major crime. Just in time, Wang Chuan was also testing to see how much this group leader was capable of. After hearing Wang Chuan's words, Lin Tian immediately came to their workbench and took a look at the notes they had made, then smiled slightly and said, "This is simple. You only need to change the values of these formulas from 2,0,123 to 3,11,233. It turned out that it was the members of this group that had gotten the values of the machine tools wrong. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Wang Chuan immediately asked him to go and regulate this value. It turned out that it actually came true. Team leader Lin, we have a bit of a problem on our side. Just at this time, a member of Group 138 also raised a question. Then you guys keep busy. Feel free to find me if you have any problems. Good. Wang Chuan nodded, and in his heart, he completely changed his opinion of Lin Tian. They all thought that Lin Tian was sent by some big brother to be gold-plated, but after just such an operation, they dismissed this idea of theirs in their hearts. If you were sent here to be gold-plated, how could you possibly discover such a small problem in an instant? If you want to know what the problem is in the first place, you need to have an absolute understanding of the program. This Lin Tian was not simple. Who was the one who just said that someone else had come to gold plating? Does your face hurt now? And saying that we're star chasers. You yourselves, if you have some eyesight, you can all see the confidence in his eyes, right? This is a person who came to pretend to have? It's just the competitive nature of some male creatures. The female researchers waited until Lin Tian had walked away and immediately mocked those who had just said that Lin Tian was gold-plated. And these people were also infuriated, but they didn't know what to refute. Luckily, one person came forward in time. It's just a small finding. How can you guys be sure that he really has strength? Maybe it's just blindly blindfolded. Right, I don't believe him anyway. After all, this photolithography thing is the life's work of an unknown number of researchers, combining the specialized knowledge of an unknown number of disciplines. And even if 138 and all the members of Team 128 were to concentrate on this direction together, it would still take at least 3 years to do so. You guys are right. I still don't really trust him until he shows more strength. It would be a bit more strange if he didn't know anything. Alright, there's still more or less an element of merit. But unfortunately, it's not much at the moment. The group of male scientists were all talking about it. Lin Tian's operation had indeed surprised them, but it was still unlikely for them to admit that Lin Tian was bullish. Some of the girls directly gave them a blank stare after hearing this. It was fine if this group of people didn't believe it, as long as they believed it anyway. Originally, this group of researchers were in a rather unconvinced state, but after thinking about Lin Tian's next series of operations, this group of researchers who didn't believe in Lin Tian anymore were completely dumbfounded. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Lin Tian. Chapter 35, Superb Level. Lin Tian conquered all the members of Team 128. This problem is very simple. If you shift here and think about it differently, there will be no problem at all. And the precision of this material must be at its highest. Here is also very simple. you got this material wrong. It should be replaced with this one. As long as you follow the drawings up exactly to make it, there will be no problem at all. You're the root of the problem, the way it should be here. I know you have the desire to prove yourself in mind, but the drawings I've given are the most suitable program at the moment. There's no need to refine anything further. In the beginning, many still thought that Lin Tian was just sent here by the big brother to be gold-plated. But along with Lin Tian continuously solving one problem after another encountered by Team 128, those of them who were still upset with Lin Tian were all completely convinced at this point. After all, the research and experiments they needed to do were basically completely different from Team 138's, and not only could Lin Tian guide both sides back and forth, he could also accurately find a quick solution to the problem every time. The direct result of this was that the speed of their experiments was incredibly fast. It only took one day for them to solve 3 or 4 problems with rare materials. This was also a little too incredible to know. When they did material experiments before, it would take more than a few years and less than a few months to complete one would be good enough. Here they actually completed 3 or 4. This made them sincerely admire Lin Tian. Although they were still certain in their hearts that the design drawings for this photolithography machine and chip could not be solved by Lin Tian alone. However, regarding the professionalism that Lin Tian was displaying now, they were already completely convinced. Team leader Lin, the compatibility of these two materials is poor. I've obviously followed the design drawings, why can't I get it right? A male member of Team 128, after being convinced by Lin Tian, even changed his name from the original Lin Tian to Team Leader Lin. Moreover, the way he looked at Lin Tian was nothing short of adoration. Researchers who were able to reach their level were basically more respectful of the mentality of the strong. As long as you beat them in terms of academics, they would throw away their former grudges and see you as a big brother, accepting your guidance with an open mind. This is very simple. You obviously made a slight mistake in controlling the amount of materials. Under this fusion of materials, it's not the concept of plastic burning together with plastic, but rather, it's to be regarded as a nuclear fusion-like principle. Only when that precise amount is reached can a qualitative change occur. Look, you have 0.1 micrograms more in this amount. Lin Tian answered the questions very quickly, basically looking at the question. This also made the admiration of the people around him become more and more obvious. To be able to answer a question so effectively and quickly, one must necessarily be very knowledgeable about the subject. But where Lin Tian had a drop of proficiency, it was impossible for him to do so. So that's how it is. Team leader Lin, you're too good too. This male researcher who had asked for advice took a deep breath and revealed an expression of dawning realization as he continued to start his research next. In this way, as the crowd was busy until 9:30, Lin Tian looked at the wall clock on the lab wall and said, "Alright everyone, today's topic has been gotten out of the way early, so let's go back and have a good rest, and then continue again tomorrow when we're fully refreshed." A researcher's love for science could keep their brain in a constant state of excitement. Generally speaking, all-nighters for a few days are commonplace, but researchers are human beings, not fairies, and if they are allowed to work overtime constantly, the consequences will be unimaginable. There were already an unknown number of researchers who had died from overwork. Even if this group of people were not finished, Lin Tian did not intend to let them continue. Team leader Lin, it's a bit too early to go back at this point in time, isn't it? I think with our speed, we can still rate a material. The members of Team 128 were new to this place, and having been exposed to such a great piece of engineering, they said that they didn't want to end it just like that. If they didn't pass a few days of overnight, they wouldn't feel comfortable all over. Okay? But Lin Tian shook his head decisively after hearing this and refused. Even if you guys can stay hyperactive for a long period of time, that would do a lot of harm to your body, and if you fall ill at that time, it would only slow down the progress of the project. Remember, I don't need you guys to stay up all night to complete extra projects. Completing the tasks I set out efficiently and on time is what I need. Alright, now that the members of Team 128 were extremely convinced of Lin Tian, they didn't have any more objections and could only honestly leave work. Lin Tian's side wasn't ambiguous either. After getting off work and changing back into his own clothes, he left the institute in a hurry. A pretty female researcher in Team 128 couldn't help but ask the people in Team 138, is Team Leader Lin usually in such a hurry to get off work? The way Lin Tian left work gave her a very strong sense of contrast. According to the impression Lin Tian gave her, shouldn't he be the one who would stay here and stick around until the last minute? In the past, Team Leader Lin wasn't like this. Every time he was with us, he could study until 3 or 4 in the morning. The member of Team 138 hemmed and hawed and said, but now that Team Leader Lin has a wife and child, of course he has to go home earlier. Ah, Team Leader Lin already has a wife and child at such a young age? The girl instantly let out a sound of immense surprise. Seeing that Lin Tian was so young, she already had infinite fantasies in her heart, planning to take the opportunity of being close to the water next to chase Lin Tian into her hands. The result she expected again was also that Lin Tian would have a girlfriend, but she didn't expect it to be even worse than what she thought, actually having a wife and child. It suddenly came about during this time. I don't know exactly, I just heard it from the dean. You shouldn't think of hitting team leader Lin's idea either. With this character of team leader Lin, unless that woman cuckolds him first, it's impossible for this relationship to end. As a colleague who had been with Lin Tian for 2 or 3 years, the members of Team 138 still had the right to speak. As for this pretty female researcher, she couldn't help but feel lost after hearing this. It was rare to have a target that she was very satisfied with, but it turned out to be gone in the blink of an eye. This group of women were really quick to strike. Lin Tian quickly returned to the villa. At this time, Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan were still sitting on the sofa watching a movie. When they saw Lin Tian return, they were both very surprised. Why are you so early today? Liu Xiaofei was very curious. In her impression, the number of times Lin Tian could come back very early could be said to be a handful of times, and most of the time he came back exceptionally late, so to suddenly come back early instead was still strange. Lin Tian, on the other hand, smiled, took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack, came to Liu Xiaofei's side and said, "Of course I came back early to keep you company." Chapter 36. This is a $10 billion market. I'm sorry, it's 100 billion. Lin Tian. Liu Xiaofei was instantly moved beyond words after hearing these words. Even though she knew that she could understand in her heart that Lin Tian had gone to the research institute to do the great task of building the country, but understanding was understanding. She of course preferred for Lin Tian to come back and accompany her, only that she still asked cautiously, "In that case, will it delay your research?" "I'm just coming back after my research. Don't worry." Lin Tian smiled faintly. Tang Yuan, who was on the side, instantly couldn't take it when she saw the two of them like this and cursed. "Can you pay attention? There's a single dog next to you guys, okay? You can go back to your room and sleep first," Liu Xiaofei said with a smile. When Tang Yuan heard this, her heart broke. Looking sadly at Liu Xiaofei, she shook her head and said, "Really forgetting your friends when you see color. Thanks to me accompanying you when you were the loneliest, I turned out to be someone else's substitute." "Where did I say that?" Liu Xiaofei said innocently. Tang Yuan was heartbroken and killed herself to give this girl a chance at a two-person world, so she curiously looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Lin Tian, what are you studying at the research institute? Is there anything you can reveal to us?" Yuan, these are all confidential. How can you ask questions like this?" Liu Xiaofei reminded from the side. Since it was a state secret, it was certainly not something they could know. Lin Tian glanced at Tang Yuan. He still trusted them quite a bit, plus this research would still be made public in a month's time. So Lin Tian revealed a small bit and said, "There's no harm in telling you a little bit, but it's impossible to tell you all of it. To put it simply, it means that a month from now, your cell phones can have the option to use a domestic chip." Chip? Liu Xiaofei was a bit confused. She never knew much about this. On the contrary, it was Tang Yuan, whose eyes lit up upon hearing this, and couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that you guys are producing domestic chips on your own?" "Aha." Lin Tian nodded. Although it was accurate to say that they were doing something even more bullish like independently producing photolithography machines, this kind of news resolutely couldn't be revealed. After all, if they were to let an interest-core country like the beautiful country know about it, hell knows what means they would use to combat it. However, if you want to say to make chips, then there is not much of a problem. After all, the country had long been developing chips on its own, and it wasn't unusual to say so. Then this is too powerful, right? Is it possible for this chip of yours to beat the crap out of that 845, A11 and such? Tang Yuan listened with a burst of excitement. Only Liu Xiaofei was stunned and couldn't help but ask Tang Yuan, "You still know about cell phone chips?" At this time, Liu Xiaofei more or less blamed herself in her heart. Normally, she didn't go to learn about these contents, and now she wasn't even able to pick up on it like Tang Yuan did. To praise Lin Tian, it was really a bit unqualified for her to be a wife like this. "I originally didn't know, but recently I brushed the short video and saw them arguing about photolithography chips and stuff every day, so I knew." "Oh," after Liu Xiaofei responded, she didn't know how to pick up the topic, and her heart was lost for a while. Lin Tian naturally noticed her reaction, so he sat down next to her, held her hand and smiled slightly. "Without accident, it's able to hang on to these chips, but this is something you can definitely not say out." Hiss. Compared to Lin Tian spreading dog food in public, Tang Yuan was more focused on the hidden mystery in Lin Tian's words. This made her unable to help but take a deep breath, her face full of shock. Seeing this look on her face, Liu Xiaofei couldn't help but ask curiously, Yuan, what's wrong with you, little Fei? I see that you really don't understand the concept of being able to hang on to the 845 and A11. Both of them are the most commonly used high-end chips on the market right now." taking up about 60% of the global market. If we can hang them, that means that the chip shortcomings we've always had in Huaxia can be made up for. Of course, the most important point is that our Chinese chips can also go to the impact of the chip market, which is a market worth trillions of dollars. Tang Yuan gushed about the knowledge she had learned on the internet, but looking at Liu Xiaofei, who was still confused, she cited an example. Do you know about the Love Crazy cell phone? It topped the world's rich list some time ago by relying on its own cell phone business. Although the chip and a whole cell phone is still a difference, but every cell phone is essential as the chip. As long as our Chinese chip can have a place, at least can earn a few tens of billions. Other Liu Xiaofei did not understand, but tens of billions of dollars and the global rich list of Love Crazy cell phone she did understand, which meant that this chip that Lin Tian had built would be enough to earn dozens of Thompson's finest villas just from the money it made? How awesome was this? Lin Tian, you're awesome. Liu Xiaofei couldn't help but praise Lin Tian. Still got her husband, actually so awesome. However, Lin Tian shook his head and laughed at this time, saying, you said it wrong. These words made Tang Yuan's heart thump. What can be done about this? She had just said it, so if anything, and as a result, she would really cry if she was slapped in the face. Let go of your imagination a bit. This is more than tens of billions. It's hundreds of billions. Lin Tian laughed slightly. If the performance was just dangling like the 845, it might only be to the extent of a few tens of billions. But their chip was different. Not only was it hanging on to the 845, but it was going to hang on to the latest 7 nanometers chip that the major chip companies were preparing to release. And, according to the final effect of the design, their 7 nanometers chip can beat the 7 nanometers of other chip companies. So it wasn't too much to say that this market was hundreds of billions. Hiss. After hearing these words from Lin Tian, Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan took a deep breath at the same time, their faces full of shock. This was a little too terrifying, wasn't it? $100 billion. Even they, the high-income stars, were shocked at the figure of 100 billion. No wonder Lin Tian's cell phone was inevitably turned off every day when he went to the institute. No wonder it had to be kept a secret from the public. Such a huge number. Any businessman would be moved to look at it, and would even do anything for it. How did a saying go? When your profit reaches 1000%, capitalists can trample on all laws and humanity. Is it really okay for you to tell us this? Liu Xiaofei asked worriedly. Lin Tian, on the other hand, smiled indifferently and asked in return, will you guys tell? When the two heard this question, they immediately shook their heads like rattlesnakes. Of course they wouldn't say anything about this kind of thing. Wouldn't that be fine? And even if you guys say it out, it's estimated that no one will believe it. Chapter 37 Mother's Mother Appears. Liu Xiaofei is completely finished. Lin Tian wasn't really worried about this point. After all, right now China's technology on chips was really too backward, basically to a miserable attitude. I don't know how many netizens on the network every day to give up on themselves, lamenting that other people's technology to a few nanometers, and incidentally also mocked a wave of Chinese researchers. In this situation, even if you go out and tell people that we can independently develop 7 nanometers in China, I guess no one will believe you, unless Tang Yuan could get more detailed data. That's why Lin Genius revealed some of it to them. That's right, if we say it, we'll probably be treated like idiots by others as well. Tang Yuan naturally understood this. However, after listening to Lin Tian's words, the admiration for Lin Tian in her heart grew a few points stronger. How perfect of a man must this be to be able to participate in such national affairs while being so handsome and having such a good personality. Unable to help it, she once again lamented why she didn't get drunk and go to the hotel room with Lin Tian in the first place. Lamentations aside, Tang Yuan didn't have any thoughts that were too outrageous. After chatting with Lin Tian for a while, she really couldn't take it anymore as Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian were spreading dog food, so she had to slink back to her room to sleep. As for the remaining Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian, after snuggling together and watching a movie for a while, they returned to their room to sleep, this time with Lin Tian holding her. Liu Xiaofei slept a little more soundly. Mingzhu Airport. The middle-aged woman who came out from the Mingzhu Airport quickly took out her cell phone and opened it to the cover of Liu Xiaofei's photo. Little Fei, it's been more than 2 months since I've seen you. I don't know if you want to miss me. The middle-aged woman sighed. She was Liu Xiaofei's mom. Luli. Like Liu Xiaofei, Luli's beauty was not blown away. Even though she was in her 40s, she still looked like she was in her 30s. Her skin and figure were very well maintained, especially that temperament. As soon as she left the airport, she attracted the attention of countless people. From her address book, Luli quickly found Liu Xiaofei's number and dialed it. Liu Xiaofei was still eating breakfast, and when she saw that it was her mom calling, the rice porridge in her mouth almost sprayed out. Her mother went abroad, at least more than 2 months. Did not expect at this juncture back. She hurriedly connected up and greeted somewhat sheepishly. Mom, you're back? Yes, little Fei, where are you now? I'll go over to look for you. Lu Li specially came to Mingzhu just to meet Liu Xiaofei. After Liu Xiaofei heard Lu Li's question, she stammered, Mom, I'm not at home right now. Not at home? Where are you now? Lu Li was still Liu Xiaofei's mom in the end, and instantly heard Liu Xiaofei's strangeness. Mom, where are you? I'll go pick you up now. Liu Xiaofei hurriedly tried to change the topic, but the more this happened, the more serious Lu Li's suspicions became, and she immediately scolded sternly, Little Fei, how many kilograms of you do I still not understand? Did you cause something to happen? Speak quickly. Liu Xiaofei was unable to speak after being chided by Lu Li. After holding her tongue for a long time, she gathered her courage and said, Mom, you are going to be a grandmother. Hearing Liu Xiaofei's words, Lu Li was instantly filled with question marks. She could think of countless reasons for Liu Xiaofei to be like this. For example, she had offended some well-known big director. For example, she accidentally smashed some expensive antique. For example, there was a perverted male fan who pursued her, and when she was not careful, she disabled the other party. For example, the internet suddenly started rumors about all sorts of things about her. So many outrageous reasons she could almost think of, but this was the only one she couldn't think of to be a grandmother. After all, her daughter's character she is aware of. The average man simply cannot enter her eyes. Since childhood has not had a love affair, not even a close male friends. Sometimes she had to wonder if her daughter was a lesbian. As a result, in the case that she is absolutely assured that her daughter will not find a boyfriend, Liu Xiaofei brought her such a big surprise. Today is not April Fool's Day. If you are joking, you can still take it back now. Lu Li quickly calmed down after a short period of surprise. She felt that it was very likely that Liu Xiaofei was joking with herself. But Liu Xiaofei was silent for a while before saying, I'm not joking, the baby is already a month old. I remember when I went out 2 months ago, you weren't in a relationship yet, which means you've been talking to someone for a month and you're pregnant? The more Lu Li analyzed, the angrier she got, and the voice behind her was almost unable to restrain herself from exploding. She wasn't opposed to her daughter getting married and having children, and even recently had the idea of giving her a blind date. After all, no elder could refuse the temptation of a big fat grandchild. But the problem was, wanting a blind date, and you just having a child were two different things, especially in Liu Xiaofei's case, where there is a direct pregnancy in a month. This is not only too casual, but nonsense. You're bound to be despised when you enter your in-laws' home for such price-dropping behavior. Mom, things are already like this. I can't do anything about it, and I quite like him. I'm willing to have a child for him. Liu Xiaofei hesitated for a while, but still didn't say the thing that she and Lin Tian were a one-night stand. Otherwise, if Lu Li heard it, she would be so angry that she would have a brain hemorrhage. You, simply nonsense. Where are you now? I'll go find you. Mom, even if you come, the situation is still the same. I have the right to decide my own life. Liu Xiaofei said firmly. Lin Tian gave her the feeling that he was the kind that was worth entrusting her life to. She could throw away a lot of things for him. Don't give me any crap. If you write an autobiography, I'll be on every page. Quickly say where you are now, or I'll go back and tear up your account book. I'll see what you get married with. Mom, Liu Xiaofei was already about to be told to cry by Lu Li. Her tone got agitated. Lu Li originally wanted to scold her, but suddenly thought that she had just said that she was pregnant for more than a month, and only then did she forcefully suppress a bellyful of fire. She herself had been pregnant with Liu Xiaofei, and knew that under such circumstances, Liu Xiaofei's emotions were very unstable and could easily go wrong. She could only say in a nice voice, Little Fei, even if you really want to be with him, do you want me to be angry and never treat him well? Or do you want me to give my blessing for you guys to be together after I see him? Sure enough, a reasonable tone is much better, and Liu Xiaofei calms down. After thinking for a while, she said, Mom, I'm here at Thompson's. Okay, I'll go over right away. Chapter 38 of the character of the son-in-law of the character of corruption. Do not approach my daughter. Liu Xiaofei, Mom, but he is a member of the National Academy. After hanging up the phone, Lu Li immediately took a taxi to the Townsend. After arriving at the entrance of the villa area, Tang Yuan specially came out to greet Lu Li. Auntie good. Tang Yuan greeted awkwardly. Lu Li was certainly angry, but she was still very qualified and wouldn't spread her fire on innocent people. She took a deep breath and asked, Yuan, what's the situation with little Fei? Do you know? This you'd better ask little Fei. Tang Yuan and Lu Li weren't particularly familiar with each other. There was no way to answer perfectly. This kind of thing was better left to Liu Xiaofei. That's fine. You take me in first. Good. Lu Li followed Tang Yuan to the interior of the villa very quickly. She couldn't help but freeze for a moment as she looked at this largest villa in the entire villa area. Opening her mouth again, she asked, This house was bought by little Fei? having just been in a fit of anger. It was only now when she arrived at the villa's entrance that she realized a problem. This is not at all the villa that Liu Xiaofei bought. No, this is little Fei, boyfriend's house. Tang Yuan had wanted to say husband, but once she thought that this was her mother-in-law's mother-in-law, she'd better say something safer. Luli instantly ran out of words after hearing this topic. What had to be said was that with such a house, at least this son-in-law had no problem in terms of financial resources, but this was not such a good pass for her. In her case, more than financial strength, she was more concerned about her son-in-law's character and ability. After all, money is just something outside the body. If this son-in-law is incompetent, why should she give her daughter to him? After arriving at the interior of the villa, Luli quickly saw Liu Xiaofei sitting on the sofa. It's only been a month, and her stomach isn't very obvious, but her overall color and the feeling she gives off can be seen as a pregnant woman at a glance. You give me a good explanation of what's going on. Luli held back her anger and sat next to Liu Xiaofei, ready to listen to her explanation. Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan glanced at each other and finally spoke slowly. Mom, this matter also has to start from the party a month ago. During the period when Luli had just rushed over, Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan discussed what to do. The first thing was to be truthful, because one lie needs countless lies to round it out. Plus Luli, as a person who came over, could almost instantly tell that something was wrong with Liu Xiaofei. Lying in front of her was simply not that necessary. It would be better to just give an honest account of everything. The next step was to let it be sentenced. Anyway, the child she definitely wanted. How could this not be changed? After Luli heard the origin of this child of theirs, the veins on her forehead flared up, already on the verge of exploding. If it were usual, Liu Xiaofei's ass would definitely have to blossom, but right now Luli still forced herself to hold back and said, "What? Are you just going to trust someone who had a one-night stand with you? And to give him a child? Why are you so stupid? But he's really outstanding. I believe that there's no more outstanding man in this world than him," Liu Xiaofei said firmly, regardless of whether what Lin Tian was showing was true or false. At least as of now, she believed that there was no one more outstanding than Lin Tian. Why are you so stupid? You didn't even find out the bottom line of the other person, so you just said that. When the time comes to be cheated, it's you who will suffer. I've seen a lot of this kind of man, your mom. The man who can't hold on and have a one-night stand with you is not good in himself. Luli could only persuade bitterly. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, was speechless as she listened on the side. For a little fairy like Liu Xiaofei, it's only a ghost if she can hold on, right? But mom, he is an academician of the National Academy, eh? Or the kind that is specially recruited in. Originally, Luli had already thought of a whole bunch of bad words to say about Lin Tian, but she was completely blocked by the 5 words National Research Institute. She could almost say that any man in any industry was no good, but only this industry was no good. What was the National Research Institute? It represents the toughest vetting mechanism and the most awesome ability. That is to say, there are countries that have already helped you to identify your son-in-law. Not only his identity background is not a problem, his character is not anti-human, even his ability is sufficient. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Luli immediately became unconvinced. She asked, "What people tell you is what they say, ah? Your mom and I even said it was the richest man in the world. Auntie, there's information about him on the official V of Mingju University, and he also has a lot of certificates. They're right on the hall. I'll show them to you." As Liu Xiaofei's good girlfriend, Tang Yuan naturally supported Liu Xiaofei. After she finished speaking, she immediately went and brought over the certificates that Lin Tian had casually thrown in the living room. Luli gave the certificate a skeptical look, then her body shook violently. She was the oldest and most widely experienced here, and had once been fortunate enough to be able to attend a national-level award ceremony. At that time, people issued certificates of this material. This kind of material tabac is high imitation, but absolutely high imitation is not a dash of dissimilarity, and she is a more observant and careful person. Can obviously see that Lin Tian this 10 in all likelihood is true. Picking up a random book, she opened the certificate and looked at it. This son-in-law looks quite handsome, I have to say. The certificate, this kind of ID photo can be taken so good. Luli already do not know what kind of handsome he should be in reality. No wonder Liu Xiaofei, who has never been close to men, has fallen. The face value of this level, Lin Tian has also passed. Of course, being careful, this document still needs to be checked for authenticity on the official website. Otherwise it is very likely that this group of little guys will join together to make a fake certificate. Each string of codes is unique in the country, so as long as the codes on the back of the certificate are all correct, it can definitely be checked out. After a while, originally thought that this kid was acting. The certificate is also all fake, but I did not expect that this string is really given to check. National Scientific Researcher? Best Individual Research Award? These are the awards he got? Luli was a bit confused for a while. So many awards. She checked them one by one, and none of them were actually forgeries, especially since most of these certificates were at the national level. If you look at it this way, it's not that Lin Tian doesn't deserve her daughter. It's that her daughter doesn't deserve Lin Tian. After Luli had finished checking these news, the anger in her heart had subsided by a large margin. The reason why she was so angry was because she felt that Liu Xiaofei didn't have any self-respect and was messing around, as well as thinking that her son-in-law was a bad character. But now, her son-in-law is so strong. What else does she have to be angry about? Chapter 39, Lin Tian, I thought you were Xiaofei's sister. Mother-in-law, smooth talker. Lin Tian, I thought you were Xiaofei's sister. After all, she won't agree to this son-in-law so easily before seeing him in person. Your son-in-law is strong, but what if he's a mama's boy? What if he's a bad mother-in-law? Getting married and having a child is a matter for two families. It can't be decided so easily and hastily. You call this person back, in addition to let his parents also come to a trip. I want to meet them, Luli said as she rubbed her temples. In fact, this was already considered a big part of her agreement. She mainly wanted to see Lin Tian and his family. As long as there were no problems in all aspects, Luli would have to accept it. There was no way. Not many mothers-in-law could refuse the words National Research Institute. Lin Tian. He's still at work right now. He's been quite busy at work lately. He won't be back until at least 10 o'clock at night. Liu Xiaofei replied weakly. After hearing this, Luli pondered for a while before saying, then tell his parents. I want to meet them. Liu Xiaofei murmured, seemingly very reluctant to go to Shinwanyu. After all, having the parents of both sides meet was a very awkward thing. At that time, if Luli were to get mad again, wouldn't this matter be yellow? Still not quick to go? Luli glared at Liu Xiaofei and said, you're directly pregnant not to mention. Now you don't even allow me to meet the parents of the person. How do you think I can rest assured of handing you over to him? But, how embarrassing is this? Or else we'd better wait for Lin Tian to come back. It's not good for him to not be present. Liu Xiaofei felt that she absolutely couldn't handle this scene. It was better to let Lin Tian come. Alright, let's wait for him to come back then. After Luli looked at Lin Tian's certificate, she was no longer skeptical about the fact that he was a scientific researcher of the National Research Institute. Since he was working for the country, there was no harm in waiting a little longer herself. After hearing Luli agree to come down, Liu Xiaofei let out a sigh of relief. Now she could only pray that Lin Tian could help her to hold it together today. At this moment, Lin Tian, who was in the research lab, still didn't know that there was a mother-in-law waiting for him at home, and was still busy. His main job in this project was actually to oversee the progress of the project, guide the people on some of the questions they didn't understand, and speed up the research of the entire team, not directly participating in it. He was like a mechanic in general, proofreading the position of every gear in a piece of machinery correctly, ensuring that the machinery operated more quickly and smoothly. This side should be like this. Don't get the values wrong. Like this level of engineering, the decimal point should be accurate to 8 digits. Well, this is well done. It's ready. Hurry up and get the next material. Remember everyone, our main goal this time is to build the first photolithography machine. The rest doesn't really matter. So just go up and do it exactly according to the drawings I gave you. I know that you all have your own ideas in there, and are brave enough to innovate and whatnot, but these data are the best data that I have gotten after hundreds of deductions, so if you guys still want to continue to innovate on top of that, then wait for this mission to be over before continuing. Lin Tian couldn't help but give a reminder when he instructed in the middle. It was because this group of researchers were good at everything, but there was just one thing that wasn't so good. They liked to add their own ideas into the mix. The result of doing it that way, while it was possible to be more innovative, there wasn't much of a need for it. After all, the design he had gotten from the system was already the most perfect data, and if you wanted to innovate, it wasn't like you knew how long the research would have to take. This was way too much time from what he had expected. The crowd nodded their heads after hearing Lin Tian's words, and then continued to bury their heads in their work. Under Lin Tian's guidance, the crowd that followed basically would not make any more mistakes except for some technical issues, and the speed of their research continued to increase. Every time they managed to develop a material, Lin Tian would have someone immediately send it to some national-level technicians, so that they could follow the requirements and create the parts he wanted. Due to the drawings given by the system, which had already recounted all the processes in detail, there were almost no problems with their project, and it could be said that it was smooth and unobstructed all the way. Time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. The two teams had pretty much completed all the tasks for today. After Lin Tian checked that there were no problems, he announced that the entire group was officially off duty. As he left the institute, many girls could be seen keeping their eyes on him, never leaving. I heard that team leader Lin has a wife and child. I wonder if it's true. More than true. I recently heard online that his wife is Liu Xiaofei. Who is Liu Xiaofei? A very pretty actress. What's so good about an actress? Can her IQ reach the same level as team leader Lin? There's definitely a generation gap between the two. But the problem is that team leader Lin just likes it. He's been going back early every day for the past few days. And even though the tasks have all been completed, he definitely wouldn't have been like this before. Definitely want to stay and study a bit more. Woo woo. This woman called Liu Xiaofei is also too quick to strike. Every time Lin Tian left the research institute, the female researchers around him couldn't help but discuss it. And this time, they had already inquired about Liu Xiaofei from the outside world. And as people from the National Research Institute, they weren't discriminating against the profession of actors. They just felt that actors and Lin Tian just didn't go together. Not to mention how they knew each other. Was there no generation gap in their usual communication? During the time they were so confused, Lin Tian had already returned to the villa in Townsend. He had the key, and after directly opening the door to his room, he saw Liu Xiaofei's mom, Luli. Little Fei. Who is this? Lin Tian looked suspiciously at the unusually well-behaved Liu Xiaofei next to Luli. Liu Xiaofei was overjoyed when she saw Lin Tian return and hurriedly introduced herself. Lin Tian, this is my mom. Ah, hello auntie. Sorry, I thought you were Little Fei's sister. Lin Tian's words were not a compliment, but Luli looked really young. You said that she was Liu Xiaofei's mom. Instead he was still a bit unconvinced. Are all young people so good at being oily nowadays? Luli was happy to hear it in her heart, but her mouth was still unforgiving. She intended to test this son-in-law. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very sincere when he heard this. Auntie, I really think you are very young. Perhaps Lin Tian was too sincere. Luli froze for a moment when she heard it, but in the end, she had experienced great storms and would not be pleasing by this bit of kind words, and said without changing her face, Alright, don't talk about these useless words. Little Fei is like this. What are you going to do with her? Chapter 40 Mother-in-law's questioning. What protection can you give my daughter? Facing his mother-in-law's questioning, Lin Tian didn't get too nervous and replied seriously, although it happened suddenly between me and Little Fei, I will take up the responsibility that a man should take up. Take care of her and take care of the child. Facing his mother-in-law, it was useless to play any mind games. It was better to be a truthful person and use sincerity to have a conversation. Lin Tian did think so in his heart. Responsibility was greater than everything. Then when do you plan to give Little Fei a name and marry her? Luli asked seriously. After hearing this, Lin Tian thought for a little while before answering. Little Fei is still pregnant. Plus my research institute has special projects that need to be carried out recently, so I intend to wait until Little Fei has given birth to the baby, and everything is toned down. Then I'll prepare a perfect wedding for her. You also know what our Little Fei's job is. She's pregnant right now, and after the netizens know about it, it's basically considered ruined. So can you give her any kind of protection? Luli wasn't intentionally nitpicking here either, but rather a question that she should ask as a mother. After all, Liu Xiaofei's reputation is really in tatters right now, and her fans on Weibo have also detached themselves in a big way. So if she wants to make a comeback in the future, she basically won't get much pay. So Liu Xiaofei's pregnancy is basically the same as not having a job. This bit of security was certainly needed. I can transfer this villa to Xiaofei before marriage, and in addition, I can sign an agreement with her that if I don't take responsibility, I will give Xiaofei all of my property. Luli also didn't expect Lin Tian to say this, and was instantly silenced. She had to admit that if Luli didn't still have prejudice in her heart about their one-night stand, this Lin Tian was definitely the son-in-law that best met her requirements. Not only was he handsome and gentle, but at the same time, he was also willing to use his entire fortune to guarantee it. How many men could do that? However, some people talk better than they sing. Luli simply tested it a little more and sneered. It's so nice to say it, but you have to do it as well. You should take out the agreement and sign it right now before I'll believe your words. Okay, no problem. What she didn't expect was that Lin Tian stood up without saying a word. This made Luli's impression of him change quite a bit. However, just as Lin Tian was about to set off, Liu Xiaofei couldn't take it anymore and said loudly, Mom, how could you do this to Lin Tian? I had a child with him all of my own free will. There's no need for him to be like this. You stinky girl, I'm not doing this for your own good. Luli stifled her anger when she heard this. It's really a girl's fault. This has only been known for more than a month, and her elbow is turning outward. If you're doing it for my good, you should be blessing us instead of making things difficult for Lin Tian like this. Liu Xiaofei didn't know where the courage came from, but she just wanted to embrace Lin Tian at this time. Luli was half exasperated by Liu Xiaofei. Pointing at her, she didn't even know what to say. Well, at this time, Lin Tian patted her shoulder and comforted. Little Fei, I've only known you for such a short period of time. It's only natural that Auntie doesn't trust me. She really cares about you, and giving you security is what I want to do myself. I want to make you feel a little more secure. Lin Tian, Liu Xiaofei was so moved by these words that she didn't know what to say. Lu Li on the side was also completely speechless. With this attitude, at least this hurdle of hers had already been considered completely given over. However, a lot of things were just like what she said earlier. Some people's words just sounded better than their songs. So without waiting for Lin Tian to come up with a real agreement, she still wouldn't let go for the time being. But Lin Tian's attitude was obviously out of her expectation. And in no time, he really took out the agreement and put it in front of Lu Li. Auntie, this document has actually been prepared by me a long time ago. You can go through it and read it first. I'll sign it if there's no problem. Lin Tian said with a slight smile. Lu Li slumped her face and picked up the contract and flipped through it page by page. When she saw the last page, Lu Li looked at Lin Tian in surprise and asked rhetorically, "Are you sure you want to sign such a contract?" Even Lu Li couldn't believe that Lin Tian would actually take out such a good contract. According to what was written on it, not only would Lin Tian give Liu Xiaofei $1 million a year to use for his personal property, but in addition, this villa and all the properties under his name would be used as a guarantee. If he did anything wrong to Liu Xiaofei in the future, then all these guaranteed properties would be owned by Liu Xiaofei. With such a contract in hand, it meant that Lin Tian had to be bound to Liu Xiaofei next. After Lin Tian heard Lu Li's question, he didn't say anything and directly walked up and signed his name on the contract. There was nothing more convincing than actual actions. After seeing this, Liu Xiaofei also noticed the difference and picked up the contract to read it. As a star, she knew a lot more about contracts than an ordinary person, and this was also to prevent being cheated by various directors. But after she utilized this knowledge to read the contract, her heart was incomparably shocked. She was truly not expecting Lin Tian to actually be able to do this for himself. "I can't sign this contract," Liu Xiaofei said decisively. When Lu Li heard this at this moment, she looked at Liu Xiaofei with slight surprise. What was this silly girl thinking? As long as she signed this contract, even she wouldn't say anything more and agree to them being together. Why did she suddenly say she wouldn't sign it at this time? Liu Xiaofei looked at Lin Tian at this time and laughed slightly. "Fool, you're focusing on saying that you'll give me a sense of security. Then have you ever thought about your own sense of security? Which bit of this contract isn't towards me? If I sign it, you'll be the one with the least sense of security." From the conditions of this contract, in fact, if Liu Xiaofei doubted Lin Tian a little, Lin Tian could go bankrupt instantly. This was very unfair to Lin Tian. This contract is really nothing to me. So in order to put Auntie's mind at ease, let's just sign it. Lin Tian, on the other hand, thought it was nothing. He never intended to betray Liu Xiaofei anyway. As long as they were together properly, this contract was a sham. When Tang Yuan on the side heard this, she was left with nothing but envy. Where in the world can you find such a good husband? But who would have thought that Liu Xiaofei would directly tear the contract to shreds under the astonished gazes of several people? Then staring at Lin Tian, she said, "I trust you even without this contract." The sense of security was mutual. If Lin Tian gave her a sense of security, she would also give Lin Tian a sense of security. After saying that she believed in Lin Tian, Liu Xiaofei was looking at Lu Li and said firmly, "Mom, I know you care about me, but I'm just going to identify with Lin Tian. No matter what the outcome will be in the future, it'll be of my own free will." Chapter 41, The Final Hurdle. Liu Xiaofei's mom finally agrees to it. "Ugh, you guys are making it seem like I'm a big bad guy." Lu Li sighed helplessly after hearing this. The two of them feeling like this until death do us part made her herself kind of wonder if she was some kind of big villain who must break up this pair of lovebirds. "Aren't you?" Liu Xiaofei said accusingly. When Lu Li heard this, she immediately glared at Liu Xiaofei, then looked at Lin Tian and asked seriously, "Do you like Xiaofei?" The situation between Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian was very special. The one-night stand relationship made it hard for Lu Li to believe that they had an emotional foundation. This was also the reason why Lu Li wanted Lin Tian to come up with a guarantee. Although Lin Tian's behavior up to this point could be seen that he would really be responsible for Liu Xiaofei. But the problem was also here. In Liu Xiaofei, she could tell that Liu Xiaofei liked Lin Tian a lot, but in Lin Tian, she only saw one thing: responsibility. She now basically believed that Lin Tian would definitely take care of Liu Xiaofei for the sake of responsibility. But there was still no way to believe that Lin Tian liked Liu Xiaofei. "Auntie, to be honest, everything happened too suddenly between little Fei and I, and the time we've known each other hasn't been very long at all. It would be a lie for me to say that I like little Fei at this time. However, after this period of time, I still have a very good impression of little Fei, and I believe that our feelings will definitely deepen next." Lin Tian's words could be said to be impeccable, instantly dispelling all the concerns in Lu Li's mind. Yes, saying like in the middle of this one-night stand relationship would be a lie. Only if Lin Tian said this, it would be in line with the standard answer in her heart. However, Liu Xiaofei, who was on the side, had a bad taste after hearing this. After all, she had already liked Lin Tian, and as a result, she heard from Lin Tian's mouth that he still didn't like her. which was naturally a very difficult feeling, but at the same time, she was also very understanding and knew that only when Lin Tian said this was he sincere enough. Luckily, she now had a natural advantage. Even if Lin Tian didn't like herself very much yet, she still had enough time and opportunity to make Lin Tian like her. Well, since you're so clear about your plans for your relationship, then I can't say much more, but I still have one more question, and that is, how does your family feel about this matter? This hurdle of Lu Li's was considered to have passed completely, but she still wanted to know what her in-laws' side thought about it. After all, it wasn't that she was belittling her daughter. An actor really didn't deserve a researcher like Lin Tian. She was afraid that the Lin family would look down on Liu Xiaofei. If her mother-in-law treated Liu Xiaofei badly, Lu Li probably wouldn't consider this marriage either. When he heard Lu Li ask what his family's attitude was, Lin Tian burst into tears and said, "Auntie, ever since my mom found out about little Fei, she almost doesn't have me as her son in her eyes." Yeah, Auntie, Lin Tian's mom is so good to little Fei. Every few days she would come and send delicious food over to take care of little Fei. Seeing this, Tang Yuan hurriedly helped out on the side. But thinking about it, in fact, this wasn't much of a favor for her. After all, this was how Yu treated Liu Xiaofei. Oh, upon hearing this from the two, Lu Li immediately became interested. She didn't expect Lin Tian's mother to be completely different from what she thought. She had thought that a mother from this kind of family would definitely look at people through their noses. Not to mention that Liu Xiaofei's profession was still an actress. In the eyes of the elders, this type of profession was the lowest of the low, and that would make it even more unlikely that she would give Liu Xiaofei a good face. "Mom, Lin Tian's mom is really good to me. She cooks food for me almost every day. If it wasn't for my fear of embarrassment, she would probably be living here to take care of me." Liu Xiaofei was also genuinely speaking favorably for Xinwanyu. After listening to these words, Lu Li's last doubt about Lin Tian was gone, and waved her hand, helplessly saying, all right, no need to say so much. I don't care about this matter of yours is all. Yeah." As soon as Liu Xiaofei heard this reply, she jumped up happily and gave Tang Yuan a triumphant high five. Lu Li, on the other hand, rubbed her temples with a headache. This trip was honestly still very suffocating for her, because the moment she heard that Liu Xiaofei was pregnant, her first thought was to come over and angrily scold this ungrateful brat before bringing Liu Xiaofei over to abort the child, especially when she heard that they had a one-night stand. This idea of Lu Li became even more determined. But along with the various certificates plus information about the National Research Institute and so on slamming into her face, not only was this idea of hers rubbed out, she actually accepted Lin Tian as such a son-in-law. Barely accepting it was fine, at least she could put on a little face to get over it. But the problem was, Lin Tian was really a bit too perfect, highly educated, strong work ability, a sense of responsibility greater than anything else, and at the same time, the elders of the family had a good temper. Where to find such a good son-in-law? There was no way for her not to accept it, but after accepting it so logically, her heart is very difficult. At the beginning of the stock of gas has not come out. Forget it, go back and look for trouble with Liu Xiaofei's father, who let him be his own husband, should be a sufferer. After Lu Li agreed to the marriage, she still said to Lin Tian, how about this? Tomorrow you call your mom over for a trip. I'll have a good talk with her as well. No problem is no problem, but my work at the institute. Lin Tian could leave work early, but that was on the premise of completing his work. With the current situation of the research institute, Lin Tian was really not able to spare a day to specifically talk to the two of them. I can understand the nature of your work. I can just talk to your mom alone tomorrow. Just get busy with your work first. Alright then. Lin Tian was not repulsed by the matter of their two old men meeting. Xinwanyu was indeed very satisfied with Liu Xiaofei. The two should not have any points of dispute. Alright then, I'll come back to visit tomorrow morning. Lu Li got up and prepared to leave. Auntie, why don't you stay here? There are many empty rooms here. Lin Tian spoke out to retain him. Lu Li, on the other hand, shook her head and said, I still have to go back and find little Fei's father to talk about this matter. He also just came back from abroad, so he definitely doesn't know. If she was at home, Liu Xiaofei's parents would have seen the hot search a long time ago. Of course, the main reason Lu Li was in such a hurry to go to her dad was that she still wanted to take the piss. Alright, Lin Tian no longer stayed, then respectfully sent Lu Li away from the villa. When she returned to the villa, Liu Xiaofei made a flying leap and jumped into Lin Tian's arms. For this kind of intimate move, Lin Tian had long been a bit used to it and wasn't surprised. Instead he doted on her head and asked, why did you suddenly hug up? Just wanted to hug you. Okay. Chapter 42, Breaking the Gap. Lin Tian he created a miracle. The two of them looked cozy as if no one else was watching, but they didn't know that there was a single dog watching. Tang Yuan rolled her eyes furiously at the two of them at this moment. She was just She also had to help Tang Yuan speak to find dog food for herself. NND. She must find a man better than Lin Tian and envy this Liu Xiaofei to death then. When this idea popped up, Tang Yuan sadly realized again. Nima, was there any man in this world who was better than Lin Tian? Aha, can't stand you two anymore. I'm going upstairs first. Tang Yuan didn't want to eat dog food here and directly slipped away. As for Liu Xiaofei, she couldn't wait to be in a two-person world with Lin Tian, and didn't even retain her. Since Lin Tian came back earlier today, the two of them could finally snuggle up in front of the sofa and watch a good movie. During this time, Liu Xiaofei was just like a kitten, curled up in Lin Tian's arms all the time, and Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little moved, thinking that she was simply adorable to the point of bursting. In the end, when the time came to almost 11 o'clock, Lin Tian pulled Liu Xiaofei upstairs to sleep. After these few days together, Liu Xiaofei had completely lost her previous shyness. This time she didn't need to pretend to be asleep. She just hugged Lin Tian to sleep with a big smile. Lin Tian sighed naturally, do not need to say more. Liu Xiaofei do not mind. He minded what? The two of them just like this, embracing each other to sleep. Time quickly came to the next day. Lin Tian ate breakfast, after changing clothes, directly to the Institute of Work. As for Lu Li and Liu Xiaofei's father, and Da Kong, he came to visit at around 10 o'clock, and Shen Wanyu also gave the two of them a good reception in this villa. Perhaps it was because Lin Tian's conditions were too excellent, coupled with Shen Wanyu's extremely good character. Lu Li and her not only negotiated this marriage, but also became good sisters. The two of them instantly chatted together, not to mention that they even agreed to go for a square dance every night. Liu Xiaofei was surprised by this outcome. There was no way. Yesterday when Lu Li rushed over, she was as if she was going to kill her. Now in the twinkling of an eye she was mingling with Shen Wanyu. How to look at it was a bit mysterious, but this result was definitely good. Liu Xiaofei was more than happy. Another 10 days had passed since Liu Xiaofei's parents' problem was solved. At this time the topic about Liu Xiaofei on the internet has gradually faded a lot. Even those boyfriend fans who originally attacked Liu Xiaofei on the internet have no voice at this time. The network is like this now. There are too many choices, and this group of boyfriend fans are just excited at the beginning, and then go directly to powder another single female star. Plus the two of them, Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian, were very tough in terms of rumor mongering, with Beichen as a precedent. No one dared to rumor about them, so even though it was such a big deal at the time, the heat has still dropped to freezing point. For Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian is naturally good, to be able to not be annoyed by the outside world. Usually live a two-person world. Simply do not be too happy. However, the situation on the internet was secondary. There was a more important thing today. That was that their extreme ultraviolet lithography machine had reached the final stage of assembly. Tens of thousands of parts, large and small, were jointly made by national-level technicians plus a dozen departments with precision machine tools, hundreds of rare materials, under the joint operation of more than 50 departments up and down the country, were all modulated. After thousands of people worked day and night, today, half a month later, this photolithography machine finally reached the assembly stage. On that day, Lin Tian found several national-level technicians and came to a secret location to begin assembly. The parts are all made, but the assembly still has to be done by team leader Lin alone? That's not to say that team leader Lin is alone. There are still several national technicians helping out, but unfortunately this is a top secret. We can't see it, only if we can see it. It's about the $1 trillion market. What's more important is not the market. I heard that team leader Lin still has chip designs over there. As long as we can make good enough chips, we can also apply them to our military field. I can't believe it only took us half a month or so. Yes, the more we come into contact with team leader Lin, the more we can feel how powerful he is. This is definitely a historic moment. Those researchers at the institute couldn't help but talk at this point. After the parts and whatnot were done, they basically had nothing else to do, and now all of them were standing there, waiting for the fruits of their efforts over these nearly 20 days. This is how it should be here. Just follow the design drawings. Don't get this place wrong. Yeah, that's it. Lin Tian was in the base, directing the technicians to install all the parts one by one. The appearance of a photolithography machine finally gradually appeared. This made Lin Tian's heart quite excited. Even with the complete design drawings, this photolithography machine still took them nearly 20 days. It could be seen just how difficult the photolithography machine was. And now with just 20 days, it had directly surpassed the 40 to 50 year gap between them and foreign countries. Could Lin Tian not be excited? After nearly a full day of hard work by Lin Tian and the technicians, as well as quite a few soldiers, He Yiwei and Yi Xian arrived at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute at the same time. Everyone stood here waiting, their eyes sweeping towards the two in unison. Now I announce, He Yiwei, who was standing in front of Team 128 and Team 138, loudly announced, today, July 22nd, developed by our Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute, the first fully independently produced extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine in China, is completed, due to the fact that the design drawings for this photolithography machine were all provided by Lin Tian alone, after unified approval from the higher-ups. The name of this photolithography machine is named Lin Tian. Oh ha! The entire members of the research institute instantly let out roars of excitement to the extreme after hearing this news. Hundreds of people cried tears of joy and even embraced each other in one piece. Ordinary people might not know how important this news of Heiwei was, but those of them who did semiconductor research knew it very well. After all, you just have to be more in touch with this industry, the more desperate you can feel. So desperate that you can even feel that even if you try harder, you may not be able to catch up with each other. The gap of 40 to 50 years said on the internet is really not just an offhand remark, but they in foreign research in this piece, it is really so much worse. And in the case of such a huge gap, foreign technology blockade is so serious. All their research can only rely on their own to countless experiments, countless projections. After hitting the wall countless times, now Heiwei suddenly announced that they had broken the gap of so many years and caught up with foreign countries all of a sudden. How could they not be excited? Chapter 43, Minister Yen excitedly orders increased support. Chip agenda on the horizon. Alas, this result I'm not surprised. You turn back and let Lin Tian continue to lead the researchers well. Wait, what did you say? Yen Ke was all set to say his pre-prepared words, but just halfway through, he felt something was wrong and asked in shock, Minister Yen, I'm saying that from today onwards, our China is going to be the second country in the world to be able to independently produce high-end photolithography machines. Heiwei repeated it tirelessly. In fact, he wouldn't get tired of repeating this kind of news even if he was asked to repeat it 10 times. Yen Ke, on the other hand, froze directly in place after hearing it. After less than half a minute, he was trembling with excitement as he stared at Heiwei and asked, what you said is true, not lying to me? Minister Yen, is there any benefit for me to lie to you? Heiwei smiled helplessly. If this kind of thing deceived the upper echelons, it wasn't generally serious. Heiwei couldn't even afford it. Okay, really just built it? Yen Ke was still a bit unconvinced, and repeated his question. He is not a scientific researcher, did not participate in the whole process into the photolithography research, so when he learned that the photolithography machine is so built, the degree of surprise than the scientific researchers are even greater. After all, he also understood the dilemma facing the semiconductor industry. Now that this thing was just built, it was really hard for him to imagine. Heiwei smiled faintly and said, Minister Yen, not only has the photolithography machine been built, but that kid Lin Tian has now thrown himself into the research and development of the chip, and by the looks of it, he is striving to complete both the photolithography machine and the chip within a month. And I heard this kid's meaning, he not only wants to complete this research project, but also wants to seize the market with those foreign chip vendors. After listening to Heiwei's words, Yen Ke was also somewhat shaken. The photolithography machine could be built. In fact, it had already afforded them the support of all the department's resources, but he didn't think that this Lin Tian was going to get a bigger one. Was this Nima going against the heavens? Good boy. Yen Ke took a deep breath and said, since he wants to do this, then we must support to the end. Old Hia, I will mobilize another 108 teams, together to participate in the development of the chip. Be sure to speed up, as soon as possible to the chip development, and mass production out. Can sit on the position of Yen Ke rely on absolutely not what mature steady, but is a more daring spirit. After all, when you meet or rely on documents, there is no way to solve the problem, then you only let go of the fight, otherwise it will only be in the hesitation in the defeat. After Yen Ke learned that the photolithography machine had been built, he immediately decided to increase his investment and instead wanted to put the chip on the agenda as soon as possible. Minister Yen, according to Lin Tian's meaning, he doesn't want to use too much of the country's resources. Right now, the two groups 128 and 138 are already enough to catch up with his plans. Heiwei gave a reminder. Yen Ke, on the other hand, slammed the table and said excitedly, what do you mean by using too many national resources? Right now he's just creating more resources for our country. I know that you two groups, who work until 9 o'clock in the evening every day, are working very hard, and since there are now milestones, I have no reason not to support you. There's no need to say more Lao He, just do as I say. He doesn't want this group of people as well. Well, Heiwei felt that what Yen Ke said made a bit more sense. After all, if the chip could be put on the agenda earlier, the speed at which they could occupy the chip market would be faster. The key thing was that if they could grab the 7 nanometers chip and release it in front of the foreign chip makers, the effect would not be generally good. When Heiwei thought of this, he immediately turned back and made a call to Lin Tian. As for Yen Ke's words, his hands were trembling with excitement. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Lin Tian was just like old man Xian. the savior of their Huaxia in scientific research. Thinking of this, Yanko hurriedly contacted the military again, hoping that they would send out a specialized special team to protect Lin Tian and his family's safety 24 hours a day. Because even without having to think about it, he knew that Lin Tian's 7nm chip and photolithography this time would touch the interests of how many people. Still need to arrange Team 108 over? Lin Tian's side had just gotten off work when he received a call from Yiwei. Hearing that Yanko wanted to provide support for himself again, Lin Tian thought for a moment and agreed, saying, "That's fine. I'll just turn around and arrange it." Yiwei was in a state of 10,000 assuredness towards this student who made even himself incredibly proud. And after answering, he hung up the phone. Lin Tian, on the other hand, returned to his own villa. "Hubby, you're back?" Just as soon as she entered, Liu Xiaofei directly rushed up to give Lin Tian a hug. After such a long time together, Liu Xiaofei was no longer shy now and directly changed her address to husband as well. She would even give Lin Tian a kiss on the face. As for kissing, it still took some time to get used to it. Lin Tian was now preoccupied with photolithography and chips, so he didn't have any special needs. So the two of them spent this time rather peacefully, completely lacking the craziness that they had when they were in the hotel. "Watching you guys show your love every day is making me vomit." Tang Yuan gave them a vicious blank stare from nearby. These two little every time they came back, they would definitely show off in front of her as a single dog, killing dogs like hempa. Liu Xiaofei smiled and said, Yuan, then you find one too. Come on, after seeing your husband, I now think that group of men are all a pile of. Tang Yuan said helplessly. It was said that there was no harm without comparison. After watching Lin Tian, Tang Yuan could say that she was quitting men. After all, other people and Lin Tian were simply not comparable. Even half of their standards couldn't be met. She couldn't look at them at all. Okay? Hey, husband, what movie are we watching today? The usual, watch some comedy. Small couples watching horror movies is certainly a good choice. But Liu Xiaofei is pregnant. Being scared is more or less a bit of a bad influence. So it's better to watch a bit of comedy instead. Aha! Liu Xiaofei hurriedly nodded her head and then took Lin Tian's hand. Very bird-like. Tang Yuan who was watching from the side was speechless, and had the urge to tell Lin Tian about Liu Xiaofei just now still lying in Guyu. But considering her sisterly feelings, Tang Yuan finally held her tongue, and after giving the two of them a big blank stare, she said, I can't watch you guys show your love. I'll go up first. Then she ran upstairs in a huff. This kind of situation often happens in this half-month. The two have long been accustomed to it. Sitting on the sofa, continue to watch the movie. Chapter 44. The news of the photolithography machine was leaked. The beautiful country is ready to intervene. The 108 and 128 and 138 groups were the same size research groups. The 108 and 128 and 138 groups were the same size research groups, numbering about 70. With their participation, the chip's development progress could be increased by at least 1/3. In other words, the 7nm chip that was originally scheduled to be done in 10 days could now be done in just a week. So when 108 arrived, Lin Tian was still very welcoming and specially brought two team members out to greet them. Hello team leader Lin, I'm Zhao Guanghe, team leader of team 108. It's a great honor to join your project. A middle-aged man immediately came up to shake hands with Lin Tian. Our project is also honored to have you join us. After some courtesy, Lin Tian brought Zhao Guanghe inside the research institute and began to tour and explain what they were going to do next. Zhao Guanghe was once Yiwei's student, so naturally, he had heard a lot of good things about Lin Tian from Yiwei's side, so he was now very respectful of Lin Tian, especially after hearing about Lin Tian's deeds. He worshipped Lin Tian even more in his heart. Even though Lin Tian was his senior brother and was much younger than him, the piece of scientific research was that the one who achieves is the teacher. Even Yiwei was in awe of Lin Tian, let alone him. But Zhao Guanghe could believe in Lin Tian's deeds unconditionally, but not the other members of Team 108 behind him. They didn't have that much trust in Lin Tian. I heard that this Lin Tian developed the photolithography machine alone, and the photolithography machine is still named after him. Developed it alone? How is that possible? Do you know how many foreign researchers relied on how many experiments to build a photolithography machine? It's too much of a stretch for you to say that it was developed separately. Solo R&D doesn't mean that the entire lithography machine was completed by him, but the experimental data of the lithography machine as well as the research of all kinds of rare materials were all proposed by him, coupled with the coordination of various departments. But even so, it's still very impressive. Okay, even so, it is not possible. Not I worship foreign people abroad after how many researchers' experiments only out of the results. How can he rely on a single person to complete? Anyway, I don't believe it. One person is no longer powerful, but also can't be powerful to this extent. The members of Team 108 were talking at the back just as Team 128 had just come in. since there were too many people talking there. Even if it was a whisper, it would inevitably fall into the ears of the people from Team 128 and Team 138. However, even if this group of people were doubting the gods in their hearts, they didn't mind a bit. There was a saying that true gold was not afraid of being refined by fire, and this group of people would soon know how powerful Lin Tian was. Team Leader Zhao, the method of making our chips is completely fine. The main direction to attack now is the problem of some rare materials, Lin Tian said as he walked, but these difficulties aren't problems. I'll give you the drawings later. You just need to follow the above. Remember to always follow the data above. You can't add your own ideas into it. These are already the most perfect data. With the lesson of 128 in front of him, Lin Tian naturally had to give a good reminder. Otherwise it would just be a waste of time for no reason. The most perfect experimental data? How can there be the most perfect experimental data in this world? I always feel like this Lin Tian is pretending to be B. Those who think highly of themselves will definitely fall head over heels. Let's just watch. The members of Team 108 sneered when they heard the words most perfect data. Zhao Guanghao also heard their voices and turned his head to angrily glare at them, making them quiet down before smilingly looking at Lin Tian. Don't worry about it, Team Leader Lin. We will definitely complete the mission properly. Good. Lin Tian didn't care about Team 108's words and directly carried out today's mission, just as Team 128 and Team 138 thought. True gold does not fear fire. The various problems Team 108 encountered next were all overcome by Lin Tian one by one. There's still a problem with the data here. As I said, the drawings I gave are already very perfect data. There's no need to correct them at all. This value is wrongly adjusted. You should be like this, then this. This is very well done. Keep up the good work. How similar to what Team 128 had experienced before. Along with Lin Tian's precise and ruthless solutions to various problems, Team 108's members' gazes when looking at him changed quite a bit all of a sudden. Anyone who was a scientific researcher basically knew that if you didn't know the piece thoroughly, it was simply impossible to identify the problem so quickly. Lin Tian was definitely a person with real skills. Gradually, the male researchers of Team 108 admired Lin Tian, while the female researchers began to inquire if Lin Tian was single. In less than a day's time, Team 108 was completely conquered by Lin Tian. The news of the photolithography machine being built began to circulate continuously amongst the secret departments, along with the news spreading more and more widely. Even the secret departments couldn't be impermeable walls. The news eventually went out and was heard by some bigwigs abroad. In a certain building in the beautiful country, a group of personnel in suits even gathered over for a special meeting because of this news. I heard that Huaxia has already built a photolithography machine, and it's also an extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine. A man opened his mouth and said coldly, Janice, you called us all over just because of this news? Don't you think this is a waste of everyone's time? How could Huaxia possibly build a photolithography machine, and an extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine at that? Some people immediately expressed their disbelief. The extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine was currently the highest-end photolithography machine in the world, and even the only country that could produce a high-end photolithography machine, Helan, hadn't been able to completely perfect it so far. And now there were people saying that a country that had lagged behind in the semiconductor industry for 40 to 50 years had built this photolithography machine that 99% of the world's countries were having trouble cracking? What is this if not a joke? That's right, Janice, this is definitely a fake news. Janice, because of your phone call, I'm only halfway through the show and I'm coming here. Don't say it's just for this. Even if they do make a lithography machine, it can't be an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. I guess you've heard that from somewhere. That's right, Janice. Everyone's time is precious. You're calling everyone here just because of a fake news. It's a bit too much. This one and all of beautiful country's hidden business bigwigs were expressing great dissatisfaction at this time. But Janice, with a cold face, slapped the table and roared. This is an undercover agent that I have planted in China for many years, and even after being captured, he still passed back the news to me. Do you guys think it's fake? Chapter 45, The Opinion War begins. Lin Tian's reversal. All of the big countries would plant undercover agents towards each other's countries. Some would penetrate the civilian class and conduct marketing, encouraging some people to go on the internet and distribute unfavorable statements about the country. There were also those who would penetrate into the elite class, probing for important information. Now, that undercover agent under Janice's hand had to pass back this information even under the premise of being arrested. So it could be seen how true this information was. Seeing that Janice was so serious, the crowd also changed their lazy attitude and discussed seriously. If this group of Chinese people build an extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine, it will have a major impact on our interests. So what if they have a photolithography machine? They can't catch up with our chip technology just the same. Better to kill than to let go. I think the Chinese have a point. Even if they don't have chip technology, we can't let them continue to develop like this. Yeah, Once the profits of the chip companies are snatched away, we'll lose at least hundreds of billions. But what can we do with Huaxia? The last sentence made everyone choke. Even though they could manipulate the beautiful country, it didn't mean they were little cuties. It was even if you bullied and bullied small countries. A big country like Huaxia, until they had completely developed a nuclear weapon threat that could be wiped out, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, everyone would have to be beaten back to the Stone Age. They were not willing to throw away the life of a man of the world. However, if they couldn't solve this kind of big trouble, they didn't know how much their interests would be affected. This was something they couldn't endure. We can't fight with Huaxia in the open, but we can come in the dark, Janice said at this time. The gazes of the crowd then came to him in unison. Janice then continued to explain his plan. What was the best thing about their beautiful country? Other than the military power that was now the best in the world, it was fighting the war of public opinion, like over there in Bend, over there in free electricity, and over there in North Vietnam. There are keyboard players that they have set up all over the place. As soon as these keyboard players received orders, they could start a huge wave of rhythms on the internet. According to the information provided by my undercover agents, the reason why China's photolithography research is so fast this time is because of a man named Lin Tian. All we have to do is find a way to destroy this Lin Tian, then it will be impossible for China to recreate any photolithography machines or chips in this lifetime. Janice's aim was to completely destroy Lin Tian through a public opinion war. This idea of Janice's is fine. I agree. I also agree. I agree. The various bigwigs from the business world present all agreed. Of course, Jans didn't call them all over just to see them nod their heads. Rather, it was because only if they all agreed together could he mobilize more of the beautiful country's resources. After seeing all of them agree to come down, Janice also smiled, and then immediately set about arranging it. In the next 2 days, with the addition of Team 108, the speed of chip development could be said to be accelerating every day. It was believed that in less than 3 days, the first domestic 7nm chip would be ready to be released. However, the accelerated speed of the research had also led to Lin Tian wanting to accelerate the speed of the chip more and more, and he had basically stayed up all night for the past few days. Of course, Lin Tian had notified Liu Xiaofei beforehand, so Liu Xiaofei hadn't purposely gone to wait for Lin Tian without sleeping these days. Only remembering me at a time like this, huh? Tang Yuan, who was dragged along to watch a movie at night, couldn't help but complain. Normally when Lin Tian came back, where was she beside Liu Xiaofei? Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, replied in an aggravated manner. Yuan, what are you talking about? Didn't I invite you over to watch it together? Come on you. Tang Yuan gave Liu Xiaofei a big blank stare and spat. I'm staying to watch you two spread dog food? Okay, Yuan, it's my first time to have a boyfriend, so please understand me. Liu Xiaofei hugged Tang Yuan and spoke out to comfort her. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, said unhappily, it's useless to talk about this. If it wasn't for the fact that you're pregnant, I'd have moved out half a month ago, and I'd still be watching your show every day. Yuan is the best. Liu Xiaofei gave Tang Yuan a hug. Even if Tang Yuan isn't, she can't stand Liu Xiaofei sticking it on like this, and immediately surrendered and said, Alright, I'll watch it with you. Good. The two beauties quickly sat on the sofa and watched TV, although it was a comedy movie, because Tang Yuan had seen it earlier. Tang Yuan didn't react much, but it was Liu Xiaofei who was amused and giggled on the side. In the case of boredom, Tang Yuan could only take out her cell phone and began to play. First, she played a few boring games, then Tang Yuan swiped up short videos and microblogs. But slowly, Tang Yuan realized something was wrong. Tang Yuan frowned, staring at the information on the hot search list, feeling very puzzled. Scientist Lin Tian turned out to be a traitor, secretly leaking information to foreign countries. An unforgivable offense. Lin Tian is an undercover agent sent by the beautiful country, specializing in stealing national secrets to foreign countries. A foreign spy just caught confessed that Lin Tian is a spy. The evidence that Lin Tian is a traitor is listed in detail. Multiple verses have come forward to report Lin Tian by name. He's a big traitor. We can't let him get away. That's right. Rumors about Lin Tian are once again dominating the list, and this time it was really rampant. Casually clicking on a post, one could find articles written in a well-organized manner and full of evidence. Coupled with the fact that so many big verses had come forward to jointly report it, Lin Tian had instantly become a target. Now whether it was on Weibo or on short videos, all the voices were cursing Lin Tian. Even quite a few video bloggers were frantically rubbing in the heat, following these inexplicable articles and starting to reveal all of Lin Tian's evil deeds. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yuan had been in contact with Lin Tian for so long in reality and knew him very well, she would have suspected if Lin Tian was a traitor. This was definitely an organized rumor. That was the first thing that came to Tang Yuan's mind when she saw it. There was no way she could believe that Lin Tian was what they wrote, but Tang Yuan believed that there was no way around it. The key also depended on what the viewers thought. The last time Liu Xiaofei opened a live broadcast, she had offended a lot of people, and now after these people saw this, they all wanted to come up and trample on them a few times. This had also led to Lin Tian's rumors having reached a level where passersby who looked at them felt that they were true. Liu Xiaofei seemed to notice that Tang Yuan's face was not normal and asked, Yuan, what's wrong with you? Chapter 46 Liu Xiaofei anger, and then opened the live broadcast rumor clarification. No, nothing. After hearing Liu Xiaofei's voice, Tang Yuan immediately hid her cell phone. After all, Liu Xiaofei was still pregnant and couldn't afford to be stimulated, and when she saw these news, she wouldn't be pissed off on the spot? The more she thought about it, the more Tang Yuan felt that she couldn't show her cell phone to Liu Xiaofei. But what kind of character is Liu Xiaofei? She is definitely a curious baby. The more Tang Yuan didn't show it to her, the more curious she became. Her beautiful eyes narrowed together. Why don't you show me? Liu Xiaofei was at the same time keenly aware that the information on it was 80% unfavorable to her. Alright, Xiaofei, you're a pregnant woman now, eh? How can you want to look at your cell phone every day, ah? Let's continue watching the movie. Tang Yuan wanted to directly perfunctory over. Liu Xiaofei naturally wouldn't be so easily fooled, staring at Tang Yuan and asking, what exactly did you see? Nothing. Tang Yuan laughed and said, don't be paranoid. Is it related to Lin Tian? Liu Xiaofei suddenly asked. She didn't know why she suddenly thought of Lin Tian, but her intuition told her that this matter was 80% related to Lin Tian. No, how could it be? Little Fei, I think you're just pregnant. Too suspicious. Why are you guessing everything blindly, Let's hurry up and watch the movie. Hurry up and watch the movie. Tang Yuan wanted to just skip this topic, but she obviously underestimated Liu Xiaofei's knowledge of her. Just by looking at Tang Yuan's unnatural expression, she had already guessed. Liu Xiaofei frowned and said, if you don't say anything, I'll go see for myself. Just now, Tang Yuan was looking at her cell phone, and this matter was related to Lin Tian, so it was 80% on the internet. It's probably the same as last time. It's some kind of hot search again, so just go to Weibo and those places and you'll know. When Tang Yuan saw that Liu Xiaofei's intuition was so sharp, she wanted to cry. Didn't they say a pregnancy is stupid for 3 years? How come Liu Xiaofei is getting smarter and smarter? Seeing that Liu Xiaofei was going to take her cell phone to look for herself, Tang Yuan hurriedly stopped it and said, alright, I'll tell you just. Right now a bunch of people on the internet are spreading rumors about Lin Tian again, saying that Lin Tian is a big traitor or something. Big traitor? Liu Xiaofei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief after hearing this. Who was a big traitor couldn't possibly be Yi Xian. You have to know that Yi Xian has been working for the country these days, staying up all night every day and not even returning home much. As a result, you said that he is a traitor, which is more outrageous than those who said that Yi Xian domestic violence cheating. Not surprisingly to Tang Yuan, the moment she heard this news, Liu Xiaofei almost exploded in place, and her entire breathing became rapid. Let me see what they said. Liu Xiaofei said angrily. Tang Yuan knew that Liu Xiaofei was probably going to die of anger if she went to look at it again in this state, so of course she refused to give it. She said, Little Fei, I can show it to you, but you have to calm your emotions before you can do so. Okay. No matter how angry Liu Xiaofei was, she still had to think about the baby in her stomach. She took a deep breath and waited until her emotions were finally a bit better before she looked at Tang Yuan and said, alright, you can show me now. Okay. Tang Yuan saw that she had indeed calmed down a lot before she finally handed her the cell phone to her. But when Liu Xiaofei's small hand took the phone and saw those contents on the internet that slandered Lin Tian, she still watched as her high blood pressure came up. It said something about Lin Tian turning his back on his motherland. Something about Lin Tian stealing and selling information to the beautiful country and so on. It was simply more outrageous than one another. The more she watched, the angrier Liu Xiaofei became, angrily saying, Yuan, help me contact those live broadcast platforms. Just say that I'm going to start another clarification live broadcast. In addition to helping me hire some lawyers to come over, I'm definitely not going to let this group of people off the hook today. She had said in the live broadcast before that she would sue that group of people in court if anyone dared to rumor and slander again. Since this group of people jumped out again, she certainly couldn't let this group of people off the hook. This live broadcast, she had to make everyone understand the price of rumoring about Lin Tian. Aha! Tang Yuan also directly agreed. Since this was seen by Liu Xiaofei, then the best way was to let Liu Xiaofei directly go and angrily dislike them. Otherwise, Liu Xiaofei, who was angry all the time, would definitely suffocate her body. Since Lin Tian hadn't come back in the past few days, Tang Yuan couldn't notify Lin Tian first, and could only spend her own money to find some team of lawyers who specialized in dealing with this piece. Next, contact the major live broadcasting platforms again, and they could broadcast live on the whole platform, just like before. These live streaming platforms recently couldn't wait for Liu Xiaofei to come out and explain the hot search on the internet right now, so of course they wouldn't reject it, and very quickly agreed to do so. For a while, the news that Liu Xiaofei was going to open another live broadcast to dispel the rumors also quickly hit the hot search, causing a hot discussion across the net. Liu Xiaofei has dared to come out and clarify like this. The news that Lin Tian is a traitor must be false, right? I feel the same way. If Lin Tian was a traitor, there's no way Liu Xiaofei would have come forward so quickly. Yeah, Lin Tian is so handsome. He's also a member of the National Academy. How could he be a traitor? Who the hell told you that being handsome doesn't make you a bad person? And just because he's from the National Research Institute, he's the most suspicious, right? This means that the enemy has already penetrated us. That's right. It's rumored that an undercover agent was recently caught in the National Secret Department, and this undercover agent, after being tortured, confessed to Lin Tian. More than that, isn't there a photo circulating on the internet of Lin Tian talking to a foreigner in secret, definitely betraying our country's intelligence? MD, the more I see, the more angry I get. Traitor, dead traitor, Lin Tian, you go to hell. Resolutely can't let this kind of traitor get away with it. I've already reported it with my real name, pleading that the country's top management can pay attention to this problem. At first, there were still quite a few people who believed that Liu Xiaofei definitely had the backbone to come forward so quickly. But soon, these comments were occupied by some water armies, and some spammers who only followed the trend. One by one, they were all clamoring for Lin Tian to die or something. Naturally, these comments were also seen by Tang Yuan, who was always keeping an eye on this event. Even if Lin Tian wasn't her husband, after so many days, he was still her friend, and now that he was being rumored about like this, she was half dead with anger. What a bunch of brainless people. All that evidence on the internet. One is a rumor. One is a photo with pixels worse than decades. It will be dismissed on the spot in court. But this group of people actually believe it. What a bunch of brainless people. And along with the passage of time, it soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Liu Xiaofei sat in front of the live cell phone on time. Chapter 47, The Attack of the Attorney at Law's Army. Tang Yuan, there's something fishy. Get off the air. The first time I've ever seen a movie. I've never seen a movie before. Still appearing in plain face. But Liu Xiaofei was just unbelievably beautiful. And many passers-by were completely bowled over by Liu Xiaofei's beauty the moment they clicked in. From the first moment they saw Liu Xiaofei, they had already doubted the authenticity of the issue of Lin Tian betraying his country. After all, looks were born from the heart. Liu Xiaofei was so good-looking, her heart was good for sure. Then the husband she found would definitely not be bad either. Wow, what a beautiful fairy sister. This is actually just a plain face. With such a beautiful face, I definitely don't believe her husband is a traitor. That's right. How can a traitor still dare to open a live broadcast so openly? Hasn't it long been investigated by the state? I believe in the country. I believe in the officials. This thing is so hot on the internet, but the officials still have no action. Doesn't that tell you everything? That's just a big shot covering him. Believe me, there will be a bigger fish on the hook soon. You think all the leaders of the country are free to brush their Weibo short videos? As long as someone down there is protecting this Lin Tian, no matter what, his news won't reach the ears of the leaders. Exactly. This black hand behind the scenes is definitely just trying to minimize the big deal. The only thing we can do is not to let the heat drop. In just a moment of opening the broadcast, it was unknown how many people flooded into the live broadcast room. As was the case on the internet, there were still quite a few people who supported Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian in the beginning, but with the constant influx of water armies, the entire live broadcast room was filled with curses. What about opening this live broadcast today? The purpose is pretty much the same as last time. The same is to make a clarification against those rumors on the internet. First of all, I can guarantee that Lin Tian would never sell out national intelligence. Not only is he not, he's also a project of the National Research Institute, and has been working on a very great project recently. Secondly, as I said last time, if there's anyone else who dares me to create rumors about us again, I'll never be merciful. These are the relevant information of some people we've recently collected on the internet, a total of more than 30 people. These 30 rumor mongers, I will submit all kinds of evidence to the court in Ningzhu. Just wait for the court to meet. As soon as Liu Xiaofei started broadcasting, he directly ignored the pop-ups from the group of water armies and stated his purpose for today. At the same time, he also put out the IDs of those 30 rumor mongers, as well as the information he looked up about their identities, addresses, and other aspects. Of course, the identity addresses and these were definitely mosaicked. Many netizens who were just following the trend were instantly silenced. Before, Beichin was a living example. If you say it's not, Now that the internet has ironclad evidence, Still saying this? It's hilarious. It is. Dead traitor, what kind of face do you have to come out live to dispel rumors? Comrades, for the sake of our Red Star, for the sake of our forefathers who fought down the river, we must unite together to bring this dog traitor to justice. That's not the way to start a rumor. You said he wasn't, so why didn't he come forward on his own? It's probably because he's facing so much evidence and is scared to hide, right? Oh, really funny. Are afraid to show up, still here to dispel rumors. Open up your mom. So harboring traitors, I see this woman is not a good thing. Report. MD, dog traitors woman can be good to wear. Is a stinking, probably by the foreign politicians play rotten. I didn't expect Liu Xiaofei to be this kind of person. I now seriously doubt that the child in her belly is not Lin Tian's. Ha ha ha. I guess not only is it not Lin Tian's, I don't even know which person's it is. There were too many people that night, but while ordinary spammers would be scared, this group of sailors weren't scared at all. One by one, they were cursing madly there. Not only did they greet Lin Tian, they even made Liu Xiaofei a. Looking at so many slurs, Liu Xiaofei was so angry that her little face turned red and her blood pressure kept rising. Yuan, help me write down all these people's names. I'm going to sue them. This time, Liu Xiaofei was completely enraged. Not only had these people insulted Lin Tian, who she cared about the most, they had also insulted her baby, who she cared about the most. No matter how much money she spent today, she had to take this group to court. You think that you can scare us? Let me tell you, the law is sacred, and the ones who will be sanctioned are bound to be traitors like you. Bitch, you sue. You just sue. Justice is always with us. If you sue me, there will be thousands of me. You're a thief, aren't you? You can't explain yourself, so you start suing. Funny, people like you are just polluting the air. You'll be ridden by millions. Ouch, I'm so scared. You just sue. I represent justice this time. I won't give in to traitors like you even if I die. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is already a thief and has already messed up. We can't wimp out. We must defend the kingdom our forefathers have built for us. Comrades, think about those bravely sacrificed soldiers. Think about those scientists who fought hard for our country. Their achievements can never be trampled by such traitors. It had to be said that this time, the ability of the water army to bring the rhythm was just too strong. They kept taking out the forefathers of Huaxia, intending to stir up the national sentiments of Huaxia. Once everyone decided that Lin Tian was a traitor, then Lin Tian had to die even if he didn't. As Liu Xiaofei looked at the words of this group of people, she only felt that her body was churning with qi and blood. Excessive anger made her eyes go black and she almost fainted from anger. Tang Yuan could naturally see that the water army was very powerful this time and wasn't afraid of being caught by them at all, so it was useless to say anymore. But instead, she would be angry at Liu Xiaofei and move her fetus. Today's live broadcast ends here. Those jets you guys remember well. It's not unreported. It's before the time comes, Tang Yuan hurriedly said, then turned off the live broadcast. Liu Xiaofei saw that he actually turned off the live stream directly and asked angrily, Yuan, what are you doing? Let me play against them. I'm going to curse them to death. The group of pop-ups were all but irritating Liu Xiaofei's bottom line. What are you cursing with them for? This group of people are obviously the water army. There must be an organization behind them. If we curse with them, it's just what they want instead. Tang Yuan was quite smart and saw at a glance what the problem was this time. Liu Xiaofei also calmed down completely because of her words. It was reasonable to say that people would normally be afraid of a lawyer's letter warning. It was impossible that they could still be so arrogant in such a situation. Or rather, it was impossible for so many people to be arrogant. Chapter 48 7 nanometers chip development success. The group worships. It is important to realize that the vast majority of people are selfish by nature, especially the spammer keyboard warrior. This category of people also like to find a sense of existence on the internet. Once involved in his own words, they will never bull **** a word. As long as the internet is uncovered, they are the most cowardly group of people. But even if Liu Xiaofei is such a court warning, there are still a large number of people in that scolding. That cannot be a group of ordinary people, is definitely a group of organized water army. In the face of this kind of water army, scolding is definitely not work. Not only can't solve the problem, but will make them more and more complacent, angry or their own. Then what to do? Are we just going to ignore them? Liu Xiaofei was already about to die of anger. She couldn't wait to smash all the mouths of this group of them right now. It's better to wait for Lin Tian to come back. I feel like this matter is definitely not simple. It's not something we can solve. Tang Yuan frowned. After that overwhelming tirade in the live broadcast room, Tang Yuan could already sense that the forces manipulating these water armies were not simple. If they acted rashly, they might only make things worse. It was better to wait until Lin Tian arrived. Even though Liu Xiaofei was angry, she knew better that she definitely couldn't handle it as well as Lin Tian, so she could only nod her head and agree. Seeing that she was still angry, Tang Yuan spoke out to comfort her. Alright, don't be angry. Why get angry because of a bunch of idiots? Let's be happy. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, took another deep breath and calmed herself down before saying, whatever, let's go watch a movie. Good. While the two decided to watch a movie, Lin Tian was still inside the institute. After 5 days of desperate research where all of their members didn't go home, today, all of the difficulties of their 7nm chips were finally overcome. Today, whether it was the material problem or the program problem, almost all of them had been solved. Just one step away, they could produce the first independently developed 7nm chip in China. Nearly 200 researchers stood beside the photolithography machine, looking excitedly at Lin Tian standing in front of the photolithography machine. They were finally going to witness a historic moment. Accompanied by Lin Tian's constant maneuvering, the photolithography machine could be seen to have begun functioning, and in no time at all, a chip was produced. Lin Tian picked the chip up and took a look at it, and after surveying it, he placed it on the instrument for testing. As the crowd looked at the chip on the instrument, they couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness again, and in their hearts, they kept praying to the heavens that they must be blessed. After a long time, Lin Tian took the chip out. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd, looking very sad. Many people thought that they had failed and suddenly hung their heads, but the next second, Lin Tian directly spoke out. It's a good product. It can be used normally. Good product? After the crowd froze for a second, they immediately erupted into unprecedented cheers. Good product. It's actually a good product. Our China has finally produced its first self-developed chip. Finally we don't have to look at the faces of those foreigners anymore. We've risen in the semiconductor industry. It's not just standing up, it's surpassing all of a sudden. According to team leader Lin, the performance of this chip is 50% better than the 7nm chip announced by those chipmakers. Team leader Lin really deserves to be called a man of God. I'm completely convinced. I'm convinced. I want to give team leader Lin a kneeling bow. The many fellows discussed excitedly, all of them as happy as if they had been doped up. There was no way. With a technological gap of 40 to 50 years, they were able to come out on top later on, and still come out on top later on in an enlightened manner. That kind of feeling of relief was something that no one else could experience. And these researchers, their admiration for Lin Tian had even reached a new level. What level? It was as if Lin Tian said that 1 + 1 = 3, a level that they would all choose to believe without hesitation. Alright, our photolithography and chip research project has been considered to be completely finished as of today. Thank you all for your hard work over this period of time. Lin Tian was just as happy as everyone else and smiled as he bowed to everyone. During this period of time, Lin Tian had seen all their efforts. It was indeed very hard work. Team leader Lin, don't say that. You've also worked very hard. That's right, we are all contributing to the country. You don't need to bow to us like that. Yeah, team leader Lin, don't be like that. We're not used to it. Many people were very happy in their hearts when they faced Lin Tian's bow. This feeling of being recognized for what they have been doing all this time couldn't be better. These few days' nights hadn't been in vain. Alright, everyone go back to rest first today. It won't be long before this chip of ours hits the market. Lin Tian smiled slightly after hearing their words and told all of them to go back to rest first. The next production of the chip would be left to the technicians arranged by the state. As for Yan Ku's side, he planned to go over tomorrow to give him a surprise, so he also specifically told He Wei to not inform Yan Ku. After finally finishing his work, the moment Lin Tian walked out of the research institute, he couldn't help but stretch and let out a long yawn. At this time, there were two female researchers who couldn't help but walk up and asked with a red face, Team leader Lin, this photolithography machine and the chip have been completed. We all discussed that we would like to go have a drink and celebrate. Can you come? Sorry, my wife is still waiting at home. Remembering that there was still Liu Xiaofei waiting at home, Lin Tian just politely refused them. If the celebration banquet was in the afternoon, he would be willing to go for a bit, but now that it was nighttime, he certainly prioritized going back to accompany Liu Xiaofei. After hearing this, the two female researchers were filled with disappointment and left with regret, even if they knew that Lin Tian had a wife. But how a big handsome man, just appearing at the celebration banquet was a pleasing thing to the eyes. Go home. After Lin Tian watched them leave, he once again stretched his waist before returning directly to the Thompsons. Since the time was still only 9:30, as soon as Lin Tian entered his home, he could see that Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan were leaning together watching a movie. Upon hearing the commotion of Lin Tian returning, both of them hurriedly turned their heads to look at Lin Tian. Hubby, the moment Liu Xiaofei saw Lin Tian, she directly jumped up and flew into Lin Tian's arms. After Lin Tian hugged her, he looked at Liu Xiaofei who didn't look too good and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" It's not that group of waterbenders on the internet. They're now spreading rumors around, saying that you're selling out your own country's intelligence. Chapter 49, Lin Tian, I want to ask you for a favor. Yen Ko, your difficulties are the country's difficulties. Liu Xiaofei was very angry and told Lin Tian about the current situation on the internet. Since Liu Xiaofei was basically all about Lin Tian in regards to the matter of anger on the internet, all that came out of her mouth was the group of people bad-mouthing Lin Tian. As for those words that had scolded Liu Xiaofei into it, Liu Xiaofei didn't mention much about it. After all, for her, being scolded herself was secondary. This is definitely someone organizing to bring up the tempo, and the energy behind it isn't normally big, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to reach this kind of heat. Lin Tian immediately judged that this matter was done deliberately by someone after hearing this. Lin Tian, I suggest you go online and look at their comments. Some people are still scolding little Fei. Tang Yuan was beside him. Seeing that Liu Xiaofei didn't mention anything about her being scolded, she couldn't help but anxiously remind him. Lin Tian's brows instantly furrowed together when he reached Tang Yuan's words. He also didn't ask Liu Xiaofei what was going on, but instead took out his cell phone himself and looked through the internet. One of the people who had been liked to the top of the list was the comment that had cursed him and Liu Xiaofei together, and the moment he saw the content of the comments, a wave of anger came through Lin Tian's body. He was similar to Liu Xiaofei. It didn't matter if he was scolded himself, but if he scolded the people around him, it would matter a lot. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter. Lin Tian frowned, his tone a little low. Liu Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in her heart when she looked at the aura emanating from his body, and she didn't know what Lin Tian would do. She couldn't help but give a reminder. Hubby, you can't do anything illegal. Just them, they are not worthy of me to break the law. Lin Tian snorted coldly, then his tone softened again, rubbed Liu Xiaofei's head and said, alright, let's not think about this for now. Let's watch the movie. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Good. Lin Tian's gentle tone made Liu Xiaofei stop thinking so much and unconditionally believe that Lin Tian would definitely take care of it. Next, Liu Xiaofei leaned on Lin Tian's arms to watch the movie. Tang Yuan originally couldn't stand the two of them, but this comedy movie was something she really enjoyed watching, so she could only force herself not to turn her gaze towards the two of them. Just like that, the three of them watched together for some time. But during the period of watching, Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan were surprised to find that Lin Tian, who was usually always in high spirits, actually went straight into dreamland after watching for not more than a few minutes, letting out a light snoring sound. He hasn't been coming back this whole time. Could it be that he's been staying up late over there every day? Tang Yuan guessed. Yeah, the dark circles under his eyes are so heavy, he must have stayed up every day. But what he's doing must be great. Liu Xiaofei painfully touched the bags under Lin Tian's eyes. Tang Yuan sighed and lamented. Lin Tian struggles every day for the cause of the country, but as a result, those heartless ones on the internet are still scolding him. I can't even stand to watch. Don't worry, he will definitely handle this matter well. Liu Xiaofei smiled faintly and looked at Lin Tian with trust. Right now she felt like her man was just omnipotent. You're still spreading dog food to me when people are sleeping. I can't stand it. But how could Tang Yuan stand such a fancy show of affection? Letting out a miserable scream. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, laughed. Anyway, it's like this. You have to suffer even if you can't stand it. I really owe you in my previous life. He. The next morning, after Lin Tian woke up, his entire mental state had recovered quite a bit. Even though he was still a bit tired, Lin Tian still habitually went to make a breakfast, both Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan. This time, however, he didn't wait for the two to come down and eat together. Instead, he finished eating himself and then rushed straight out the door. Then, he ordered the earliest flight to the capital and flew directly to the capital. After arriving in the capital, Lin Tian killed Yen Ke's quadrangle without stopping. At this time, Yen Ke didn't know that Lin Tian's side of the chip was ready. Otherwise it wouldn't be Lin Tian coming to him, but him going to the Pearl to find Lin Tian. Minister Yen. After Lin Tian arrived at the courtyard, he first greeted him. Yen Ke froze for a moment when he heard Lin Tian's voice, then hurriedly laughed. Xiao Tian, why are you free to come to my place? Can it be that the chip is done? From his understanding of Lin Tian would never run to the capital without having finished the chip. Of course, it was possible that Lin Tian had encountered some difficulties, but if he really had any difficulties, he wouldn't have to make a special trip to come here. This kid definitely wanted to give him a surprise. The 7 nanometers chip is already done. Lin Tian nodded, but his face did not look good. Yen Ke naturally saw that Lin Tian was different and directly asked, Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you? What have you encountered? Minister Yen, I have something I want to ask you for a favor. Xiao Tian, what are you talking about? You've created such a great value for the country by building photolithography machines and chips. Don't say anything about helping. In the future, your difficulties will be the country's difficulties. the country will definitely help you out. As soon as Yen Ke heard that Lin Tian wanted to ask for his help, he hurriedly set his face straight. What was the equivalent of an independently produced photolithography machine? It was equivalent to $1 trillion market. One must know that along with the constant development of the smartphone industry, it was now basically a case of one cell phone per hand. Think about how many people in the world. Even if divided by half, there are 3.5 billion people. And this 3.5 billion people, if each person to buy an average of $3,000 of cell phones, that have a full 10 trillion. Not to mention that the cell phone is a consumable product. After using it for a long time, you have to change it. With the existence of this photolithography machine, it means that they can also make money in the electronics industry in a continuous stream. Based on this alone, Lin Tian's difficulties were the country's difficulties, and the upper echelons would certainly agree to any request within Lin Tian's power. Not to mention, Lin Tian himself was an even greater treasure. He was only 24 years old now. He still had several decades ahead of him to contribute to China's scientific research. Such a potential stock. What reason did the country have not to favor it? Lin Tian, on the other hand, sank his face and said, "Right now, there are rumors everywhere on the internet that I'm a traitor to my country, and they're also verbally abusing my wife and child. I want to ask Minister Yen to help me find out who these people are." Rumor mongering about you? Yen Ke was a bit confused, obviously not expecting there to be such a thing, but since Lin Tian said so, Yen Ke naturally believed it completely. He slammed the table and said angrily, "All right, don't worry. I promise to help you out with this matter. None of those people can escape." Chapter 50. This market was created by Lin Tian alone. Then I'll thank Minister Yen first. Lin Tian nodded, but his tone was obviously a lot more rusty. Yen Ke's heart was also tight at this moment. It was also right that one had to protect the family before defending the country. As a scientific researcher of the country, fighting for the country on the front line, working tirelessly, only to turn around and have himself falsely accused and his family verbally abused. In his place, he would be just as disappointed. Thinking of this, Yen Ke's anger was also ignited in an instant. After sending Lin Tian away, Yen Ke immediately picked up his cell phone and checked the situation on the internet. No wonder he didn't look at it until now. It was mainly because the older generation didn't like the internet, not to mention the fact that the internet was in a mess right now, with spam everywhere. He was still a little more comfortable not being able to see it. But what he didn't expect was that this habit caused Yen Ke to miss the best time to see Lin Tian being rumored. Now that Lin Tian's heart had been chilled by a large margin, if he didn't do something about it, I was afraid that even China would lose a scientific genius. Thinking of this, the anger in Yen Ke's heart increased. He directly dialed a phone number, and as soon as he was connected, he cursed, "Old Chui, are your people all rice buckets? Lin Tian has been rumored to be like this on the internet, and you guys haven't made a single move?" It wasn't that Yen Ke was shirking his responsibility, but this matter should have been their responsibility to handle. However, this group of people had not only failed to deal with it, but also made Lin Tian personally come to the capital to talk about this matter. Rice bucket was already not enough to describe them. Old Yen it's not that we didn't make a move. It's mainly because the higher-ups told us to investigate it properly again, and to make a move to help him when we have enough evidence. The person on the other end of the phone replied. In fact, the meaning of the words was that he didn't trust Lin Tian enough and wanted to investigate clearly before saying anything. After determining that Lin Tian really wasn't a traitor or something, they would then step in to help Lin Tian out. Don't bull here. By the time that happens, the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold. Chui Yuan. I'm telling you, Lin Tian is a rare talent in our scientific research community for 100 and 1,000 years. If you let him get cold feet, it'll be a loss for the whole of China when that time comes. Yen Ke couldn't help but directly explode when he heard this. Chui Yuan on the other end of the phone said helplessly, "Old Yen, it's not like you don't know that our Huaxia handles things against spies very cautiously. Plus there are so many people who have reported him by his real name, so we have to go through the process. NND, go through your bull ***** process. Yen Ke, put my words here today. I'll take my life to guarantee that he doesn't have the slightest problem. If you do not deal with me as soon as possible, I also quit." Perhaps Yen Ke resigning from his job was very good news for many people who coveted his position, but Chui Yuan knew that. Yen Ke, as a veteran of Huaxia, had an extremely high level of authority within Huaxia, and the group of people in the secret department. Only Yen Ke could hold them down, and whoever else was on it. This department would have to be dispersed by a large margin. If he resigns, the loss to Huaxia is not half a star, especially if you are a veteran who is forced to resign. The rumor will be as unpleasant as it needs to be. It was only at this time that Chui Yuan noticed that this Lin Tian was of unusual importance. Otherwise Yen Ke wouldn't have been like this. "Old Yen, you wouldn't have taken any wrong medication, right? This Lin Tian doesn't need you to vouch for him with your life, right? Cui Yuan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Yan Ku, on the other hand, said angrily, now that the thing has been built, I won't hide it anymore. A while ago I said that the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute was working on photolithography and chips. Do you still remember? That's definitely remembered. This was something that concerned trillions of dollars of profit. He wouldn't forget it even if his memory was poor. Only, as a secret department, Cui Yuan would not reveal too much to the outside world about many things. So Cui Yuan and the others only knew one thing. That Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute was working on this, and were not aware that the one who was really doing this was Lin Tian. Then let me tell you, whether it's the photolithography machine or the chip, it's this Lin Tian alone who came up with the design concept, or else we'd have to wait at least 5 to 10 years if we wanted to build this, Yenka said excitedly. After Cui Yuan heard this news, his entire head seemed to explode with it. He didn't understand how difficult photolithography and chips were in scientific research, but he could at least understand the phrase, we still have to wait 5 to 10 years, right? Even if he does not understand this, but he understands the trillion-dollar market. According to Yen Ku, Lin Tian is not purely relying on himself alone to create a trillion-dollar market. The contempt he had for Lin Tian earlier was gone. Cui Yuan didn't even know that he was out of his mind. How could he suspect that such a person was a spy? Have you ever seen a spy who would help build this? Yes, a spy might contribute something in order to gain the trust of the higher-ups. Doesn't mean the thing contributed will be a photolithography machine. How harsh the foreign blockade of this thing was against China was already a thing that anyone who regularly surfed the internet knew. How could they possibly use this thing as a bargaining chip to gain trust? Old Yen, is everything you said true? Cui Yuan was still a bit shocked and couldn't believe it. How many years had foreign countries blockaded the country? And on the internet, they even claimed that there was a 40 to 50 year gap between Huaxia and them. He really couldn't believe that there was someone that could finish it off with just one person. What am I lying to you for? There's half a favor for me? And don't you think there's something fishy going on this time? Lin Tian just finished getting the photolithography machine and chips, and all sorts of rumors started flying around over here. Have you checked the details of those people who reported by name? Yan Ke questioned. Cui Yuan was sweating profusely by Yan Ke's question and said, this, Main before did not know that this kid is so powerful. So we will follow the normal procedure too. The normal procedure is that with so many people reporting in real names, they will investigate Lin Tian first, wait until Lin Tian has no problem, and then investigate that group of people. But if he had known that the photolithography machine and the chip were both messed up by Lin Tian, then he would probably just investigate the group of people who had reported it first. Even if you follow the normal procedure, you have to control such rumors on the internet before saying anything. Now that people have personally come to the capital to find me to talk about this matter, where are you going to let me put this old face down? Yes, the people under his command who had done their best for him had to personally come over to talk about it when they were in trouble. This was undoubtedly bringing shame to him as a minister. Cui Yuan shed cold sweat and assured, Old Yen, don't worry about it, I will definitely handle this matter beautifully for you. You have to remember one thing, this kid he's only 24 years old. Hiss, I remember. Chapter 51, take them all away. Take them all away. Cui Yuan still didn't realize until he heard Yen Ke's words that this Lin Tian was actually still only 24 years old. No matter what industry you were in, the younger you were the more potential and valuable you were. A Lin Tian who was only 24 years old could independently complete the production of photolithography machines and chips. What about a 30-year-old Lin Tian? What about a 40-year-old Lin Tian? One should know that that great scientist Qian Lao, who had built the atomic bomb, had only accomplished it when he was in his 40s. And the photolithography machine, which was claimed to be even more difficult to build than the atomic bomb, Lin Tian could actually complete it independently. Even though a large part of this was due to the fact that there was relevant information available, it was still impressive enough. This Lin Tian was more than just having unlimited potential. He was simply bullish to a certain extent. He couldn't help but want to worship it. Okay? This time I can feel that Lin Tian is very angry, so there shouldn't be any need for me to remind you of what to do, right? When Yen Ke heard Cui Yuan's tone, he knew that he had already realized the seriousness of the problem. Of course, after Cui Yuan replied, he hung up the phone and then immediately maneuvered. Dog traitor, you only dare to hide now, don't you? Have the guts to come out and say a word. I've never seen such an obscene person. Since the accident only dared to hide behind the back, let their own women to come out, is still considered a man? Oh, the country is still not out of it? Just let this traitor get away with it? Comrades, we must move. We must defend our flower grower to the death. We can't have him just muddle through. The will of the Red Star will not wear out. Our forefathers will surely bless us with victory over such traitors. Brothers, is there still do not know how to report the real name? I have a detailed tutorial on my homepage. Big news. Liu Xiaofei used to be a chicken, and now the child doesn't even know whose it is. I heard that this Liu Xiaofei also likes multi-person sports, and often goes to the room with many black people. At the same time, somewhere on Bend Island, a few young people were flying their fingers and using various trumpets to slander and abuse Lin Tian and Liu Xiaofei on the internet. After knocking around for a whole morning and bringing up the tempo for several hours, they were all a bit tired and were ready to have a lunch before continuing. What are you guys going to eat? I want a supersized portion of taro ball boo boo super Q and super yummy NI milk tea, plus a super thin fried pork chop with rice. I'll have a huge portion of taro puree milk tea with mango. Me too. After a few people finished talking, one person started to order. While waiting, one of them couldn't help but ask, by the way, that Liu Xiaofei said she's going to sue us. Will something happen if we keep talking like this? What else can go wrong? Oh, so many people are cursing them now. I don't believe it. He can come and arrest me. That's right. What are you worrying about? Don't worry. Absolutely nothing will happen. The rest of the few people were not worried at all about what would happen. After all, Huaxia was still a bit of a distance from Bend, so as long as they were on the island, nothing would happen to them. They still didn't believe that the police could cross the strait to catch them. Under this kind of mentality, they would rather worry that the takeout would be late than worrying that something would happen if they were spammers on the internet. What is the internet? That's the turtle's protective shell. As long as they stay in it, they can do absolutely whatever they want. Whatever they want. This was their extra-legal land. Takeout is here. After waiting for quite a while, a knock suddenly came from the door. Why did it come so fast today? A few people were curious. According to usual, it would take at least half an hour or more before it could be delivered off. One of them didn't bother to think too much. Remembering his milk tea, he hurried over to open the door. He thought that it would be a normal process of picking up takeout, but what he didn't expect was that as soon as he opened the door, more than 30 plainclothes policemen rushed in instantly. Don't move. This room is only 8 people in total. More than 30 plainclothes police. Just the lineup is already going to scare the piss out of them. Naturally, they were instantly controlled. There were a few who were still undeterred and wanted to resist. Basically, after receiving a slap on the face, they would all be completely honest. After putting these people under control, the plainclothes policemen quickly rummaged through their computers and found all sorts of evidence of them cursing and slandering. After saving this evidence, they gave a few more people a slap on the face before taking them back to the police station. This group of people, in addition to crying, basically did not dare to say a word. This is what internet spammers really look like. Once they uncover the layer of protective cover that is the internet, they are more of a wimp than anyone else. Woo-woo, is who said it's okay. They obviously came to arrest me because of the internet. It can't be. It shouldn't be. It's never been like this before. Why? What to do? Oh, are we going to jail? Woo-woo, I don't want to go to jail yet. After this group of people were locked up in the police station, all of them were crying, and some of them even kneeled down for the police, pleading for forgiveness. Such a sight was a very stark sense of contrast with their majestic online situation, but the police simply ignored them, and did not know what they were busy with before and after, looking very anxious. Obviously, this matter of theirs was no longer generally serious. This makes the group of people even more afraid. A group of people crying pear-shaped rain, with the death of their own father. At the same time, in the north of Vietnam, electricity-free, Lair and other places, the same drama was happening. Those spammers who hid behind the screen, now one by one all showed their original form. But all the spammers that were on the internet, basically this time, they would be tracked and located by the special department of Huaxia, and then contact the local government to capture them one by one. Would this consume resources? Of course it would, but compared to the resources that Lin Tian had brought to Huaxia, all of this was just a drop in the bucket. Even the officials of these countries were surprised by this big action of Huaxia. They couldn't figure out what kind of person this Lin Tian was, and could actually make Huaxia make such a big fuss about it. They couldn't understand how to think about it, but they only understood one thing. That was that this group of jet-setters who were leading the tempo would have a very miserable ending. With the active cooperation of these countries, all the rhythmic spammers outside the country were captured in just 1 day's time. Not to mention the ones within the country. It didn't even take half a day for all of them to be invited into the police station. Chapter 52, The Hot Search is Gone. Asterisk. I just woke up today. How come all the hot searches about Lin Tian being a traitor are gone? More than that, even the comments are a lot more harmonious. There aren't so many rhythmic comments anymore. Ha ha ha. Didn't you guys read the latest news? I heard that it was those people outside the country who intentionally brought up the tempo, and now these people have all been captured. I told you, anyone who's normal won't believe those trumped up evidences, right? Great joy. It's simply a great joy to the people. I've always been unhappy with these people. The news also said that when those spammers were arrested back home, There were more than 30 people who were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. 80% of those dozen people were $500,000 inside. It was so fun to watch. Usually they're the ones who like to come to us the most to pollute the network environment. Have you guys noticed that this group of people used to lead the tempo without much trouble? But this time they were caught in a net. You don't even look at whose rhythm they're leading. Lin Tian is a researcher at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute. Where did they get the guts? Impossible. As far as I know, if you're just a scientific researcher, there's absolutely no way you can make Huaxia make such a big deal out of it. Unless he made a great contribution. Aren't those awards of Lin Tian enough? They're all national level every time. Enough is enough. But this situation right now, definitely not what those awards can achieve. With those awards, the most the country will do is to quickly arrest the ones within the country. As for the ones outside the country, it's unlikely, because it involves dealing with another country. It's never easy. Could it be that this Lin Tian has a heavenly background? Very likely. After the collective fall of the rhythmic spammers, the internet was filled with shouts of approval. However, the topic they were chatting about gradually shifted from the spammers to Lin Tian. After all, they were all curious as to how Lin Tian had gotten the country to step in and make such a big deal out of it. Unfortunately, no matter how much they discussed, they basically couldn't think of the two things: photolithography and chips. After the network had once again returned to a state of calm, Lin Tian, who was in the villa, only felt a little better. The attitude shown by the upper echelons this time was already very sincere, because to lock up these jet-setters abroad, and then have to contact the local government, and then capture them all within a day's time, the price paid for this was clear even to the netizens, not to mention Lin Tian. Lin Tian, this is too powerful for you, isn't it? How did you do it? Tang Yuan, who had just woken up from her nap, rushed downstairs to find Lin Tian after seeing the news on the internet and asked curiously. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, "I went to ask my boss for help and he did it for me. I'm not as impressive as you say. You need to be less modest in front of me." Versailles. Tang Yuan gave him a blank stare. It wasn't like she was a little cutie. Of course she understood that if Lin Tian wasn't very good, it would be impossible for someone's boss to cover him this way on this point. So Lin Tian was still very, very good. He. Lin Tian laughed helplessly and in the end didn't say much. At this time Liu Xiaofei also woke up and walked down from upstairs yawning. After Tang Yuan saw her, she walked forward with her eyebrows raised and said with a smile, "Little Fei, I'm telling you, all of those jet-setters from before have all fallen into the net. Even the ones who were in foreign countries have been captured and returned." Really? After Liu Xiaofei heard this news, her beautiful eyes instantly widened and she asked in great surprise. These spammers were about to piss her off before, and now that she heard that all of them were caught, of course she was as happy as she could be. Of course, do you know that when these people were arrested, a large portion of them peed their pants in fear, except for a few that didn't cry. Tang Yuan became interested in talking about this, pulling Liu Xiaofei alongside to tell what happened on the internet. Liu Xiaofei was so happy to hear the misery of those spammers that she let out a beautiful laughter like a silver bell from time to time. As for Lin Tian, he went to the kitchen and started cooking breakfast. After the chip problem was solved, Lin Tian recently had a rare vacation and would be at home with Liu Xiaofei all day today. This was also the main reason why Liu Xiaofei would be so happy today. While Lin Tian and Liu Xiaofei and the others were having a good time, inside a building in the beautiful country, a few men once again gathered together. Their faces were very grim as they glanced at each other. "We failed in this battle of public opinion." Janus opened his mouth. Although they were very good at public opinion wars, their main battlefield was in the Western countries. In a place like China, they could only find those internet spammers and keyboard warriors to bring up the tempo. Originally, the purpose of their public opinion war this time was to make Huaxia start suspecting Lin Tian, thoroughly investigating Lin Tian, and then letting the water armies insult Lin Tian's family and the like, so that Lin Tian would feel chilled by this. At that time, they could logically send out an olive branch and recruit Lin Tian into their beautiful country. The plan had originally gone perfectly. Lin Tian had already felt an overwhelming chill because of the abuse on the internet, plus the country's delay in taking action. By then, the people they had infiltrated within China would be able to delay Lin Tian's matter a bit more, and then smoothly destroy Lin Tian's feelings for China. But what they hadn't expected was that the guy called Cui Yuan suddenly defied all odds and tried to protect Lin Tian. Not only did he make their plans completely go down the drain, he also wiped out the water army that they had carefully prepared for years, which was simply a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier. More importantly, they had learned a message. Not only did we fail, we also underestimated the role of this Lin Tian. Someone spoke coldly. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it." The entire technology of the photolithography machine and the chip actually came from this Lin Tian. I said with their level, how could they possibly build a photolithography machine? They thought at first that Lin Tian was just one of the more important trainees in the production of the photolithography machine. Who would have thought that the photolithography machine and the chip were all made by him alone? I have a feeling that Huaxia might be exaggerating a bit. It's simply impossible for one person to accomplish a project of this level. Some people naturally didn't believe it. So what if it's exaggerated? Shouldn't we have the attitude that we'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go? If he really is such a genius, and if we let him go, he will be more of a threat to our beautiful country than Chanson, Janice said seriously. After hearing his words, many people nodded their heads after falling silent, obviously agreeing with this idea of Janice's. However, there were also people who asked curiously, so, how should we deal with this Lin Tian now? Chapter 53, Jetty Ambush. When necessary, Lin Tian's matter, that is the matter of the Profather. Along with this question, the people present fell even more silent, because they couldn't think of any good solutions either. The most important point was that the current Huaxia was not the previous Huaxia. The beautiful country couldn't make any substantial actions and could only fight a war of words. Moreover, Lin Tian and Xiansen were still different, and were not in their beautiful country's territory at all. After thinking about it, they sadly realized, with their decades of experience, they actually couldn't do anything about this Lin Tian at this point. Of course, Huaxia must have attached immense importance to Lin Tian. There was no way to move their man. I think we should mainly focus on recruiting people. Next, try to send someone to make contact with him first. Offer our conditions, and if we really can't get it, we'll destroy it, Janice proposed. And when he said the last, his gaze became obviously ruthless for a few moments. This was a method they commonly used. Destroy if we can't get it. At the very least, they didn't want to see that Lin Tian had directly surpassed their beautiful country in terms of scientific research. If they wanted to maintain their own interests, if they wanted to continue to be human beings and fulfill their imperial dreams, they would not allow this to happen. However, they were more interested in inviting Lin Tian to their beautiful country than destroying it. With China's technology being so unimpressive, Lin Tian was able to build a photolithography machine. So when he arrived in their beautiful country, wouldn't he be able to bring their beautiful country up to the status of Blue Star hegemony in a matter of minutes? I have no opinion. I have no opinion either. Let's do it. The crowd quickly deliberated on the results, and this meeting ended here. At the same time, after the spammer who had cursed Lin Tian had been arrested, the storm over this matter on the internet was also getting bigger and bigger. Basically, there were at least 8 messages in the top 10 on the hot search list that were about this. The reaction of the netizens was also very enthusiastic. Originally, only some people who were concerned about this matter knew about it, but after the fermentation, even some passers-by who weren't concerned about this matter knew about it. After Ben caught these network spammers, I found that the network was instantly cleaned up a lot. No more of those breathtakingly stupid comments. I told you, I don't see so many stupid fork in reality. How come there are so many on the network? It seems to be all about bending these places. This point you are wrong. In fact, stupid fork is really quite a lot. Just see these bent after the end. One by one are hiding. Ha ha ha. I just know there's a person that lives right next door to me. Every day he likes to get high on the internet mouth. This time also there to bring the rhythm of Lin Tian. As a result, yesterday was directly taken away by a group of police officers. Look at me so good. I have a neighbor here is also. Usually on the mouth stinks to death. Nothing like to curse the street there. Many of us are not happy with him. Did not expect this time directly by the police to take away. Do not look at him usually hang very much. Was taken away when crying that called him miserable. Harm. It's said that these spammers are all some capitalist pawns. They just want to use this public opinion war to stink up Lin Tian. Dredge. This is too disgusting, isn't it? That's the sinister intention of the capitalist empire. They're specifically looking for those people. The more these people from countries that know something about our Chinese history but are not friendly with us to spread rumors. Upstairs doesn't mention the beautiful country in every word, but every word is the beautiful country. But I can't understand why the beautiful country is going to such great lengths to try and stink up Lin Tian. What does Lin Tian have that's worth them doing this? I can't figure out what's going on either. Can anyone answer that? After more and more people paid attention to this matter, it also represented more and more questions. Most of them didn't know what exactly Lin Tian had done to make the beautiful country go to such great lengths. This doubt, along with the previous speculations that said Lin Tian had a heavenly background, was constantly amplified by the netizens, causing widespread concern in society. They all knew now that the beautiful country had sent people to rumor about Lin Tian, but they didn't know why Lin Tian was worth it. Driven by intense curiosity, many people were teetotal, thinking that they could solve this mystery. However, as an important person of the country, Lin Tian's information was absolutely confidential. Apart from the tiny bit of information that Lin Tian himself had leaked, many people simply couldn't find out half of Lin Tian's information. On the other side, after all these spammers had fallen into the net, Chui Yuan made a call to Yen Ku and said in a nice voice, "Old Yen, Those spammers who brought the tempo have all been solved. This time the country is very serious. I hope you can help us put in a good word, so that he doesn't care about that little thing before. After he reported the matter of Lin Tian building a photolithography machine all by himself to the upper echelons, that attitude was immediately changed quite a bit, especially after learning that Lin Tian had been madly hacked on the internet. They immediately gave the highest order, which was that no matter what the cost, they had to bring back all of these spammers who were cursing the bandwagon. As long as Lin Tian was willing, they could even bring back the group of people who had rumored about Lin Tian's domestic violence last time. After Yan Ke heard Cui Yuan's ingratiating tone, he said helplessly, "Alright, I'll have a word with him later, but I don't want it to happen a second time." Yan Ke knew that the reason Lin Tian was so angry this time was mainly because of his attitude. The rumors about him on the internet were flying all over the place, but as a result, Cui Yuan's side had to wait for the investigation to be clear. Isn't this funny? This time, Cui Yuan had really almost caused a big disaster. In the end, it was still Lin Tian who was too low-key. If the matter of manufacturing the photolithography machine had been spread directly to the top, it wouldn't be in this situation. Of course, Lin Tian's idea was to report back to the top after the photolithography machine was manufactured. As soon as Cui Yuan heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured down, "Of course then, old Yen, don't worry, in the future, this Lin Tian matter, that's equivalent to my own son's matter. I'll deal with it at the first opportunity even if I say so." What was Lin Tian's status now? That was a national-level scientific researcher certified by the state. Don't underestimate this national level. It meant that all of Lin Tian's matters would be dealt with in the first place. Not only would his family receive adequate protection, he could also mobilize a certain level of strategic resources within the country. It was hundreds of thousands of times more valuable than the national treasure pandas. Now Cui Yuan said that treating Lin Tian's matters as his own son's matters had actually been said very euphemistically. In times of necessity, Lin Tian's matters that were his own father's matters. Chapter 54 Manufacturing Photolithography Machine Exposed. The whole internet shouted, "Lin Tian is awesome." That's it then. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yan Ke had wanted to phone to talk to Lin Tian, but he felt that would be very insincere. Plus, this time it was originally their fault for not handling it in time, so it was better to make a trip to the Pearl. He immediately booked a plane ticket for tomorrow, and just as he had asked his men to prepare to buy the airfare, Cui Yuan's side made another call. Yan Ke was a bit confused, but he still picked up the phone. He only heard Cui Yuan say, "By the way, old Yen, right now a large group of people on the internet are guessing why Lin Tian is being targeted by the old American side. I was wondering if I should publicize this matter of the photolithography machine. I think that if we do this, we can let Lin Tian's family be honorable for once, and we can also let the public realize how great Lin Tian is, and then there won't be any ridiculous rumors like traitors next." What Cui Yuan said was not unreasonable. The photolithography machine had already been secretly built anyway, and the production diagram of the photolithography machine as well as the photolithography machine itself had been protected at the highest level by Huaxia, so there was no need to worry about the old US side making any small moves. In this case, even if what Lin Tian has done is exposed, it will not affect him at all. Instead, it can eliminate the next network rumors that he is a traitor. After Yan Ke heard this, he also agreed and said, "Then let's do it this way. When the time comes, we'll talk to the top." "Good, leave the next thing to me." Cui Yuan hung up the phone after saying that and immediately went to maneuver the situation. After discussing with Yan Ke, official media organizations such as Capital News, Huaxia Newspaper, and Huaxia News Agency released a video. The content of the video was about Lin Tian. In addition to once again dispelling the previous rumors, the state was honoring and awarding Lin Tian for independently completing the photolithography research. Next, Lin Tian's identity was no longer just the leader of Team 138 of the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute, but would also be a national-level researcher and vice president of the Semiconductor Research Institute. Several major official media outlets spoke out at the same time, so the news could no longer be true. So the name Lin Tian was no longer a situation where only 8 of the top 10 on the hot search list were, but the top 15 were all him. Those what celebrity gossip, what divorce and reunion and so on, compared to him are weak. All were brushed to the bottom. Simply can't beat Lin Tian. The internet was filled with voices hotly discussing Lin Tian. Asterisk 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 Who can explain to me what this national level researcher means? Why do I feel like I'm bright even if I can't read it? It's not just bright-eyed. It's almost blinding me. Okay? What's the concept of a national level researcher? It's equivalent to a major general in the scientific research world. Meow 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 meow. So Lin Tian became a major general at the age of 24? And that's even in this era. This is simply honorable. I'm envious to death just watching it. Oh my god, this Lin Tian is too fierce, isn't he? Even if we don't pay attention to the three words national level, we should look at what he's done. That's a photolithography machine. That's a photolithography machine. Listening to the official media, this is still an extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine. As far as I know, this photolithography machine is specifically used to produce chips below 7 nanometers. Even in foreign countries, they dare not say that the technology has matured. Why do I feel that it looks a bit fake? Haven't you guys noticed that the official media seems to say that this lithography machine was independently completed by Lin Tian? How can that be? Foreign countries have said that we're 50 years behind others in terms of photolithography. How could Lin Tian have done this on his own? That's right, the more we talk, the more outrageous it gets. If you want to say that Lin Tian's team researched and developed it together, I'd still believe it a bit. But in the news, he's the only one who won the award. The others are just mentioning it in passing. I also want domestic science and technology to catch up with foreign countries. But if you say so, I feel that the official media is a bit like a rumor. It does sound like a falsehood. But one fact that has to be said is that if this photolithography machine wasn't independently accomplished by Lin Tian, there's no way he could have gotten this title of national level. But didn't the country just announce some time ago that it had just developed a 28 nanometers chip? How did this photolithography machine come out all of a sudden? I sound how more and more mysterious. Does 28 nanometers affect Lin Tian's ability to create extreme ultraviolet lithography? It's possible that the 28 nanometers chip was made by this photolithography machine. That's right. I say, what kind of mentality you all have. There is no photolithography. Every day muttering than other foreign countries, complaining that the country does not have, and now appeared, or the official media exposure. You do not believe it again? You have to lie down and give others as a dog to be comfortable, right? Bastard. I don't understand what semiconductors are, and I don't know what a lithography machine is, but I recognize a dead reason. If this Lin Tian didn't really build a lithography machine, the beautiful country wouldn't have targeted him so much some time ago. That's right, now Lin Tian can be said to be the hope of domestic production. You guys still have to be guilty of being skeptical. What kind of heart do you have? It can't be the walking $500,000, right? It seems that this time the jet still didn't catch enough clean and now they're jumping out again to make a demon. I want to report a wave of good? I don't know about anything else. I just want to say that Lin Tian is awesome. Lin Tian is awesome. Lin Tian is awesome. At first, the netizens were still fiercely arguing about the truth or falsity of this matter. But sometimes the truth was just better than eloquence. No matter how much those netizens didn't believe it, the facts in front of them wouldn't change. As one of them said, if Lin Tian wasn't that powerful, why did the beautiful country target him? Huaxia, and why this juncture on the seal Lin Tian as a national scientific researchers? Two great countries idle regardless of it? Obviously not. Idle boredom is just this group of kneeling can never climb up the netizens only. Under the heated debate, soon most people accepted the news, and in these news messages, heartily typed Lin Tian powerful before big words. For a while, Lin Tian had become completely popular on the internet. Coupled with his unrivaled appearance, he had instantly gained a lot of fans. Any video related to Lin Tian would not have less than 100,000 to 200,000 likes. The comments inside were all Lin Tian is awesome. Under such exaggerated heat, the number of followers of a microblogger suspected to be Lin Tian had risen from 40 to more than 8 million overnight. It could be seen that Lin Tian had now become the number one netizen on the Huaxia internet that deserved it. And it's still a national level netizen. Chapter 55 Godly Choice System reappears. Breathtaking choice but plus 10,000 luck points. After Lin Tian completely exploded in popularity on the internet, Tang Yuan, who often played with her cell phone, naturally saw the news. She hurriedly took her cell phone to Liu Xiaofei and said happily, "Xiaofei, look, now several official media have come out to help Lin Tian speak. The entire internet is praising Lin Tian." As soon as she heard that the entire internet was praising Lin Tian, Liu Xiaofei immediately shifted her gaze to her cell phone screen. Seeing a comment that praised Lin Tian in all kinds of fancy ways, Liu Xiaofei's depressed mood over the past few days was instantly swept away. "My husband is just awesome." Liu Xiaofei smiled proudly after reading it. "Got to be. Shouldn't have shown it to you. Showing it in front of me again." Tang Yuan gave Liu Xiaofei a big blank stare after hearing this. She kindly showed this news to Liu Xiaofei, only to be rewarded with another wave of dog food. However, Tang Yuan could understand Liu Xiaofei's situation. If Lin Tian was her husband, she would probably show her love even more than Liu Xiaofei, who let this husband is not only handsome, good figure, gentle and capable. In any other woman's place, it was estimated that if she went out for a meal with her friends, she would have to recite, "How did you know that my husband is Lin Tian?" Right during the period when the two were chatting, Lin Tian rushed back from outside. "Hubby, what's wrong lately? Look at your sad face." As soon as Lin Tian entered the door, Liu Xiaofei jumped into Lin Tian's arms, but when she saw his sad face, she couldn't help but ask. In the last few days, it seemed like Lin Tian had encountered some kind of problem and frowned every day. After Lin Tian glanced at Liu Xiaofei, he helplessly laughed. It doesn't matter much even if I tell you now. Hasn't my chip been completed recently? But unfortunately for the time being, there are no cell phone manufacturers who are willing to use our chip, and after contacting a lot of them, they all rejected it. This situation was bound to happen. Even if Lin Tian was now a big internet celebrity and was hailed as the hope of domestic production, it was unavoidable. There is no way. After all, China's semiconductor industry is very backward. It was already not looked upon favorably, and as a result, you are now suddenly saying that you have built a 7 nanometers chip. Then people 80% of you are not trust, but thoroughly skeptical. To know, 45 years of gap is not an instant can fill. These cell phone business is not a little cute. They're not his relatives, so of course they won't trust him. And the key point is, want to match his chip, make a cell phone, is also not a small amount of engineering, which consumes the human and material resources can be imagined. So far, no cell phone manufacturer at home or abroad has been willing to accept the chips they have researched. Having a good product but no customers who knew how to appreciate it, Lin Tian finally understood the suffering of those sales. Then can't you build one yourself? Liu Xiaofei asked curiously. She didn't know this piece very well. It was just a very simple thought pattern that other cell phone manufacturers didn't want it. So wouldn't it be better to build a cell phone yourself? Ding! Divine Choice System has been activated. Ding! Activated successfully. Ding! Trigger option. Option 1, accept the offer to make your own cell phone. Reward, 7 nanometers smartphone production chart. Option 2, decline the offer and berate Liu Xiaofei for being an idiot. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. Reward, single for life title. Existing partner will propose to break up in situ and the host will be single for life. But the host's luck will increase by 10,000. Just when Lin Tian wanted to tell Liu Xiaofei that this cell phone wasn't that easy to get, a long-lost system prompt suddenly sounded in his head. After looking at the two options, Lin Tian couldn't help the cold sweat from his forehead. Worthy of being this system, there were always options that would take one's breath away. Is this option 2 something that a person would choose? However, Lin Tian was still curious. What exactly was the concept of that luck plus 10,000? You have a good idea. You can indeed make your own cell phone. No matter how curious he was, Lin Tian decisively chose option 1. The second choice he really couldn't do. Even if he lost the chance of luck plus 10,000 because of it, he couldn't possibly say that he would separate from Liu Xiaofei. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7 nanometer smartphone production diagram, accompanied by the system's prompt. A wave of memories once again flooded into Lin Tian's mind. The production method of the smart machine was as if it was branded in Lin Tian's soul. Lin Tian could memorize it backwards. This design, I'm afraid it's better than some 5 nanometers cell phones? Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel in his heart after looking at this design. The cell phones of his last century had actually reached the 5 nanometers stage, but just the final result on this design diagram looked even better than 5 nanometers. It could be said to have maximized the performance of the 7 nanometers chip, especially girls more concerned about the camera function, can be said to have reached a perfect degree. The effect of shooting out is absolutely enough to kill the degree of love-crazy cell phone. You know that a large part of the reason why the love-crazy cell phone is so popular is because of its photo-video effect is very good. So many girls are willing to buy him. Now that this phone was out, girls would have one more option to choose a phone with a photo function. Even Lin Tian was convinced that this phone would definitely sell out once it was released. Do you really want to make it yourself? I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Liu Xiaofei calmed down when she heard that Lin Tian actually really wanted to do it. It was already impressive enough for Lin Tian to make a chip. Why did he even want to make a cell phone? Lin Tian smiled slightly, rubbed her head and said, "It's definitely true. I still have to thank you for giving me such a good idea. To be honest, without this question from Liu Xiaofei, the system wouldn't have triggered this choice. If you think about it that way, you do have to thank Liu Xiaofei." Yeah well, Liu Xiaofei was very much enjoying being touched on the head by Lin Tian. The whole person appeared to be as bird-like as she wanted to be, looking at the Tang Yuan beside her rolling her eyes. Even though Tang Yuan knew that if she were to be replaced in Liu Xiaofei's current position, she would probably act a little more that way than Liu Xiaofei, but that didn't stop the current her from despising Liu Xiaofei. After Lin Tian got the design, he immediately had a new idea. So he said, "I'm going to find my teacher to discuss this matter now." Leaving again? Liu Xiaofei said with an aggrieved voice. She wanted Lin Tian to accompany her more. Seeing this pitiful appearance of Liu Xiaofei, Lin Tian laughed. "Alright then, I'll stay with you first." "No need, you still need to work. After all, this is for the country." After Lin Tian wanted to stay, Liu Xiaofei said understandingly. She wasn't the kind of person who was a little bit of a mastermind. National matters were still a bit more important. Lin Tian, on the other hand, kissed her on the head and smiled slightly. Come back to accompany you at night. Aha. Chapter 56. No cell phone manufacturer willing? Lin Tian, we'll build it ourselves. After Lin Tian finished talking to Liu Xiaofei about the situation, he left the villa. The chip was built, but if no cell phone manufacturer was willing to accept it, then that was another matter. If it couldn't bring benefits to the country, then all the time they had invested so much, wouldn't it be for nothing? It was good that the system appeared in time, giving him another good option. Next, as long as he found a way to build this cell phone, he would also be able to seize the next 7nm cell phone market earlier. With this kind of thought, Lin Tian naturally wanted to go to Heiwei as soon as possible to discuss it first and see if it was feasible. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute. Since the photolithography and chips had been completed, everyone was on vacation these days, so apart from Heiwei and some security forces, there weren't many people in the institute at all. It appeared exceptionally cold and quiet. Luckily, Heiwei was usually basically soaking in the research institute when he didn't have a course at Pearl University, and Lin Tian found him as soon as he arrived. Lin Tian? What a coincidence. Minister Yan happened to come here to look for you. Don't even need to go to your place. Heiwei smiled slightly after seeing Lin Tian come over. At this time, Lin Tian also noticed that Yenke was sitting there in Heiwei's office. As a subordinate, Lin Tian naturally had to take the lead in greeting. Minister Yan, Lin Tian, you should also know about the situation on the internet. I don't know if you're still satisfied with the outcome of this treatment? Yenku inquired in a nice voice. With strength, anyone around you, even some of the original rules could be changed for you. The current situation was the best example. Don't look at Yenke's current kindness and amiability and think that he was an exceptionally good person to get along with. In reality, a person of his position, under normal circumstances, would not be able to come into contact with young people of Lin Tian's level at all. Only Heiwei could meet him. But who was Heiwei? A person who had dedicated his entire life in the Chinese scientific research community, or the director of the Semiconductor Research Institute, before he could have the chance to meet, right? In contrast, Lin Tian in the creation of photolithography and chips before, but also just a team leader within the institute, simply not qualified to meet on the one side, let alone people specially over to visit. All of this is due to the photolithography and chips. These two things were what created Lin Tian's current status. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if he wanted Yenke to think so highly of him, he would have to wait until he was in his 40s at least. Lin Tian nodded and said, Minister Yan, I'm very satisfied with the results this time, and I apologize for not giving you a good face in the past before. This time the country had already given him enough face and handled things quite beautifully, so he naturally couldn't say anything. What kind of words are you talking about? We weren't able to take care of you in time, causing your family to be scolded. If I were to change my words, I'd be even angrier than you. Since Lin Tian was not even bothered, Yenke naturally went along with his words. Of course, these words came from his heart. It was certain that if his family was subjected to such abuse, he would definitely be angrier than Lin Tian. After Heiwei saw that the relationship between the two had eased a bit, he took the initiative to help change the topic and asked curiously, Xiao Tian, you've suddenly come over here, but what's the matter? Yenke's sudden visit today, even he didn't know about it. How could Lin Tian know? So for Lin Tian to come over, it must be for something else. Teacher, as you know, our chips have been hitting walls everywhere lately. None of the cell phone manufacturers are willing to use them, so I'm planning to. If it's a matter of finding a cell phone manufacturer to make a batch of trial products under, then it shouldn't be much of a problem. I can contact those few cell phone manufacturers with the best technology in the country. Yenke immediately showed his attitude after hearing Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian might hit a wall if he went looking for cell phone manufacturers, but not if he did. After all, wasn't the reason why they, Huaxia, opened up the cell phone market to this group of foreign brands for the sake of that piece of technology in their hands? Now if you can't even build a prototype, then you'd better get out of the Chinese market before it's too late. Heiwei also nodded his head and said, I was planning to talk to Minister Yan about this problem, and now it seems to have been well resolved. They all thought that Lin Tian had come over because he wanted to solve the problem of no cell phone manufacturers being willing to accept their chips, but unexpectedly, after Lin Tian heard their words, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, Teacher, Minister Yan, that's not what I meant. When I wanted to say, we can build our own cell phones. Build our own? After Heiwei and Yenke heard this, both of them gave their eyes a roll, looking at Lin Tian in disbelief. The most outrageous possibility they could think of for Lin Tian to come here today was that Lin Tian wanted to let other cell phone manufacturers use their chips unconditionally, but they didn't expect Lin Tian to say something even more outrageous. that he actually wanted to build it himself. Even Yan Ku, who wasn't from the scientific research world, was very clear about one thing at this point. That is, to build a cell phone is troublesome. Very troublesome, because the cell phone is not a chip thing. It also contains a camera, battery, screen and other aspects of technology. Even if the photolithography and the chip is the most difficult in it, but you want to be proficient in those other things at the same time, it is almost impossible. So regardless of the domestic and foreign cell phones, in fact, most of the parts are various factories' OEM. They are only responsible for assembly. But listening to Lin Tian's words, it didn't seem like he was going to put together a cell phone at all. He Wei asked cautiously, Xiao Tian, you don't want to say that you happen to usually study this, right? That's not so much. It's just a bit of a sudden whim after reading the manuals of other cell phones, and now I'm waiting to verify it. Of course Lin Tian couldn't say that he usually studied this. After all, if he really researched it, when the photolithography machine was built, he should have said that he was going to build it himself, instead of looking around for cell phone manufacturers. So it would be better to say that he had a sudden inspiration recently or something. Otherwise it was bound to be suspected. What a thought. But you've done it perfectly every time, so I won't ask you for any details this time. And since Minister Yan is also here, you can just say how much you're sure about building a cell phone this time. He Wei took a deep breath and finally forced down his surprise, letting Lin Tian directly say what he was sure of. According to his expectations of Lin Tian, even if there was only a 50% probability, he would immediately agree down. As for Yenka's words, he was now looking at Lin Tian as much as he wanted. As long as the certainty was higher than 20%, he would agree to Lin Tian's project. But what they didn't expect was that they still underestimated Lin Tian, only to hear Lin Tian confidently say, 100%. Chapter 57, Minister Yan's Unconditional Trust. 100%? Even though the two bigwigs had already heard such words from Lin Tian, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of shock at hearing them at this moment. What was this Lin Tian situation? Photolithography and chips 100% even if, after all, can be explained as the results of his years of painstaking research. But you've said that it was only thought of recently. How can you still be 100% sure? Both of them were a bit unable to understand. Even if it wasn't for the fact that this was coming from Lin Tian's mouth, they would definitely think that this person in front of them was a madman. Little Tian, are you sure? He Wei asked with a serious face. Even if he trusted Lin Tian beyond measure, he couldn't help but be a little skeptical at this time. As a scientific researcher, especially an academician of the Semiconductor Research Institute, he could know a lot more than Yan Ku. Therefore, he was even more aware of what the concept of building a 100% cell phone was, especially if the cell phone was paired with their newly developed 7nm chip. To know how good a cell phone can not just look at the chip, other hardware also need to be hard enough. That is to say, Lin Tian originally only had one problem to overcome, now suddenly increased more than 10. And these more than 10 difficulties were still solutions that he had only recently come up with. In this case, if you say 100% again, how do you hear it is a bit of bull asterisk. Okay. However, Lin Tian was still as confident as ever, solemnly nodding his head, clearly not like he was telling a lie. After two consecutive replies of such certainty, He Wei and Yan Ku's faces instantly became serious. Since Lin Tian wasn't joking, then they had to take it seriously as well. Lin Tian, since you're here, you must have your own ideas. What exactly do you need? You can tell me about it. Yan Ku opened his mouth and asked. As a minister, he had the ability to mobilize the vast majority of resources, so as long as Lin Tian could get his approval, then there basically wouldn't be any problems with building a cell phone. My idea is to directly create a state-owned enterprise that specializes in cell phones, and next we will independently produce cell phones and sell them in the country. This world's 7nm chips hadn't even been perfected much yet, and this one cell phone of his whose performance could be comparable to a 5nm chip was enough to earn a lot of money. When he had enough money, even if the system didn't give him new design drawings next, the scholars would be able to quickly develop a new generation with the principles in the previous design drawings. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Yan Ku frowned slightly. He felt that Lin Tian's idea was very good. If cell phones could be produced independently, then getting a state-owned enterprise would indeed earn more. At that time, with sufficient funds, would their scientific research power in China still be poor? But the question also came. Yan Ku cannot help but ask, do you think your cell phone can beat those foreign brands? You have to know. Their products are good. This idea has been deeply rooted in the hearts of ordinary people. If your phone is not good enough, people will at most only once for the love of power. There is a national sentiment in China, but that sentiment is built on the assurance of quality. If the quality of your phone is sparse, it's just consuming everyone's trust. Of course it can be defeated. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to build this thing, Lin Tian said with certainty. This time, Lin Tian basically didn't have any long explanations. There was just pretty much one sentence that meant I'll build it for you if you trust me. Under normal circumstances, if anyone said that to them, Yanku wouldn't believe it for any reason. It couldn't be helped. Before seeing your true strength, who would want to believe someone who was just paying lip service? But Lin Tian was different. A ruthless person who had built a photolithography machine and a chip, and had been named a national scientific researcher by the state. His words, Yanku had to believe them even if he didn't. If because of his distrust, it resulted in China having one less state-owned enterprise capable of making cell phones and losing hundreds of billions of dollars in the market, then 80% of him would have to regret it to death. More importantly, if he didn't believe in Lin Tian and wore away Lin Tian's trust instead, that would be a loss that would outweigh the gain. Since Lin Tian had ideas in this regard, then he had to support them to the end no matter what he said. He also believed that Lin Tian was definitely not casually talking about it. So Yanku and He Yiwei looked at each other before directly agreeing. Since that's the case, then it's no problem at all. It can be the same as the last time. Write down what you need directly to me. I'll arrange it for you. Good. Lin Tian nodded with a slight smile. In fact, the reason why he didn't go into a long explanation wasn't that he didn't want to make the two of them believe in him through this method. It was just that he really couldn't think of what kind of lie to weave to make it seem reasonable for him to do so. Thinking about the fact that a lie needed to be rounded off with countless lies, then Lin Tian might as well just not make too many statements on this. As long as he didn't have a lie, then there was no need to round it up. It was a good thing that he already had a photolithography bounty in front of him, or else this situation really wouldn't be easy to explain. Then I'll go back first. By the way, Xiao Tian, this is the phone number of a person called Chui Yuan, specializing in this piece of the network. If you have any needs in the future, just contact him directly. This time your matter was also handled by him. Yanku naturally didn't forget to promise Chui Yuan and put in a good word in front of Lin Tian. Okay. Lin Tian took the business card Yanku handed him and nodded once again. Minister Yan, I'll see you off. He Yiwei, on the other hand, immediately got up and wanted to see Yanku off. Yanku, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, no need. It's better for you to have a good talk with Xiao Tian about the cell phone first and see what Xiao Tian needs. Okay. After He Yiwei agreed, Yanku left the institute under the escort of his own bodyguards. It was only after he left that He Yiwei looked at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes and laughed. You're good. Now you're better than the blue. In the future I'm going to be left far behind by you. Teacher, don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, you are my teacher. Lin Tian smiled. Once a teacher, always a father. Lin Tian wouldn't forget He Yiwei's teaching and advising of himself. Although I'm very relieved to have you say this, but you brat is really not modest at all. He Yiwei complained. What Lin Tian said was indeed quite touching, but there was another layer of meaning in it, which was that Lin Tian already thought that he could surpass He Yiwei. After hearing this, Lin Tian then laughed. Teacher, to be a scholar you need to have a sense of pride in. It's only right to dare to surpass your predecessors and innovate. Isn't this what you taught me? That's also right. It's good that you kid can remember that. Chapter 58, the father-in-law and mother-in-law come to visit. Father-in-law, you just don't Versailles. He Yiwei was very emotional. He actually wasn't afraid of students surpassing him. He was afraid of students being inferior to him one by one. China's scientific research was weak, and what was needed was a genius type like Lin Tian to lead China to catch up with the gap. Next, Lin Tian said goodbye to He Yiwei and went to the room where he usually worked, writing out all his needs. The design drawings given by the system were the same as the photolithography machine and the chips, from the making of the camera down to the memory card. Basically everything was written in it. They only needed to follow what was written on the design drawings. With the previous experience, this time Lin Tian planned even faster than the last time, and in just one afternoon, he had written all of his plans. The next step was to send Yanku the document of what resources were needed, and basically it was done. By around 7 in the afternoon, Lin Tian stretched his back, got up and packed up his things before returning to Thompson. Just after arriving home, Lin Tian noticed several pairs of shoes in his home. Obviously there were guests arriving. At this time, Liu Xiaofei heard the commotion and ran out. After seeing that it was Lin Tian, she asked in surprise, "Hubby, why are you back?" "I just submitted the idea today. I haven't officially started work yet," Lin Tian asked while taking off his shoes. "There are guests at home, right?" As soon as Liu Xiaofei heard this question, she nodded her head before saying with some embarrassment, "My dad and my mom made a special trip over today and said they wanted to meet you." Although he had made a special trip to see Lin Tian, because Lin Tian had made sure to hand over his cell phone and turn it off before entering the research institute. Even though Liu Xiaofei had made several phone calls, it was still unanswered. Now that Lin Tian had suddenly returned and wanted to meet her parents, it made Liu Xiaofei somewhat embarrassed. "Of course it's not a problem to meet me, but I didn't bring any gifts here." Lin Tian didn't mind meeting Liu Xiaofei's parents, but now he was more concerned about the fact that he hadn't brought any gifts. As for being embarrassed to meet his parents, that was a thought that only people who had no confidence in their own conditions would have. As Lin Tian's condition, not to mention meeting parents, even if the relatives come in groups, they can cope with it. Sure enough, just as Lin Tian finished his words, Liu Xiaofei's mother, who heard the commotion and came out, laughed helplessly. Xiao Tian, we came to look for you, not you to look for us. Where is the need for any gifts? Right, Xiao Tian, we're all family from now on. Gifts and whatnot would be too out of the ordinary. Liu Xiaofei's father, Kong, walked out and smiled faintly. Both of them were very satisfied with Lin Tian. Their faces were full of smiles, amiable to the extreme. Liu Xiaofei had been quite worried that Kong would say something, but when she saw him like this, her heart was completely relieved. Obviously, he was also very satisfied with this son-in-law. Auntie and uncle, I'm a bit embarrassed by your words. Lin Tian, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly. Seeing that Lin Tian was so shy, Kong became even more enthusiastic, pulling Yi Xian to sit down and inquired, Little Tian, recently I saw on the internet that you built that Watt's-a-tall photolithography machine. Is that true? Upon hearing Kang's words, Lin Tian instantly understood why the two old men had to make a special trip. As their son-in-law, it was natural to find out the truth about such a big matter. Why didn't you believe the news? It wasn't that he didn't believe it. It was just that there were some things that you would of course be more interested in confirming with the person himself. Lin Tian nodded and replied, Aha, good boy. It's not bad at all. According to your skills, your future achievements won't be worse than those scientists from Einstein. And Kang's eyes brightened up a bit when he heard this, and he was full of praise for this. Lin Tian, on the other hand, said modestly, Uncle, you're too high on me. I'm just an ordinary researcher who happened to solve this problem. Look at what you're saying. There's a saying that's hot on the internet. What's it called? That's right, Versailles. This is Versailles for you. Kong was in his 40s, quite capable of keeping up with the internet, and even knew about Versailles. Uncle, I'm really not Versailles, Lin Tian said helplessly. In fact, he wasn't quite satisfied with himself. After all, photolithography and chips were things that relied on the system to be completed. However, no matter how much he looked down on himself, with the achievement of the photolithography machine there, he couldn't be modest even if he wanted to be. As expected, once Kong heard this, he immediately put on a straight face and said, Xiao Tian, moderate modesty is a virtue. Excessive modesty is unnecessary. Your uncle, I am not unaware of the concept of photolithography. To be able to build this thing, you are enough to be proud of yourself for the rest of your life. Kong had done his homework before coming. Photolithography was something that only a handful of countries in the world could make, and for Lin Tian to be able to build a photolithography machine in the midst of such a severe foreign technological blockade, it was no exaggeration to say that he was a god. Now the scientific research community didn't know how many people were discussing Lin Tian, and regarded Lin Tian as a genius comparable to Einstein. Although the photolithography machine was a machine that didn't seem to have anything to do with Einstein, but it actually contained too many disciplines inside, and everything had something to do with Einstein, and Lin Tian had managed to get the theory done just by himself, and was completely able to afford the praise of those people. Well, Uncle, is there anything particularly important that you guys came here for this time? Lin Tian knew that he couldn't talk on this topic or else he would just keep praising him, so he could only try to change the topic. After Kong heard this, he smiled faintly and said, Little Tian, what we came for is actually to invite you to come and attend Liu Xiaofei's her grandfather's birthday banquet. It's just a little over a month from now. Liu Xiaofei's grandfather's birthday banquet. This was an event that could cause 90% of the country's sons-in-law to die violently on the spot. After all, this kind of level of birthday banquet, like what aunts and uncles and aunts of Liu Xiaofei would come to attend, and at that time, as Liu Xiaofei's prospective husband, Lin Tian would inevitably have to be surrounded by all of his relatives for a bit. Of course, we can understand if you don't have time, Liu Li added. Lin Tian was working for the country and had made such an outstanding contribution in the past 2 days. Even if Lin Tian had no way to go over, they could understand. After hearing this, Lin Tian looked at Liu Xiaofei beside him and saw that she was also staring at him. So he reached out to hold Liu Xiaofei's small hand and smiled faintly at the two old men. Auntie, Grandpa Xiaofei's birthday banquet. Of course I'll attend it no matter what I say, and it's still in a month's time, so I'll definitely be able to spare the time. That would be great. The main thing I came over today was to say this. In addition, this is a little token of our appreciation for you two young couple. Chapter 59, The Extreme Approval of Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Liu Xiaofei experienced Lin Tian's feelings. Both Kong and Liu Li didn't come empty-handed, and after finishing this matter, they took out a gift. It wasn't a special gift, It was just some expensive supplements. After all, for a scientific genius like Lin Tian, money was no longer a problem. What he wanted, the two didn't know and couldn't take out. On balance, it was best to send supplements. Of course, these weren't those fake things on the market, they were all real goods that they had asked someone to buy. For example, that one ginseng inside was the real thing that had consumed nearly $30 million of theirs. The real wild ginseng. This kind of real wild ginseng, the medicinal aroma aspect is particularly strong. Once opened, it gives people a feeling of refreshing the lungs, and those fake goods are not a concept. After seeing so many expensive gifts, Lin Tian was also a bit embarrassed and said, "Auntie and uncle, I haven't even given you anything yet. You're sending me such expensive things. I'm really not good at accepting them. Xiao Tian, we are all family now. What's so bad about accepting it? Or are you saying that you don't treat us as family?" And Kong spoke with great skill, blocking Lin Tian with a single sentence. If this was not to be accepted, wasn't it the same as not treating them as family? Lin Tian, just accept it. At this moment, Liu Xiaofei followed suit and persuaded. It was worth noting that when no one was around or when it was just Tang Yuan, Liu Xiaofei would call her husband very affectionately, but in front of the two of them, and Kong and Lu Li, she was still a bit embarrassed. This pissed off Tang Yuan next to her, who was the one who was caught over to eat dog food. A proper big grudge. Alright, thank you auntie and uncle. Under this attack from them, Lin Tian had no choice but to accept the gift. Next, and Kong, Lu Li and Lin Tian chatted for a while, and found that this son-in-law was gentle and sensible. His heart became more and more satisfied, and he had a smiling face the whole time. Even other parents-in-law see son-in-law is a nitpicking. They see son-in-law is a variety of praise. It was as if they were already treating Lin Tian as their own son. Xiao Tian, although this daughter of mine is a bit unworthy of you and has a poor personality and temper, I still hope that you can love and cherish her. After chatting for several hours, seeing that it was already very dark, the two of them, and Kong and Lu Li, were ready to say goodbye, but before they left, the words that came out of Kang's mouth made Liu Xiaofei really a little sad. Liu Xiaofei shouted out with some complaints, "Dad, how could you say that about me?" At this moment, she could finally realize Lin Tian's feelings. This mom and dad of theirs didn't help themselves to speak even if it's not true. They also said in one breath that she was not worthy of Lin Tian. Is there such a thing as a parent? She felt like she was picked up. Okay, what's more, they can't expose themselves in front of Lin Tian. She had been desperately pretending to be a little woman in front of Lin Tian all this time. Don't you know what you're like? It's a good thing you met Xiao Tian. If you met someone else, I'll see what you'll do. But I didn't expect that Kong even gave a stern lecture at this time. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, was rendered speechless. Indeed, if the object of her one-night stand wasn't Lin Tian, what would happen now? Not to mention whether Kong and Lu Li would be as satisfied as they were now. The key was not even knowing if the other party would be responsible. But then the words came back to the issue of one-night stand. Thinking carefully, Liu Xiaofei felt that given her character, if the target wasn't Lin Tian, then there was no way she could have a one-night stand that night, because it was simply not worth it. There was no way. Under any consensual kind of behavior, both of their minds were at least half awake. If they didn't see eye to eye, they simply wouldn't have gone to a hotel room together, much less recklessly indulged for a night. Uncle, let bygones be bygones. At least it turned out well now, and I think in a romantic relationship, it's the personality compatibility that's most important, not whether it's a match or not. At least right now I quite like Xiaofei. The two of us are quite good, Lin Tian said on the side to help Liu Xiaofei. Liu Xiaofei's heart immediately felt warm. Her husband was just considerate. He would still take care of her at this time. And Kong was 10,000 times more satisfied with Lin Tian, and now had already valued Lin Tian more than even Liu Xiaofei. As soon as he heard these words, he quickly put on an amiable smile and said, yes, the ending is good is right, and the personality is good only if they get along. Xiao Tian, I'm very happy that you can think this way. Well, it's getting late. We'll leave first. By the way, give my regards to your parents again. I have work to do this time. I'll be sure to have a good drink with them next time. Being in the capacity of an old husband that 90% of the son-in-laws in the country hated, Kong didn't have any of the points that they hated. Not only did he send a big gift without any demands, but he also had the feeling that he was going to pour his daughter over. This world was like that. As long as one is good enough, any regulations will change for you. Well, then uncle, I'll see you off. Lin Tian hurriedly got up. Afterwards, Lin Tian and the others sent them out of the villa. When they were gone, Liu Xiaofei was completely relieved. Then, she puffed up one cheek and looked at Lin Tian next to her, complaining, are you happy in your heart? My parents are so towards you. To be honest, a bit. Lin Tian smiled slightly. It couldn't be helped. It was indeed a bit cool, one had to admit it, especially since his mom, Xin Wanyu, was so biased towards Liu Xiaofei that she was on the verge of not wanting him as her son. This feeling was even more pleasurable. They don't even love me anymore. You have to love me in the future. Liu Xiaofei hummed lightly and said in a somewhat petulant manner. After hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and gave her a hug, saying, well, I'll definitely love you in the future. Tang Yuan on the side. After seeing this scene, a mouthful of old blood was almost spat out, and said with a bit of exasperated crying, you, one and all of you really must show me as a single dog to death before you will give up. Liu Xiaofei and Lin Tian show even if the Qi Luli and Kong also show in the whole house. She is the only single dog. Can she not want to cry? Yuan, don't cry. I'll give you a loving hug. Liu Xiaofei hemmed and hawed and was about to give Tang Yuan a hug. Begging for attention is not rare. Tang Yuan gave her a blank stare, and after refusing the hug, she directly slipped back into her room. Liu Xiaofei was very helpless and could only lie down in Lin Tian's arms and watch a movie with him. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the next morning. After Lin Tian washed up and made breakfast, he hurriedly headed to the Pearl Semiconductor Research Institute. Next was the crucial project, building cell phones. Chapter 60, Panelists' Fighting Spirit Ignited. Bound to live up to expectations. Lin Tian, I didn't mean that. Just after returning to the research institute, one could see that all the members of Team 138 had already arrived, and excitement was written all over each and every one of their faces. Even though this time the promised half a month's vacation had been directly curtailed by more than half, they still didn't complain half a bit. After all, there wasn't a single person who could come to this research institute who wasn't interested in scientific research. Compared to taking a vacation, they were more willing to run around the institute every day, taking on new challenges. First of all, I'm sorry for making you guys make a trip over here when you're clearly on vacation. Lin Tian arrived in front of the crowd and first issued an apology. Regardless of whether they preferred to carry out new challenges or not, the fact that he himself had interrupted their vacation was indisputable, and as their group leader, it was necessary to apologize. Team leader Lin, why are you apologizing here? We can't wait to be happy to have a new topic to study. That's right. Since I've been involved in the research of the photolithography machine, I feel like my abilities have improved quite a bit. Such a good opportunity for training. We can't thank you enough. Team leader Lin, just feel free to call on us. If I say one no, I'll resign and leave the institute myself. Right, team leader Lin, don't worry. This isn't the personal intention of a few of us. It's the intention of all of us present. As soon as the members of the group heard Lin Tian apologize, they rushed out to say that it was fine, and it was as if everyone present had discussed about this point. Everyone was fine with it. Seeing them being so positive, Lin Tian was naturally happy. Without any nonsense, he directly explained the purpose of today. Everyone, although we have completed the 7 nanometers chip, and its performance is about 50% higher than the 7 nanometers chips produced abroad, there is no cell phone manufacturer willing to believe us. After asking a number of manufacturers and being rejected, I suddenly realized that we can completely build our own cell phones. Plus I've been doing quite a bit of research on cell phones over this period of time, so I reported this idea to the higher-ups and it was approved. So the next topic for us is to autonomously produce a domestic cell phone, pair it with a 7 nanometers chip, and launch the strongest model with 7 nanometers. My expected time is to complete it within half a month. I hope everyone can be as serious as their previous tasks and do their best to complete this one. Compared to those academic papers, Lin Tian's words were definitely considered few. Compared to those orators, Lin Tian's words were definitely considered to be less infectious. However, under his calm tone, each of his words were enough to shatter the worldview of everyone present. Just because the cell phone manufacturers refused to ask for their chips for a short period of time, Lin Tian thought that the matter of building his own cell phone would be outrageous. The key was that this idea of Lin Tian's had even been approved by the upper echelons. Moreover, Lin Tian meant to develop an autonomous domestic phone that could hang with other 7 nanometers phones within half a month. Which piece of this was reasonable? Which one? If any other person came to tell them this, they would definitely think that this person was just crazy. But Lin Tian was definitely an exception. The man who had created photolithography and chips had been completely deified in many people's hearts. So even if Lin Tian said this, many people only accepted reality immediately after a short period of surprise and replied in unison, yes. Seeing that they all had a positive attitude, Lin Tian nodded his head in satisfaction before explaining the tasks that he needed them to accomplish today. Originally, the crowd had thought that Lin Tian would take up the heavy responsibility of correcting mistakes on the side and improving the efficiency of the team this time, just like before. But this time, after explaining everything, Lin Tian directly left the institute, leaving behind a group of Team 138 members who were about to be dumbfounded. What is team leader Lin doing? Going to the restroom? Didn't team leader Lin just go there already? How could he go again? Oh, but how can we proceed without team leader Lin? Yeah, without Captain Lin. We're slowing down more than a bit. Did anyone go up and ask what's going on? Lin Tian's sudden departure had left Team 138 on edge. Building cell phones wasn't something very unfamiliar though. They had a more than adequate understanding of cell phones when they were researching 28 nanometers. But a 7 nanometers cell phone and 28 nanometers, that was a world of difference. Whether it was the camera or the battery board, or the memory or the screen, it was a completely new field. With just one design, they really didn't have confidence that they could get it right. Not to mention that Lin Tian had suddenly left. With this pillar missing, they all lost their strength, and they all became much more disheveled. Lin Tian was like an insurance policy for them. No matter what mistakes they made, he would be able to help them solve it at the first time. Without him, they were equivalent to walking a steel rope without safety measures. One slip would be cold. Enough! At this time, the deputy leader suddenly bellowed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he said loudly, "You guys still don't understand what team leader Lin means now, do you? The reason he left was his full trust in you all, thinking that you guys can already accomplish these tasks alone. If he thought there was still something wrong with you guys, he wouldn't have left here. As a result, you guys are doing well, one by one. Instead of being a little more attentive, you've become as stiff as a corpse. You're letting down team leader Lin's trust in you, letting down team leader Lin's hard work." The deputy team leader's name was Zhang Lin. He was Lin Tian's junior apprentice brother. He had worshipped Lin Tian from before, and recently, he was even more admiring of Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian immediately, after thinking for a while, he understood Lin Tian's good intentions. After hearing Zhang Lin's words, the members of Team 138 first fell silent, followed by a moment of reflection. Their eyes immediately burned with fighting spirit. Yes, we can't let down team leader Lin's trust in us. I didn't expect team leader Lin to mean such a thing. I'm so ashamed that I didn't actually understand it all of a sudden. If team leader Lin believes in us so much, we can't let him down. Everyone, work together. Cheer up. We mustn't let team leader Lin down. We have to let team leader Lin see the power of our Team 138. Team 138 completely boiled over, each and every one of them entering their working state, their attitudes even more serious than when Lin Tian was there earlier. At this moment, they did not realize that there was a pair of eyes watching them outside the door. This person was none other than Lin Tian. His head was covered in cold sweat at this moment, as he had really just gone to the restroom, but he didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he would hear this conversation between them, and for a moment, he didn't even know whether he should go out or not. Chapter 61, Yen Ku, is this 3 billion enough? Lin Tian, no, I can build it with $300 million. Seeing that they were getting more and more serious and brainstorming like crazy, Lin Tian couldn't go back for a while. He could only wander around the neighborhood for a while, to say that if Team 138 could really complete the tasks he had set out independently, he might really be able to speed things up quite a bit. After all, building a cell phone wasn't like a photolithography machine or a chip. They had all the equipment here, and a lot of things, including some high-precision machine tools, needed extra preparation from Lin Tian. Originally, he had planned to wait until they had finished their research, but now it seemed that he could make preparations in advance. Doing whatever he thought of, Lin Tian immediately started to work on arranging the production of the other parts of the cell phone. That's right, production, not research and development. The hardest part of the cell phone was the chip. As long as this was completed, everything else was basically out of the question, coupled with the fact that the design drawings given by the system were all very ahead of their time, in which almost every step of production was depicted in great detail. In the case where there were no problems with the materials, it could be produced directly. Of course, this saying that it wasn't difficult was only not difficult in terms of technical issues. In reality, to create a production line, the difficulty was still there. First of all, Lin Tian had to get support from his superiors. The funding aspect was approved first. This step alone was enough to jam the vast majority of people. After all, the country was developing. All departments needed funds. A funding approval process, the longest time could reach up to a small half a year. But this was for most people was difficult. But Lin Tian just happened to be in the small part. He had just built a photolithography machine, and no matter what he did, he had privileges, and as long as he reached out for the funds, the country would give them, even as long as it didn't exceed a certain amount. Lin Tian didn't even need to make a report. I don't need much. $300 million is enough. Compared to those big cell phone manufacturers that made hundreds of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars a year, 300 million was simply on the level of a hair's breadth. It seemed like very little, but it was actually enough. After all, 300 million was not a small amount. Taking it out was enough to instantly create a medium to large company. Just 300 million? Yenko felt very surprised. It couldn't be helped that their kind of secret departments that engaged in scientific research were in contact with the most cutting-edge scientific research technologies, so the funds they needed were all very large. Normally, even a small project would start at several $100 million, let alone a big project like building a cell phone. He had conservatively invested at least $3 billion. Even if it wasn't enough, he was going to continue to increase his investment. As a result, Lin Tian opened his mouth and directly reduced it by 1/10. This was also too fierce, right? Lin Tian nodded and said, yes, only 300 million. Why did engaging in scientific research require more money? It was mainly because they had the cost of trial and error in it. After all, many scientific researches couldn't succeed all at once, and under various failed experiments, that capital would naturally be consumed immensely. But did Lin Tian need trial and error? Obviously not. With the production diagram provided by the system, basically a one-time success, 300 million was actually quite a lot, and the excess cost, he was planning to take out for his employees as bonuses. 300 million, you don't have to play any report, wait until it's done, give me a general report on the line. As soon as he heard that the funds were only 300 million, Yen Ke didn't even need a report to apply for it, he could directly approve it down the line. Of course, this was just skipping the approval process of getting the money. When the project was over, it was still necessary to tell the whole process all over again. Yes, after Lin Tian answered, he quickly got the funds. Next Lin Tian started the buying mode, buying back all kinds of machine tools and all kinds of props, and at the same time, he also applied for a piece of old abandoned factory with the state, which only needed to be refurbished and could be put to work immediately. And in order to avoid the leakage of the secrets of the phone, he specially divided the steps of production into several stages, running in different factories, even the final assembly part. Also specially recruited some internal personnel of the country to work, to ensure safety. By the time everything was finished, it was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Tian returned to the research institute and looked at the people who were still busy and inquired, "Did you encounter any problems?" Team leader Lin, "There's no problem at all. Right now we're just missing the last step." At first, with Lin Tian missing, everyone was a bit flustered, but once they thought about Lin Tian's trust in them, they started trying to do it on their own. At that initial moment, they would still make mistakes, but soon they realized that as long as they followed Lin Tian's requirements exactly, they didn't have to worry about anything going wrong at all. After comprehending this, their speed soared, and by this point in time they were already about to complete their tasks. After Lin Tian heard this, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "All right, very well done. Finish this, everyone, just go back and rest first. Continue tomorrow." Good. Although everyone here would voluntarily work overtime, but after following Lin Tian for so long, they certainly knew Lin Tian's character. Working overtime was definitely out of the question. Don't even think about it. Lin Tian saw that they were almost busy and stayed to check to make sure there were no problems before accompanying them to complete the final step. By the time everything was done, it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. After Lin Tian checked again, he let all of them go off work and returned to Thompson's. As soon as he opened the door of the villa, Liu Xiaofei came sniffing around and jumped into Lin Tian's arms. After hugging Liu Xiaofei, Lin Tian said helplessly, "Although your belly isn't big yet, but since you don't bounce around, it will more or less have a little impact. I'm excited, just want to cuddle with you," Liu Xiaofei said in a petulant tone. Tang Yuan on the side naturally suffered a million tons of injuries after watching this. This pair of handsome men and beautiful women, no matter how many times she watched the show of love, she would still show a bludgeoning injury. And even if she was shown how much she wanted a boyfriend, Tang Yuan would quickly give up. There was no way. After seeing the excellent Lin Tian, there was absolutely nothing else under the sky that could fall into her eyes. After continuing to endure the coexistence of the two of them, Tang Yuan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Lin Tian, I heard Little Fei say that your research institute has already created a chip. How many nanometers of chip is it?" Liu Xiaofei was an electronic idiot. She didn't know anything about chips, so even when she was told about it, she only said chips, not a few nanometers. As for the internet, what was reported was also just photolithography. The chip hadn't been said yet. After Lin Tian sniffed, he looked at Tang Yuan and smiled. 7 nanometers. Hiss. As soon as she heard this reply from Lin Tian, Tang Yuan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Chapter 62 Official Livestream. Pre-ordered phones just rant about being better than all the phones on the market. 7 nanometers? You actually built a 7 nanometers chip directly? Tang Yuan asked with great surprise. Really? During this period of time, Lin Tian hadn't said anything about the chip, and she herself hadn't asked much. If it wasn't for Liu Xiaofei telling her that Lin Tian's chip hadn't been accepted by the cell phone manufacturers, she guessed that she would still have to go on without knowing, but she was shocked when she didn't ask. Lin Tian's chip is more than just a chip that can beat the 845 and A11. It's simply a direct grandfather of theirs. Do I have the benefit of lying to you? Lin Tian smiled and asked a rhetorical question, while also giving an affirmative answer. Hearing this, Tang Yuanyuan once again took a deep breath and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, if you can't find a cell phone manufacturer, I have a relative who does this. I'll talk to him and I should be able to help you. The reason why Tang Yuanyuan took the initiative to ask about this was naturally because she wanted to help Lin Tian. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary anymore. We build our own cell phones. Lin Tian smiled slightly. He was already happy that Tang Yuanyuan had this heart. You're going to build your own? Tang Yuanyuan was completely surprised by Lin Tian's words. Liu Xiaofei, as an electronic idiot, naturally didn't understand the meaning of these words, but she knew it very well. In particular, Lin Tian had wanted to find other cell phone manufacturers to get it before this, but now he suddenly said that he wanted to build his own cell phone. This meant that Lin Tian had just started to decide to build it within this period of time. This is too fierce, right? The most critical thing is, now on the internet about Lin Tian's latest news is also only photolithography, the result of the actual situation. Lin Tian not only to the chip to build, now even the cell phone to build their own. This is still a human being. Tang Yuanyuan swallowed her saliva and looked at Lin Tian with even more admiration. At first, she thought that she might wait a bit, maybe she could meet a man half as good as Lin Tian in the future, but now she realized that she was wrong. She was certain that no matter how much she waited, it was impossible for her to wait. Nowadays, her requirements had to be lowered as well. Just 1/10 as good as Lin Tian. Just 1/10. Then since you're building your own cell phone, you're definitely going to sell it later, right? Do you want me to give you a hand? Tang Yuanyuan asked with a smile. Hearing Tang Yuanyuan's words, Lin Tian suddenly realized that after he built his own phone, selling it was indeed a problem. At that time, if he had to hit the same wall as he did with the cell phone manufacturers and couldn't sell any of them, then he would be in for a break. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows in interest and asked, "What are you going to do? Don't forget, I'm at least a celebrity, so I can help you with your merchandise, right?" Tang Yuanyuan was a bit proud when she said this. Don't look at her now in Liu Xiaofei's side with a small nanny-like, but she is also a big star on the network, right? Even though she is not as hot as Liu Xiaofei, she at least has 20 to 30 million fans, and it's no problem at all to bring goods. Then I'll trouble you. After hearing this, Lin Tian felt that this idea was very desirable. After all, the hottest thing on the internet right now was live banding. Thinking of this, Lin Tian said, the payment will definitely not be less for you. He. Then I'll definitely do it more vigorously. By the way, do you have any pre-sale ideas? I can help you advertise online in advance and sell them. Although Tang Yuanyuan didn't understand this piece of scientific research, she knew more about this kind of online sales. In this piece, she could be more specialized than Lin Tian. Pre-sale? That's fine. Why don't you just pre-sell the 7nm cell phone? You can pay $500 upfront and use it against 1,000 at that time. Lin Tian thought about it and also felt that this method was particularly feasible. Pre-sale could more directly see how many viewers wanted this phone, and they could also increase the production of the phone in advance according to the needs of these people, thus achieving the purpose of occupying the market faster. It had to be said that there were specialties in the industry, many problems that Lin Tian, a researcher, couldn't think of. Tang Yuanyuan was able to come up with them and help him solve them perfectly. Yes, then I'll start live streaming the goods tomorrow, Tang Yuanyuan hurriedly said. Aha! The two of them happily talked about this matter. As for Liu Xiaofei, watching from the side, she was a bit angry. Of course, what she was angry about was definitely not her good sister. After all, people were helping Lin Tian solve his problems. What she was angry with was herself. Why was she completely clueless in this aspect? Tang Yuanyuan was able to figure out the problem, but she didn't understand it at all, and was placed in this villa like a vase, not being able to help at all. This caused a deep sense of frustration in her heart. Fei, what's wrong? In a bad mood? Lin Tian saw that Liu Xiaofei's face was a bit ugly and asked with concern. Liu Xiaofei on the other hand hurriedly shook her head and smiled in a far-fetched manner. No, just thinking about a little something. You guys keep chatting. There's nothing to talk about. Little Fei, you're not jealous, are you? Tang Yuanyuan also felt that Liu Xiaofei was a little hard to bear and hurriedly flirted. Liu Xiaofei knew that she was joking, so she directly gave her a blank stare and said, "With your stadium? Still making me jealous? You, looking for a wash?" As soon as Tang Yuanyuan heard this, she immediately pounced on her angrily and started tickling Liu Xiaofei. Liu Xiaofei giggled at her tickling and the two of them frolicked around. Lin Tian was watching from the side. He really couldn't get involved in the playfulness of the two sisters. He couldn't really get involved. In that case, there was a high probability that he would come into close contact with Tang Yuan, so he might as well not do anything at all. The two of them quickly got tired of playing and sat down to watch a movie, during which Tang Yuan also discussed the details of the live broadcast with Lin Tian. For example, what are the advantages of this cell phone and so on. For the advantages, it's hard to say exactly. We still have to wait for the results of the experiments to come out. But one thing you can guarantee is that this 7nm cell phone will be better than all the cell phones on the market, even though this was a design diagram given by the system. As a scientific researcher, Lin Tian still had to maintain his rigor. Before a real cell phone was built and there was no actual test data, he couldn't talk big. Of course, the point that it was better than other cell phones on the market was absolutely no problem. Well, in reality, Lin Tian's statement, which was already modest enough, was also a bit exaggerated in Tang Yuan's opinion. After all, in this cell phone market, there was the king of price/performance ratio, Rice and Blue Rice, as well as the high-end cell phone brand, 4-star Love Crazy. If you want to say it's better than all of them, wouldn't that mean it's cheaper than Rice, and better than the 4-star Love Crazy in terms of performance? How is this possible? Chapter 63, Signing an Exclusive Agreement. Even if Tang Yuan had already treated Lin Tian as a godlike existence in her heart now, she would inevitably be skeptical at this point. Even the current king of cell phones, Love Crazy, didn't dare to conclude that he was better than all the cell phones on the market. How did Lin Tian dare to be so confident? Of course, if she had doubts in her heart, Tang Yuan wouldn't say anything. The important thing was to help Lin Tian sell his stuff. After talking to Lin Tian, Tang Yuan went and took the initiative to contact a few live streaming platforms. Even though live streaming with goods could start by just taking a cell phone and turning on the live stream. But in order to get enough heat, talking to the platforms would not only get you certified, but it would also allow the platforms to help publicize it. It's the best of both worlds. Soon after, under Tang Yuan's contact, an urgent meeting was held at 1 a.m. on the Teeming Fish side. It was specifically for this live bandwagon. It wasn't that they were making a big deal out of it. It was mainly because Lin Tian's recent heat was just too high. Even if he himself wouldn't come out, as long as the stuff Tang Yuan was selling was closely related to him, the topic of conversation would definitely be high. Coupled with Tang Yuan's appearance, there was no need to mention the heat. I heard that Tang Yuan is selling cell phones live this time. What kind of cell phones are she selling? General Manager He Lu asked as he sat down. At this time, the person who had contacted Tang Yuan replied, General Manager, Tang Yuan didn't go into detail in this piece, and I didn't answer when I asked, but it should have something to do with Lin Tian Association. It wasn't that he was making a blind guess there, but there was some basis for it. For one thing, if it was one of those well-known cell phone manufacturers that brought goods, it was impossible for Tang Yuan not to name names, and even the live streaming bringing goods piece wasn't something Tang Yuan had come to take the initiative to contact anymore. Secondly, Tang Yuan and Liu Xiaofei have the best relationship. The last live broadcast they are still living together. Now suddenly want to live carry goods to sell cell phones, combined with Lin Tian recently is to do the chip this point. It is not difficult to conclude that there is some kind of connection, and if this was really related to Lin Tian, then as the hottest national researcher at the moment, his live broadcast room would definitely be a hot mess. This was something that everyone here could think of. Well, it will indeed be related. So what about Tang Yuan's side? How do they plan to live stream this time? Or is it all platforms? He Lu asked. Yes, Tang Yuan said that it will be an all-platform live broadcast. After He Lu heard this reply, he touched his chin and pondered there. After a while, he said, before they went live on the whole platform, for sure it was better traffic to clarify and dispel rumors, but now since they are selling something, it's related to interests. As long as it's related to interests, there's still room to talk. Immediately contact Tang Yuan and tell her that in the aspect of live streaming with goods, as long as she's willing to only live on one of our platforms, not only will we not draw any commission, but we can also sign a betting agreement with her. As long as the traffic on our platform isn't as much as the estimated traffic on her entire platform, we'll also make a large payout. After He Lu's words came out, everyone in the audience stared in amazement. This was simply a slave contract for their platform. Not only did they not draw money from people, but they also advertised for free. Even if they failed to advertise, they were just as likely to go ahead and pay out. This was an unprecedented situation. General Manager, this is a little bit not good, isn't it? We'll lose money if we lose money. Someone immediately voiced their opposition. This company's money would still have to pay their salaries at the end of the day. What if we lost all of it at once and went out of business? He Lu shook his head and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's impossible to lose money. I even want to add some more conditions. Don't worry, I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. What does a live broadcast platform need the most? Of course it's human traffic. The last time Liu Xiaofei went live on the whole platform, they desperately advertised and consumed hundreds of millions. Many people thought they were going to lose money. But what happened? No loss at all. At that time, at least 1/3 of the people who watched this live broadcast were with them, and the newly registered users were about to exceed 10 million, which could be more useful than the billions of dollars they had advertised. Coupled with the fact that this live broadcast and Lin Tian might be related, he even felt that he had given a little less. Many people were instantly silenced after hearing Liu say this. He had said that he was taking responsibility, so what else did they have to say? They could only follow Liu's wishes next. During the time they contacted Tang Yuan, Liu also specifically instructed them that if Tang Yuan didn't agree, they could appropriately raise the conditions even higher. No matter what, they had to take the exclusive agreement this time. While Teasing Fish was making this decision, the other live streaming platforms were still discussing this matter. Leaving aside the small platforms for now, they certainly had no other idea but to whore themselves out. After all, even if they want to sign an exclusive agreement, they don't have the money to go, or whoring is real. Maybe they can still make a good profit on the cell phone share. As for the big platform, they have a lot of concerns. The general manager is not as bold as Liu, willing to bear the results. So a few discussions down, basically the same as last time. Directly whoring is good, so a circle down. Also on the Amusing Fish sent people to contact Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan also realized the meaning of Amusing Fish and felt that Amusing Fish was very sincere. In addition, other platforms do not have this idea. If you sell all the platforms, you have to give them a share of. After comprehensive consideration, Tang Yuan readily agreed to Amusing Fish. Even if Amusing Fish's bottom line was more than that, the conditions they gave were already very generous. Not only would they guarantee the popularity of this live broadcast, but they also didn't charge a cut, which no other platform would do yet. After signing the contract, Tang Yuan started to get ready. In terms of live broadcast equipment, they had it before. There was absolutely no need to worry. The only thing she wanted was a picture of the cell phone. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to carry the goods at all. If it really wasn't possible, it was fine to give a conceptual picture. This piece, for Lin Tian, is not difficult. Go to the country to find a specialized design of this piece is not difficult. The concept map can come out within a day. There was also the gimmick of the chip. In order for the audience to trust them more, Lin Tian didn't have a conceptual drawing of the chip. Instead he directly filmed it and gave Tang Yuan the performance data from the experiment. This data was just to show the performance of the chip, which was intended to be shown to outsiders, so it didn't really matter. While they were busy preparing for the live broadcast of the goods, the internet was also completely abuzz because of the advertisements sent out by Teasing Fish. Chapter 64. The official bandwagon is the most deadly. Netizens, Be Cheated is also willing to. Really? Tang Yuan is going to live stream the bandwagon and sell a cell phone? 7nm cell phone? This is purely fooling people, isn't it? I haven't heard of any cell phone manufacturer releasing a 7nm cell phone now. Although the 7nm chip has come out, but the phone at least half a month before it may come out. I did not expect that Tang Yuan looks so pure, but it turns out to be a liar. Those guys upstairs, are they blind? Can't you see that the advertisement says pre-sale? Don't you know what pre-sale means? Even though it's a pre-sale, the promotional words are a bit too fake, right? Other cell phone manufacturers haven't even released their 7nm cell phones yet, and she's just claiming that it's better than all the other cell phone manufacturers. Even Love Crazy wouldn't dare to brag like this, right? It's possible that this is a scam, planning to run away after deceiving us. Even though Tang Yuan and Lin Tian have an unusual relationship, Lin Tian has only just built a photolithography machine. How could he have built a chip and a cell phone so quickly? Numerous netizens had expressed their opinions on the internet, and they were almost unanimous in their disbelief in the authenticity of Tang Yuan's bandwagon this time. After all the other big phone manufacturers hadn't even released their 7nm phones yet. And here you are, not only are you opening up pre-sales, but you're also putting out the word that it's better than all the phones. This is not bull. Is what? Of course, the more intense their discussion, the higher the heat of this live broadcast followed. In a matter of time, it could be seen that the entire network was almost full of posts about this live broadcast, and on the Weibo hot search list, her figure also began to appear. Just as Liu expected, the topic of this live broadcast was very high, and the moment these advertisements went out, the new users in their background increased by more than 1 million. This was much more than the number of fans they had attracted with their advertisements. Even if the internet is now clearing up their saying that this is a scam, it doesn't affect the hotness of this topic at all. For the platform, as long as the traffic was in hand, it would be fine, And if Tang Yuan was really a scam, then according to their agreement, not only would they not be affected, but they could also get a large amount of compensation. Under these circumstances, the online heat about this live bandwagon of Tang Yuan was getting higher and higher, and it lasted until around 7:30 p.m. the next day. Yuan, why don't I come and participate in the bandwagon as well? Liu Xiaofei spoke to Tang Yuan when she was about to start. She always felt like she would definitely be all over the place if she just laid over here and did nothing. But you're pregnant. It's not like you can get too close to your cell phone. Tang Yuan also wanted Liu Xiaofei to come. After all, her popularity was still high right now. Don't look at the group of boyfriend fans who had taken off their fans in a big way, but there were not a few who really liked Liu Xiaofei. Having her on board is of course good, but the radiation from electronic equipment is more or less affecting the baby. Liu Xiaofei, on the other hand, said, then I'll just stand a little farther away. And Lin Tian also said that as long as you don't hold it every day, it usually doesn't have much of an impact, so I'll have a hard time dying if you don't let me help. Alright, Tang Yuan naturally understood Liu Xiaofei's character. She would indeed be very unhappy if she didn't let her participate. The emotional impact at that time could be much greater than the impact of her standing slightly away. And now the cell phone radiation is actually not as terrible as imagined. Generally do not stare 24 hours a day. There will be no problem. The reason why Liu Xiaofei would quit her cell phone is just to remove that 1 in 10 million probability. Seeing Tang Yuan agree, Liu Xiaofei was delighted and hurriedly went to change her clothes. Although she wasn't the type that had to look good in front of the camera, pajamas were still not good to show in front of the audience. And this time she was trying to please the audience and get them to buy her husband's products. It's not like she was on the line with the audience like last time. Fei, hurry up, it's about to start. When the time came to 8 o'clock, Tang Yuan urged from downstairs. When Liu Xiaofei heard this, she hurriedly ran out and came downstairs, in a white dress. Even though she had gained a little weight due to her pregnancy, she was still immortal, just like a fairy descending to earth. Even an old friend like Tang Yuan who had been watching Liu Xiaofei for years was a bit subdued by Liu Xiaofei's beauty at this time. It's a pity. It's still a little bit worse than Lin Tian. If you weren't a fool, then it would really be a match made in heaven with Lin Tian. However, even though Liu Xiaofei was incredibly beautiful, Tang Yuan still felt that Liu Xiaofei was a bit unworthy of Lin Tian. It couldn't be helped. Who called Lin Tian's face value at this level as well? In the case of equal face value, Liu Xiaofei's brain was obviously much dumber. What do you mean? Liu Xiaofei was like a hamster. Her cheeks directly puffed up as she asked in an aggravated manner. Seeing her like this, Tang Yuan couldn't stand it and could only speak out to comfort her. Nothing, I'm just envious of you. Humph. Liu Xiaofei then hummed lightly in satisfaction. Tang Yuan saw that the time was almost up, so she directly opened the live broadcast function. After the two appeared in the camera, the audience, who had long been waiting in the live broadcast room, were also immediately excited. Fairy sister is also there. So beautiful. Is this sure it's not a fairy descending to earth? Not only is it the fairy sister, Tang Yuan is also good looking. Both beauties are so eye-catching. It's not even on the same level as those internet celebrities. Okay? Who said this live streaming with goods is a scam? Let me put it this way. I'm happy to be cheated by two fairy sisters. Yeah, as an old fan of fairy sisters, I'm happy even if I'm cheated. Fairy sister, are you really going to bring in the good cell phone today? I've heard rumors online that this cell phone presale seems to have something to do with Lin Tian. It shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? Didn't Lin Tian just build a photolithography machine? The chip hasn't even been made yet. How can he sell cell phones directly? I don't know what's going on, but the cell phones brought by the two fairy sisters are definitely good. Hurry up and put it on the shelves. We can't wait. It's better than all the cell phones on the market. Do you guys think it's possible that the cell phone that the fairy sister brought today is the Love Crazy? It's really possible. It's possible that Love Crazy is getting ready to zoom in, so it's purposely looking for two people to bring the goods. After all, they've been very hot on the internet lately. I also think this possibility is the most likely. Under the heated discussion of a group of viewers, they gradually began to speculate that the goods Tang Yuan was going to bring today was the king of cell phones in today's cell phone world, Love Crazy. It was possible that Love Crazy had seen their recent high level of popularity and had specially asked them to live broadcast their goods and advertise. In their hearts, only AI Crazy dared to set their eyes on being better than all cell phones. This all makes sense too. Chapter 65 Unbelievable Configuration. Bang's free screen cell phone launched. Looking at one of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Tang Yuan was slightly speechless, but still patiently said, "Everyone, we need to explain that the phone we're bringing out today isn't a Love Crazy, but a phone made by Lin Tian." The moment Tang Yuan said this, the entire live broadcast room instantly exploded. Made by Lin Tian? How is that possible? Didn't he just build a photolithography machine a while ago? That's right. Why do I feel like my brain isn't enough? Or am I crossing over? How did Lin Tian just skip the chips and make all the cell phones in one go? Is there a possibility that Lin Tian's chip technology was provided by another chip manufacturer? Thinking too much? Any chip technology will be strictly protected by the chip manufacturers. It's the root of their survival. You're telling me that they provided it? That's right. And according to Tang Yuan's propaganda, this is sold as a 7 nanometers chip. Which chip manufacturers do you think would be willing to provide the chip technology for this? But this is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Even if it's just a pre-sale now, Lin Tian only built a photolithography machine a while ago. How come he started selling cell phones in the blink of an eye? This speed is even faster than his 7 nanometers cell phone manufacturers. I'm still a bit confused. I'm completely baffled as to what's going on. Who can give me an answer? Then is there a possibility that Lin Tian quickly built a 7 nanometers chip after building a photolithography machine some time ago, and then now he's even building a cell phone as well, which is why he's pre-selling it? What you're saying is even more outrageous than other chip manufacturers providing technology. Our chip technology has been lagging behind for so many years, and now we can barely build a photolithography machine to have been a thank God thing, but also continuously build a chip cell phone. Einstar is not as bullish as you. That's right, compared to the possibility of you. Other cell phone manufacturers willing to unconditionally provide technology to Lin Tian are more reliable. As a cell phone industry practitioner, I can clearly tell you that this is absolutely impossible. As could be seen, the vast majority of netizens were unconvinced. Even though one person's guess was very close to the truth, none of them were willing to believe it. The reason is very simple. But anyone who knows a little bit about cell phones basically knows how difficult it is to produce each part of the accessories, coupled with the domestic chip technology that lagged behind by a full 40 to 50 years. No matter who it was, they wouldn't believe that Lin Tian would be able to come up later in such a short period of time and directly complete the counterattack. Fellow netizens, the rule of our presale today is that $500 will allow you to reserve a spot in advance and get a $1,000 voucher. On the day the phone goes on sale, not only can you directly purchase the phone, but you can also reduce it by $1,000. The heart is not as strong as the action. I've already put the reserved spot on the shopping cart, so if you like it, hurry up and buy it. After all, it was Tang Yuan's first time carrying goods, and what she said really wasn't very good, nor was it enough to attract people. But her and Liu Xiaofei's star effect was still there, and as soon as the reserved spots were put on the shelves, tens of thousands of people purchased them. In less than a minute, Tang Yuan had earned a full $5 million. This made Tang Yuan's face happy, and when she was about to say something else, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room suddenly changed drastically. No, you have the nerve to put it on the shelves with this unexplained thing? Even if you are cheating people, please also be a little more professional. Oh my god, what cell phone did not explain? What configuration also did not explain directly sell the reservation quota? This is the people as a little cute. You're cheating people. The key you want to really have this cell phone is okay, but you said it was built by Lin Tian is clearly to treat everyone as a little cutie. I just want to ask him, he just built a photolithography machine. How did he come up with a cell phone? Don't get excited everyone. Maybe this pre-sale phone won't be shipped until 3 years from now. That's not incomprehensible. Tang Yuan, thanks to me being such a fan of you before, now you're treating us like cuties. You're cheating on us, aren't you? No pictures of the phone, no configurations, just a sentence that it will be better than the phones on the market, and then you dare to buy it on the shelves. It's true that Chinese people's money is good for cheating. Remember that Pan, isn't that the case? At the beginning said the righteousness, but in the end, as soon as he heard the proceeds of the live streaming with goods, he went directly to sell fake wine. Tang Yuan, you're going to be banned for this. Originally, most of the netizens were just surprised as to why Lin Tian was able to build a cell phone, but ever since Tang Yuan put up the pre-sale quota, a group of people started attacking. Although there were still water armies here to carry the rhythm, Tang Yuan couldn't say much. She was a bit nervous about her first live broadcast with goods, and she did forget to send out her phone's configuration information, so she coughed and said awkwardly, "I'm so sorry, it's my problem. I forgot to send out the configuration and pictures of the phone. I'll upload them right now." After all, Tang Yuan wasn't a professional live streamer with goods, and there were many details she couldn't handle. After a moment of fumbling, she finally uploaded the configuration information Lin Tian had given her. 100 million pixels, 512G storage, 32G running memory, and a 7 nanometers chip? Fake, right? Is this kind of storage and memory real? More than just powerful storage and memory. Haven't you guys noticed that this phone is really pretty? Yeah, where did this bang screen go? I can't believe there's no bang screen. What's the point of having good pixels? It's not just the pixels that count when taking pictures, but the note above says that this phone's camera not only has 100 million pixels, but is even more powerful in its image processing than the Love Crazy phone. The more I hear, the more ridiculous it gets. Could there be such a perfect cell phone in this world? Upon seeing the configuration information and the conceptual diagram of the phone, the entire live broadcast room exploded once again, with countless people marveling over the configuration. There was no way around it. After all, even on the upcoming 7nm phones released by Love Crazy and other cell phone manufacturers, the storage space was generally only about 200 gigabytes, and the running memory was 16 gigabytes at best. Lin Tian's phone was not only twice as much as theirs, but its performance in all aspects also beat the other phones. Especially girls are most concerned about the camera function, but also special note far better than the crazy cell phone camera. What's more, Lin Tian's phone is also incomparably perfect in terms of appearance. For the first time, it has managed to remove the bang screen, leveling out the ugliest part of the phone. This was something that even the Love Crazy phone could not do at all. As long as this phone of Lin Tian's was really so perfect like she said, then this thing was definitely to the extent that they were going to snatch it up. Was all of this true? Chapter 66, Large Muyang Dog Tearing Up the Scene. As a result, Tang Yuan was warned. Everyone, the configuration is up here. You can take a look. Tang Yuan was very happy to see the reaction of the group. This represented that Lin Tian's cell phone had an absolute advantage and competitiveness, and there was no worry about selling it. But she had obviously thought of this community a little too simply. After marveling at this configuration, people didn't make up their minds to buy it, but instead, a strong suspicion rose. They even sprayed Tang Yuan with frantic rage in the live broadcast room. I had thought that this phone was at most on the same level as the rice. That way I would have bought it even if I was upholding my support for domestic production. But now, this is clearly treating us like cuties. That's right. How could a domestic cell phone make it this far? That's a gap of 40 to 50 years, not 4 or 5. I really don't believe he can make a cell phone like this. Although I've seen a lot of false propaganda and I'm used to it, I still don't want the anchor to sell fake goods here in the name of patriotism. Love Crazy cell phone are afraid to mark performance like this. Where do you get the courage? Being a man is all about self-knowledge. You have to recognize the gap between yourself and the foreign countries. This kind of cell phone, even if we give us more than 10 years, we still can't make it. Tang Yuan, if you are short of money, you can just say so. We can all donate enough money to you. You don't have to sell fakes like this. She also said that it would be better than the camera of the crazy cell phone. Isn't this just funny? Where's your face? Don't talk about Love Crazy. Even a 4-star can beat a domestic cell phone. So don't bring it out to show your face, okay? And look at this. What's this he posted? It's just a conceptual drawing. It hasn't even been built yet. If he dares to sell it like this, what do you think it is if it's not a scam? It's true that celebrities are people too. There's Pan and then Tang Yuan. You have to recognize your own identity. How can you compare with foreign countries now? Even if you were given 100 years, you wouldn't be able to build a cell phone like this. Inside the live broadcast room, there was almost a blanket of abuse, and many people were using this to belittle Lin Tian's cell phone and elevate those foreign brands. In particular, the names Love Crazy and 4-star appeared most frequently. The Liu Xiaofei on the side of the room frowned tightly as she watched this, her breathing constantly accelerating, obviously a little angry. The first thing I want to make clear to you is that the money for this reserved spot can be refunded at any time. If you really feel cheated, just go directly to the background to apply for a refund. In addition, whether the phone configuration is like this or not, won't we see the difference when the phone comes out at that time? You guys are here one after another affirming that I'm cheating. I just want to ask. I didn't rob money from your side, and I didn't force you to buy it. So what exactly did I cheat you? What's more, we can solemnly promise here that if the cell phone you searched for deviates even halfway from the configuration information on our label, we will compensate 3 times, Tang Yuan said calmly. She knew that there were more or less water armies in here to bring up the tempo, and it was completely unnecessary to get angry with them. However, he still overestimated the brains of this group of netizens, and even after she had said everything to this point, this group of netizens still wouldn't relent. Wow, talking is even better than singing. When the time comes for you guys to take the money and run away, who can control you? That's right. This kind of configuration of domestic cell phones simply cannot exist. You want to cheat people also a little more professional, okay? Reduce the configuration information by 1/4. I still believe that Lin Tian did it. Oh, by the time the money is paid and you guys run away, who are we looking for to triple the compensation? I've already reported it. This kind of liar live room should be blocked and killed. Seriously, even Love Crazy and 4-star don't dare to blow this bull. How on earth do you guys dare? Who gave you the courage? Love Crazy's cell phone is invincible, okay? Look at these brands. year after year. They say they've surpassed Love Crazy, but year after year, they've been beaten by Love Crazy. 4 stars is invincible, okay? If it wasn't for a little mistake before, it would definitely be the king of Android phones in China now. Yes, iOS has Crazy, and Android has 4-star, which is the rift valley that domestic cell phones can't overcome in their lifetime. Some gaps should be recognized. Honestly, by Crazy and 4-star is not good. Net is the wholesome false data to fool our audience. Fun? I did not expect our country's researchers have degenerated into this, but also rely on false data to win the foreign phone. Really is the sadness of the country. Also 7 nanometers cell phone. Some time ago even 28 nanometers is difficult. How can you convince people with this? If you want to cheat people, go somewhere else to cheat. Don't cheat here. This time, the water army really didn't bring much rhythm. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all from the lungs of these netizens, who genuinely felt that domestic cell phones were inferior to these Love Crazy 4 stars. Tang Yuan was beside herself, trying desperately to restrain herself, but Liu Xiaofei couldn't suppress it anymore, and she completely freaked out, yelling at the screen, "What kind of breed of moyo dog are you all? What's wrong with domestic cell phones? Domestic cell phones should be inferior. Is it? Domestic cell phones will never be able to catch up with foreign brands, right? If you ask me, you are all cheap. Cheap to the bone kind of cheap. You must kneel on the ground and be stepped on by others to feel comfortable, right? Xiaofei is right. Have you catechists said enough? If you don't believe me, you can just quit this live broadcast. What are you barking about here? Did I put a knife on your necks to make you buy it? I'm curious. Just how cheap do you guys have to be? Kneeling on the ground and licking people's shoes like this. Do you think they give a damn about you? Love Crazy raises the price for you year after year. The brand premium is unknown how much. You guys still buy it happily, thinking you are some kind of high-end people looking down on others. But in fact, you are just a little cutie. 4 stars, not to mention, before the explosion. How to you? Foreign cell phones are recalled, but domestic ones don't even give a damn. Tang Yuan was also completely fuming, outputting to the camera. All this treating you guys like little cuties. I'm really impressed that you guys can still lick people like that. Dogs are not even as good as you guys. Tang Yuan and Liu Xiaofei's words could be said to have deeply stimulated the hearts of those spammers. It didn't take long for the screen to fill up with words greeting the two's ancestors. However, just as the two were about to retaliate to the group's obscenities, they suddenly received a warning. A warning from the SuperTubes. SuperTube, please keep the anchor civilized and refrain from swearing. If you don't listen to the advice, you will be blocked and dealt with. Chapter 67, Supervisor warns of cheering. Moochers get even more reckless. When she saw this warning, Tang Yuan was directly confused. What the hell? Warning her? This is the wrong target, isn't it? Not to mention the fact that it was this group of viewers who had been leading the tempo, but he hadn't said anything particularly foul. Had he? Why didn't he block the viewers who were swearing, but instead came over to warn her? While Tang Yuan was perplexed, the group of Muyang dogs were also completely arrogant. You guys look. Even the superintendent is warning her that it's a scam. There's no way to wash. That's it. This kind of trashy star should be blocked, saving them from flailing around. Strongly support the blocking. Actually want to come and cheat us common people out of our money. I really don't know how you have the face to broadcast here. Damn liar. Your whole family will die a violent death, with a good-looking face, but it turns out to be a snake heart. You cheat people like this. Do you have a good conscience? No, mom, liar. The officials still don't quickly shut down this stupid Forks live room? Block the liar star. There were already a lot of Muyang dogs who were already upset with Tang Yuan's behavior, and now with the warnings from the SuperTubes and those water armies bringing up the tempo, the entire live room was practically a sea of curses. Even the pop-ups that were helping Tang Yuan were instantly drowned out, even though there were quite a few of them. Just when many people thought that SuperTube would go and stop these pop-ups, they didn't expect that after a while, SuperTube sent another warning. Warning again. Please standardize the anchor's speech and behavior. Prohibit warring topics. And immediately correct yourself, or else you will be forced to close the live room. Seeing this warning, Tang Yuan completely exploded. What's wrong with this SuperTubes? So indiscriminate? Just now, she had just used profanity, but she hadn't said anything at all. Instead, it was the group of fans in the live broadcast room who were frantically typing out her family and greeting her ancestors. It could be said that this SuperTube had completely chilled Tang Yuan's heart. Liu Xiaofei on the side couldn't stand it anymore and angrily rebuked. SuperTube, are you an idiot? Did we just say a word? If you're so capable, block me now. I don't believe that you're the only one platform in the whole world that's teeming with fish, and the rest of that group of Muyang dog. You love to lick your love crazy father. For star father is your business. You don't want to buy. Directly give me to get out. Hear dog barking what? Liu Xiaofei's anger still had an effect. The live broadcast instantly quieted down a large part of the room. Of course, They weren't scared by Liu Xiaofei, but they were sobered up by Liu Xiaofei's scolding. Sobered up from what? Of course it was Lin Tian's existence. What happened to that group of benders not long ago was still fresh in their minds. After the group cowered down, those pop-ups supporting Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei finally popped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What thing is this super tube? Why did it warn Yuan Yuan? What did Yuan Yuan do? That's right. I really suspect that this super tube is a brainwashed person. Xiaofei and Yuan Yuan didn't say anything and still warned. It's really just indiscriminate. Asterisk 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 super tubes. Your mom will die tonight. Mantis goes to your house and triggers isolation. Death Song goes to your house and airs out. Nima super tubes is a retarded child, right? How dare this fish be more retarded? And those Moyo dogs, you don't want to buy. You have a knife on your neck? Stupid asshole, give me death. Catechism, like to be a dog. You run people love crazy dad 4-star dad side as a dog. In this bark what? Some people are cheap bones, have to kneel on the ground to be happy. Was a dog, but also a licking shoes. I didn't want to buy it, but I want to buy it even if it's not as good as this cell phone. I'm willing to support domestic production, and I'm sure I'll beat up the face of the Muyang dogs later on. Moyang dog? You and the dog bark what? What are you barking at? Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei's fans were very emotional, frantically outputting this group of Muyang dogs. For a time, the entire live broadcast room was filled with their curses. There was no way around it. Internet spammers were almost all of the same urbane nature. That is, they were arrogant online and wimpy in reality. Now that fewer people were cursing, they were worried that Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei would remember their names and turn around and sue themselves. Think about what happened to Beichen, and then think about what happened to that group of benders. They wouldn't dare to make another sound for fear of being caught, so it could be seen that when the number of people cursing decreased, it created a vicious cycle where more and more spammers didn't dare to venture out, and all that was left were the angry fans of Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei. Seeing that the entire live room was abusing the superpipe and teasing fish, the superpipe who had given Tang Yuanyuan a warning at this moment was completely confused. As a new superpipe, he hadn't picked up on how important this live broadcast of Tang Yuanyuan's was, so he treated Tang Yuanyuan as a very ordinary anchor. Coupled with the fact that the entire live room was cursing him, he took it for granted that Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei were in the wrong. Seeing the group of viewers cursing more and more aggressively, coupled with the fact that he was also a diehard fan of the Love Crazy phone and the 4-star phone, he thought even more that Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei were in the wrong. Thus, he immediately gave a second warning. This time, his purpose of the warning was to hope that Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei would stop making inappropriate remarks about Love Crazy in 4-row and broadcast themselves properly. But he never expected that under the comments that were previously covered by water armies and spammers, there were actually so many that were cursing himself. This made him realize that he might have made a very serious mistake. Before he had time to regret it, the door to his room was kicked open. General Manager Liu rushed in from outside with a group of people, looking at this superintendent with fury. Are you sure it's him? Liu asked in a cold voice to a middle-aged man beside him. That middle-aged man shivered straight in front of Liu and said in a trembling voice, Manager it's him. The middle-aged man was the supervisor of this superpipe and the department head responsible for managing all superpipes. At this moment, facing the already furious Liu, he didn't even have the intention of helping this superintendent to defend himself as a newcomer. Liu's eyes immediately turned to the superintendent, who was also in charge of managing all the superintendents. Liu's gaze immediately turned to that superintendent. His eyes were filled with an endless murderous aura. Looking at this superintendent's legs were shivering and his eyes were filled with a strong fear. Pa! Liu walked up and threw a slap directly onto the superintendent's face. Ah! This superpipe was hit and fell directly to the ground, a large amount of blood coming out from the corner of his mouth. At this point, he was so scared that he hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Manager I'm just new here. I really don't know the seriousness of this matter. Chapter 68, the Myodog Supertube was completely planted. The general manager of the teeming fish personally came out to apologize. New here? After hearing those words, Liu instantly sneered and asked, even if you're damn new and don't know Tang Yuanyuan, you should still understand our rules in tease fish. Is there a rule in amusing fish that says you can warn an anchor in that situation? The superintendent was speechless for a moment. There really wasn't anything in the rules that said you could warn the anchor in that situation. After all, the only reason he had warned Tang Yuanyuan was purely because they were bad-mouthing Love Crazy in 4-star there. But if he had known that Liu would be alarmed, he couldn't have said anything like that. After all, no matter how filial a dog was, he wouldn't threaten to drop his own interests. Liu took a deep breath and looked at Supertube with a murderous aura in his gaze. This time around, they had spent a full $100 million on advertising in order to create momentum for Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei. If just because of this person, this live broadcast was nullified, Or if Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuanyuan really moved to another platform, he would definitely make this Muyang dog die a death that could not be repeated. Give me a beating. Hit it hard. Without asking any more questions, Liu directly ordered, and a few security guards behind him swarmed up and beat this catechism dog. Muyang dog was beaten to wow, but soon also realized that he has a legal weapon. After he was beaten for a while, he began to mutter loudly, Liu, I quit. You're not qualified to beat me like this. I'm also going to sue you, so you can wait to go to jail. You have to be glad that you're not in a great country like the beautiful country, or else their laws can make you lose your family's money, and then it'll be you on your knees begging me to forgive you. Those security guards were rather taken aback by this superintendent's aura, and stopped their hands and looked at each other. The supervisor who recruited him in was even more frightened to the point that his face turned pale and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. This kid is really looking for death. Doesn't he know who Liu is? How can this threat work? What's more, if you really want to talk about breaking the law, this Muyang dog of yours is the one who really broke the law. As for Liu, when he heard these words, he was directly exasperated and laughed. He originally thought that this matter still has a little room for maneuver, after beating him to dismiss him even after. Now that this Muyang dog said so, he naturally had a way out. Supervisor Li, tell him yourself how much money we lost because of him this time. Liu looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Supervisor Li, on the other hand, wiped his cold sweat and shivered. If this live broadcast doesn't yield any revenue, we'll lose at least more than $100 million. Also, according to the contract signed by the employees, the consequences resulting from their non-compliance are to be borne by the employees themselves. They had spent nearly almost close to $200 million on advertising in order to build up momentum for the live bandwagon of both Tang Yuanyuan and Liu Xiaofei, plus the cost of various resources and labor. If he was to compensate, it would be at least $100 million, and all of this was clearly written in the contract. There was nothing unreasonable at all. Blame it on his own failure to comply with the rules. Fine, let's just talk about each other. I'll pay for the expenses I injured you, and you pay for the damages you caused us. Liu smiled faintly at the superintendent. When this superpipe heard this, his originally smug expression instantly collapsed. He wanted to struggle some more, but Liu didn't even give a damn about him and directly turned around to leave. When Supervisor Li saw this, he shook his head at the supervisor, sighed, and said, "You just took a beating and everything is fine, but you still have to come up with a sentence that you don't understand. I really don't understand you." After saying that, Supervisor Li also turned around and left. The remaining superintendent's face was pale and incomparable, and his whole body did not have half the strength, so he directly sat on the ground paralyzed. All that was left in his heart was a thick despair, because he was new to the relationship. The contract aspect was clear as to what it was. It was his fault that he had just watched too much good news from the beautiful country, thinking that he should be free as well, and then he started to want to sue Liu. But now after he calmed down, he could realize that he couldn't get people even if he was in a position of power, let alone not being in a position of power at all now. The rest of his life is gone. At the time when the supertube was despairing inside, there was still non-stop abuse in the live broadcast room. Teasing fish. You have the guts to come out and talk to the laborers? Why did you warn our family Yuan? That's it. I just want to ask, how did Hope start a war? Why is she cursing? If you don't give us an explanation, this matter is not over. Ha! I just laughed. There are so many Muyang dogs in the live broadcast room cursing at Yuan. One didn't even ban. Yuan didn't even say a word to warn. Amusing fish, really have you. Today I officially declared war with Muyang dog. Have the guts to come to the People's Square in Xingyang Town, Hadong City, one-on-one. Teasing fish, still hiding, is it? I'll see how long you can hide. At first, the target of everyone's attack was still that supertube, but it quickly shifted to the platform. After all, the supertube is your hand under the staff. Now you supervise poorly. Of course, scolded is you. Moreover, Amusing Fish hasn't given a single indication until now. How can they not be angry? At this moment, Tang Yuan was just as angry. She and Amusing Fish had a cooperative relationship and had signed an exclusive agreement today. But this Amusing Fish was just messing with her? Just when Tang Yuan was planning to close her live broadcast and change platforms, Liu made a call to her. "Hello, Miss Tang. I'm Amusing Fish's general manager Liu. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. I didn't know that the employees under me would act like this. Please allow me to apologize here first. One thing I need to clarify with you is that this superintendent is not some temporary employee, but is indeed new. We at Tease Fish will next release his entry time and all useful information to explain how this incident happened, also for everyone to monitor. Secondly, as compensation, we, Amusing Fish, will also provide a sum of compensation, in addition to releasing an apology statement on our official platform to implore your forgiveness. This time He Lu could be said to have expressed the word sincerity to the fullest. Usually they are big platforms for the sake of face. It is impossible to apologize and whatnot. But this time they will not only not find temporary workers this reason to fool the public, but will also publish everything at the same time with the official platform to apologize. Visible He Lu's sincerity. At the same time, it could also be seen that this matter was entirely the personal behavior of that employee. Hearing these words from He Lu, Tang Yuan's anger subsided a bit and said, "Manager I'm not a calculating person, but I also don't want to, or won't have a next time. Ms. Tang, don't worry, I'll guarantee with my head that it definitely won't happen again." Chapter 69, Angel Tang Yuan in coil powder. 3 million pre-sale spots snapped up. After He Lu heard Tang Yuan's willingness to understand, he immediately excitedly patted his chest and promised. Tang Yuan was also planning to give He Lu one last chance. If this happened again, she would immediately change platforms at that time no matter what He Lu said. "That's it then, I'll go live first." After hanging up, Tang Yuan continued to look at the screen. Since she didn't turn on the speakerphone, many viewers didn't realize what was going on with the call. But soon after, Teasing Fish released an announcement. Inside, it explained the whole thing in great detail, especially the information about that super pipe. It was clear and explicit. After reading it, the crowd instantly understood. It turned out that this super pipe was also a Muyang dog. Damn it, I said, what stupid super tube can be like this? It turns out to be one of their love crazy and 4-star dog smashing and ing warn our hope. This Muyang dog can be really capable. I don't understand. Huaxia is our motherland. Lin Genius is our country's scientific researcher. His love crazy 4 stars. One is the beautiful country. One is the universe country. Licking like this has what benefit to them? Benefits, of course there is no. But these Muyang dog can pressure did not take Huaxia as the motherland. They can't wait to fly to the beautiful country and the universe country now. Oh, really want to think that foreign so good? If you really want to be so disgusted with the domestic, directly give up their nationality. Application fee 50 yuan. The certificate of withdrawal 200 yuan. A total of 250. Not much, where they are willing to while eating Chinese rice, while putting down the chopsticks and cursing the mother. That's why it is called the Muyang dog, is because they are no different from the dog. But don't insult dogs so much. I don't think they even deserve to be compared to dogs. Knowing the original story, the many netizens naturally didn't let go of the opportunity to spray this super tube, and they all spoke in anger. At this time, the live broadcast room was already filled with curses, and many of them even hated to dig up this super pipe's ancestral tomb. Under this kind of anger, many of the original spraying of the pleasure of the catechism dogs, now is a word do not dare to say more. Even if they worship foreign countries, they also know that if they jump out at this time, the end is bound to be very miserable. While the crowd was cursing happily, Tang Yuan suddenly spoke out to discourage them. "Everyone, there's no need to let them affect our mood. Let's shift our attention to the new cell phone that Lin Tian is preparing to release. And if there's any questions, feel free to ask me." Once they heard Tang Yuan's words, many netizens were completely enamored by Tang Yuan. See what's meant by pattern? What does it mean to be magnanimous? With Yuan's tolerance, those spammers have never had it in their lives. I think Yuan is right. There is no need to sulk with a group of. They love to lick and love to be a dog for others. Let them be. We can't care and don't need to care. Hope is simply an angel. If it were up to me, I'd sue the whole bunch. Yes, it's Yuan who's kind-hearted and doesn't bother with those idiots. Just because Tang Yuan is so generous, I'll take one of the reserved spots. Seeing that Tang Yuan actually didn't bother with this group of Muyang dogs, being so magnanimous and angelic, the hearts of the crowd instantly rose with infinite good feelings. Some people were even powdered by Tang Yuan for this reason, and directly placed orders to reserve a spot. In less than a minute's time, the number of reserved spots, which had only sold tens of thousands of units, suddenly skyrocketed, instantly coming to more than 100,000 units. This added up to more than 50 million. Assuming that these more than 100,000 people behind all make up the final payment, then they are afraid that this trip will earn a few 100 million. And all of this happened in less than half an hour of broadcasting. Seeing this kind of achievement, Tang Yuan was all happy in her heart, and next began to answer the questions that many people were asking. The configuration of the cell phone is all true. There will never be half a point of false. If it says that after it arrives, it's not the same as what we advertised, you can get a refund at any time. What brand? This I don't know yet. Lin Tian hasn't told me about it yet, but the functions definitely won't be bad as all. Are the parts all domestic? This specific I'm not sure yet, but 80% of them could be. When can I receive the goods? Lin Tian told me it's about a month from now, and the price will be announced then. This reserved spot of ours is returnable at any time, so you can rest assured that you can buy it. The money will be in the account of the People's Bank of China, and won't move a single penny. Yes, we have cooperation with the People's Bank of China. This time the deposit is not stored in the company account of the teeming fish, but in the People's Bank. There is enough protection. After many questions were answered by Tang Yuan, the netizens' favorability towards Tang Yuan inevitably soared again. After all, the things that were sold live on air were themselves refundable, which everyone knew by heart. But in order to make them a little more secure, Tang Yuan and the others made it a point to put the money in the People's Bank to put everyone's minds at ease. This attitude and way of doing things alone has already slapped the faces of those who say Tang Yuan is a liar. The only unfortunate point was that the specific performance parameters and so on of this cell phone were not available, and everyone could only understand it through the teaser information provided by Lin Tian. However, with just a little bit of information about the accessories, they could already determine that this was definitely a cell phone that could beat all the phones on the market as well as those that were about to be released. After understanding this, many people's expectations for this phone were extremely high. This, coupled with the fact that Tang Yuan and the others had specifically put their money in the People's Bank to protect it, gave them even more trust, and they placed their orders in droves. The number of bookings quickly went from over 100,000 to over 2 million. This reservation money alone had reached a full $1 billion. It was hard to imagine how huge a sum of money it would be when the phones were fully replenished. Seeing that the number of pre-orders was still going crazy, Tang Yuan directly closed the pre-sale at 3 million. She said very apologetically, "Everyone, that's all the pre-sale slots available at the moment. Whether or not they'll be opened up subsequently will need to wait for another notice. *********. I just wanted to buy it and it's gone? No, there's money to be made? There's still a limited amount there? Yuan, we're all the most loyal fans, and you're still playing starvation marketing with us. That's too much. I was just about to buy it. Me too. Please anchor, hurry up and put it on the shelves. We guarantee that it will reach 5 million. It doesn't matter how long it takes to ship. I'm just supporting the domestic market. I also want to support a bit of domestic production. Please anchor on the shelves." Chapter 70, Netflix, Photolithography on the shelves. I'll give everyone here a manual one. Many people who had wanted to wait and see a bit more were wailing after realizing that the item had been taken off the shelves. How could they not expect that the quota was actually still limited? Everyone netizens, I'm really sorry currently Lin Tian has given me this many spots. There's no way to put it on the shelves again for the time being. If you're really interested, you can pay more attention to my live broadcasting room, and if there's a new spot afterward, I'll be sure to give it to you all in a timely manner. Tang Yuan apologized again. It couldn't be helped, although she also wanted to sell more and earn a little more for Lin Tian. She and Lin Tian had discussed it down to a 3 million quota to begin with. No more. Don't bring this. I'm going to cry. Previously said the anchor is a liar, now give me out. I promise not to kill you. Have you ever seen a limited quota of liars? That's right, those jets. You damn now give me dead out. I and your whole family against the line. It's all because of these spammers. They made me miss the quota. I'll are his whole family. After hearing Tang Yuan's apology, the many netizens in the live broadcast room began to frantically greet the families of those spammers. If they hadn't been there earlier to bring up the tempo, they wouldn't have hesitated and wouldn't be unable to even grab a pre-sale spot now, just as they were frantically abusing the group of jets. As for the jets, at this time, they couldn't wait to shrink their heads into their necks. Where would they dare to venture out? Now, once he ventured out, not only would his ancestors not be able to protect him, but there was also the possibility that he and Northstar would end up in the same place, which was not worth it at all. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, could only regretfully apologize again and promised everyone that she would definitely bring them a new quota as soon as it became available. Only then did this quell many people's complaints. Of course, this is because they don't know how sought after this pre-sale spot will be in the future, or else they'd regret it to death right now. Those spammers, not to mention the 18 generations of their ancestors, wouldn't be able to keep the 28 generations of their ancestors. That's all for today then. Everyone, I'll get off the air first. Tang Yuan saw that this live broadcast was coming to an end, so she was ready to say goodbye to everyone. But the group of fans, especially Tang Yuan's true fans, were immediately a bit unhappy after hearing this. Yuan, don't get off the air so quickly. Chat with us for a few moments. That's right, even if you can't, you should have brought the goods better. Since the cell phones are sold out, you should put up the link to the photolithography machine. Otherwise when the foreigners next door see it, they'll think we can't afford it. Yes. Photolithography link up a bit. How can I say that I have to equip everyone here with one? We can't let foreigners look down on us. Brothers, today I, Mr. Lee, will pay for it and give you all one. hurry up with the link, my 20-digit wallet is already hungry and thirsty. Originally, it was just Tang Yuan's fans who wanted to retain Tang Yuan, but somehow, their style suddenly changed, and they actually wanted Tang Yuan to put the lithography machine on the shelves. Looking at the netizens who were bragging about everything, Tang Yuan was also a bit speechless. Of course, she knew that this group of people were joking, and now even if she went off the air, there was no problem. But as Tang Yuan saw them having so much fun, she herself couldn't help but be playful and said to the netizens with a smile, "You guys wait for a moment, huh? I'll go ask Lin Tian first." After saying that, she directly made a call to the police on Lin Tian's side. After receiving the call, the police would go and inform Lin Tian, and as long as Lin Tian was there, he could come out and talk to her on the phone. This was something they had only recently learned from Lin Tian. It couldn't be helped. Before Lin Tian was busy working on the photolithography machine and chips in the lab pressing on this point, and the girls themselves hadn't thought of this point either. So one of the two sides was wondering why the other side hadn't called, while the other side was wondering why they couldn't get in touch once they entered the institute. It was only because Tang Yuan had mentioned this in passing when she had recently handed over the matter of live streaming with Lin Tian that she had realized this. Of course, even though Liu Xiaofei herself wished to have Lin Tian's company, she wouldn't go making phone kanji over nothing. That was something that only some little girls who were full of love, who didn't understand the concept of right and wrong, and who suffocated people when they fell in love would do. Even if Liu Xiaofei was in love for the first time, she had seen a lot of pigs running around, so she still knew this point. Lin Tian's side quickly picked up the phone and inquired, "What is it?" Lin Tian, are you busy?" Tang Yuan asked cautiously, afraid that she was disturbing Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian replied, "If I was busy, I wouldn't have come to answer the phone. When the lab was really busy, it would reject all incoming calls, unless it was a major matter of life and death, or the leader's side had something to say. For phone requests like Tang Yuan's, the guards wouldn't even relay them, and would simply tell her to call back some time later. Well, it's just that the 3 million slots we agreed on before have all been sold out, and now they want to buy the photolithography machine again. So let's put one on the shelf," Tang Yuan said. Lin Tian wanted to laugh a little after hearing these words. This was 80% those netizens were joking. How could anyone think of buying a photolithography machine? The photolithography machine definitely can't be sold, but you can put up a 10 billion up there and just let them take a look. Don't say 10 billion. Now this state-of-the-art photolithography machine would not be put up for sale even for $50 billion. After all, the market needed competition, and competition needed to be competitive. If he sold this photolithography machine, and every country sold 7nm cell phones and chips, then what else would he earn? Another point is to realize the deforeignization. Now the vast majority of people use cell phones, whether it is a chip or motherboard or storage memory. Almost all foreign brands, few domestic. In this case, foreign manufacturers as long as once the sanctions imposed on China. These cell phones can overnight from the convenience of the people into a harmful product. In order to avoid this situation, even if it is a little less profit, he must sell to the hands of the nationals. Here it might just clash a bit with the 3 million limit, but it couldn't be helped. Lin Tian only had one photolithography machine at the moment, and the production capacity was that big. 3 million was already the maximum amount they could afford. Once there were more, their cell phones would have to be released a little later, but in that case, the netizens would have already gone over to the love-crazy 4-star side. After all, their cell phone was only a concept machine up to now, and even if many people really supported it, if it didn't come out for too long, they would lose their patience and trust. Instead of that, it would be better to just limit the quota. Good. When Tang Yuan heard this, she immediately agreed, and then found the online photolithography machine pictures, marked them up to 10 billion, turned them into unsaleable, and shelved them on the shopping cart. Chapter 71 Lin Tian's cell phone is completely on fire. Netizens, kneeling down and begging for a pre-sale spot. Asterisk. It's still really on the shelves. Ha, Sister Yuan, I'm just kidding, please let it go. Ha ha ha. Where are those old guys who said they wanted a hand-me-down before? I'm waiting to get it now. Brothers, just blowing smoke. Don't take it seriously. Egu my ass. More than $10 billion. This photolithography machine isn't generally expensive. Actually, $10 billion is quite a bit less. This kind of photolithography machine is a state secret. If you can really buy it for $10 billion, it is estimated that many countries will rush to place an order. Yes, you do not look at the annual income of those chip producers. This is not 10 billion can be compared. To be honest, chip producers, those are just the surface income. There are a lot is in the military use. That is also a big head. Yes, the real significance of the chip is actually not to a large extent that is to build cell phones and computers. The most important is the military use. With a highly intelligent chip, for our national defense force is not a half a star to enhance. That's right, foreign chips are really too dangerous. If we really want to fight, every one of our cell phones may be a time bomb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Listening to you guys say this, I'm even more to support domestic. What we're buying here isn't a chip, but a bullet that's shooting at the beautiful country. Once the photolithography machine hit the shelves, it immediately attracted countless netizens' hot discussions. Many people also began to discuss the true significance of the chip. After more and more people realized the true purpose of the photolithography machine, many people's hearts to support domestic production became even stronger. Seeing that more and more people wanted Tang Yuan to shell the new slot, Tang Yuan herself was helpless. She could only repeatedly comfort the audience, saying that she would contact everyone the first time when she had a spot. And then she turned off the live broadcast under the sound of many pleas. When the live broadcast had ended, Tang Yuan couldn't help but wipe her cold sweat. At the same time, she also muttered, I didn't expect so many people to buy. I thought I could at least sell for 3 days. Why don't you ask for more places? I see that many people are asking for it. Liu Xiaofei asked curiously. Tang Yuan, who had docked with Lin Tian. It was actually normal for her not to know this. Tang Yuan also patiently explained. There's only one photolithography machine on Lin Tian's side. The production itself can't keep up, not to mention that ordinary people want it. The military side also needs it. 3 million is already the largest pre-sale amount that Lin Tian's side can afford. Any more is simply unnecessary. Alright, Liu Xiaofei then realized. After Tang Yuan glanced at Liu Xiaofei, she added, and I heard Lin Tian say that not only is this phone much stronger than other phones in terms of performance, but it can also reduce the radiation to almost nothing. So you'll be able to play with it as much as you want at that time. Really? Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaofei's eyes instantly lit up, and her entire body was unusually excited. Although she was an electronic idiot, it didn't mean that she didn't like playing with cell phones. Ever since becoming pregnant, these days she was as bored as she could be, and every day when she was lying on her bed, she was almost bored to the point of going crazy. Although occasionally Tang Yuan would accompany her to watch a movie, but as usual, she couldn't watch TV for long. So most of the time she was still bored. If she could have a cell phone that she played with all the time, she was certain that her mood could be at least 3 times better. Lin Tian has said so it must be true, right? Tang Yuan had only heard Lin Tian mention it in passing, not particularly sure. But Liu Xiaofei's heart was endlessly looking forward to it. As long as it was Lin Tian who said it, then the news must be 100% accurate. After Tang Yuan turned off the live broadcast, Lin Tian's cell phone set off a huge wave on the internet. In the entire Weibo list, within the top 10, at least 8 of them were closely related to this, and 5 of them were in the top 5. This kind of heat could be said to be unprecedented, reaching an unparalleled level within Weibo. Almost over 60% of the netizens were discussing Lin Tian's cell phone. It's too ridiculous, isn't it? This cell phone doesn't even have a name and it dares to take it out for pre-sale? I also think it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But after people put all their money in the people's bank and limited the number of spots, I regret not grabbing it. Me too. I didn't know about the limit at first, but I didn't get it. MD, you guys didn't get it? I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. If you didn't have confidence in Lin Tian and Tang Yuan, you would have bought it already. That's right. It's not like $3 million was grabbed all at once. If you don't trust them, don't cry here. Wait for the next batch of cell phones. I think no matter what, Lin Tian is at least a national researcher praised by the state. What can be wrong with a live broadcast authorized by others? Even if the performance is really not that good. So what? As long as it works, I'll still buy it and support domestic production. Right. I'll spend this $500. Even if he gives me a cell phone 3 years later, I'll wait. Not for anything else. Just to support domestic production. Nima, if this cell phone is really the same as the advertised features, the $3 million quota will definitely go up in value. Yeah, it's rumored that the next sale won't be a pre-sale, right? Anyone selling pre-sale slots? I'll double my bid. Let me have one. I'll quadruple my bid. $2,000 for a pre-sale slot. Lin Tian had been praised by name by all the major official media before, and with this kind of recognition from the officials, many people naturally became more and more convinced of Lin Tian's products, coupled with Tang Yuan and Liu Xiaofei's own appeal, as well as this maneuver of placing all their money in the people's bank for safekeeping. It made more and more people begin to believe that there would be such a phone in existence. Even at the back, they didn't care if the cell phone was that good, as long as it could be turned on and make a call, they would buy it, not for any other reason, just as a support for domestic production. Not to mention that Lin Tian's domestic production is still the country's official Supporting Lin Tian is equivalent to directly supporting the country. In this case, there was basically no one who wasn't willing to shell out money. Unfortunately, the quota was now 3 million and no more. So many people actually started buying up other people's quota online. The price of this quota had also doubled within a few days, whereas buying it from Tang Yuan only cost $500. Now if you wanted to acquire a quota from someone else, it would cost at least $1,500. In other words, the person who bought this spot, without doing anything, had made $1,000 in 2 days. This made those who had purchased it feel more and more like they had made the right decision. But at the same time, the firestorm of Lin Tian's cell phone had also attracted the attention of many bigwigs in the cell phone world. Chapter 72, The Arrogance of the Head of Love Crazy's Huaxia District. Huaxia people are worse than a dog. The bosses of first-tier brands such as Rice, VV, OO, Love Crazy, Charmed, Xianglian, Xingzhong, and so on, actually convened together for an emergency meeting. Other than Wei Hua, the brand, all the other bosses were present. Do you guys think this cell phone of Lin Tian's will be real? Rice's chairman asked with some concern. The person in charge of AI Crazy's Huaxia area sneered after hearing this and said disdainfully, "This kind of cell phone simply can't exist in this era, much less in the country of Huaxia. If there is one, then it must be our AI Crazy that makes it first." The words of the person in charge of Love Crazy were very arrogant, but he had enough arrogant capital. As the king of cell phones in the market recently, AI Crazy successfully topped the world's #1 company in the previous 2 years, and the core technology in its hands was beyond the reach of domestic cell phone manufacturers. And you don't look at a bunch of head brand configurations such as Demi VV seems to be not worse than the Love Crazy, but they use the accessories are basically all foreign production, such as Lin Tian such independent production. There is simply no cell phone manufacturer can do. Although the possibility is almost zero, I think it's better to kill a mistake than to let it go. If there really is such a cell phone, all of our next interests will suffer, VV's chairman said in a cold voice. If such a cell phone really existed, then they were basically doomed. He could even feel that it was possible for the new cell phones of certain branded parties among them to have a monthly sales volume of 0, although they would still have a large number of fans to buy it with their celebrity endorsements. The situation at hand was already a serious threat to their interests. Yes, this Lin Tian has been too jumpy lately. If this continues, all of our cakes will be moved by him. The chairman of OO also said in a deep voice. Even though they didn't quite believe that this kind of cell phone could be released, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. If they really gave it to him, all of them would have to disband in place. What? Assassinate him? The head of Love Crazy's Huaxia region sneered and inquired. Once his words came out, the other bigwigs all fell silent. If they could, they would also like to use this method, which would ensure their interests. But the problem was that it was not possible. Rice's chairman was the first to shake his head and said, "It's impossible to do this. Not to mention the fact that this is in Huaxia. The key is that Lin Tian is still a national-level researcher now. Do you think the country will not protect him a little bit? Assassination is definitely out of the question. He touched our cake and we get him killed. It's too obvious a target. The police will be able to identify the murderer as us with just a little bit of investigation." VV's chairman was also against this approach. Neither this nor that. What are you guys going to do? I don't believe he would have this kind of technology anyway. You guys can continue discussing if you want to. I'll leave first. The head of Love Crazy shook his head disdainfully, got up and left this meeting. He had originally heard this group of people say that there was something very important here, so he had specially come over to take a look. But it turned out that the important thing was just like this, making him really feel a bit greatly disappointed. After all, in his lofty worldview, the country of Huaxia would never be able to build this kind of cell phone. Not to mention that he didn't believe that Lin Tian could build a cell phone that surpassed their Love Crazy. Even the photolithography machine that was making a lot of noise before, he didn't believe that Lin Tian built it. Most likely it was just a fake news released by the officials to boost the national confidence of China. Considering that they even use this ridiculous means, the country of China is really hopeless. Under normal circumstances, the person in charge of Love Crazy should not be so arrogant. At least the head of other countries are not like that. But in China, why can he be like this? This was mainly due to those Cupid dogs. If it wasn't for them kneeling down to Love Crazy and contributing Love Crazy sales year after year, the head of Love Crazy's Chinese region wouldn't look down on China so much. Even more, if he hadn't estimated that China was also a major world power today, he would definitely use social software to insult the people of China every day. There was no way. In his opinion, there was almost no difference between Chinese people and dogs, and they were even a bit more obedient than dogs. Oftentimes when something went wrong with Ihao, he didn't even have to go out and explain. There were a whole lot of Muyang dogs jumping out to defend them. This situation of course created his condescension. How can a nation with so little dignity rise to the top and build a cell phone that surpasses their AI Crazy? Ridiculous. Thinking of this, The head of Love Crazy walked a little faster. Right now he had another thing that was more important than this kind of thing, and that was to go to the bar. He found that many girls in China had a common trait that they would take the initiative to hook up with foreigners. As long as to the bar, he, the foreigner, even if nothing to do, just manipulate a fluent English and broken Mandarin, there will be a girl up to pick up, and that night and that girl can roll in bed. He just loved to get into this feeling, giving him a thrill of stepping on the nation of Huaxia under his feet. After the head of Love Crazy's Huaxia region left, the various bosses present all looked at each other. Love Crazy was the king of cell phones with the #1 sales volume in the Huaxia region. If he didn't even pay attention to it, then was there any need for them to target Lin Tian? Most of all, the funds they had to consume to target Lin Tian had to be much more. What do we do? The crowd placed their eyes on Chairman Rice. Love Crazy wasn't involved. Wei Hua hadn't come. The boss here now was Big Rice, and everyone was waiting for Big Rice to speak. Chairman Rice coughed and said, "It can't be helped if Love Crazy doesn't get involved. We can't just sit back and wait to see what happens. We must take some actions. But these actions certainly can't be particularly explicit. The most we can do is just weaken the credibility of his brand a little bit. It's better to wait for Lin Tian's cell phone to come out before we talk about it. If we invest a lot of money in it, the loss will outweigh the gain. It's not necessary." The two biggest cell phone manufacturers were not participating in the targeting of Lin Tian, and Rice didn't plan to get too involved either. Guns hitting heads. Wei Hua and Love Crazy weren't willing to go and be the head of the pack, and naturally he, Mi, wasn't either. But this also doesn't mean that he won't surround Lin Tian. At least there should be some moves against him. The specifics would have to wait until Lin Tian, the cell phone, could come out before deciding. Alright, after the many cell phone manufacturers looked at each other, they could only do so. Big Rice wasn't even willing to be a standout anymore, and it was even more unlikely that they, the even smaller cell phone manufacturers, would be able to do so. This meeting eventually ended up like this. Chapter 73, Lin Tian calls for rational consumption. Netizen, I'm still wild about consumption. The fact that Lin Tian's cell phone was completely on fire on the internet was something that Lin Tian had just come home to learn from Tang Yuanyuan's mouth. Lin Tian, so many people have asked me to ask you if there are any more pre-sale slots left. Would you consider giving some more? After Tang Yuanyuan finished talking about the current heat on the internet, she quickly relayed one of the most wanted questions from the audience to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, on the other hand, shook his head after hearing this and said, "This quota is already the last wave. The next one will have to wait for the day of the cell phone launch." He did want to speed up the production capacity, but a lot of things had to be done in a circular and gradual manner. This quota was already enough. He didn't need to build another photolithography machine to speed up for this. Alright, when Tang Yuanyuan heard this, she immediately posted this message on her Weibo, that the next pre-sale quota would have to wait until the phone launch. This statement instantly attracted countless netizens to gather around. When is the cell phone launch? I'm really looking forward to this phone coming out now. Don't wait for the next one. Let's start the pre-sale tomorrow. Divide us into the second batch. I'm willing to wait another half a year. Yeah, we don't mind waiting. Just give us a pre-sale slot. We'll take it as supporting China. Count me in. I don't mind if you don't ship the $500 to me. I'll donate it all to make bullets for the defense of the country. It doesn't matter if you ship it to me in 3 years. I want to support domestic production too. Looking at the speeches of this group of netizens, Tang Yuanyuan was more or less touched and specially took it to Lin Tian. After Lin Tian took a look at it, he laughed helplessly. It's useless to give it to me now. This money still exists in the people's bank. Let them spend it rationally. Good. Tang Yuanyuan hurriedly posted Lin Tian's original words on her Weibo, calling on everyone to spend rationally. There was no need for this money to be given now. Originally, I didn't want to give it, but just for this sentence of rational consumption, I'm going to support it no matter what I say. I still want to say one thing now. Those who said before that Tang Yuanyuan is a liar, you now hurry to give labor to come forward. Come to see if there is a liar who told you to spend rationally. Just for these words, it's already stronger than I don't know how many capitalists. I don't want this pre-sale spot. I'm going to bounty all of this $2,000 on me to the anchor. I hope the anchor can give this money to Lin Tian. Brothers, I've heard that Tang Yuanyuan signed a contract with Amusing Fish. Amusing Fish doesn't charge commission at all. Let's hurry up and rush. Give Tang Yuanyuan a reward. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll just come straight to 2 carnivals, okay? I'm not asking for cell phones. I'm just asking for Lin Tian to build a little more high-tech to protect our country. I don't have much money. I'll donate all $500. But the more Tang Yuanyuan appealed for rational consumption, the more the netizens did the opposite. One by one, they were wild. Many people couldn't even buy a spot and simply donated directly to Tang Yuanyuan. In a short while, even if Tang Yuanyuan didn't start broadcasting, there were inexplicably hundreds of millions of dollars more in her account. This left Tang Yuanyuan speechless, and she hurriedly told Lin Tian about this matter. Lin Tian was also a bit speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "Return this money to them, and then close the gift reward function. We definitely can't ask for this money. They just need to work in the country and pay their taxes. Even if it's the biggest support for us." If Lin Tian was very short of money, he might still want this property in the nature of donations. But Lin Tian wasn't short of it now. His factory was already under construction, and the materials in all aspects weren't too expensive, and with the amount allocated by the state, it was quite enough. Besides, they were also official personnel, and it was 80% punishable for them to receive this money. Good. Tang Yuanyuan didn't really have much interest in money. The money she had in her bank card now was already enough for her to eat and drink for the rest of her life. She who didn't pursue too much materially. What she wanted to find most now was a man who could be 1/10 as good as Lin Tian to bring her spiritual fulfillment. After Tang Yuanyuan received Lin Tian's instructions, she did as he said and returned all the gifts and also closed the reward function, and wrote Lin Tian's words on Weibo as they were. This time, the netizens were completely shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So many gifts all returned? This is Nima marketing, right? Setting up a good persona? Upstairs, have you ever seen marketing that closes rewards? What about marketing? All 10 of my carnivals were returned. Cowardly. I don't know what to say other than bull criticism. If it were me, I would definitely take this money and run away. What's the point of talking about patriotism? I admit I'm a vulgar person. Me too. With this money, not to mention returning it, I'd run away faster than anyone else. Lin Tian really is a saint. Just for Lin Tian's line about paying taxes for normal work. I love it straight away. From now on he's my idol. Don't chase netizens or stars. If you want to chase the people's sons and daughters. Although Lin Tian is not a soldier, he has made great contributions to our China. He deserves our worship. This operation of Lin Tian's also set off a huge wave on the internet. Countless people worshipped in the comments section. Even though there were some spammers who would come in disgustedly at this time in order to find a sense of existence, they would soon be dismissed by Lin Tian's current fans. They who were originally Cyberstorm abusers would in turn be cyberstormed by Lin Tian's fans once they said something half bad about Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you're considered to have completely become a big celebrity. Tang Yuanyuan looked at the comments on the internet and smiled faintly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stroked his forehead. He really didn't expect that such a sentence from himself would cause such an effect, so he just let Tang Yuanyuan stop speaking, lest this group of fans start frantically brainstorming about how good he was again, and then make him even hotter. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. He actually didn't particularly want to be noticeable. In the next few hours, Lin Tian started to disappear, not speaking on the internet, and Tang Yuanyuan didn't start broadcasting again, and the network's memory is limited, even if the heat was high before. But with Lin Tian never making a move, the heat slowly began to dissipate. More than a week later, although the heat on the network had dissipated, Lin Tian's institute was busy every day, due to the reason that there was a lot of clamor for this cell phone on the internet. Yenko had also specially assigned 2 more teams to Lin Tian to help him complete this project. Now the speed of Lin Tian's cell phone development was not just half a star. In less than half a month's time, the first of their self-produced cell phones had already come out. On the day the cell phone combination was completed, Yenko and a number of leaders from the secret department personally came to the Pearl to witness this historic moment. Previously, in order to give Yenko a surprise, Lin Tian had purposely asked the department not to tell Yenko, but this time, Yenko wasn't happy about it and specifically told Lin Tian that if he didn't invite himself to come on that day, he would be in a hurry with him. The human leader had said so Lin Tian had no choice but to agree. I announced that the first fully autonomous productionized cell phone Zero Kai developed by our Team 138, Team 128, and Team 108 together has been successfully developed. Now enter the opening ceremony. Chapter 74 Zero Start Generation Opening Ceremony. The bigwig from the research department says he wants to poach someone. Lin Tian, who was standing on the podium, spoke while taking out a cell phone from a booth in the middle of the stage. This cell phone was exactly the same as Tang Yuanyuan's previous conceptual drawings from the live broadcast, and was even more beautiful. Whether it was the cell phone screen, the body, or the bang screen that had plagued those cell phone manufacturers for many years, all of them had reached a degree of perfection. The next most important thing is whether this phone can be as perfect as previously advertised. At this moment, 138 and the other panelists all stood up, and even Yenko and the other leaders also got up, their eyes gazing at the phone. This was a historic moment. This was the moment that announced to the world that they, Huaxia, would also completely realize independent production in the field of cell phones. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the cell phone gradually entered the boot-up interface. A gray color could be seen in the screen of the phone. followed by a white point of light that gradually brightened in the midst of this gray chaos. Finally, this point of light is getting bigger and bigger, like a cosmic explosion, directly spread to the entire screen. After the intense white light, the screen gradually appeared 2 big words, immediately followed by directly into the cell phone interface, a batch of smooth. It could even be said that if it wasn't for such a set of animations, they could completely doubt that this phone could finish booting up within 2 seconds. This smooth speed alone is not comparable to other cell phones. This time, the system carried by Zero Kai's cell phone was the table and system, although it was also foreign, but it was fine if it could be used. At least now all the accessories of Zero Kai's the cell phone were domestically produced, which was already very impressive. Snap! Along with the phone turning on, everyone clapped excitedly, especially those researchers who had been in the semiconductor industry for many years. At this time, they were even more excited to shed tears. They had been scorned by foreign countries for so many years, and mocked by domestic people for so many years. Today they could finally raise their eyebrows. According to our comprehensive testing of the initial test machine, we can find that the current Zero Boot 1 generation cell phone, compared to all the 10 nanometers cell phone performance on the market as a whole, is 500% higher. Whether it's in the processing of pictures, or various performance, Zero Start Generation 1 has the confidence to beat the upcoming 7 nanometers chips released by other cell phone manufacturers. Accompanied by Lin Tian's inspiring speech, everyone present didn't sit down, listening to that one proud comparative performance. Their hearts were filled with infinite pride. You blocked my skills, didn't you? You mocked me for not being able to catch up with the gap of 40 to 50 years, right? I tell you, we Chinese people are not afraid of this set. You blocked me, I'll build my own. You taunt me, I'll hit you in the face every few years. The emergence of Zero Start Generation 1 is not only a huge revolution in the cell phone industry, but also a solid slap in the face of those developed countries, regardless of any field. As long as they give them Chinese time, they can pay back all the grievances they suffered before. China's revival. The Western countries can't stop it. Old Yen, I think that this kid is a makeable talent. Putting him in your department is really a waste. Why don't we let him come to our defense research department, so that he can have more room to play? In the middle of the speech, an old man who was almost the same age as Yen Ku couldn't help but say to Yen Ku, even though Lin Tian was a talent in the semiconductor industry, and didn't seem to be able to get along with the national defense, you have to know that with this scientific research thing, there are some places where it's just one thing at a time. Coupled with the fact that Lin Tian was so young, they had absolute confidence that they could make Lin Tian switch careers within less than a year and then realize his greater potential. Besides, as the Minister of Defense Science and Research, he was well aware of the concept of one man building a photolithography machine and another man building a cell phone. This was an absolute genius. He couldn't wait to snatch the person from Yen Ku's hands right now. Wang Shuncheng, I can tell you, you can dig up other people, but you can't do it with this Lin Tian. If you dare to dig him up, I'll be anxious with you, Yen Ku said very seriously. Of all the secret departments he was in charge of, Lin Tian was definitely the most outstanding one. To say that he hadn't been encountered in 1,000 years was not an exaggeration. He had waited for so many years. It was not easy for him to wait. If he was poached by this Wang Shuncheng, he would really have to fight with Wang Shuncheng for this old life. Wang Shuncheng is a heated smile, said, we can all do things for the country. He is in you, in me are not the same. As long as you contribute to the country, that's good. You still need me to point out what you think? I'm too embarrassed to poke you. Yen Ku gave this Wang Shuncheng a fierce blank look. It was true that they were all working for the country, but whichever department Lin Tian stayed in and accomplished something, whichever department's manager would also follow and benefit. For example, Yen Ku, after ruthlessly funding Lin Tian to complete the photolithography and Zero Boot generation, there would be one more award under his name, and he would enjoy one more honor. If he was poached by Wang Shuncheng, and then Lin Tian did some earth-shattering feat, then Wang Shuncheng would be the one enjoying the honors. Otherwise, why would Yen Ku be so anxious with him? If we're all in the same department, what's the rush? He didn't even want to poke the stinky old man. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, just kidding. Wang Shuncheng's mouth was so hard, but his gaze at Lin Tian was like staring at prey. Such a good seedling. He really wanted it. He was only 24 years old. How much potential did he have in the future? To become the second Elder Qian? No, it was even possible to surpass Elder Qian as well. Of course, this surpassing was only talking about achievements in science and technology. Qian Lao, the great man's contribution to China was something that not many people could shake. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude once again to Minister Yen for his unfailing support, as well as the members of Team 138, Team 128, and Team 108 for their tireless work. After finishing the last part of his speech, Lin Tian bowed deeply to the crowd on stage. The entire audience once again erupted in applause. Today, this opening ceremony had gone perfectly. All that was left was to mass-produce the cell phone and sell it to the people of the country. Although many of the leaders inside, in fact, do not particularly understand the field of cell phones, but they have more or less heard of the importance of the chip, a completely independent production of domestic cell phones, for China has too much significance. One of the most important is privacy security. Don't look at many domestic cell phone brands, but how many of the parts they use are their own completely independent production? When the two countries really fight, these foreign brands, that one is a time bomb, cannot control. This is especially true in the field of chips. You know, the country in order to security. The current military field used chips are domestic 28 nanometers, now with Lin Tian 7 nanometers, the performance of a sudden increase of several times. This was also equivalent to the country's safety and security being increased by several times. Chapter 75 Zero Start Generation 1 Practical Effects Against All Odds. Being treated as a second child by Liu Xiaofei. Otherwise, with just a cell phone, Lin Tian wouldn't be able to get the title of National Research Scientist. After the opening ceremony was over, Lin Tian walked off the stage, and at this time Yan Ke took the first step and came to Lin Tian's side, guarding him tightly. He also thoughtfully pointed at Wang Shunchang and introduced, Lin Tian, this is Wang Shunchang, the Minister of the Ministry of National Defense and Scientific Research, who specially came to see the feat you did today. After this flurry of maneuvering, it left Wang Shunchang, who wanted to pull Lin Tian into a conversation alone, at his wit's end. Hello Minister Wang. Lin Tian smiled faintly and gave a polite greeting. Wang Shuncheng knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to pull Lin Tian in again today, so he could only laugh and say, ha ha ha, good boy, worthy of being a pillar of our country. Even this kind of cell phone can be built. It seems that in the future, the scientific research cause of China will rely on you young people to hold it up. Minister Wang overpraised. I'm not that good. Lin Tian was modest. Don't be modest. You've done a very good job this time. Keep up the good work in the future. Aha! Wang Shuncheng turned around and left after he finished speaking. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as this Lin Tian was in Huaxia, then he had plenty of opportunities. He wasn't in a hurry. And after Wang Shuncheng left, Yan Ke hurriedly said, this old thing is very bad. If he comes to pull you in, you mustn't believe him. If you really lack anything, just tell me. I can fulfill you. Okay. Lin Tian didn't expect Yan Ke to say this about Wang Shuncheng, but as someone's subordinate, Lin Tian had no choice but to agree. Then I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Well, be careful on the road. After saying goodbye to Yan Ke, Lin Tian directly returned to Thompson. Hubby, after so many days together, Liu Xiaofei had completely transformed into a clingy baby. Once Lin Tian came home from work, he would inevitably bear hug him. Tang Yuan had also gotten used to it a long time ago and didn't even look at the mushy too. However, she had originally planned to look at the TV like this, out of sight, out of mind. But a sentence from Lin Tianxia attracted her gaze. This is Zero Kai Generation 1. It's already been built, specially for you two to get two of them out first. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's ears perked up. Zero Kai was something she had heard about these days, the same phone she had brought in earlier. These days, she was so curious about this phone that claimed to be able to hang on to a bunch of cell phone brand names like Love Crazy that she sometimes dreamed about it. Therefore, Tang Yuan jumped up with a swoosh and flew directly to Lin Tian's side. Then with an excited face, she looked at Lin Tian and asked, where is it? Don't be in a hurry. Come. Lin Tian took out two brand new boxes from his briefcase. Zero Start Generation 1 had already entered mass production. The boxes had naturally been designed a long time ago. The overall color tone was a very classy gray. Not only did it have a super high face value, but it also came with a 200W fast charging head and a data line. These in 5 nanometers or even 3 nanometers cell phone to realize the technology. Now due to the system, all appeared in this 7 nanometers cell phone. Can be said to subvert the concept of cell phone configuration. After unpacking the exquisite packaging, a nearly perfect cell phone was displayed in front of Tang Yuan. Not only did the screen and body achieve seamless precision, even the ugly bang screen disappeared without a trace. Just a glance, Tang Yuan fell deeply in love with this phone. Tang Yuan hurriedly picked it up, tore off the various films, and touched the screen. Asterisk. This screen feels so good. The moment she touched the screen, Tang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As a heavy game fan, Tang Yuan liked to play games when she had something to do. However, she usually likes to sweat, and every time she played with nervousness, the screen would start slipping, seriously affecting the operation. However, even without Lin Tian's special introduction, Tang Yuan could feel that the screen of Zero Start Generation 1 was sweat-proof, and it was absolutely super fun to play games. Yeah, this screen is also too smooth, right? Liu Xiaofei also sighed with emotion. This cell phone screen was really smooth to the touch and somewhat excessive. Even she, a person who didn't often play with cell phones, could feel it. After Tang Yuanyuan touched this new cell phone, she was even more impatient to press the on button. Not long after, the opening animation of Zero Start Generation 1 was displayed. Along with the appearance of the two words Zero Start, the phone almost instantly entered the interface. This sense of fluency, Tang Yuanyuan's eyes widened in utter disbelief as she said, "How do I get the feeling that if this phone didn't have to let go of the motorized animation, it would turn on in a second?" Yes, Liu Xiaofei once again let out a sigh of emotion. This was also the case on her side. This sense of smoothness was definitely incomparable to other cell phones. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "It's indeed possible to turn on the phone in a second, and you guys can also subsequently choose to ignore the boot animation in the settings. This is such a thoughtful design." After hearing this, Tang Yuanyuan was even more valuable to this cell phone. Although this boot animation was very pushy, she was a person who often forgot to charge, and sometimes when she was playing a game, it suddenly shut down, and by the time she found the charging head to turn on the phone and enter the game again, she was already going to lose the game. With the speed of this cell phone, this situation could be avoided completely. By the way, hubby, I heard from Yuan that this phone is also radiation proof, right? Liu Xiaofei also liked the cell phone very much and hurriedly asked if she could play with the cell phone for a long time. This cell phone was definitely going to become her second child. Lin Tian nodded and laughed. "If it's not radiation proof, what did I bring it to you for? And this screen has a special design. Not only is it anti-sweat and anti-slip, it also protects your eyes and you can have 4K clarity when watching movies." "Are you kidding? So awesome?" Tang Yuanyuan's eyes widened once again at the side, her eyes almost falling out. It couldn't be helped that none of what Lin Tian said had been written out in his previous live streaming bandwagon. "It's not like there's any benefit for me to lie to you." Lin Tian shrugged. Tang Yuanyuan had actually completely believed Lin Tian in the first place, and the only reason why he had asked was because he was too surprised. As for why it wasn't quite the same as what Tang Yuanyuan had said in her live band, it was mainly because Lin Tian was a conservative person, and even if it was a design provided by the system, he wanted to play it safe, so he returned the configuration to a lower report, just in case the results are not satisfactory at that time. But as of now, this phone was very successful. Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuanyuan were both in love with this, holding it in their hands and constantly pondering over it, wanting to use the fastest time to familiarize themselves with this phone. Chapter 76, Are there any drawbacks to the 7 nanometers phone? Lin Tian, yes. It's just a little bit worse than 3 nanometers. The system used by the Zero Kai 1 generation is the table-in system. Except for the Soy of the Love Madness, all the cell phones that can be seen on the market almost use this. So for the 2, it wasn't too difficult to get started. Tang Yuanyuan had quickly downloaded a game and played it. What made Tang Yuanyuan incredibly surprised was that when this phone played the game, the frame rate was horribly high, not to mention that the network was quite stable. Even after playing for more than an hour, she didn't see any fluctuations in the network. The other thing is that this screen is very useful. Her sweat can't stay on the surface at all. It all drips down directly. And then there's that good to bloody good feel that makes her operate almost like a running water, instantly transforming into a god in her segment, constantly abusing the opposite side of the room. And as Lin Tian said, does not hurt the eyes. This phone also did very well. Usually, if she kept staring at the screen for an hour, her eyes would be sore. But now, not to mention an hour, she didn't feel a thing for 2 hours. Another thing is the clarity. Tang Yuanyuan casually opened a 1080p movie. The phone's black technology can be upgraded to 4K level. The remaining point is the photo function that girls care more about. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really better than Love Crazy. Tang Yuanyuan didn't know how many times she'd blurted out, but she couldn't control it at all. After seeing the photo in her phone, she admitted that she had completely fallen. After all, whether it was from the pixels, from the color rendering, or the sense of high class, the photos were all completely outclassed by the Love Crazy's camera. Originally, Tang Yuanyuan was already very beautiful, and after the Zero Start Generation 1 photos, her beauty was already comparable to that of a heavenly fairy. Based on this alone, Tang Yuanyuan believed that Zero Start Generation 1 was definitely going to be a hit. What's the biggest advantage of the madness? Wasn't it the faster system and better photo-taking features? When all these are erased, what does it still count for? Oh, of course, there were still some moochers who would go for it. That was beyond her to understand. Isn't there any downside to this phone? Liu Xiaofei couldn't help but ask in surprise even after using it. Her needs were more inclined towards watching movies and reading novels. And this phone, whether it was the movie viewing effect or the presentation effect of novels, it blew away her previous phone. It was just a very obvious feeling that when you see the screen of this phone, you can feel the very obvious difference it brings to your eyes. It's very comfortable. very soft. To really describe it more aptly, it's like the feeling she gets when she takes a bath in a bucket of cold water and when she takes a bath in a bucket of warm water. The former was soothing at best, while the latter was on top of that soothing, in the sense of boosting the waking up of the brain and revitalizing the blood. There's his speed is still a bit poor compared to 3 nanometers, Lin Tian replied. After hearing this, Tang Yuan on the side took a deep breath of cold air and asked with a face full of surprise, what about compared to 5 nanometers? She knew that the smaller the nanotechnology, the more difficult it was. Before 10 nanometers, nanotechnology was developing at a speed of several nanometers, but after 10 nanometers, it could only develop at a speed of 2 nanometers. The prediction given by many foreign researchers is that the future development of NM will be 5 nanometers, and then 3 nanometers. Extreme ultraviolet lithography was born for these 2 levels of NM. So now Lin Tian said that it was slower than 3 nanometers. So doesn't that mean that the speed of the 7 nanometers has directly stepped on 5 nanometers, and can fight with 3 nanometers? This is also a little too fierce, right? It's hard to say if it's a 5 nanometers developed by ourselves, but it's definitely more powerful than the 5 nanometers developed by them. Lin Tian replied. It wasn't really arrogance for him to say this. As far as the nanotechnology and chip technology currently held by that group of foreigners were concerned, even if they came out with a 5 nanometers cell phone, it would still be the kind that he would hang up and beat. As for his own development of 5 nanometers, this actually Lin Tian is still confident, even if the system does not give him drawings. But through this experience of the chip design drawings, these scientific researchers can completely learn by example and get the 5 nanometers chip out by themselves. I don't know what to say anymore. Tang Yuan let out a bitter laugh. This was beyond her realm of understanding, but that didn't stop her from thinking that Lin Tian was awesome. He was just infinitely hanging on to foreign countries right now anyway. After getting positive feedback from Tang Yuan and Liu Xiaofei's side, Lin Tian was filled with confidence in this product of his, and immediately announced that the cell phone launch would take place 3 days later. When this news came out, it instantly triggered the internet, and countless netizens came to watch, instantly topping the news to the top of the hot search list. Leaning? I thought it would take more than a year to have a cell phone launch. How come it's still not the same time as what Tang Yuan said, but even earlier instead? Bull. It's only been a few days and the cell phone is built? I don't know what to say other than bull batch. I thought it would take 3 months at the earliest. This is too fierce, right? More than fierce simply more livestock than A few other brands of People's New Machine Conference has not yet opened it. This side first photolithography, and then the chip, and now even the cell phone is out. You dare to roll a little more? Volume of good. The best volume of death of those cell phone manufacturers. I used to have a cell phone with a battery for several years are fine. The results of the recent purchase of those cell phones is not as good as one. Not out of 2 years will be bad. Let these limitless cell phone manufacturers go out of business before it's too late. It's a good thing that has a lot of merit and virtue. Is this launch live streaming? I must go and see it. Still live streaming to see. I'm going to go directly to the scene. Say anything to see this phone. The key you guys look at the publicity picture The physical picture of this phone is actually exactly the same as the conceptual picture. There is no bang screen. Asterisk. It's really, how did this happen? The network for Lin Tian not only did not open the conference late, but also in advance of this point, expressed great surprise, at the same time also that in the non-stop curiosity Lin Tian this phone is how to do completely no bang screen. Unfortunately, all this will not be answered before the launch. Incredibly curious netizens have already begun to find ways to grab a spot at the launch event, and even some powerful people will ask for a spot to come. And with such enthusiasm, the heat of this topic was brought to a higher level. At first, it was just the top of the microblogging hot search list, followed by all the major short videos, and then at the end, you can see that some very small media are also broadcasting this matter. It was clear that not a dime of advertising money had been spent, but this cell phone conference of Lin Tian's was the one that had attracted the attention of at least hundreds of millions of people, not only ordinary people. At this moment, the major live broadcasting platforms had also smelled the business opportunity and had begun to extend an olive branch towards Lin Tian. Chapter 77, Major Live Streaming Platforms Dragons and Tigers. The advertisements are going crazy. Lin Tian, there are already at least 10 platforms that want to come over and buy the live broadcasting rights for your cell phone launch, and every single one of them has offered at least $30 million. After eating the dividends of Tang Yuan's exclusive broadcasting rights once, all the live streaming platforms now understood one thing. If you wanted to get bigger, you had to have a character of Lin Tian's caliber come to your platform to solo broadcast. After all, after Tang Yuan's solo broadcast last time, the overall value of the teasing fish directly doubled, and the market value was a whole lot higher. Instantly squeezed his old rival Cat's Tooth out of the picture. not to mention netting several $100 million in advertising fees. This can be said to be the most successful case in the live broadcast industry ever. Their general manager was also regarded as a mythical being in the industry after this battle. At first, they didn't pay attention to this point, so they could only stare in mad envy as Teeming Fish took this opportunity to double its size. So this time, they must seize the opportunity no matter what. Must take this time the exclusive broadcasting rights. Among them, Cat's Tooth's bid can be considered the highest, as high as $100 million. It couldn't be helped. They were able to fight with Teeming Fish before, but now they couldn't even touch Teeming Fish's ass. Could they not be anxious? So even if the price of $100 million was far higher than the value of the exclusive broadcasting rights, they would not hesitate to do so. A lot of people might wonder, before the amusing fish have made so much money, how come this time it's higher than the value? This is actually the same as investing. Even if there is a very lucrative success story in front of you, but how can you guarantee that you will make a steady profit if you invest money? Many franchised brands are like this. Others may go in pots full of money. You go in and invest more money. The result is a loss of pants. So it's not that the value of this exclusive broadcasting right is worth that much if the teaser fish earns more. They have to factor in the risk just the same. In this case, $100 million is actually quite a lot. As long as the results of this time are not ideal, they lose their money, and even face the opportunity to never turn around again in the face of amusing fish. But did Lin Tian care about this money? He really didn't care. There was basically no problem with this cell phone of his. As long as it continued to be sold, there was no worry that no one would buy it. So for this $100 million to waste a good opportunity to publicize, that's really not necessary. If you say that the live broadcast with goods, do so, really cannot be faulted. Because this way you can centralize the goods in one place to sell. Processing is also more convenient. The other thing is that the amusing fish does not draw a commission, which can save them a lot of money. So he decisively refused to turn it down. Tell them that I intend to broadcast live on the whole platform. There is no intention of broadcasting exclusively. Good. After hearing this, Tang Yuan immediately relayed this meaning to the major platforms. After the major platforms received it, they immediately discussed countermeasures. Just like before when Liu Xiaofei wanted to broadcast the rumor live across the internet. This time the competition between the major platforms in terms of advertisements was even more intense, due to the fact that many websites had limited time to place advertisements. So much so that the advertisements during this period of time were almost going to be bought out of their minds by these platforms. Even a small website that couldn't be any smaller had tens of thousands of dollars in advertisements for their platforms for 2 days. So down, the major platforms of the money spent like running water. One of the most intense competition also belongs to the Cat's Teeth and Teasing Fish, these two old enemies. If it wasn't for them, the advertisements of the major platforms wouldn't have started the bidding mode. And now just 2 days down the line, the two platforms have spent nearly $300 to $400 million on advertisement fees. Such a fierce competition also led this cell phone conference to the point that everyone knows. A lot of people, no matter what website, what software, can see the advertisement about this conference. What's more, they could see the ads even when they were browsing some small websites that they would only read late at night. Originally, the heat of this matter was already high enough, but because these live streaming platforms advertised like this, the heat of this matter rose even higher. Now all of the netizens, it was estimated that only a few of those who hadn't been online at all for the past few days didn't know about it, and the vast majority of the rest of the people were talking about this situation. Are these several live broadcast platforms crazy? What about watching a small website in the middle of the night, only to have it pop up all of a sudden? It's simply heartless. I also watched when it suddenly popped up, and was almost scared out of my wits. Don't hit it, don't hit it, I've already seen it. This advertisement is simply livestock. My grandfather, who usually doesn't play on the internet, knows about it. Say, isn't Lin Tian's cell phone limited? Why do you still advertise it so fiercely? Is it necessary? Why is it unnecessary? This is a launch event. It's not a limited edition. So of course it's good for more and more people to know about it. And you guys should note that these advertisements aren't made by Lin Tian himself. They're all made by those live streaming platforms in order to attract people to their live streaming rooms, right? It could be seen that underneath this hot search, there were netizens spitting and some netizens speculating all over the place. Among them, what they cared about the most was that they wanted these live broadcasting platforms to not advertise to small websites. That was their last piece of pure land. Unfortunately, even though everyone was trolling, the fight between the two platforms didn't stop because of this, but instead became more and more violent. Not only online, offline advertisements also started to fight as well. First it was TV ads, then some posters, and after that, they even let people go to the neighborhood to do graffiti and the like. It can be said to be all over the place. Although this kind of practice will more or less cause a lot of people's dissatisfaction, But for this so-called first independent production of domestic machine, everyone is full of expectations. So even though there were many people who were dissatisfied, more people had already begun to book the live broadcast that night. Some had even taken time off work just to watch this launch. As more and more people paid attention to the news, the voices on the internet also began to reverse into various favorable reviews. It's said that this zero-start Generation 1 is the only domestic machine in the country that has truly achieved independent production, and all the parts inside are domestic. Domestic machine, 7 nanometers, and still beating other brands of cell phones. Are you kidding? It's really no joke. It's just so tough. This is so awesome. At least $20,000 to $30,000, right? If so expensive, then there is no value to buy. Oh, configuration. If really with what he said is cattle, 2 or 3 million I can accept as support for domestic, but I also do not want them to sell our patriotic feelings. So I specifically still want to see the configuration is not real first. Chapter 78, Network Spammers Reappear. The major cell phone manufacturers were completely flustered. A few tens of thousands shouldn't be possible. Otherwise, why is the price of the pre-sale quota only $500 as well? Wouldn't it be better to sell it for $2,000? It's only when the time comes that people will be more able to accept the price. That's why I think it's only 7 or 8,000 at most. Even if it really isn't this configuration, if it's 7 or 8,000, I'll take it as generating power for the love of supporting domestic machines. I also think 7 or 8,000 I will buy a sentiment. The configuration is not really that good. I do not care. Numerous netizens have spoken, saying that they do not care at all if the configuration is not so good, just want to generate power for love. This enthusiasm is also mainly attributed to some netizens. Every time underneath a video about this phone, they would post a comment like this. There may still be a lot of people who don't quite understand what the concept is. I'll explain here again. What we use now, such as rice, VVO and other Chinese brands, in fact, many of the parts inside are foreign technology. These parts with foreign technology itself is likely to be foreign imposed some special instructions program. As long as these instructions do not start still okay, a start is likely to become a time bomb. If it comes down like this, the foreign parts can't guarantee its safety at all. After all, the technical means is someone else's. We can't do anything about it at all. In contrast, this cell phone of Lin Tian has achieved absolute safety. The various parts and even the software can actually be controlled by the state, which can maximize the safety of your life and the privacy of your information. Under these explanations, many people's hearts to support domestic production naturally became a little more potent, not only because they needed to feel safe, but more importantly, they were proud. Didn't you foreigners say that it would take us at least 30 to 40 years to reach your level? Didn't you say we couldn't even build a photolithography machine if you gave us drawings? Now I not only made the photolithography machine, not only the gap of 30 to 40 years at the foot, but also one of your brands are held down on the ground burst hammer. Can you not be proud of this? So let the face of the people of the country gold cell phone, if they do not support a little, but also really look down on their own Chinese identity. I look at the fast laugh. This is not a group of pure little cute. What's more, it's a bunch of pure cuties, and what for the love of power generation, was cheated but also help others count money. That's right, this Lin Tian is the biggest liar in the history of mankind. This kind of cell phone is simply impossible to build out of the country. He is trying to roll the money to run. A group of people still stupid outside of him. What is the light of the domestic? I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do with this. What a bunch of little cuties. The fact that you can't see this trick is really curious as to how this group of people's brains grow. Are they not fully developed? I'm also dying of laughter. Was sold still stupid to help count the money, but also the dog barked at the light of the domestic. Can be more funny? As long as on the network, anywhere there are few spammers, this time is no exception. You can see the entire comment area began to have spray army attack. And the major cell phone manufacturers were also seizing this opportunity, hiring a large number of water armies to start attacking Lin Tian, yelling that Lin Tian was a liar and whatnot. Perhaps the experimental data released by Lin Tian is a little too scary. Rice, they can no longer sit still. From the beginning only a small range of smear Lin Tian, directly to the point of asking a large number of water army to a war of words in public opinion. There was no way Lin Tian had really offended them. There was no need to think about it. The cell phones in this data released by Lin Tian were enough to make the 7 nanometer cell phones they were about to put on sale next fall into a joke. Driven by the interests, the online water army is more and more, and even some of them have specially made some videos. Although the people in the video are not good, but their video has a very strong guidance, will cite all kinds of false things as their evidence of deception. And under this kind of video, there are often tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of likes. A lot of people who didn't know about this matter would be completely skewed by this kind of video. thus thinking that Lin Tian had problems. Under normal circumstances, Lin Tian would have stepped forward to explain, but he didn't bother to do so. Those who believed him would naturally believe it, and those who didn't would not believe it no matter what they said. What's more, the launch was just 2 days later, so wouldn't it be revealed right away if it was true or not by then? It would be better to let them talk about it like this, and then let the specialized personnel go and prosecute them one by one. What? Not bothering to do so, why even bother? For Lin Tian, not bothering to explain was not bothering to explain, but counting would still really count. Sometimes if you don't give these network spammers a little color, they simply don't know how to restrain themselves. Even if the former North Star and the various bends of the road, after a period of time, they still forget all about it, and now run out to jump out of the foot, without killing a few chickens. They simply can't warn the monkeys. What Lin Tian didn't expect was that when he didn't take care of this group of people and planned to clean up tomorrow, it turned out that someone had already been the first to know about this news. This person was no one else. It was none other than one of the bigwigs who had helped Lin Tian deal with things before Cui Yuan. As the minister specializing in managing the network department, he was now keeping an eye on Lin Tian at all times, deeply afraid that his family would be scolded again. By then, if they really pissed them off, their country would have lost a scientific genius who was enough to change the entire world. So as long as it was about Lin Tian, he didn't blink an eye at all. Minister Cui. A large number of foreign addresses and new accounts from several other regions have now been detected pouring into the network and have started entering various comment sections to abuse Lin Tian. Please give instructions. After reporting to Cui Yuan, the staff member stood straight in place, rather like a soldier. Cui Yuan, on the other hand, shook his head and said seriously to the members within the department, "All right, now all of you open your computers for me. If you don't catch all of these spammers and waterbenders today, all of you will stay up all night and work overtime. No matter what, please arrest all of those spammers as much as you can within 3 hours." Yes, staying up all night and working overtime was a piece of cake for them, and after all of them answered neatly, they started searching for all kinds of things. Those people outside the country were quite smart. The IP was heavily protected and basically couldn't be seen. But there are also some not so smart people. Just this thing to leak out. Just like Xiao Jia, who was playing games at home. He was in Nanyun, which was several thousand kilometers away from Lin Tian. With such a long distance, he really didn't believe that Lin Tian could do anything to him. Quickly charge. Bunch of losers. Xiao Jia, who had lost the game, cursed and was about to recline on his chair when the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Chapter 79, The State Strikes Again. The targeting of major cell phone manufacturers was stifled before it even started. Xiao Jia cried. As a keyboard warrior, he was not afraid of the sky and the earth on the internet, and he disliked the king of hell and called him brother. As a result, the moment the police uncles came in, he was scared and cried on the spot, even peed his pants when they caught him. This was the status quo of most internet spammers, unbridled on the internet, but as soon as they came to reality, almost none of them were really ballsy. Police uncle, did I commit anything? I'm a good citizen. I didn't do anything. Xiao Jia desperately begged for mercy, but they pressed on without answering, and directly took the police car and escorted it to the police station. There were many others who ended up like him, throughout the entire Chinese territory. All the internet spammers who were trolling Lin Tian, almost all of them were arrested and put in the slammer, coupled with those IPs outside the country being blocked. In just less than half a day's time, the entire network seemed to have been purified in general. There was no more cursing. Strange, wasn't it all cursing Lin Tian in the morning? How come it's all gone now? I feel so strange too. In the morning, there was a pair of 1450s, and I was tired of playing against them, but in the afternoon, they were all gone. I heard that the country has taken action again. Not only did they arrest all the spammers in China, but they also blocked all the IPs outside the country. It's too fast. More than that, I'm an employee of Rice, and it's rumored that our chairman, and the chairman of several other cell phone manufacturers have all been interviewed. Sure enough, it's a few other manufacturers that are messing up. I knew it. What's even more frightening is that even the cell phone brand names, such as Demi, were also interviewed by the leaders, scaring these chairmen who still wanted to play small tactics into making the next move at all. Such a big action. Of course, a little waste of resources, but there is no way. Cui Yuan does not want the previous things to happen a second time, so it must be nipped in the bud. As of now, the effect was pretty good, and Lin Tian's side didn't even notice what was happening before it was over. With the relevant departments of the country stepping in, the internet now no longer dared to have the presence of bad-mouthing Lin Tian, and along with the passage of time, the time for the cell phone launch event came quickly, and by 5 o'clock that evening, Lin Tian had changed into a proper suit with the help of Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan. Wow, hubby, you're so handsome. Liu Xiaofei couldn't help but show a flamboyant expression when she saw Lin Tian after putting on the suit. even without the added effect of a lover's eyes. Lin Tian's appearance was definitely the most handsome man she had ever seen. Tang Yuan was also looking at this moment with a feeling of suffocation. It wasn't that Lin Tian was ugly or anything, but it was just a bit too handsome. So handsome that she could now feel that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find another handsome man on the same level as Lin Tian in her life. She wondered, why did other people look like a salesman and an agent when they wore a suit, while Lin Tian looked like a prince when he wore it? This was a little too handsome, right? Especially with that breezy air about him. He looked even more like a prince who traveled the earth. Handsome indeed. Tang Yuan also gave an affirmative answer. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was a bit dissatisfied and said after moving his arms, "It's not very convenient to move around in this kind of clothes." He originally wanted to wear regular clothes and go over there, but Liu Xiaofei and Tang Yuan insisted that he wear something more formal. But these clothes were formal, but it really wasn't very comfortable to move around. There wasn't that sense of comfort. This is the first cell phone in China that is all localized. How can you not be more formal? Tang Yuan said. Lin Tian was also convinced by her words, sighed and said, "Alright, let's go. The launch will start soon." Good. The three of them quickly got into a special car and headed to the site of the launch. While Lin Tian and the others were heading to the launch site, the chairman of Rice had also arrived at the head of an upscale hotel. Previously, the general director of Love Crazy Huaxia was sitting on the sofa of the presidential suite, and after seeing the chairman of Rice, he said with a smile, "Mr. Lei, would you like to have a cigar as well?" After saying that, he took out the box of high-grade cigars. "Elfo, you're really in the mood. Lin Tian's side cell phone is already about to hold a launch event, and you guys actually haven't made any moves at all." Mr. Lei frowned and said in a cold voice, they did have the intention of targeting Lin Tian, but Lin Tian was obviously protected by the state, and they had also been interviewed by the relevant departments because they had found a network water army. Now, let alone targeting Lin Tian, they didn't even dare to venture out. But how could he just watch Lin Tian's launch go on smoothly? If this phone wasn't released, all of these cell phone manufacturers would be dead. After hearing this, Elfo took a puff of his cigar and snorted. "Mr. Lei, do you guys really believe that his cell phone can have any functions? It can't really be that naive, right? What do you mean?" Mr. Lei was directly confused. "What's the situation with this Elfo? People are about to make an official announcement. Can it still be fake? I dare to make a promise to you. This Lin Tian will definitely create some incidents later on after introducing the configuration of the phone to spoil this launch. At that time, he will not have to show the real features of the phone, and all of you, the cell phone manufacturers, will be completely panicked because of it, and then just surrender all sorts of trade secrets under their coercion. This kind of trick has already been seen through by me, and a kind reminder, if you want to go and get tricked, go ahead." Elfo, as if he had seen through it, spelled out all of Lin Tian's plots. After Mr. Lei heard this, he directly froze. He hadn't really thought that there would be such a possibility. Now that he thought about it, it was probably true. After all, the gap between China in this piece of science and technology and foreign countries is really a bit big. Want to wipe out all these gaps in such a short period of time is simply impossible. That's why the country will be willing to open up the market, so that those foreign brands stationed in, and the price is to let these brands to reveal some of the commercial secrets out. But these foreign brands are very smart. At least to earn a certain amount of money will give this secret. In that case, if Lin Tian was deliberately doing this, and then came to threaten them when the time came, there was a real possibility that they would be acquired or give up something important. When he thought of this, cold sweat broke out on Mr. Lei's back. What kind of sophisticated plan was this? It was simply too terrifying. Even he was falling for it. Chapter 80, the release party begins. Lin Tian is so handsome that all the female netizens are competing to be called their husbands. After Elver looked at the somewhat dazed General Manager Lei, he once again laughed disdainfully and said, "General Manager Lei, you just rest assured that I can make a promise to you that if there is any chance of having the kind of configuration that Lin Tian is talking about, then the first one to make it will only be our Love Crazy." He was heartily disdainful of Huaxia, so when he learned that Lin Tian was going to open some kind of conference, he saw Lin Tian's conspiracy almost instantly. After seeing through the essence of the matter, Elfo started to become unusually calm. So much so that even though the chairman of several brands such as Rice couldn't help but start targeting Lin Tian in the past few days, he was still able to spend his time in this presidential suite smoking cigars and playing with women. Alright, Mr. Lei was very dissatisfied with this condescending attitude of Elfo, but there was no way to refute anything. After all, Love Crazy was indeed a giant at the forefront within the cell phone industry. Even they were not able to develop the technology, how could Lin Tian do it? Mr. Lei, since they're all here, let's see together what this Lin Tian will do next. Elver smiled faintly and offered an invitation. Mr. Lei had only come over this time, but he also wanted to ask the love crazy behind Elbert to make a move to solve this trouble of Lin Tian. Now after realizing that it would be a conspiracy, he wasn't in such a hurry and directly sat next to Elford. The two soon smoked cigars together and waited for the launch to begin. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Tian walked from the backstage to the top of the stage under the attention of millions of people. The moment he appeared in the camera, he could be said to have instantly set off the entire internet. So the Lin Tian who built the photolithography machine looks this handsome? Geez, I can't believe it. I thought it would be a bald old man. Isn't this a bit too handsome? He's not just a male celebrity who's been invited up here for endorsement, is he? How can it be a male star? Have you ever seen such a handsome male star with such a good temperament? Yes, if he's a male star, there's no way I wouldn't recognize him. I heard that the photolithography machine and the chip were all done by him alone. So handsome and so brainy. That's a little too tough, right? I didn't believe that there would be immortals in this world, but now after seeing Lin Tian, I'm kind of completely convinced. Koan. I didn't want to, but he's just too handsome. Hikari, let's not contact each other anymore in the future. I'm afraid Lin Tian will misunderstand. Aha. I feel like I need to give him a child so I can continue such an excellent lineage. Those upstairs don't think about it. He has a wife. And it's also Liu Xiaofei. *******. Which wife can't be Liu Xiaofei? Whoa, I don't have a chance at all. Just by appearing, Lin Tian's appearance caused a furor. I don't know how many girls had thoughts about him. Ahem. First of all, I'm glad that everyone was able to come to this launch. Here, I'd like to start by thanking. The opening speech was naturally a whole bunch of thank you speeches, although it was a bit wordy, but just like important occasions that required decent clothes, the form was still necessary. Originally, this kind of words of thanks, the audience would simply choose to ignore it, subsequently causing the number of people in the live broadcast room to become incredibly sparse during this period of time. However, if it was read by Lin Tian, the number of people in the live broadcast room could be said to be increasing. Listening to my husband read, even the most boring words have become interesting. Yeah, hubby's voice is so nice. I love it. Go hubby, we've been listening all along. So handsome hubby. How does hubby manage to read aloud and still be so handsome? Even though these netizens knew that Lin Tian had a wife and was still Fairy's sister Liu Xiaofei, it didn't affect them at all to make a husband. Anyway, without talking about it in reality, mentally Lin Tian was already their husband. Little Fei, look, the number of people in the live broadcast room is now over 500 million. Tang Yuan, who was sitting in the audience, brought a piece of data from her phone to Liu Xiaofei. It could be seen that the number of people online on the various live streaming platforms added up to more than 500 million. What kind of concept was this? It was important to know that the population of China was now 1.4 billion, which meant that 1/3 of the country was watching this live broadcast. This had almost set the highest record since the creation of the major live streaming platforms. That's great. Liu Xiaofei was still quite happy when she inadvertently saw those pop-ups inside the live broadcast room. Almost all of the screens were filled with husband swipes. This made Liu Xiaofei that angry in her heart. Why should she call her husband husband? Originally, Liu Xiaofei wasn't a jealous person. Before she met Lin Tian, she had always advocated the idea of giving each other space if they were together. Jealousy and so on, that was a very childish idea. But now she realized that it's a childish idea to say that you don't get jealous. Or to say that you don't get jealous is simply not caring. After all, now that Lin Tian was treated as the only one, she was jealous when she saw these calls even if they were only of a joking nature. She wanted Lin Tian to be hers alone. No one else wanted to share. Tang Yuan, as Liu Xiaofei's good sister, could naturally see her dissatisfaction, so she said with a smile, Xiaofei, isn't it a good thing that Lin Tian is liked by so many people? We should look on the bright side. Of course you say that lightly. I can't look away anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that this is Lin Tian's conference, I'd have to go and dislike them. Liu Xiaofei huffed. Jealous as she was, she still knew the importance of this launch party, or else she would definitely go up and declare her sovereignty. Tang Yuan helplessly skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything else. Eyes returned to Lin Tian's side. He had already started to introduce the phone's features. First of all, the configuration I'm going to talk about is the chip that everyone cares about the most. As Lin Tian said this, a PPT image also appeared behind him, with a comparison chart between their chip and other chips. Lin Tian began to introduce this picture. First of all, our Apocalypse chip 001 is the same as the best 7nm chips on the market, all of which use the most advanced extreme ultraviolet photolithography for manufacturing, using the most advanced chip technology. In terms of performance, our Apocalypse chip 001 can greatly exceed other 7nm chips, and the functionality will be enhanced by at least more than 80%. This is our reading speed and image processing data. You can see, Compared to the latest model of the Kirin chip, our Apocalypse chip and the speed, 95% faster.